you have to forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, give me a little bit.
105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition back home in DFW, 11th floor studios here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And we got the entire morning crew with us. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What, Bobby?
Nothing. I'm just finding that we come back from California and like all 4 quarter inches are now missing in this studio. So that's what I was finding.
Do you have one?
I think so. This thing's loud though.
Yeah. Carry your own stuff. You won't have to worry about it.
This is like half my stuff that exists in the studio and then disappears. So like these headphones and those headphones and all the quarter inches that were in here were mine because we don't get them supplied. So.
Well, definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing over and over. Keeping in your backpack. How did everyone survive that drive in as we've been scattering here in the last 2 minutes before the red light went on?
Yeah, the drive was fine. Like there wasn't really raining at all, but people are just sliding all over the place.
So you didn't have like rain and downpour near you?
I didn't even turn the wipers on. Oh. But I guess it had already rained, and there was like these massive puddles where you're driving up, and all of a sudden your car goes from 86 to 40 within feet just because you run right into the puddle.
I don't know where you were driving from because we generally go the same way. And I ran into a ton of rain, and we arrived here at the same time, so I don't know where you were driving.
Well, maybe I wasn't paying attention.
I saw plenty of accidents. It's
That's
never
very
good.
possible.
It's never good when 2 different times on the highway I see headlights on my side, where there are people like who have gotten in a wreck and they've ended up faced the wrong way, and that was 2 different stretches of road. And then we're driving in. I got in here at the same time as Chop did. There's just there's a homeless guy standing in the street back here, and Choppy, and I mean, literally right in the middle of the road. Like, if you were not had your head up and looked, you would have just hit him. He's just standing there and not moving. And that was very, very close for both of us.
I did not see him.
I was on McKinney.
Okay.
I was on McKinney. I saw he was right there. He was on the right hash.
I was like, why did Choppy just swerve? Oh, that's why.
That's why.
Because Rima said someone's sleeping in the garage?
Yeah.
Is it him leaving?
No, different guy.
Which it doesn't surprise me. It's pouring rain. People are just looking to get out from under it. But man, when I saw him swerve, I was like, why is he swerving? There's nothing. And then I was like, oh, that's why. There's a person standing there.
Well, it was definitely out east. I thought I was going to be dealing with hail while driving in. The lightning show, I was getting text messages from buddies like, are you serious? Are you looking at this? Pay, you get here before all of us, and you come from near my way. Nothing early?
I got nothing. There was a lot of lightning, but I mean, that was it. But I mean, once I got to Dallas, there was nothing. But yeah, 10, 15 minutes of being up here in the studio. TVs were going out, and you could hear the thunder, lightning, obviously, and then rain was hitting the window.
That lightning was cool, man. That was awesome. Just nonstop.
Yeah. I wait for it to hit something. I'm like, hopefully not my house.
Yeah.
Or the tree in the backyard, and then breaks my window.
There you go.
That's right.
Dude, every time when it was storming yesterday, Mackenzie and I just looked at each other and we were like, just please don't hit the tree. Every time it thunders and lightning's down.
Payne's going to cut that awesome tree down that got TP'd in his neighborhood, or the similar type tree, just to go ahead and get rid of the lightning possibility and damage. We start, of course, with what happened on Friday. I'll never forget where I was, LAX. When I look up, we're checking the bags in, and I tell the fellas, here's the update notification that Micah Parsons has requested his trade. And props to Diana Rossini. She was all over it. She said this could be coming, and then bam, it just dropped. So let's kind of just go through Micah's statement and his explanation, and just stop and start me wherever you want. Unfortunately, because I thought he did a tremendous job of detailing his side of things. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. He starts off with a big, huge swing with the right fist to Jerry's face, saying all that stuff that has happened, that deal that we supposedly agreed to, you tricked me and you trapped me. NFLPA, gonna want to have a look into that. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. Jerry Jones saying, hey, just because we sign him doesn't mean he'll be here. Dak missed games. He could get hit by a car. I no longer want narratives created and spread to the media about me. I had purposely stayed quiet in hopes of getting something done, which he had. But since there's a confusion out there, let me clear some things up for you. I had my agent reach out to the Cowboys last offseason after my third year in hopes of getting a deal done early. A lot of us were saying he's eligible. Why not just go ahead and get Micah Parsons done? They let us all know we got Dak, CD, in line ahead. I no longer want shots. I already read that part. Unfortunately, the team did not want to start any negotiations at that point. I was okay with that, didn't complain, and focused on the season. That is true. He did not sit there and raise a stink last year when it was becoming clear and obvious he was not going to get his.
He did pout a little in minicamp. There was a little bit of that publicly that he did do.
After the season, I did not want to start any negotiations at that point. I was okay and didn't complain. After the year, I told my agent once again to let the team know we were open to negotiate when they met at the Combine. We were there in Indianapolis. My agent informed me I should wait for other deals to get done because the price would only go up. But I didn't care and wanted to secure myself as a Cowboy long term. The Cowboys side of things is that Micah and his agent told them at the Combine, we're going to be last. We're going to wait for TJ Watt. We're going to wait for the other pass rushers. We're going to wait for Trey Hendrickson. We are going to be at the end so that we match or leapfrog them. I think that was the understanding that the Cowboys had that I told you about last week multiple times. Micah continues. This was before any of the other pass rusher deals got done. I knew I would be leaving money on the table, but again, I was okay with getting it done earlier. Again, radio silence as far as my extension. In March, which Jerry alluded to over and over and over and over again over the weekend when he responded, I met with Mr. Jones to talk about leadership. Somehow the conversation turned into him talking contract with me. Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports, who is a very respected name. Bobby, you've always talked about how plugged in he is with the Cowboys. He had an article come out that discussed the pattern of kind of tricking players into a meeting, luring them into a sit down to talk about this subject, when really, according to Charles and some other agents, the real motive and subject is to talk contract without the agent. Yes, I engaged in a back and forth in regards to what I wanted from my deal, Micah says, but at no point did I believe this was supposed to be a formal negotiation, and I informed Mr. Jones afterwards my agent would reach out thinking this would get things done. But when my agent reached out and spoke to their cap guy, he was told the deal was pretty much already done. My agent, of course, told him that was not the case and reached out to Steven. Again, the team decided to go silent. At that point, we decided we would let them reach out when they wanted to talk. Yet still, not a call, email, or text to my agent about starting anything. Up to today, Friday, the team had not had a single conversation with my agent about a deal. Jerry did not know his name, supposedly. Not one demand has been made by us about money, years, anything else. Still, I stayed quiet, but after repeated shots at myself and all the narratives, I've made a tough decision. I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys, and I submitted that request to Steven Jones personally. That is Micah Parsons on Friday, blowing up the sports world.
Man, it is just business as usual around here. It's always something. There's always something in the news. Always something to talk about.
Yeah, this isn't quite usual for them.
Not quite usual, but you get the point. It's like, hey, it's a circus. It is a circus. I do not think Jerry does. I think Jerry does a lot of his deals throughout his life when the deals aren't like being thought of in a formal setting. Walking, talking, making deals. And that's just not the way that it happens or supposed to happen in the National Football League. There's rules against that. And he still tries to circumvent those rules and go with the, hey, let's just talk. We're just talking. We're just talking here. And how many deals come on a paper napkin?
Yeah.
A lot for him.
Jay-Z and Dez.
Not just Jay-Z and Dez. It's the Parcells agreement.
Yeah.
The Parcells wrote on the napkin. Jerry gets to go on vacation with Bill's significant other or whatever it is. That is a perfect way to describe him as a napkin negotiator. That's what he does. He does these things on cocktail napkins. He does them with a handshake. He does them with a, that Jerry grin and the little wink. And that's the way he does things. He gets things done this way. It's really hard to sit up there during the opening press conference and talk about Jerry's not even involved in this, guys. Like, Jerry doesn't even talk to these things. Jerry doesn't get these deals done. We do. And Jerry just kind of, he comes in if he has to.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, because this sounded like you guys didn't even get the first thing started except for Jerry. So if this is to be believed, either you got to say one or two things. Either A, the initial negotiation was basically made by Jerry away from the agent, which runs counter to what you've publicly said, or B, you're telling the whole world Mike is a liar. Those are the two options that they have.
I'm glad Micah did it. I support this playing out publicly. Someone had to put that front office on blast. They have done all the things that Micah talked about while Micah was actually silent. The digs, the insults, no pun intended with Trayvon, the stories, the slander, the public humiliation, the disrespect. And finally, someone had the stones and the backbone, and I believe the future leverage and current leverage to call him on it. So I'm glad that their little off-season negotiating ploy finally blew up on social media in front of the entire world. Would I consider Micah Parsons trade proposals? Yes, I would. Does Micah Parsons has behind the scene issues that we told you about a couple of years ago? Yes, he does. But in this instance, I take his side, and I'm glad that he called them out. That's just me. The disrespect is just overflowing. It happened with Lamb. It happened with Zeke. It happened with Dak. And Micah said, screw this. I have had enough, and I don't want to play in this environment and for these individuals anymore. 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. So I am Team Micah with what he did on Twitter.
I respect the tactic because nobody else has done it. The only thing you might say is nobody else has done it and they all ended up getting paid. So like ultimately, if what you want to have done is get paid by this organization. This may work. We just don't know because nobody's done it. This may end up with you getting traded. If this is a play, which I think it is. I think Micah wants to be here. I think Micah wants to get paid by this football team. And I don't think Micah genuinely wants to get traded. But he's going, all right, this is, I'll do this myself. I'll make my play. This is very unique that typically everybody else that they've negotiated with in the past and other things like that has had a, let's not do that. Let's not play his game necessarily. We're going to play our game. We're going to do things our way. This is the very first time in a very long time that Jerry has negotiated against somebody who says, I'll play it your way and I'll play it better than you. I'll do the same thing.
Jerry always says, sorry, Chop, don't let your money get mad. He violated his own rule like he did with Randy Gregory, like he has done with instances in the past.
Cooper, yeah.
Jerry Jones is hurt that he thought he and Micah had the agreement in March. He's hurt that Micah then had the final approval or sign off with the agent, checks and balances, go over this, and they reneged or went back on their word in Jerry's eyes. And this is Jerry's way of punishing him for that. That's what I believe has happened. You told me, we had a handshake, you looked me in the eye, Micah, and I don't blame him for this. This is a separate subject and conversation we're going to have. Went to the agent. There's a reason you hire him and get representation. Said, I can't go ahead and sign off on what we talked about. And this is Jerry Jones punishing Micah and Mulligeta. In the only way he really can, besides a franchise tag.
Bobby said, the other guys did it, but they got the deal. They didn't go down this road, right? They didn't go down this road. I think what Micah signed up for here is a 3-year deal. This year, a tag and a tag. Jerry's not going to trade him.
No.
He's not going to succumb to that, and he's not going to publicly, I don't think, take such a beating and then just sign him anyway. Like now I think what he's signed up for is 2 tags.
Well, the second tag, we have to run the numbers. It's ridiculously high.
It's high. It's not as high as what he wants. So he would generally, if you get the second
Jerry thinks
tag,
he would save money, I think.
So basically, it would end up being, in all likelihood, with some of the projections, the second tag, especially depending on if the league says he's a linebacker instead of an edge rusher, however they do it, it could end up being 35 on the second tag.
Well, then Jerry has to weigh, and this is the unfortunate part of being a Cowboy fan because he may not care as much as the rest of us do. He's got to weigh how that story is going to negatively impact his team and his locker room and Brian Schottenheimer's new culture. If I was running it, if it was my football team, I would place that with the highest importance and emphasis. If I had to give up a few $1 million to give him over market value to make it 44, 45, I'm doing it so that we don't have this lingering over our heads for the next 1, 2, or 3 seasons, because there's no way possible that it can help you in terms of winning. This storyline will just be worse than this lightning that we had this morning while driving in. That's me. What about Jerry? He didn't duck. He didn't run. Some people would say, of course not. This is exactly what he wants. The Jerry Jones response to the Micah trade request. We'll play it all for you next on Sean and Art.
Uber Eats.
Remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. We are back home in the Metroplex with coverage of the Micah Parsons trade request on your official home of America's team. In case you did not know, after Micah made the request on Friday, reporters like Nick Harris, John Machota recorded the crowd reaction to Jerry Jones walking on the field Saturday. So the We Want Micah chants taking place. Jerry Jones, I don't know whether this was part of the show in the theatrics, walks up to the reporters after practice, which Micah showed up to.
Oh, yeah. He's I get fined.
If he stays in the back, is that $50,000 a day? If he doesn't walk out there on that field?
Don't think so, technically. I think as long as he's present. I don't know that he has to walk out there. As they pointed out, though, that was the first time he'd walked out there without his jersey. He'd walked out there in just a pullover.
It's like, oh no.
Oh, no.
He only has the pullover on. Like, it's probably a very, very small thing, but I would just think a day after doing what he did, he would not walk out there on the field. It's like, no, I literally cannot physically be in your same presence. I don't want to be around you guys sitting upstairs in that tower. And he's right there.
Which, I mean, you could say maybe that makes this whole thing just for show, just honestly, window, just talk. Or
Netflix is coming out?
Yeah, I mean, or it could be, he wanted to get out there and, pander to the crowd or see how the crowd reacted, or maybe he just can't stay away from football.
Be around his teammates.
It's also a great play. It lets the other guys focus on football. Because as they pointed out, they said that there was, I think Calvin Watkins said it, that there was not a single player who talked to media on Saturday because nobody was waiting for them. They stood out there talking to Jerry, and they waited for Micah, and all the players were able to just walk off the field without getting stopped because media was all taken up by those two.
Wow. Wanye Thomas, Overshown, CeeDee Lamb, all showing their support. Trayvon Diggs changing his profile picture on social media to Micah. Lamb, of course, coming out and saying, why do we have to go through all this? Just pay the man what he is owed. But the entire world was waiting for Jerry Jones' response. We're going to stop and start this wherever you guys want. And let us know what you're thinking right now in the Franco and Franco Injury Attorney text line. This is Jerry answering.
Jerry, are you considering trading Micah Parsons? Well, let's put it like this. Surely you guys have been around this stuff and know to recognize negotiation talk, that type of thing, and so that's where I put that.
So are you considering it?
I'm not. This, the facts are that that's like anything else. I think the world of Micah, and that's just a part of negotiation.
Would you ever consider trading Micah?
Again, I don't really place that with any real seriousness. Micah's got a bad back. That's like being traded.
When do you start negotiations with his
All right, stop.
This is so great.
That was a good line. That was.
He's got a bad back.
You gonna trade Micah? Micah's also got a bad
He's got
back.
a bad
I know
back,
he requested
man.
trade, but he's also got a bad back.
And he went to it multiple times, making the joke about Micah's wink, wink injury. And again is his trigger word in all this. Okay?
Again.
Judge the way he says again. We know this after doing this interview for a long time. Well, when it's about to get a little combative and the tone and the volume of the word again is kind of how you are going to judge Jerry. Let's continue.
When do you start negotiations with his people, Jerry?
Again, I've started negotiations in March.
With his agent?
I said I started negotiation in
All
March.
right, stop.
And
Hey, Todd Archer, bust your balls all the time behind the scenes, Bobby. I hope you gave it back to him, or at least if you have not, tell him, hey, you want me to check you like Jerry Jones just did? This is Archer. Very respected, obviously, friend of the show.
Again.
This is Todd going at Jerry. He's not answering his question, or Todd's not able to get it out. And it's, I think, about 3 times, and Jerry has had enough.
Again, I've started negotiations in March.
With his agent?
I said I started negotiation in March, and I've negotiated double handfuls of contracts just like I did in March.
He thought it was
Again, are you asking me?
Yeah.
I started that in March. I visited with him in negotiation.
My question was, he thought the meeting was about leadership, not about his contract.
It's my answer. It's my answer. I was negotiating in March.
Is it good to see him still at practice?
All right, so that tells me Mike is 100% right. The way he's handling that, he won't even answer dressed like. But what was the meeting supposed to be about? Well, I started. Okay, then Mike is right.
Jerry,
I side with it. However, Mike is describing how the meeting went. I believe that's probably.
Or did Jerry just not like being interrupted?
That's there's.
I mean, he cut off like every single one of his questions, and he goes, "Okay, but with his, I started in March
again.
Okay, but I started in March. It's like kind of plugging your ears. It's like, just answer
again.
Like, listen to what he's saying. He's clearly asking you about something different. He can not like getting interrupted, but I mean, he clearly was not answering. You're getting cut off for a reason. You're not just going to talk and move on and do that.
Jerry doesn't see a difference between talking to Micah and talking to the agent.
Oh, I think he sees a massive difference. I think he sees that there's no point in ever talking to the agent. And
No. I'm saying because it's not technically negotiation unless the agent's present.
Right.
Jerry doesn't see it. He doesn't see it differently. He goes, if I'm talking to Micah, I'm negotiating the deal.
I think that's the only way he views that it's a negotiation. I think he views the agents like the agent's got to run everything by the player anyway. Why would I talk to the agent?
Yeah.
I mean, that's his philosophy with football and ownership, general manager.
Well, he's doing it for a reason. Look, let's cut the BS. He thinks he can get one over on the player. I understand why he's doing it. Again, I think it violates CBA rules. Mm-hmm. We talked about this a while back. Florio is all over that type of stuff. He's doing it for a reason. Because he's going to lose more in talking to David Mulugeta, who was just recently voted #1 agent, I think, on the Forbes list. So he's trying to take advantage of just talking with the player one-on-one. That's 1,000% fact. Now, Micah may have messed up here and said, I'm a businessman. Everyone says how smart I am. Everyone says what a great, savvy businessman I am. I can go in here and handle this on my own. And that was a mistake. And something you can't come back from, at least right now, if you were Jerry Jones. Let's continue.
Is it good to see him still at practice, though, even though he made that demand, but he's still out here?
Well, I wish the back would get better.
I wish the back would get better. so the back is not...
Again, I just said I wish the back would get better so we could not have a hurt back.
You talk about 30 years of these types of scenarios. Is there really nothing different about this one from the others?
Well, it's just that you've seen it so often, and you've seen it with other clubs. You go through the process. It's a highly sensitive time. When you're guaranteeing somebody almost $200 million, that's sensitive stuff.
All right, couple things in here. My God, this is riveting radio. It sucks, though, as if you're a Cowboys fan. I think it's riveting because it's just answering right there with the burner turned as high as possible. Some reporters thought he gave away the offer in that by saying, you're talking about almost $200 million. I think Dawson had tweeted me on this and said, sounds for about 6 for 190. Some said, okay, it's obviously 5 for 200. That would be 40 a year. I was thinking maybe it was 4 for 200, and let's start off at 50 a year. But that's Jerry. At the very, very end, he goes, I reached more than you guys know, but he did throw out that figure, $200 million, Bob.
If you go 45 a year, if you go 45 a year and say 5 years, that's 5 for 225. If you guarantee the first 4 years of that contract, basically that's 180. So that would be upwards of 200. That to me said, because he's not just talking about it's $200 million value. Like he's telling you, we're talking about guaranteeing almost $200 million.
Yeah.
And the guarantees, it's almost never a fully guaranteed deal, unless Jerry was talking about fully guaranteeing a contract and said we'll give you 45 and for like or 4 for 50 a year. And we'll guarantee the whole thing. Like, that's the kind of thing that they'd be talking about.
Jerry's strategy, to me, in all this, the main thing he wanted to get accomplished was, guys, this is negotiation. I've seen this 1,000 times. This ain't nothing. He was calm. He was cool for the most part. He got a little bit irritated at Archer and using the word again, but he wanted to let it be known. Guys, I've done this a million times. I've done this a million times. Okay, there's nothing to lose sleep over if you are a Dallas Cowboy fan. Let's start with part 2 of Jerry answering the media.
Jerry, what do you think of all the fans chanting his name and kind of supporting him and hearing them all screaming out there?
It was just so much louder last year walking off this field with Lamb.
Stop. I had to play that. He did it again. That right there would have been my final straw to demand the trade. What he did, and Todd Archer is the only one that wrote about it, and I don't think he got talked about enough. I really don't. All last week, I asked on social media, when does a Cowboy star ever ask out? When does someone ever say trade me? That disrespect, and he answered that. I wish you could see his face. He answered that with an edge. He wanted to be very sharp and very intentional about the way he insulted Micah again. Give me that last sentence, Pepe, of it was just so much louder for CD.
It was just so much louder last year walking off this field with Lamb.
Dude, that's so personal. That is so freaking personal. And I thought that got buried last week.
If it just to make it real world for us. If I was, let's say, like my contract was coming up and people are like, oh,
which it is.
It is. Which there are people who are like, oh gosh, there are people who have told you guys at the station they want Bobby back, and they're like, oh, they asked for Bassick back a lot louder. And I'd be like, I quit. That's what I'm doing. I'm quitting. Like, you're not going to talk like that in public. Like, we're not doing that.
Yes.
And so, I mean, that's where it's.
Yes.
We can all view it as posturing. The reality is that might be a real request. That might be a genuine request of I want out of here.
It could be.
I mean, there's been a lot of disrespect here, and it's something that I think you're dealing with a very emotional player too. You're dealing with somebody who I think it's going to be very easy for him to take it a certain way and not be happy with it.
Back to the drama. At 7, we have a record amount of 6 a.m. Tolos to start off the Monday edition for an off season here on your home of the Cowboys, but we are also your home of the Texas Rangers. Was Bobby proven right over the weekend when it came to the Rangers trade moves, and how did the new guys do as they barely avoid getting swept by the Mariners? Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers with the weekend recap is...
Hey, if you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Including the walk-off home run a couple of days ago. And look out. Here's a blast deep out into right center field. And that one's gone. Wow. J.P. Crawford erupting here in this series with some really big hits. This one is a 2-run home run, his 9th shot of the year. And the Mariners go back in front. It's now 5-3.
And they would eventually beat the Rangers 5-4 and take 3 of 4 on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Back to Jerry versus Micah at 7 o'clock. And we're going to take your phone calls at 7:20 here on Sean and RJ. We are back in DFW with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Be careful driving out there. I was watching this game. Jacob deGrom, sloppy, not sharp, not having his best stuff. I go downstairs to start dinner. I go back up, game over. I texted the guys, what the hell happened? There were 9 runs scored in this game. Bobby, what was the game time?
2:21.
2:21 for a 5-4 game? I was like, what happened? Well, what happened to the Rangers is they almost got swept.
They did. It was a much-needed win on Saturday, but look, this is back-to-back starts for Jake where he has not been sharp. I mean, he has allowed 10 runs in his last 10 1/3 innings. In the previous 6 starts, he allowed 10 runs total. 6 starts.
Wow.
So we're looking at, his 2, maybe worst outings of the year back-to-back. And I didn't notice a velocity dip. I didn't notice one on the TV and on the gun that they have up there, but when you get to this point of the year, and he is being stretched now longer than he has been stretched since 2019, 2018 even. I mean, we are talking about a guy who has thrown more innings than he has in years. Maybe he is getting a little bit worn down. That's just the reality of it. It's going to happen to every pitcher. I mean, every pitcher goes through that kind of dead arm period. Doesn't make sense for Jake deGrom to give up 5 runs in back-to-back starts.
Yeah, and he was 98 basically with the fastball all day yesterday.
Now it could be flat. It could be 98 and flat, which is no good. But
well, they've talked about it before. Your velocity being up or down sometimes is a bad indicator. Your arm can be you're overcompensating. You're just trying to throw the ball as hard as you can. For 3 home runs, 3 walks, like it's not a DeGrom looking start.
First time he's allowed 3 home runs or more in a game since September of 2022. He had that streak. It still may be alive of giving up home runs in 5 straight games, which had not happened in his career.
Yeah, he's just, it's obviously a guy who's still really, really good, but is not going to just be lights out every time like he was 5-6 years ago when he steps out there. It's just a older pitcher who's been through major surgeries, and this is kind of the natural progression. But yeah, it was a disappointing weekend overall because it's you just felt like, okay, you are behind Seattle. You're definitively behind Seattle, it feels like.
Well, as a team.
Yeah, as a team, in terms of like not just in the standings, like in terms of like your quality of baseball team, you are behind them legitimately. That's a better baseball team.
I mean, they made good moves at the deadline. And obviously Naylor and Suarez, and they were a good team to begin with. They were a good team to begin with, but this is still a dangerous baseball team. They just got to find a way to get into the postseason. But they're also not as dangerous if Jake is compromised.
Which Naylor and Suarez have not done.
They haven't done anything yet. It's been such a small sample, but no, they haven't done anything yet. I'm sure they will. But yeah, like if Jake is going to pitch in a less than DeGrom-y way, then this whole thing gets flipped on its head.
4.5 back in the West, 2 games back in the wild card. You are 2-5 in your last 7. Fortunately, the Astros are 2-8 in their last 10. Evan Carter, back spasms, unlikely to play, and the IL is a consideration, according to Evan Grant. And let's take a look at how the new guys performed. Merrill Kelly was on the mound yesterday. I shinxed him because I started talking smack to Bobby, saying right here in your face, Bob, as the Rangers number 3 was going to shut them out along the way. Bam! 2 runs given up. So overall, 5 2/3, 4 hits, 2 earned, 6 strikeouts for Merrill Kelly. What did you think of him and his stuff, Chop?
This is what he's like Bobby had talked about, right? He is not a bat missing guy. Now his strikeouts were up. I mean that was a good strikeout number, and they kept his pitch count pretty low.
His ERA's up too. That's what I know.
His ERA. I mean, look,
a 3.18.
It was 3. It was like 3.44 for that game. So
getting into the 6th and only allowing 2 runs, you're going to take that. You're going to take that in just a general game. If you're the number 3 starter in a playoff series and you get into the 6th inning and you only allow 2 runs, you will take that from your number 3 starter. Like, that's the whole point.
Maton, 2 games already with 2 innings, did not give up any runs, a walk, 2 strikeouts. And then Danny Colom, am I saying that correctly? Colom, 2 games, 2 innings, gave up 1 hit, no earned, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. So there you go with the new pitchers for the Rangers.
Yeah, but I mean, what were the 2 things you left this weekend probably talking about, though? Man, it'd be nice to have a closer. Man, it'd be nice to have another bat.
And Garcia proved that in one of these games. Man, the one that they actually won, right?
Yeah, it was on Saturday.
Where Rosarena hit the bomb to tie
Just
it.
a missile.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it can be really tough. Like, Garcia's been good throughout the whole year. And then you get him into the closer role. This has happened a couple different times. Like Chris Martin stepped into the closer role for a little bit, and then he had some issues. And Luke Jackson had his issues in the closer role, and now Garcia has these issues. It's just, it's really frustrating.
They just don't have one. They just don't have a closer. Like, that's the reality of it. Like, they're going to have to deal with this the rest of the year. And look, granted, in 23, I mean, who was on? I mean, who the closer was during the regular season kind of switched up in the playoffs. Like Leclerc got a lot of big games down the stretch in the postseason. Spores on the mound at the very end, right? It wasn't like they were just they didn't have like Joe Nathan out there every week.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of Leclerc. I kind of felt like, okay, Leclerc was, even though he hadn't been the save, like hadn't been the closer for the majority of the year, like he had been your closer before.
He
so
had.
I didn't feel like it was that.
They didn't go into the year thinking, "Oh my God, we got Jose Leclerc."
And now you're going to get the Yankees starting tonight in Arlington, 6:30 pregame. First pitch 7:00. The Yankees are 3rd in the East. They're 4.5 back. You want an absolute guarantee? They actually lead the American League in run differential, and they're 3rd in their division. You want an absolute guarantee every week on Twitter? Fire Boone.
Yeah.
Will trend.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Fire Boone will trend.
Not our Boone. Our Boone's great.
Yes, Aaron. They've lost 3 in a row, 4 and 6 in their last 10.
Yeah, they got swept by the Marlins, who have the best record in the sport over the last 45 games. I did not know that until this morning.
And won 5 in a row and 8-2 in their last 10.
Yeah, but yeah, they just got swept by the Marlins on the road, and now they come here. They have, I think Judge comes off on Tuesday, off the injured list. But you know, the Rangers, they don't get to throw DeGrom in this series, and you do face Fried and Rodon for New York. So you get their 2 best pitchers, which kind of stinks.
They're calling it the baseball version of Fire Festival.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. This was the Speedway Classic at Bristol Motor Speedway. They were going to set a record.
This is a really, really cool setup.
Oh, it's very cool.
This is a really good idea.
It looks
really,
cool from an aerial setup.
Yes.
When people started sharing photos of where they were sitting, it was like, that is not cool to actually sit in. I don't know.
Yeah, you're a mile away. Flying in on Friday, we flew over Texas Motor Speedway, and I looked down. I was like, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Like just imagine like a baseball game there. But this place is much smaller than TMS. This is like you could play. They play football games here at Bristol. But it was very, very cool. But it had a bit of a problem, bit of a snag. Now you can't do anything about the weather. They obviously did not bring grounds crew because that was a disaster of an infield that they had for the one grand inning on Saturday. They finished it up yesterday out there. Cheeseless nachos, bunless hot dogs. There was a 2-hour rain delay. They ran out of food before the first pitch, ran out of beer. They had nothing. Wow. They had it was such a disaster. 85,000 plus. I think it was like 91,000 they said was the official attendance. And at a NASCAR event, you could bring a cooler.
Yeah.
Right? You could bring your own cooler. And the Bristol and like Major League Baseball like, no, we're not going to do that. You use the concessions. I don't know that they have concessions Because they're not used to this. They're used to people bringing their own coolers.
Which they did flip on that for Sunday. Sunday they did allow people to bring food in because they were like, yeah, we don't have any to give you now.
Yeah, too late now.
If you need to eat, if you need sustenance, you can bring your own. But it's a cool idea. I mean, I like these kind of games that they do, but yeah, there's got to be better preparation to just actually execute the damn thing than MLB had here.
Franco LaFranco injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. Also the number to call for our Nelly ticket giveaway all week long, starting with the 720 commercial-free Expressway.
All right, Diamond Cavs continue here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think is the fallout for the Emmanuel Clase, Luis Ortiz situation? Now, those are the gamblers, right? Those are the Cleveland Guardian players, guards.
Clase should be banned for life.
Yeah, well, maybe. There you go. That's
Their
a good one.
interpreters should go to jail, maybe?
Their interpreters should go to jail. Sure, whatever you say. Like, is that an Ipe? That's
It
an
is,
Ipe joke.
yeah.
Yes, it is. Very nice. Well, how about the Ohio governor is trying to ban prop bets? No, instead of just blaming the players and telling the players, hey, how about you just don't do this? He wants to ban prop bets.
They're a very RJ Choppy like legislation. It wasn't your fault.
No.
It was the rules' fault.
It's the rules. Listen, you don't want me to speed? Don't let my car go that fast.
Yeah.
That's what this is. It's not my fault. The cars. Okay? Cars should not have 700 horsepower.
Why would you ban prop bets?
Because they're fun. And people
You may as well just get rid of gambling for the state.
Amen. People love to get rid of fun. They're the fun police. That's what this happens. Like, no. How about just tell the players, hey, guys, don't bet on games.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Don't fall down and 1-0 counts when you're our ninth inning closer.
I can see Major League Baseball wanting to get rid of them.
I can see that.
And that's the thing. Like MLB can't necessarily. Like it's not their thing. But if they're maybe leaning on somebody a little bit and just going like legislatively, like, hey, why don't you do something about these prop bets? Because this is something that is most in their control and the hardest thing for us to kind of track.
Well, when you say baseball like to get rid of it, I wonder how much they weigh, how much more interest gambling and prop bets. Like, I love it. Now I have to watch anyway because we're the home of the Rangers. Oh my God, it's so fun. It is so fun to have a first inning pitching prop bet.
Yes.
Or is this player going to get 2 hits? Or is this guy going to have over under 1.5 RBs, as Corey Majors would say? So I wonder how many more people it's brought to baseball.
They speculate about 30% for football. Brings 30% of the football viewership is gambling, or at least historically has been gambling based. Let's just say 30% in baseball. Like football could deal with a 30% loss in viewership.
Yeah.
If baseball adds 30 freaking %,
oh yeah,
that's a boom.
Why Jerry Jones says you shouldn't lose any sleep over Micah. Are you believing him? That's next on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ.
Racing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Be careful driving out there. It was a lightning show on our way in. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby back home in DFW with a Nelly ticket giveaway, commercial-free expressway, best and worst of the weekend, and your Micah Parsons phone calls at 7:20 this morning. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. Micah Parsons made the trade request on Friday. Jerry Jones stood in front of the media on Saturday.
Jerry, what do you think of all the fans chanting his name and kind of supporting him and, hearing them all screaming out there?
It was just so much louder last year walking off this field with Lamb.
Have you talked with Micah in the last 24 hours?
No.
Do you plan on getting with him at our...
Again, I don't get into what my plans are at all.
Do you think this relationship is salvageable?
I think the relationship is what it is.
Stop.
What it is.
Nice job editing, Peyton, but the natural pause in there would have been better left. That was a long pause. It was a great question. Is the relationship salvageable? And he thought about it long and hard before he said it is what it is.
That's not the right answer. Publicly.
It may have been actually the truthful answer.
Sure, but there's plenty of other things he didn't want to answer.
Yep.
So that's I don't think that's the right answer to say it is what it is. Just you should. What I would expect from Jerry is there's nothing wrong with the relationship. This is negotiation.
Yep.
That's what I would expect. That was it is what it is.
Because he's hacked off, and he is taking this. You said it. Don't let your money get mad. He's taking it personally.
Yep.
He's
hurt.
He's very hurt.
He's hurt that Micah backed out, and Micah's hurt over all the other stuff.
Is it hurt, or is it just flat out angry? You're not going to disrespect me like that. I don't know. It feels like hurt from Micah's side. It feels like just you've disrespected me, and now I'm angry at you.
And
from Jerry.
Jerry is. I don't think. We haven't seen vengeful Jerry all that much.
We have.
I was gonna say, but that whole. I think he believes in the phrase don't let an old man with money is a dangerous thing to get on the wrong side of. It would not surprise me if he just sits there and says, first of all, digging my heels in, you're not getting traded and you're not getting your deal now.
All right, let's continue.
I think the relationship is what it is. What it is. Period.
What is it?
What it is. Well, it's our relationship. I sat with him at the Big 8, Big 12 championship. I sat with him at the Super Bowl. I like Micah. I'm really glad you brought that up. It seems like that we forget that it's been less than a year, and I paid the highest been paid in the NFL to Dak, and I paid a big price for Lamb. And anybody that says I'm not interested in financially rewarding my players hadn't been looking at the tea leaves. And so at some point you do have to recognize that we're talking about under contract here, which can diminish if somebody makes a new contract. It makes you wonder if they'll honor that contract.
Stop. This is so bad. This is so comical. It's so laughable. Jerry Jones is operating. So I had 3 Tolos maybe over the entire weekend. Get stuck in this old school mentality of a contract is a contract. And you think we're talking about your job. You think we're talking about an Odyssey contract. These are not the reality of NFL contracts, particularly with stars. We're a year late on this. Okay? This should have been done. This happens in the National Football League with 2 years left. Not just 1 year left, with 2 years left. You have to operate in that reality. And Jerry Jones keeps sounding like a dinosaur when he goes, in reality here, we are talking about him under contract. Now, if you want to use that to exercise the franchise tag, okay, fine. But stop acting like this is not the normal cycle of business when someone of Micah Parsons' stature gets redone.
Especially because what are we talking about here? We're talking about a rookie contract. One that's basically negotiated by the CBA, something Micah had nothing to do with. Micah basically came in and was told, this is your contract, essentially. So he didn't. It's not like he negotiated something. He agreed to what the league standard is, and there's a reason why penalties aren't applied the same to somebody on their rookie contract who holds out versus a veteran
And
who's signed a deal.
That's why he shouldn't be showing up to practice.
Yeah.
Because those $50,000 a day fines can get wiped out because he's on the rookie deal. So I'm surprised Mulugeta has him going out there. Maybe it's to show a little bit of good faith. But
he might be telling him not to, and he's still going out there knowing Micah.
But did Mulugeta respond to you?
No, I did not hear back from David yesterday.
So the back end of that, though, is insulting, in my opinion. When he goes, well, if someone's acting like this now, it makes you wonder how they're going to act and whether they'll honor the next deal you give them. What? Are you serious? Are you serious? You sound so outdated.
Which he's not. He's not serious about that. He's talking. He's doing the public thing. He knows. He knows how this works. He knows how this goes.
All right, Jerry Jones with all the media Saturday in Oxnard.
You have to work through the integrity of the agreement, and we're under contract here.
Can we?
And we've got future. I wouldn't be standing here with you if I didn't think we had potentially had a great future with Micah. It'd be a waste of all of our time. So we're in good shape. This is negotiation. Right. But make no mistake about it, life has to go on. If something happens to me or anybody else, life does go on. This thing called the NFL, it's not about one person.
So
You keep bringing.
there's a little warning shot in there like, hey, I still want to work this out, but I am open to you not being on this football team or not getting paid.
Right.
So that's his little warning shot that he felt like he needed to fire.
Which they should be. Like to be completely honest, like the way this is turning and the fact that he's put in the request publicly, you should be open to, all right, we need to explore that if this is the way it goes. And you should be figuring out. They've talked about, Rossini had the report on Friday that Dallas isn't trading him. They're not doing anything with this. But teams are still planning on calling and figuring out, you better answer the phone. You better listen. I know you're not answering Mulugeta's calls, but you better answer the calls from other teams when they come to you and just say, all right, well, if this goes really poorly, just want to let you know we have 2 firsts and a third waiting for you here.
Yep.
Whenever you want it.
Absolutely.
You keep bringing up, we have a contract, which to me is kind of disingenuous because CD had a contract, Osa had a contract, and you still gave them new deals or gave them extensions while they were under contract.
Dak had a contract,
Right.
Lawrence had a contract, and we didn't do the new deal with the contract.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. We've done it both ways.
CD and Osa had contract.
But pretty recently, Dak. And all I'm trying to say is we've done it both ways.
The deal, the offer you had in March, the meeting of the minds, is that still on the table?
Micah took it off.
He took it off, so it's not on the table.
He took it off. No, he took it off. I'm just saying he took it off.
Okay.
Don't put an answer there, please.
Okay.
He took it off.
And because of that, that's why.
It's very important.
Okay.
And because of that, that's why you're like, I don't want to negotiate with these people right now.
Well, I know that I grew up when Mama wouldn't let me do something, going to Daddy, and Daddy let me do it, and going back in saying to Mama, Daddy said I could do it. That old Mama Daddy stuff, we got here doing that by nature. So we're not going to do that.
Stop.
What is he saying?
Well, what he's saying, a lot of people are confused over this. I got it. This is basically calling Mulugeta the other parent that didn't give you the permission. So that's what he's saying. He's like, no, I told you what's happening. You agreed to what's happening. And then you went and got permission and you went and tattled, or you went and changed the story with your other parent. We're not going to be doing that, which is ridiculous if I'm interpreting it correctly. Mulugeta is the other parent that Micah went to. And this brings up a larger discussion that we do need to have because there's some great Tolo back and forth over the weekend on whose side you take over that March sit down. If Micah Parsons sat down with Jerry Jones and agreed, do you think Jerry is justified in his anger and what has played out afterwards? Or are you like me and you would still say to Jerry, come on, man, you know he's got to take it to the agent to get the final sign off. You're still talking, I said kid, and, 2 people got up in ours. He's a man, da-da-da. You're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars with a 26-year-old who has not negotiated 1/billionth of the contracts that you have. So that was that whole, I think, other parent analogy with Micah Parsons taking it back to Mulugeta, the agent.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It's like, Jerry is coming at it from the, hey, you agree to this. I took your word for it. But Micah's just, he's a little naive with it. I don't think he recognized that he was in a negotiation, where Jerry recognized fully that he was in a negotiation. Then he just goes back to the agent, and now the agent's like, plus it's also illegal.
I just don't give, like, Jerry Jones should get lit up by the CBA for this, or whoever it is. Whatever NFL rules there are, he should get fined an S-ton of money because he's admitting to circumventing it. He admitted it by saying he doesn't even know the agent's name. But I don't give Jerry any pass for not allowing and understanding. Jerry Jones, Deion Sanders, Michael Irvin, Jalen Smith, Micah Parsons, countless people have talked about how Jerry counsels them. Jerry Jones, someone put it perfectly on social media, he's taken his Pepsi contract that he agrees to in principle, the parameters, he's taking that Pepsi contract to his lawyers. He just is. There's a reason you have lawyers. Otherwise, just represent yourself. You go over with a fine-tooth comb. What are the little alterations in here? What should we put in? There's a reason you have a real estate agent, for them to look over the paperwork you don't want to go through and don't understand. So I don't give Jerry an excuse. I don't care what Micah said in person.
Yeah, Micah, this is 80-20 Jerry, 90-10 Jerry, in terms of that meeting being a problem. What Micah's probably got to own a little bit would be a level of naivete, thinking I can sit, like almost like, it's cool. I can go down and talk to this,
Yeah. He thought he was on Shark Tank.
I can go. It's like in Godfather. Like I'll go down there. I'll talk to him. I'll be able to have this guy. No, you can't. You do not go down there and talk to him.
LeBron.
Like that's the thing, is that Micah thought I can go down there and I can handle this, and it's no, you can't. Don't go down there and handle it.
Yeah.
Just stay away. And that's the problem. If Mike at some point gave a handshake, or like if Jerry said we got to do, and he shook that hand or anything else, you got to understand, like, you just did something that set you back, like, and you got to have that awareness.
That's over. Like, to me, that ends it with Jerry.
It's not going to end it.
He's not going to trade him.
All right, we'll get into what happens. Let's finish up with Jerry answering the media.
Y'all get the analogy? Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, we agree, but let me see if I can get my agent in on it.
Why would you yourself not talk to the agent?
Because the agent, when we have a problem within the team and a player, I don't ever find the agent. He's nowhere to be found. Okay? Jay-Z said that Micah would make all, not Micah, but that Dez would make all meetings. Jay-Z and I negotiated the contract. We spent hours negotiating the contract, Jay-Z. And he said, anybody in my organization is on time. So my office used to be on the street corner, and I've always been early. So they will be on time. I said, where did I sign? But I'm going to call you. Finally, he quit taking my call.
Well, Dez and Mike have different histories as far as...
Again, please, I'm just talking about the agent.
Yeah.
Don't take that to Micah and Dez. Just simply say that when the issues come up, the first one and the one that is there is us and the player. My experience, hadn't been the agent, is not the one that solves the problems you have when you're executing what you said you would do in the contract. So I like to deal directly with the player when it's of this nature.
So in March, did he say we have a deal?
Again, I'm not going to get into the details of it. I'm not getting into the details. I think I was asked the question, have we negotiated? Have we negotiated directly? And that is an emphatic yes. What y'all don't know is what I offered him. And it's a hell of a lot more than you think I did. That's what you don't know.
What was that?
Again, her number is XXXXX. Of course not.
TJ.
Of course not. I'm just trying to say to you, we're all walking blank. We don't know what that number and terms were. And that's not appropriate right now to get into it. But my point is, I reached. Make no mistake about it, I reached.
Woo! I reached, and then the previous comment over Dez and the agent brought Nicki Minaj into this last night. Dez versus, I didn't even rely on Gronk. I had to ask Gronk what the hell was going on between Dez Jay-Z and Nicki Minaj. Holy mackerel.
You look, you just got to leave Jay-Z out of it. Like, that's just as a rule of thumb. Just leave him out of it. I mean, why don't you bring Kendrick Lamar into it, too?
Yeah, I don't understand.
How do you want this to go for you?
I don't understand how Jay-Z loses his rap battles.
Well,
Kendrick doesn't lose his. Yeah, I have no idea how this is. I have no idea. No, Nas killed him. I have no idea how this Nicki Minaj angle came into this. like randomly, Nicki Minaj tweets at Dez, like, you do a story time, I'll do a story time. And then Dez is like recording a video, like kind of annoyed. And then she comes back and she's like, I'll end you. They're sending you after me. I'm like, I don't know how this turned into Dez and Nicki beef. This is the oddest thing I've ever seen.
This is the home of the Dallas Cowboys. On Sean and RJ, our insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We don't have Nicki Minaj tickets, but we do have Nelly tickets to hook you up with. And it's time to unleash you on the phone lines. 877-881-1053. Whose side are you on? How's this going to end up? What do you want to see happen between Mike and the Cowboys? 877-881-1053. Your Cowboy calls and Nelly tickets are next. After we get...
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
efforts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I'm here. I do what I do. I love these guys. Frankly, I could be any place in the world. And I want to be right here. I want to be right here with Camp. I enjoy these players. I enjoy Micah. But as always, in any relationships, there are different moods at different times of your relationship. That's what it is. Don't lose any sleep over.
So just to be
That's
clear,
one thing I would say to our fans. Don't lose any sleep over.
Are you? Whose side are you taking? What do you want to happen? What is going to end up happening? This is Sean and RJ with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt back from Oxnard. Micah trade request on Friday. Jerry Jones, 15 minutes of answering all the questions on 11 on Saturday, and your phone calls in the Expressway with a Nelly ticket giveaway right now at 877-881-1053. You're chuckling, and you were about to say something about what you thought was going to happen at the end of the last segment.
I'm chuckling at the headline that on TV. It says Sean McVay says Matthew Stafford won't take part in the jog through today, and jog through is absolutely something Sean McVay would come up with because we're not walking, we're jogging.
That means the Cowboys are going to get Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow in Oxnard when the joint practice takes place.
The greatest quarterback of RJ Choppy's era on the show, Jimmy Garoppolo, right there.
That's right.
That's right. Very
Super
good.
stud.
Yes. Big Italian fan.
You want to make a prediction on what's going to happen?
Well, they're not going to trade him. All right. I think that we all kind of see that now. I mean, obviously, you get a year down the road, things can change, but I don't foresee them trading him right now. Jerry, I think, feels that he can. I think he does feel that he can get 4 starters for that $40 million. I think he does feel that way, and that's probably true. Maybe not quite 4.
I mean, in theory, you should be able to get that if you're talking about with that money and if you're trading him and getting capital for
Well,
it.
if you're trading him, you get 6 starters because you get 2 firsts.
We'll get into the trades at 8.
But yeah, just on the money itself, I think that they feel that they get the 4 starters for him. I think at the end of the day, he does drag this out, and he does do at least 1 tag.
Oh. So
I don't think he signs him right now.
Okay.
This is not happening.
I think they get it done, and it's ultimately we'll read the Athletic or the whatever article that inside the deal or the 11th hour meeting that all of a sudden just came together spontaneously and smoothed everything over. Like, we're gonna get that, and I think it'll still be done before the season.
I agree.
That'd be nice. That'd be really nice if it was. I just feel Jerry feels like abnormally petty with this.
I think he's prepared to take it that way if he needs to. I think they'll get it done.
All right, I hope you're right.
Jason of Fort Worth. Jason, you are first up here on the Fan. Go ahead.
Well, Sean, first off, I don't have what Jason, he's not going to join us on the station right now. I have what he had. I wrote it down what he had to say. Actually, it's better than a phone call, Sean. It's better. It's a summarization of what he had to say. He said he's done being a Cowboys fan.
You've been waiting for that.
Dude, I've been waiting.
Man, you've been waiting for that. Well done, Pepe. Jason, I think you're now live on the Fan. Go ahead.
What's up, guys? Huge Tolo here. One thing I wanted to address that I feel addressed enough is Micah's clear lack of production in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
He disappears in December and January when it matters most. We want to crucify Dak and Romo and all those guys for lack of production. Why aren't we doing the same with Micah? He's got 1 sack in 4 playoff games. That's not top-tier defensive material, in my opinion. Thanks, y'all.
Great call.
I think they feel the same. I do. Yeah. I think it frustrates them that they feel like they haven't gotten the most out of him in big moments. I think that is something that frustrates them.
I mean, it's tough to compare to a quarterback. It's tough because, I mean, quarterback, you could see the production a lot easier.
Yeah.
Sure, but Jalen Carter steps up in big games, and we all go like, oh my gosh, Jalen Carter, look at him, he's wrecking shop here. Like, I think they would expect that you, in over the course of 4 playoff games or whatever he's played now, I think they would have expected there would have been a bigger Micah impact than there has been.
The poll question I put up, whose side are you on? 85-15 pro Micah. Eric in Dallas, you're up next. Eric, you're live on the Fan. You transcribing this too, Peyton?
Good morning. Good morning. Don't pinch yourself. It is true. It's me, the Donald, America's president, calling on America's show regarding America's team. I called Chevy Jones. I said, don't do it. Don't sign him. Us good old boys got to stick together. No, in reality,
that wasn't bad.
I agree with the previous caller. I'd much rather trade Micah. A few years ago, I was like, man, I've been calling for years saying Dookie Dak, get rid of him. I was a fan of Micah. And a few years ago, I was like, man, it'd be nice if we could find a way to get Arch Manning. And man, wouldn't this be a way, right? Trade Micah, get some assets, use that. And I know it's not realistic. It's just, I'm tired of this same old crap. You know, Dak underperformed, Micah's underperformed. Like, it's time to make some major changes. Get rid of him.
Thanks for the call, DT. It's crazy that you just said that because Tolo TJ just tweeted 8 seconds ago, just make him play on this year and then franchise tag him, then trade him to the team with the number 1 pick and let them negotiate the ridiculous extension while we draft Arch. So there's Arch Manning being brought into the fray.
There does seem to be, I'd say there is a very vocal minority that is talking about, like, he hasn't shown up, go ahead, trade him, or just the fact of, like, kind of what Jerry's talking about, like, play out your deal. You sign a contract, honor your word. You know, there's
the
a very vocal minority of that. Yeah, and that 15% is loud.
I don't know how minority it is. I mean, like, I did not talk to a single person over the weekend that texted me personally that said that they're on that they're on Micah's side. They're all on the Cowboys side.
Well, yeah, because I mean, you live in a 1%er neighborhood. They're going to be worried about tax brackets and cuts.
So, what was their reasoning?
Just like, you know, we don't need him. Trade him. Get two number 1 picks, and because you're probably getting 2 firsts and a third, fourth.
There's a compelling argument to be made that the capital you get back and the cap flexibility you get in exchange for Micah might make you a better team. There is a legit argument to be made for it.
Now, look, I mean, all you TJ Watt, super fans out there. I mean, if you're going to complain about Micah's playoffs, then why don't you go complain about TJ's first? Because in the same amount of games, Micah wipes the floor with him. But we all know that TJ's overrated. Nobody wants to admit it, though.
Michael in Dallas, does TJ just have 1 playoff sack? Like, what are his numbers?
He's got in 4. They both have 4 games. TJ has 1 sack, 2 assisted, 6 solo tackles. Micah has 8 solo tackles, 10 assists, and 1 sack.
Okay.
But TJ has a fumble recovery. So somebody else did the work.
How many quarterback hits? How's the pass rush win rate?
I don't know. I didn't see that. I just did a quick Google search here. So somebody else did the work, and TJ, took the credit for it like he always does.
Michael in Dallas, you're up next here on the Fan. Go ahead, Mike.
Good morning, people.
Morning.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I'm on the fence about who I side with. I believe in the players first most of the time because I believe they, in the long run, end up getting the short end of the stick, like more times than not. Even if it's just short-sighted looking at it or long-sighted, I don't think they see the consequences of a lot of their actions in the very beginning. But then again, you got Jerry Jones. Is he actually, for once, looking at a history of work and not wanting to pay for flash and looking at his team? Either way, I just believe it's all going to get screwed up. I don't think we could do anything but 8-8 seasons or just mediocre. If we were to trade Micah and we'd get back something probably just equally, it would be just a wash. It doesn't seem like we ever excel in these type of trades except for the Herschel Walker thing.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Nikki in Indiana, you are up next. Nikki, you are live on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys. Listening to you on my way in here in Indy. It's 8:30 our time.
This isn't Nicki Minaj, is it, in Indiana?
Wrong, Nikki. I do spell my name the same.
Okay.
What I wonder here a little bit after reading Micah's Instagram or tweet or whatever it was how much of this do we put on his agent? If Micah's saying, hey, I want to be a Cowboy, I wanted to get this deal done, I knew I was leaving money on the table, why doesn't he just tell his agent, hey, dude, F off, man, like, I want to be here?
Yeah, it is a phenomenal question.
I mean,
thanks for calling.
The agent still has to, if they're not going to answer the call, though, that's the only thing I don't know. If they're not going to answer his call, if they're not going to get back to him, David could be calling to say, Micah loved everything about the deal. We're here to settle it. They wouldn't know because they're not answering his call. Like, they're basically acknowledging they're not talking to him. Yeah. They're not going to initiate. They're saying no contract will get done if your representative has to be involved, is basically what they've said, which is a CBA violation.
And some people are speculating that maybe the league should get involved.
I think the league, I would be stunned if the league is not at the very minimum back channeling involvement and just saying you guys cannot publicly talk about breaking the rules like this.
So why didn't they get this done last year when you could have gotten in maybe mid-30s? Did they not have enough money for that NCD?
It's probably just the number of deals they had to get done. They had to thread a needle. That's probably part of it. But I mean,
but also their philosophy.
Yeah, I think that
last year would not have been anywhere beneficial for him.
There's last year he was making $2 million or whatever it was. This year they can lower his number by getting him done now. He's $24 million guaranteed. That's slam dunk. That's what he's on. And if they were to sign him to an extension, they could probably get that down by $10 million if they wanted to. Last year,
but there's no point in that now, right?
What do you mean?
Like the free agency's over. There's no point in getting the number down today.
Sure, unless you're planning on making some sort of a move,
right.
or you're talking about rolling cap savings into the future. They've got that last year would not have saved them money. But I mean, I think there's also, again, a dispute about how willing were they to get something done last year.
Yeah,
I think if you talk to the Cowboys would say, we would have been open for business. They didn't want to do anything,
right? And they wouldn't have wanted to do anything to wait for the number to get to maybe 45.
Right.
Ernesto in Delaware, the Odyssey app is working this morning. Ernesto, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Yo, what's up, guys? First time calling, man. It feels good to finally talk to you guys. How you guys doing?
Yo,
doing well. Thanks for listening.
So here's my thing. You guys got to stop letting Steven off the hook, man. I mean, Steven and Jerry. You guys are going to need to realize all this could have been avoided if you would have signed Dak 2 years ago. We wouldn't be in this situation. CeeDee Lamb a year before, we wouldn't be in this situation. You guys got to stop letting Jerry off the hook.
Do you listen? Do you listen to this radio station or show ever?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you sound like it. You sound ignorant. Like because we do it, dude. Are you kidding me? Every single. Did you hear G-Bag last week? Did you hear Gavin Dawson last week? Did you hear us with Jerry last year? Turn him down. Turn him down. I can't stand these tweets. And don't say you listen when you don't. You just expose yourself. I dealt with one listener over the weekend who kept saying, yeah, I wish you'd do this. Did you hear Clarence Hill tell Jerry Jones you're being disingenuous to his face? Come on now. Like, just admit you don't. I'd rather you admit you don't listen than lie. It's BS. Stop. It's ignorant. What?
I was just saying, he said he was talking about the listeners who had just called in.
What?
He said he was talking about the listeners who had just called in.
I thought he was talking to us.
No, he said he was talking to the toe.
Ernesto, are you talking about us or the listeners?
I'm talking about the listeners, dude. I'm not talking about you guys.
Put him down.
Way to go.
That's Jerry cutting Todd off. No, Todd, you're not going to answer your question.
Ernesto,
you stop talking.
I accept my nomination for G-Bag of the day, week, month, and I apologize. You now have the floor, Ernesto. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's good. I'm talking about the Tolos that want to get Jerry and Steven off the hook. They are the ones that need to understand all these problems is all due by Jerry and Steven themselves. And the guys that want to get rid of Micah, do you realize a majority of all of our playoff laws, when's the last time a team aired it out on us besides the Packer one? How is he going to get sacks if teams are just running the ball down our throats, up and down the field? San Francisco, Tampa Bay, we beat them, but you can't get pressure if teams just know we're one-dimensional, just run the ball down our throat. Like, how is he going to get sacks? Let's be realistic here. And, Sean, get that Baltimore out of you, man. You don't got to be somewhere angry, man.
Hey, you can make that reference because he's in Delaware. Go Blue Hens. Thank you, Ernesto. My bad. I do think, it's 85%, at least according to an informal poll I took. People are against Jerry and Steven.
For the most part, yeah.
It's, look, I mean, they're maddening. They're maddening. Now, Bobby has detailed this. I agree with their philosophy on the contracts. Okay, I think that they're doing the smart business thing. Pay later. Don't pay now, pay later. The cap's always going up. Save your money, spend it later. That's the same kind. My dad always taught me the same thing. Like, wait to pay people. They'll get their money when they get their money. But I understand that in the context of the NFL, that what they are doing is completely counter to what 31 other billionaires believe.
Yeah.
Someone's wrong.
Yeah.
Someone's wrong. You're going to be hard pressed to convince Jerry that he's wrong.
Oh yeah, that's not happening.
Because he's like, first of all, half the guys, inherited something, in the league. The other half are, made it. However they made it. Jerry made it in a very shrewd way.
I mean, I do think there are other teams that approach it the way they do. Cincinnati does. I think
that ain't helping your cause here.
No, but I mean, Cincinnati does. I think in the past it's been thought of that Baltimore probably approaches things similarly with a lot of their contracts. That it's just a difference of philosophy. It's like I said, it's very similar to economics, where it's like you can have differing views on things and believe with 100% certainty I'm right because this is the way it goes. Like, it is theory in a lot of ways.
Jason in Dallas, you're live on the Fan. How can I mishear you as well?
Man, Sean, you're a little short fused this morning, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
I think you're still a little upset about Tyler Booker making your hands look like baby hands. I'm just going to start calling you shorthand syndrome.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. What's your point?
I took a little dig at you. My bad.
I deserve it. I deserve it.
But I'm not really sure whose side I'm on. Out of pure hatred for Jerry Jones, I want to side with Micah. But I do got a question. If Jerry Jones just tries to play the petty train and says, I'm just going to tag you for the next 2 years after this year, is there a way Micah can just, fake an injury and not play just so he collects his game checks?
I mean, I just hope his back gets better.
Yeah, I'm sure there is a way, but, also, the team would probably...
You have to take the Le'Veon Bell route. You just have to be comfortable saying, I'm not getting paid. And that's essentially what he'd have to do.
If Jerry...
getting blackballed by the league?
I mean, he didn't get blackballed. Le'Veon Bell got his money.
If Jerry Jones does that to the Dallas Cowboys locker room and Brian Schottenheimer, I would hope Schottenheimer quits on him. It'll never happen, but you cannot do that to your football team. That, to me, that point is the genesis to the argument of... Jerry said something to the reporters like, I paid Lamb, I paid Dak. Don't ever question how I reward my players. That's not enough. That is not enough. CeeDee Lamb stopped short while sitting down with us to take another shot. You think Dak and Lamb has already let you know he thinks this is BS. He said it on social media. What are you doing to the trust between your star players and your chemistry? If you're like me, which clearly I just showed 5 minutes ago, there was a negotiation in this building I'll never forget. I'll forgive it, but I'll never forget a negotiation I had contract-wise in this building. And neither will the door at my last house in East Dallas that I put the hole in. And there's other people in this building that have felt the same way. Really, we're going to get this nasty? There's a point in time for people like me where I don't just forget. I think Choppy may be different. If the $40 million a year gets written down and signed, Choppy's like, we're good again. Not me. And that's, to me, what Micah Parsons did and is showing. Now, he may be cool with it. Maybe Dak is totally fine with Jerry. Maybe CeeDee is totally fine with Jerry. I'm not going to forget the digs that you took and the levels that you stooped to try to embarrass me and win the negotiation. That's personal. I just don't forget the personal stuff like that. And that's where they crossed the line multiple times. And Micah had enough. That's why I support him. That's why I support him in what he did. Is it worth it for you to win the negotiation to the degree that our relationship is burned and fractured? Because when Micah Parsons sees Jerry Jones, let's say the deal gets done today, is Micah Parsons ever going to really forget this and have as good a relationship with Jerry and Steven as he could have? Maybe, but maybe and probably not. That is where Jerry and Steven, I think, treat this too much like commodities. I heard someone say they're
trading stocks.
They're trading stocks. These are feelings. These are people. These individuals have memories and feelings, man. And that is where they're too cold-blooded or unaware over what it's doing in the rest. These guys changed their profiles in support of Micah. Right now, there is what are you doing to Brian Schottenheimer's freaking culture? You detonated it. The whole off season, we've been throwing Brian Schottenheimer a parade. We all sounded and looked dumb because we laughed at the hire and mocked it and felt embarrassed that they didn't go out and do more homework. You had Bill Belichick, you had Mike Vrabel, you had everybody else. And you hired Brian Schottenheimer, and Schottenheimer erased all of that with the way he was with his players and in front of the microphone. And Jerry Jones lit it on fire with a match. Does he care? That, to me, is a tremendous, huge problem in a microcosm of the Dallas Cowboys not winning. So, yeah, you eventually pay them, But what did you do to the relationships? What did you do to the trust? What did you do to the chemistry? And that's what I think they miss.
Yeah, and I mean, it still exists, like you mentioned, it still exists in some level for CD. Like, CD still remembers it. Like, he's past it.
Man. Come on now, we're 2 years past.
He's past it. I mean, it's a year, but he's past it. But it doesn't change the fact that like you still remember it. There's a lot of things I know you remember, like that have happened.
I don't remember anything.
You telling me that?
No, I'm telling you, there's a lot you've forgiven that you still remember. That like personally that we all know about behind the scenes. Like, so I'm saying like that exists for everybody to some extent. Where there's a line of disrespect.
You can't like let it affect your day to day. You know what I mean?
Which I don't know that it affects their day to day, but it's enough that I think they feel it and it exists for them.
All right, 877-881-1053 before we get to the Nelly ticket giveaway and best and worst of the weekend. Actually, you know what? Let's just hook you up right now for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call in number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Nelly at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, September 5th. That's call in number 10 at 877-881-1053.
What would the trades look like? More phone calls throughout the entire morning. The Nelly ticket giveaway the entire week here on DFW Sports Station. Let's get to best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Choppy, start us off.
Well, look, the best, it's simple. When you come back from a week out of town, there is nothing that beats that first shower when you're back home. I feel like I was clean for the first time in a week. Because you can't, if you don't, I didn't bring a loofah, a poof with me. Okay? You can't get clean with just a bar of soap.
Didn't use a washcloth in there?
Yeah, there's a washcloth, but still, I got
the towel caught in that rolling shower door.
Oh, really?
And I had to like pick up the thing and take it off.
How?
I put it up. I put my towel over top.
Oh, you didn't.
And when I was rolling, it got caught and like stuck, and it was a mess. It was a disaster.
Yeah, but that you get home, hopped right in the shower. It was just like scrubbing, and then, I mean, just the dead skin. You could feel it falling off. Yeah, I wasn't itching. Hell, I felt like I had bugs crawling up my skin.
Wash that California right off of you.
I washed that California right off me, baby. Okay, I only use my right arm to scrub my body. Just kind of get back into normal again. There's nothing beats that, though. That was number one for me. The welcome home poop.
Oh, Lord.
You know what I'm talking about out there.
Something happens. I actually Googled this. I was like, what happens to your body in the air? Because...
I do, too.
What's that?
I feel the same way. I toot in the plane all the time.
No, but like, what happens like that affects your restroom visit when you land?
I don't know.
And what is done to you in the air? Because something's different.
Something's different, right?
Yeah. Something about that pressure up there in the air. I'm sure
it could be. And then the sleep. I crashed on about 10 o'clock on Friday night, and I woke up at noon on Saturday.
Whoa!
Oh, just dead to the world.
I did 10 hours back-to-back days.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. 10 hours Friday night, Saturday night.
And then last night I couldn't sleep. So what the hell? But that was like Sarah's up at like 7 a.m. on Saturday. Just 7 a.m. she's awake, and then I'm sitting there sleeping for 5 hours. Poor girl. Oh well. And then the worst.
Poor you. You're waking up at 3 a.m. every day.
Yeah, that's true.
I told you though, you don't take any naps. That was all the nap. The no naps.
That's right.
Catching up with
you said that while we were in California. You're like, he fell asleep when he was late coming down to the car one day. You're like, did he fall asleep? I was like, he doesn't nap. There's no way he's asleep.
No, I don't know what I was doing that day. I made, but
right hand.
The worst is that there you go. I did make another dumb comment
about her smell.
Remember that was on Friday.
Yep, I remember.
Right,
I love that your son texted you. He doesn't know that you're on the radio or that you were in another state. He thinks you drove there, but he did hear about the comment.
He did hear about the comment, and he goes, "What an L! What an L! You took an L.
Took an L.
Took an L. You took a major L." Well, so obviously I had that on Friday, and then over the weekend, she said, we were kind of joking around. She goes, "Man, we need to lose some weight. We need to lose some weight." And I said, "Yeah." And I jokingly said, "Yeah, when you get hot again, don't leave me."
Oh.
And she paused, like, "Did you just tell me that I'm not hot anymore? Like, you said when you get hot again?" And look, I gotta take this one. I thought it sounded a lot more funny in my head.
Yeah,
a lot funnier in the head.
When you said it out loud just then, I can see how you were joking.
Yeah, I absolutely joking.
Was her reaction to that?
Her reaction was stunned silence for about 5 minutes.
And was it worse than Her armpit smell?
No, I think the armpit smell was worse.
Okay.
Because I have a lot of people hitting me up about that one still.
Yeah.
Like, what a moron.
They're throwing fuel on the fire.
Throwing fuel on the
Just
fire
when it
here.
dies out, they're like,
Yeah. So I just want everybody to know that when the award for biggest moron in the world comes up, I don't want any other nominees. It's me.
When you get hot again, don't leave me.
Yeah, when you get hot again, don't leave me. It's me. I'm the biggest moron in the world. I always forget that.
You've always got the joke. It's like when we were at the airport and you saw Kristen. You're like, oh, you're way prettier than your pictures.
That's an amazing line. That is an amazing line.
There's always the line that's like, oh, this is funny, and then he says it, and he's like, oh, that didn't go over well.
Didn't land. That's why you got to workshop these things.
You do.
You got to workshop.
That's exactly what it is. The worst was our travel. Gosh, that travel was awful on Friday. We had the drive out to LAX, which was bad enough. Then we had the it was like a 2 p.m. takeoff, basically. So it was like 4 p.m. Dallas time while all the Micah stuff's breaking, and we're trying to keep track of that in an airport. And then
we actually got lucky. We wanted to switch to the earlier flight. We wanted to leave from a closer airport. All those flights, literally every flight surrounding us was delayed by hours, and the closer one got canceled to the next day.
Yeah,
all of them.
That was now we still had a delay because I still don't know to this day what was happening with Group 1 boarding that airplane.
I think it was that woman and the dog.
I think it was too, but I don't know why they just nobody's allowed to board until we figure out what her dog's doing.
This woman did not properly document her dog going on the plane, Peyton, and they're breaking the news to her. But we were standing in line.
They're eating the dog.
We were standing in line a good 20, 25 minutes. Group 1 is in the runway or whatever the hell the thing is called. And there's this old woman. She looks like the old woman from Something About Mary with her dog. And they're not letting them on the plane.
No, and she was there like you said, because it had the vest on that said service dog, right? Which I think you could buy those anywhere. And yeah, they were like, you didn't document this thing properly. Now she's on the phone with the airline, and that's a big, obviously that's a big to do. But also, you kind of have to document this thing.
I don't understand why it's you can't board until we figure out if she can bring her dog or not. Nobody else can just get on the plane and get seated. We can't do this. That was what I couldn't understand. That was ridiculous. And man, we had
and then when we landed, it was during their break time.
Right.
Oh, yeah. And so we're just sitting at the gate for another 15 minutes.
What about the walk in the LAX terminal?
That walk from the what's it called? The what lounge?
I have that in my best. Coming up.
I figured it was going to be the worst because I didn't have a drink in there. But
it's going to be in the worst.
We had to walk.
One was my best, one's my worst.
We had to walk from this lounge. It was literally, I mean, we were 2 numbers from the gate, and it was a 12-minute walk or something.
Least.
It's a legitimate hike to get to the gate because you go downstairs and then go up an escalator and then up another escalator. Oh, and then cut through this and then, solve a riddle from a bridge troll and then you're there.
It was crazy.
Pepe?
So my best is, look, I went the whole month of July without going to the casino, but then on the first day of August, I had to go. I was itching. I had to go. So I went up there. I was down a lot early on. I was down, took a dinner break, came back, and thanks to roulette, I won my money back and then profited about at 150 and said, you know what? Get out of there. So the numbers, Sean, were on my side, as the casino gamblers call it these days. But yeah, and then another best, I guess, is Mackenzie and I started a new show. We actually finished it yesterday because we found out it was only 8 episodes long. But The Hunting Wives on Netflix. And it's not a chick flick. You might think, oh, well, it's, wives, whatever. It's it's just, instead of the guys doing the shooting, it's the women doing the shooting, killing and stuff. So, but it's a good, fun 8 episodes on Netflix.
My best of the weekend was RJ Choppy sending us home in style. Is that called the Admirals Club?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I was in heaven. Choppy's like, I get 2 guest passes with this heavy black credit card. And he walks us in. Oh, my God. First time I've been in there. It's another world. Humongous private rooms in the back. You got food. You got drinks, which I somehow, at the open bar, managed to order one of the only beers that cost $6. I blame the bartender for that.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous. But I was hoping the flight would get delayed 2, 3, 4 hours because of the world that you showed me. Great. Our breakfast this morning from there.
Yeah, it was.
Little breakfast bars
God
you can
knows
take.
these vending machines don't work.
Oh, my God. Can someone fix the vending machines here? Been out for 3 weeks, please?
At least 3 weeks.
Good grief. But That was amazing and incredible. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
My worst was
By the way,
Bob.
it's this credit card.
Yeah.
Woo, listen to that. My worst is Bobby in the Admirals Club. He'll figure out a way to ruin it. He just will. That is why his wife goes so hard when Bobby's out of town with my wife, and they get in so much trouble because she could never go out to these nice places with Bobby. This man, in an all-you-can-eat and all-you-can-drink, wouldn't sit with us, left us to wander off as he always does.
He went to the quiet area.
He went to the quiet area. I got in a fight with my wife at the AAC because Bobby would just go wandering off. And I'm like, leave him alone, let him be. I'm fighting with her because of Bobby. Doesn't eat, doesn't drink, all of it. And then leaves us early, not knowing the walk time, to go to the gate.
Yeah.
Ruins it. Ruins all of it.
Why do you? I don't understand why it's always like you guys let my involvement in it ruin. I mean, I know I'm a good time.
It
Look,
didn't ruin it for me.
I understand.
No. It didn't ruin it for
I make
me.
it so much better for you when I'm there. I understand. Like social hangs are much like the show. It's just better when I'm there.
About this
Okay,
place? The free drinks or the free food?
No, I had already taken Adderall. I was not going to drink. I was not going to throw alcohol on top of it. Like to me, it was just I didn't want to mix that. So there was that. And two, I sat there at the bar setup with you guys for like 15 minutes, and I was like, I can't sit here anymore because of my back. Like these chairs, I can't sit on.
Sciatic. Who's the guy on South Park I want you to talk like?
Yeah, the
Kyle Broflovsky?
Yeah, Kyle's cousin Kyle.
My sciatic.
I'm allergic to water. Yeah.
Can you do an AI Bobby? Can you do an AI Bobby in that voice, please?
Yeah. So I can't, like when you get those bar tops where like your legs kind of dangle down, because that little fracture I have at the base of my spine, it won't, like my foot starts going numb basically. And so I was like, all right, I got to walk around. So I was just walking around. I then sat in the quiet area, heard Choppy do his Mad Dog radio interview right in there. And no, it was a good time. It's just I was just like, all right, I'm going to go walk around so that my foot doesn't just fall off. And, I don't want any beer. I was trying to be sober October.
There was liquor.
And I know. I was trying to be. I was trying to be
all you can
You guys
drink.
say I either drink too much or drink too little. There's
because
no middle
you
ground.
drink too much, that takes you out the next day or the rest of the week. This was at the end.
It's the end of the week?
I'm not going to have to deal with you tomorrow.
Oh, but there's work. There's work to be done. Micah Parsons was announcing a trade. The Adderall was coursing through my veins. I was just sitting there going, like, I gotta be locked into this.
And that's another thing. I'm like, why are you taking Adderall after the Friday show? What do you need to concentrate for?
I had a hangover, and it was splitting my head open from the Jerry
And the
party.
Adderall helps?
Oh, hell yeah. It takes those cobwebs away.
Oh,
dude.
yeah. I wouldn't have got through my wedding day without that. 877-881-1053. The commercial-free, I still would have said I do, sweetheart. Commercial-free Expressway with a Nelly ticket giveaway on DFW Sports Station. What would a Micah Parsons trade look like? I almost called him Michael like Jerry. What would Micah deals look like? We'll take you through some of them next.
After we get your carpet clean, the clean way, the green way, the Zerez way, the best carpet cleaner.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt back home. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What would a Micah Parsons trade look like? I don't think anyone right now feels like the Cowboys would trade him. Jerry telling the media, no, it's not something that we are thinking about right now, but let's have a little bit of fun. And where would you all stand on it? I said Friday at the end of Crosstalk, maybe Micah does them a favor. Maybe Micah stops them from committing and allocating top of the market money to 3 different positions and lacking depth on your football team. Maybe Micah's request prevents a Diggs 2.0 situation of changing after you get your money the way some people felt Trayvon has changed, even though someone high up in the Cowboys told me we're not worried about Micah changing after he gets paid, and we're not worried about his relationship with Diggs either. But maybe Micah could be doing them a favor. And it is interesting with the phone calls and text messages that we have gotten this morning. This is not a Luka Doncic type reaction.
No.
It's not. More on that at 8:40 in Below the Belt, but you'd be open to it. You're always looking at asset management.
Well, look, I mean, the $40 million and what you get in compensation, I mean, that theoretically, I'm going to assume it's 2 number 1 picks, maybe more.
Everyone right now is referencing the Khalil Mack deal as the baseline.
Barnwell did a trade tiers article last week. He said, and this is before the request came in, he said Micah would be 2 1s plus.
Yeah.
I mean, plus what?
Plus, just 2 1s plus whatever minutia needs to go into that. Yeah, but it's baseline 2 1s and then whatever happens to make it done.
He's a year younger than Mac was at the time. So, look, and then you take the $40 million, that's 6 starters. Your first round pick is a starter. You're like otherwise it's a massive failure of a pick.
Right.
And then with the $40 million, you can get 4 starters out of that. They may not be top end.
Well, they wouldn't be top end.
But they'd be depth. Like you'd be getting solid football players.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a complete game changer for an organization.
And he has referenced if the players are good. It's a game changer if the 2 draft picks combined can equal a Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I would say some of the guys who are making $10 million annually right now for the Cowboys, or roughly around there, are going to be Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker. Right now, his cap number being this low, Osa's around there. Fowler, like those are the kind of guys you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, if you add 4 of those guys, 4 more to this roster, I mean, you have no holes.
Plus 4 or 2 guys who would be high draft picks who are making rookie contract money,
right,
is the thought. NFL.com did look at the potential landing spots, though. Like, okay, we don't think Mike is going anywhere, but if it does happen, which teams could pursue the Cowboys star? And these are some of the teams that Eric Edholm wrote about over at NFL.com. Buffalo was one, strictly from a who needs him most standpoint. There's a strong case for the Bills to do everything in their power to at least make Dallas an offer. By the way, as we talk about making these trades, I think it was Barnwell this week, like over the weekend, who referenced this. It was somebody on Twitter had said that when Mike is on the field since he entered the NFL, when Mike is on the field, the Cowboys have the number 1 defense in the NFL. When he is off the field, it is second to last in the NFL.
Wow.
Now, that's also a big chunk of it was last year with, like, you talk about years with Dan Quinn there and how effective they were. Buffalo was number 1. Carolina is number 2, a team that Dallas has made a couple trades with. They mentioned Chicago, who's got their own resources that they can make moves for. Cleveland was another one, which doesn't make a ton of sense to me to go Cleveland if you've already got Myles Garrett, who you've invested a bunch of money to. Are you going to spend $80 million on edge rushers? They mentioned the Raiders. Here are the last 2 that he has here are the ones that I think make a ton of sense. And then there's a third that I think makes a lot of sense. Tampa Bay. He said, if all goes well, the Buccaneers offense could be a monster this season. It was pretty darn good a year ago, but defensively, there's work to be done if Tampa fancies itself a Super Bowl contender. Adding Parsons is the kind of move that could put a team like the Bucs over the top. They added Hassan Reddick, but obviously you never know when he's going to participate or what he's going to do. They do have some salary cap flexibility to take on a big contract, and they've made big swings at players before with Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski. George Edwards is the passing game coordinator there. That is Micah Parsons' biggest mentor during his NFL career. That was somebody he was really upset left Dallas. So you talk about being able to pair him in Tampa with George Edwards again, a team that feels like they're going for it, a defensive-minded head coach in Todd Bowles. That all makes a lot of sense to me. This makes a lot of sense from a perspective of who would want him and where would he want to go. Washington. I don't know that Jerry's going to make the move in the division like that. But obviously, Dan Quinn, there's connection
a division
there.
tax.
There is
3 first-round picks.
There's a
division tariff.
He is exactly. Yeah, it's Washington, right? This is something where Dan Quinn would love to have him back, I'm sure. And Micah would be happy to play with Dan Quinn again. That one makes a ton of sense. The only problem, like we say, is just it's in the division and being able to charge that. The team he doesn't mention here, and the team that I think makes a lot of sense is Seattle, because you're talking about two front offices that have a lot of experience with each other. Some of it not great. Some of it has been petty in years past with Earl Thomas, and then the following year or 2 years later when they were talking about trading Aldon Smith, and Seattle came to him and they were like, oh, you remember how last year it was a 2 for everybody and a 1 for us? Well, Aldon Smith is a 6th for everybody and it's a 5th for you.
Yeah.
And so there's been a little bit of sniping there, but John Schneider, Stephen Jones, like they've worked out a lot of different things themselves. Seattle does have Adam Dirty as their defensive coordinator. That is somebody that, again, Micah had a lot of experience with, liked a great deal. That would make a lot of sense to me, pairing Micah there if you were going to work it. If you're going to make a trade, I think Tampa, Washington, Seattle, in terms of Micah potentially pushing it a certain way, those 3 all make sense.
Our guy Softy texted me over the weekend from Seattle. Greatest show name ever, Softy and Dick. Their show name.
I thought it was Softy and Maller.
That's his last name. That's his last name. So Dick Fane is the other guy that he does a show with.
Okay.
Vane, you said?
Fane.
Oh, Fane.
Jeez, Bobby. He's like, his first name. What is Micah asking for? That was it. Like, he's just like, they're already all in.
And you said we don't know. We don't know because they won't say.
Yeah.
He could be asking.
We don't really know.
Like Sean's been saying, he could be asking for 50. We don't know because they're not answering the phone.
When Jerry said I reached, and he stressed that multiple times, what does that mean? What you guys don't know is how much I reached.
I'm guessing whatever. When he references guaranteed almost $200 million, I'm guessing, again, this is just a guess, I have not heard anything, that he had said 5 for $225, and basically the first 4 years were guaranteed, which would be $45 million a year.
And they would say no to that?
Not necessarily no to it, but I mean, again, it's what does that mean?
We did hear that his side wants 4.
How many times have we heard the Cowboys say something?
Jane would say, Jane Slater, I think she chimed in on Twitter and said, was it in writing? Did you put it actually in writing? Cowboys?
Right. Yeah, and the other thing here is there's so many different. It's $180 million total guaranteed. All right, but guaranteed at signing, it's just the first year and a half. And then, the second year, then this triggers and this does the. So whenever I was talking about this with somebody yesterday, there's a little bit of confusion for people when they hear, and I don't want to get too much in the minutia, but when they hear total guaranteed versus guaranteed at signing. Guaranteed at signing literally just means this is what you are guaranteed to get today when you put your pen to paper. Total guaranteed, the number that usually gets referenced in the media, is you are guaranteed this money if you're on our roster after your second season on the 5th day of the league year. Like when you hear all those triggers of, if they release this guy by this date, they don't owe him money. It's because they put in these triggers in the contract that say, now your money becomes guaranteed. So they may have just not been comfortable with some of those triggers that were in there.
DraftKings came out with their odds immediately when Micah made the request. His next team, the Cowboys, are minus 300. The Eagles are plus 1,000. Yeah, right. The Patriots are plus 1,000.
If he trades him to Philadelphia, we know he's lost his mind.
Nico
did lose his mind.
He gave Luka to the freaking Lakers.
Nico did lose his mind.
Chargers plus 1,500. Arizona, San Fran, Rams, Carolina, Jets, Raiders. And then sportsbetting.ag sent me their odds. The favorite would be the Raiders if he got dealt. Raiders 5-1, Pittsburgh, Chargers, Jets, Colts.
I think in Jerry's career,
all AFC.
I think in Jerry's career, his time here in Dallas, I think the team that he has done the most trades with, I'll need to look it up. I think the team he's done the most trades with is the Raiders.
What's your point?
So that makes sense too. It's a family run team that's been around for a long time. If they wanted him, if they wanted to say, all right, yeah, let's throw Max Crosby and Micah Parsons at everybody, I mean, they could go that route, but I mean, the Raiders would make sense just in terms of how the Cowboys have found a willing business partner before, somebody who they like to do deals with, and the Raiders are a team that would definitely, I think, do a splashy. They've shown a willingness to go get a Devontae Adams or a Randy Moss in the past and really go aggressively after people.
Florio writes, ProFootballTalk.com, the obvious candidates are the Bills and the Ravens. Both want to get past the Chiefs. The Broncos become an interesting option, too. Ownership has the money to make it happen, and getting Parsons would thrust Denver into the upper echelon of the AFC. Man, imagine losing DeMarcus Ware to Denver for a title, and then it happened again with Micah Parsons. Let's see. He threw out the Lions. They still have to pay Aiden Hutchinson. So those are some of the teams from Florio.
What?
And Slater also said the Cowboys internally had whispered the idea of trading Micah 2 seasons ago. I was told Jerry was absolutely against it. Why? Micah would rub teammates the wrong way with the podcast comments at times, saying he was a leader, then not showing it. And as one coach told me, quote, nearly every player was in my office telling us we needed to do something about him. Jane concludes, I do think Micah turned some of that around in recent months. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, that was... People were not a fan of him talking to Jordan Love on the podcast right around, like, when they had lost to Green Bay. There was not a lot of... It was a little bit like, what are you doing? And the week leading up to it, why are you gassing up Jordan Love and how great he is? The reason he's gassing him up, Jordan Love, how great he is, by the way, is because that's his agent teammate. Like, Mulugeta represents Love. They all know each other. They all hang out with each other. David Mulugeta creates this very like family-like feel with his clients that they go over, they have dinners, they get to know each other. So that's going to be his guy. He's not going to he's going to like give him props and talk about. But I know that week leading up to that game when he's talking about how great Jordan Love is, that didn't sit well with everybody. It's a little bit like you don't need to be talking about how awesome he is on your podcast.
What would the offer have to be for you to me in life in these situations? You got to like in order to buy my house right now today after being there for a year and going through all the hassle of the fixes and the drama, you got to blow me away to where like I instantly say yes. That's the way I feel about this. Like two firsts, a second, and a third. Like 2 firsts and a third to me, I'm like, okay, that's not making me instantly say yes. You have to blow me away.
And who is it? Like if Kansas City tells me they're giving 2 firsts, okay, so you're giving me 2 seconds. What else are you giving
Buffalo's the same way.
Like,
right.
Yeah, I mean, honestly.
Yeah, back end of the round, you're saying.
I need to know.
There's 3.
And look, I'll take the Cowboys no doubt would take first rounders from anybody. A, because it's capital, you want it. B, the difference is you do get the 5th-year option, so you can lock somebody into a price. Even if they blow up, you can lock somebody in longer term like you want. But yeah, I mean, if you're calling me and telling me you're going to give me 2 firsts and a third, I'm at least, I got to stop and I got to think.
Yeah, and like if it's like you said, if it's an NFC East team, you know that stops. It stops at least at the 2-1s. I mean, you're gonna have to pay the tariff tax. If it's a Kansas City or a Buffalo or Baltimore, it's always picking the back of the round. Then you got to add to that. But if it's like a team like New England, Pittsburgh, you could be in the teens.
Let me ask the most basic, I would hope, elementary question, and I hope you're going to give me the quick answer I want. Are they going to pick up the phone and listen?
Are they gonna from other teams or from Micah?
Other teams.
Yeah, they'll listen.
Yes, they'll answer.
Okay.
I don't know. They may very quickly shut it down, but they'll
fine.
Yeah, they'll answer.
Just please let me know, just from a business operational standpoint, common sense, that you would pick it up and listen. It's a new Music Monday, and who are the winners and losers from the radio station in Oxnard? From our training camp coverage, that's next on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
All right, it is a New Music Monday, and man, I got cornered at training camp by one Chris Beam from the Cowboys. He goes, man, stop right there. And he starts pulling out his phone. He's pulling up Spotify, and he's like, you guys have been talking about Song of the Summer. He's like, I've already got the Song of the Summer. He's like, you need to play it. I was like, all right, what is it? He's like, it's Scotty McCreery.
Because we don't have one yet.
No, we don't. Not really. Scotty McCreery and Hootie and the Blowfish. And he's like, I've been playing this out at the pool every day.
Literally Hootie or Darius?
No, Darius and Hootie went into the studio, and it's going to sound a little familiar. Darius and Hootie went back into the studio, and they recorded a little bit of a classic for the chorus on the song Bottle Rockets, which Beamer's all about.
Moonlight on the waves, her kiss in the dark, the smile on her face when she make me break out of my guitar and play.
Look, I see.
Dude.
I see what happened there.
It's cool they went back in the studio. I like that.
It's cool. It cannot be the Song of the Summer. By the way, it's August 4th. We may have passed that point.
Summer's over.
Of Song of the Summer.
Kids go to school next week. Summer's over.
The Song of the Summer has been a late August contribution before.
Okay. We may need the history on that, but I've heard that. I love Darius Rucker. Love Darius Rucker, but that doesn't have number 1 seed potential, in my opinion. I like it. It can't be Song of the Summer.
Maybe one of these 3 does. And this is a wide mix this week. First one here. The person who took over music, it felt like last year, Chapel Roan. She has a new song out, The Subway.
Somebody wore your perfume, it almost killed me. I had to leave the room, it's just another day. It's not all right till that's all.
It's good. It's very Cranberries-like. Like, do you have to? It's a little like linger.
A little linger
yeah,
action?
Yeah, it's okay. This is the next song out this week. We got Laney, which stands for LANY, because they're 2 guys from Los Angeles and New
Hard
York.
like a truck.
No, not that one. This is Laney, Know You Naked.
I'm the one that gets to know you naked. I hope it's okay for me to say it. Tell me which one I created.
All right. I like it a lot.
It's good. Sounds like Justin Bieber a little bit.
It's a little different. I like the production work on it. I think that's really solid. And then this is a massive throwback. This sounds like it was released in 1995, like all of this guy's music does. Do you know Zach Top?
Yes,
RJ
I
Chop.
do know Zach Top.
Zach Top is
Not personally.
but he is a very classic, like, I'm going to commit to the 90s sound. That's what I do. Tell me this sounds like it was released on Friday from Zach Top, South of Sanity.
Somewhere outside of Missoula, they just called my name from the stage. When we hung up, she was talking leaving. Now how am I supposed to sing and play?
It's good. I like it. It's very much a sound, though. You're going for something there. Without those, like, whining steel guitar.
He's got that, like, there is like a Randy Travis element to him.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think Zach's pretty good.
I do too. I that's not my favorite of his that he's done. It's good. I think I love the Laney song, but yeah, that one's good, but it's very much you're trying to fit into a niche of people who want the more nostalgic country and are tired of the bro country.
It's a good edition of New Music Monday here on Sean and RJ. Choppy with Rangers Diamond Cavs at 9:00. Why aren't we reacting to the Micah news like we did Luka? That's coming up 8:40 in Below the Belt. Nick Eatman from Oxnard at 9:20 on the home of America's team and our training camp coverage.
Yeah, and I went through, I took a look, and I look, only to be fair, I'm going to have to turn it over to you guys for my grade. I can't grade myself. But I went through and I took a look at everybody that we went to training camp with, and I was like, you know what, we should all get performance grades here. So I went down the list. I did not include KNC. I was not out there with them, so I can't know how they did, because a lot of it is how do you operate off the air.
Well, they stole our guest, so Minus.
I'm going to start off here with Sean. Sean's grade first. Sean, you're getting an
What's
8
the scale?
out of 10. You're getting an 8. That's a solid grade.
I'll take it.
You're getting an 8. Club Sharif was a big hit. You coordinated the dinner. You took the bill. That was all great. You missed the Jerry party.
Jerry
The
party was a
the
knock.
year I go, you missed the Jerry party.
Which you hated.
Yeah, I did hate it.
So you're knocking me for something you agreed with.
I gotta say,
right.
The one that you should not have missed was this one. This was the best one in a while.
Really?
Didn't sound like it.
Yeah, because it was less crowded, right?
But I heard there's the least amount of sitting room.
Yes, there was that.
Well, there were seats. Bobby doesn't have anything to compare it to.
Okay.
There were seats. There was no doubt there were seats. But I wasn't looking to sit. I was mingling. I was standing, and there was a scrum. There was a scrum, and we were front and center in the scrum.
Yeah, this was from the Jerry party. Zach texted us this over the weekend. I forgot about this. This was my photo promising Choppy I would show up on time tomorrow morning. I was like, look, here, we'll take this photo to remember it.
You look hammered.
I was blitzed at this moment.
The scrum you would have liked. You would have loved. That would have been without question the best.
Oh, you would have been coordinating the scrum.
You
is
mean
what
with Jerry and Steven?
Yes.
You would have been out there. You would have been
my position there. I had position A.
I heard you were face to face.
Face to face.
And I was shocked. You usually hate that stuff.
I don't like it. I got caught.
Oh,
I
caught!
I didn't want to be there.
That looked. You looked very comfortable standing.
I
right
was
there.
comfortable because I could talk. I'm a good talk. I talk to people well.
More than I anticipated.
that.
RJ's grade. I'm also going to give RJ an 8.
I
never
got that in school.
No, here's the thing. I went 7. I was going to go 7 initially. Then we rode in the car with him, and I was like, man, your performance is impressive given everything else that I feel like goes on. And so I'm giving you a point boost for.
But what are you docking him for?
I'm not docking him for anything. It's just
it's not a 9.
No, you got a Club Sharif. You got a Club Sharif that boosted you. Choppy was late to the car a couple times.
I was first every day.
No, that's not true. There was one time we were waiting
he's
for you.
talking about like when we would go to practice, not
the practice one.
Well, you were getting coffee.
I came from the other side to get coffee.
The practice one. I needed the car one day. He was at the gym. I didn't like that. He lost a half a point there. But I did see that, man.
That's too low.
RJ Choppy is, to me,
he drives us around everywhere.
Everywhere.
He went and got the coffee on his own.
Well, you're gonna find the 8 is one of the higher scores that anybody got.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Well, it's like a Portnoy pizza score.
I'm giving you the boost because like you're having to like pull over on the highway in California to make haircutting appointments.
Oh my god.
You are like, I had no idea how much you were just the mediator of everything that's in your world, and I respect it.
I gave Choppy a massage on the way back to LAX because of the phone calls he was dealing with.
We're gonna move to G-Bag. Gavin Dawson. Gavin's gonna get a 7. Because this. Listen to me. This is part on-air performance. The fact that he stood in and didn't blink on questions that I would have like vomited, having to go like, "Hey, I just think you're all about clicks. You're a big clickbait negotiator." That's where he gets like almost all of his points. Was from that. He does get docked for the. I saw him one time outside of like on the air, and it was when he checked in, and then after that I didn't see him otherwise. Like he was more anonymous on this trip than he has been on any one that we've done.
He can get 5 points max for the Steven interview and nothing after that.
I'll give you a 5-point score. A 5-point score is Brian Bryce.
Well, hang on. Dawson gets docked, and he wasn't even there at the end of his show.
Brian,
is that why Zach did their tease for today?
Unless he's out. Maybe he's out this week. I don't know.
Must have been. I have no idea why Zach was
and showed up a day late.
Brian gets a 5. This was a disappointing game for Brian.
You guys had beef.
We did not get the normal Brian sit-in that like one day this week I'll come sit in with you guys. I didn't get that. Didn't even get the offer for it. Okay, I felt like
he did ask me once, "You okay? Need anything?" I took that as an offer.
That could have just meant like, "Do you need food?"
He sat in with us 2 weeks ago, though. He did 2 shows.
Right, but this is about our Oxnard experience.
Okay,
and I felt like he was so taken up with his he didn't like when we were rolling in that morning. You're like, "Hey B," and you called him a B, and we rolled in, and he just kind of like mean mug stared at you. He felt a little less humor, like he felt humorless this trip.
It's a bad running joke.
Doing 14 jobs.
He skipped a lot of our outings. He skipped a lot of our going out, and he's usually right there in the middle of it. The excuse for not going to Fiore was
weak. I can't put it on my credit card.
I had given
You
Zach,
want to pay for everyone's dinners all the time and try to shame the rest of us, but then when it's time to put it on there and maybe eat some of the costs, you stay home.
Eric and Zach both got a 7 initially. Eric got the 7.5 because he did show up with us and he went on pretty much all the shows. They get a 7 because they did recognize Savone Ravel's dad and they got breaking news out of that. That was a big one. And that they were active and involved in pretty much everything else that we
Your
did.
grading is like grossly low. You have horrific. This is a horrible scale.
I have a high standard.
It's an awful scale.
I have a high standard. Carter got a 6.
Carter.
Oh,
okay.
is that what would Spittle call that?
Carter would have gotten
Is that C plus? C minus?
Carter would have gotten a 9. Carter would have gotten a 9. He got 3 points docked for not having the YouTube video ready for Aiden that day. To where we're just like we're throwing up us just like
Jake Ferguson, was it?
Yeah,
Ferg.
and we're just like picking our noses on the fan cam basically, and I'm just like, I don't think the interview's up there.
Yeah.
And it's and then just the explanation for why it wasn't up there was a little cloudy. That got some points docked. I'm giving Ruben the highest score. Ruben gets 8.5 because he found my favorite eating spot that week at Black Bear Diner. That was good. He's always down to go wherever. He'll do whatever. He'll go out to the Jerry party. He'll go out to whatever dinners we do. So he's just a willing and ready teammate. Tim Collins, is getting a 7, a strong 7. The problem is he left in the middle of it. He had to go to his reunion. He had to go back home to Centerville or wherever that was. But the hotel was good. We had a good hotel.
Yep.
You got a little bit of the marina smell, but that's just going to be the marina. But otherwise,
the marina smell, I have no problem with the marina smell.
This would have been a 9 for Tim had he just stayed the whole week. He gets docked because he had to leave. And then DJ's going to get a 6 on this one. Is that I thought DJ was good overall, but DJ when he came in,
Was DJ there for like 2 days?
we had our CD interview. Well, no, he was there before we got there, and then he was on the back end when we had the CD interview. And we're like, hey, come on, we got to do this. It's just a little too sassy for what was a massive interview that we were trying to get
They've
done.
always had bored up beef.
Yeah, they have. Bobby tries to
battle of egos.
Yeah, Bobby tries to mansplain.
Yeah.
To DJ, and DJ's like, yeah, dude,
Awful.
I'm older than you.
And then I got a 10.
Awful grading.
You got a 10, of course.
Horrific scale.
Yeah.
Eric Chiafalo gets the highest grade of a 9.5 because he showed up and put in 2 hours with us. Him and Zach were down for every single outing and dinner. So is Choppy.
As people say from Don, this is the homeschool grading system.
I know. That's ridiculous. Kissing up the dog.
Statistically, I'm smarter, guys. I don't know what you want me to say.
The only doc for Eric is he got butthurt over the Rowdy Tellez interview. I was making fun of that. That was the first night, but we got over it. But Chiafalo gets a high score, and Choppy is always there for anything as well.
I'm sure I'm getting a. I just see my phone screen light up. Let's see what it is. Oh, no.
Zach?
Okay. It's not related to that.
Okay. 877-881-1053 for the Oxnard grades from Bobby Roberto Belt. Why aren't we treating this Micah trade like the Luka one? Below the Belt is next.
After we...
Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is this the Dallas Cowboys Nico Harrison moment? Only just done the right way. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. Yes, we're retiring until next training camp or until I feel like trolling Sean, the ball knowers of the round table.
Oh, yes, the ball.
I mean, it was a great 2-day segment.
Bobby knows ball. He knows ball.
Chiafalo just couldn't stop singing it.
Ball with the ball on.
Great.
Yeah, you know what? Forget his 9.5. Take him down to a 9.2.
All right, so this is something that I feel like has been bubbling a little bit on the fan text this morning, and we've seen a little bit of it on Twitter and different things like that too. And you had mentioned it earlier, the fact that this doesn't feel the way these are going sideways, and the potential for trading Micah Parsons, if it happens, it does not feel anywhere close to the Luka Doncic moment.
And let's get the Luka news just out of the way. He signed a 3-year, $165 million extension with the Lakers, player option for year 3. I know a lot of people had held out hope, like he'll leave there, maybe we can get rid of Nico and he'll come
Fortune
back.
favors the bold.
Luka's not going to like Los Angeles. He's not going to like the spotlight. He's not going to like LeBron. Well, Luka signs up for 3 years to set himself up to one day possibly make $1 million per game.
$80 million. And this is the thing, this is why Micah wants the 4 years, not the 5 years. Why all these athletes want this. Luka could have gone with a longer deal, and he chose to maybe become a free agent after the 26-7 season. Sign him up, man. That's what you want if you're the player.
Yeah,
in that way, but the fact that he can't get the Supermax because he was traded is one of the dumbest CBA things I've ever seen. Dumb.
Yeah, but I get it too, in just the sense of the Supermax is generally rewarding players who have been great from the jump and through all the way. They generally think if you get traded, the thought process behind it is if you get traded, that's a reset because you clearly had you'd fallen short of being the superstar. Nobody would trade. They didn't factor in the Nico Harrison idea of just nobody would trade a 26-year-old superstar. You had to have done something. You had to Ja Morant your way out of there. That's not what happened.
Nico broke the rule. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
they're trying to reward guys staying with teams who drafted them.
Right, but and Luka didn't. I mean, he didn't break that trust. He didn't break that.
No, he didn't.
I would sue. If I was Luka, I'm suing. Suing immediately.
But then you can have guys who force their way out and get traded. So now, what do we have to do? Do we have to go to court? Do we have to arbitrate this and say Luka wanted to stay versus James Harden?
Yes,
and he doesn't get it.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, okay. Luka needs to take this to court.
I would love to take Nico to court.
Sue. I would sue the hell out of
That'd
the
be fantastic. Also, by the way, he's also, even though he got the new deal signed, he's also $5 million lighter. Because, of course, in his announcement that he's going back to LA, he also had to announce that I'm donating $5 million to 77 young athletes around the world to chase their dreams. He continues to it's a PR masterclass. Whoever, I don't know if it's Bill Duffy or whoever it is for Luka, somebody in his camp has just geniusly said, hey, no, here's what you need to do. Go pay for the parking your first Lakers game. Pay for everybody's parking so they get free parking. Go pay for this.
This whole big media tour that he did last week, going to New York and sitting in a Yankee booth. He didn't do that stuff while here.
No.
Good Morning America.
Yeah, this is a totally
whatever it was.
This is a plan that somebody is having him execute, and he's doing it great to this point. So, one of the things I wondered over the weekend was Jane had talked about they kicked around the idea of trading Micah Parsons 2 years ago. I kind of wonder if this is what they wanted, or at least I think it's worth bringing up. So the Cowboys made things so just irritating for Mike McCarthy that he quit. Now there's a debate to be had about whether that was an intentional thing they did or whether it organically came about that he became frustrated and did it. But I think there's a reasonable case to be made that we don't want to fire you, but we'll make it so there's no way you'd want to come back.
Right.
Which is a tactic that gets used sometimes by companies. And it makes me wonder, we would never be able to weather trading Micah Parsons on our own. We would get destroyed for that. What we need to do is we need to create an environment where he wants out. And then that can be on him. He can be the one who asks out for it. And when we make the trade, we say, we were willing to do it. We wanted to get something done. he asked out, like what were we supposed to do? He basically wanted to sever ties with us. Something that maybe the Mavericks should have done. Like Nico, you should have created an environment where if you were really hell bent on get rid of him, you should have let Luka make the request, and you should have leaned on him a little bit and made him go, I don't want to be here anymore. And that's an easier win than just, well, he asked out. You know, and then it's not a blind side.
That's an interesting theory. In McMahon's book, apparently, he wrote, the Mavs were so scared of losing Luka that from the day they brought him in, there was not enough for any accountability. When Nico and Kidd took over, they didn't challenge that concept either. So they didn't do anything to force him to want to go. Maybe they talked to him about a referee explosion. Maybe they talked to him a little bit about his weight, but nothing that would have him say, I want out of here.
The Lakers already got that done in 4 months.
I mean, think of a relationship that's like just a marriage of sorts, right? Like, forget sports for a second. If you have a marriage where one person's like, I don't want to be the one to walk away from this, but I don't want to be here either. We're just going to lay in this toxicity until you decide to go or you tell me to go.
That's how I broke up with my first 8 people.
And it's like, I'm not the one responsible for this. The fascinating dynamic about this, though, is the question of why doesn't it seem to be as painful a suggestion as the Luka one was?
Because it was a blindside. We're just sitting there on a Saturday night minding our own business, watching whatever the hell was on.
But do you think it's only that?
No, I also think that, Luka's more important than Micah is. Luka, an individual NBA player is more important than any non-quarterback.
Do you think that just in a vacuum, Luka is more loved as a person and player?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe. There's something to that. Also, again, though, what impact does...
Because there are plenty of people who don't like Micah Parsons because of the podcast stuff.
Sure, there's that.
Playoff performances and all that.
Yeah, Luka's been better, right?
Luka's gotten him further. Yeah,
he's taken him further. Also he's been here longer, a couple years, 3 years longer. He was the replacement to Dirk. It was just going to seamlessly go into the next one.
Yep.
It's not and also again, it's the impact that you can have. You could be a defensive end in the NFL or an edge rusher, whatever you want to call it, and it'd be great, and not have a 15th of the impact of a superstar NBA player just because of the way the game is.
My Luka connection and question was, this is so public now versus Luka and secrecy, right? The Mavs argument was it would have screwed up negotiations and offers. So let's compare those two. Now we don't know if anyone has called and made an offer, but how will the Cowboys' tactic of this being public now and the Micah story work versus the Luka tactic where the Mavericks told us why Nico only dealt with his buddy Rob Pelinka? Yeah, that's what I'm curious to see. Is this really going to limit the offers now that it's gotten to this point? I don't think so.
No, it'll set off a fervor. People are going to call who go, oh, you might actually trade. I got to call and put an offer in. And that was the thing. But
the other thing the Mavs added was if Luka knew he was on the block, he could destroy some offers. He could kill some of them, and that would be bad for the organization, right?
Right, and the pushback against that from a lot of people is you got a deal that seemed like Luka had destroyed it. Like that's the deal you ended up with anyway, was one that was like, okay, this was a massively lopsided trade that nobody thought you should be able to do. So that was a difference right there. I think another problem here, not a problem, just a difference here. I think Micah has embraced the Cowboys. I don't know that Micah has embraced Dallas, if that makes sense. Luka embraced this as this is he was first time in America. This was his American home, was Dallas, and he's obviously so passionate about Slovenia and being a guy from Slovenia and that identity that he has from that. That similarly, I think when he got to the U.S., it's like, this is home. This is all I've ever known as an American, here in an American home, somebody who's come and lived here, is Dallas. And he was, he was somebody who would go around some of the different spots around Dallas and was somebody who enjoyed being here and talked up how much he loved the city of Dallas. I think Micah would say he likes Dallas. I don't think that that's any sort of an issue. I just think it's his identity comes from Cowboys, not Dallas. There was so much of it for Luka that felt like it was about Dallas.
877-881-1053 to weigh in on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. What do you think about private Luka negotiation in return versus this being so public, and what could be offered, and whether it makes a difference?
I mean, you mean the private from the trade perspective?
Yeah.
I mean, that makes a lot of difference because we didn't even have a chance to process it.
No, I'm just saying if they would have announced he's on the block,
then they would have been such a revolt. They never would have done it. It would have been okay. It would have been like this is this is Vol Twitter all over again. When they said, "Hey, we're going to hire Greg Schiano," I was like, "The hell you are!"
But they
it's going to be the same thing, and the fans would have revolted to a point where Nico wouldn't even have dared to do it.
True, I agree. But they so clearly underestimated how the fans were going to react to it that I don't think they knew that that's what would have happened.
Right.
But they didn't do that because it's like, well, we'll get the pushback. We need to just pull the trigger. I just don't think they had any clue that people were going to be that against it.
And Diana Rossini, who I give credit to breaking all of this Friday, said, when Parsons' agent pushed back and attempted to negotiate further, the Cowboys declined to engage with him and told the pass rusher to honor the agreement he had made. The Cowboys front office basically said, no take-backs.
Yeah, and a lot of the fan text right now is waiting and saying the biggest difference is Micah's still here. It's not real yet. As soon as it's real, people will be upset. I don't know. I don't think it'll be the same.
It won't be to that degree. What happened is, in my opinion, Jerry Jones' feelings are hurt. He feels betrayed by Micah's word or agreement in the negotiation. And this is his punishment.
Yeah.
Like, when I hear Jerry speak, if I'm Micah and David Mulugheta, I don't worry one bit. He can sound the only things he can throw at Micah Parsons are shots verbally and a franchise tag. You're gonna tag him one time. Now we can get the number for the second time, but you want me to be a cancer and a toxic poison for 2 more years here? Because that's our play. Go ahead, tag me. Yeah, I'll destroy the locker room.
And then
you thought my podcast was good then? Because Jerry can't have that happen.
No, but then everybody will want him out. Oh, and then Jerry wins for trading him. Oh, you were a cancer. You'd become just so toxic. It may have been Jerry's fault in the first place, but you just handled it so poorly.
We're also your home of the Rangers. They barely avoid getting swept in Seattle. How did the new guys look that Chris Young acquired? Choppy has it in Diamond Calves, then Nick Eatman from Oxnard next.
As we get your...
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
The Fan. 3-1, and it's fouled back at us, Mike. Oh, what a play! What a play! Michael! Yes! That was amazing. What a one-handed grab. Oh, I am so proud of you right now.
I'm proud of myself.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about one of the greatest plays you've ever seen out of the booth? Just a couple of months after Jared Sandler cowered in the booth, here comes Mike Bassick.
Yep.
Just manhanded that baseball up right there. Now, it would have been next level because Mike had a pen in his hand. It'd have been next level if Mike signed it and threw it back into the stands.
Did we see the catch?
No, I did not.
That would have
see
been next level. We actually saw the catch.
Yeah, I didn't see the catch.
Yeah, the only other time, you remember, he was in the stands once for a Rangers game, and the ball came right to him, the foul ball, and he dropped it. So the only thing I've ever seen on camera is Mike dropping the ball. I've not actually seen him catch it. This could be a bunch of, this could be fake news.
It could be fake news, but, Raymond sold it.
He sold it.
That was a good sell. Hogan never sold anything quite like that. in his time. He was no selling moves left and right. That was not a no sell by Dave Raymond.
Certainly
right
wasn't selling equality.
Whoa. But that was quite the play. And, Bassick and Raymond, they're coming back here. Now they got a series started tonight with the Yankees, but they do lose 3 of 4 in Seattle. They didn't get blown out in the series. They very easily could have won 3 of 4. Had a few things gone their way. A much needed win on Saturday, though.
It feels like after that series, they should be farther back than 2 in the wild card and 4.5 in the West. That's what it feels like to me, because I'm kind of with you, Bobby. Like, all right, head up. My improvements versus your improvements. Oh, there feels like a clear separation, but you're just 2 back in the wild card. At 4.5 in the division, because Houston is 2-8 in their last 10.
Yeah, and you've got a series that starts here where you're the team that you're playing is up 2.5 on you in the wild card, so you got another chance
with no judge.
With no judge at least tonight.
Yeah,
he might come back tomorrow. Like, he's eligible to come back tomorrow. He's supposed to be making his trip here today. No idea, but where they are now, you have a chance against a team that just got swept by the Marlins. And their bullpen of death gave up like 48 runs on Friday. They lost 13-12, and they blew like a 9-3 lead or something like that.
Yeah, let's hope they can hit baseballs and close games. The 2 things they needed to get at the deadline that they did not.
It'll be Corbin and Fried tonight, Evaldi and Warren, and then Leiter and Rodon in the 3 games. And then, it's a big 9-game homestand because you got Philadelphia right after that. Philadelphia's not too bad, and they're a pretty good team. And then Arizona. And Arizona obviously traded everybody away at the deadline. So this is a big 9-game homestand. If you can take 2 of 3 here, you factor in that you're probably going to take 2 of 3 at minimum from the Diamondbacks. You're looking at a pretty solid series. If you could do anything more than that.
The new object of Rangers fans' anger. Well, it's not new. He's just back. People want to know what Jock Peterson has on Chris Young. That's the most common tweet I'm getting right now. Are you effing kidding me? Why is Peterson allowed to walk up there? Oh my God, what a shocker. Jock got out. He is hitting 126 on the season. Ugh. 126 on the season. Batting average is at 200 this month.
Well,
in 3 games. That's because it's an improvement over last month in 4 games when it was 0.
Wait, was he 1 for 5?
Dude, it's so he has been such a disaster of a signing. I mean, to the point that, like, even though he had declined a little bit and then had a bounce back last year, like, you would have never anticipated what he's put up this year.
Guess is war.
-0.5,
-1.1.
God, I don't think that's very good.
Triple it, Bob. -1.1.
God,
for Jock Peterson.
I don't think that's very good at all. Ooh,
and he's
keep him out of the lineup.
And I mean, he's somebody who, like, that's a cumulative stat. He was gone for a long time. That was a long time that he was out for, and he still built it up that much.
So they got so he'll be facing 2 lefties this week. So maybe he won't be in the lineup. Maybe, who knows, right? But they got to do something about that. The problem is trade deadline's gone, and there is no more waiver deadline anymore, right? Like, they got rid of that a couple years ago. There used to be that August 31st waiver deadline where you could trade guys for guys still who are on waivers, but they got rid of that one. So last week we talked about the Bryce Harper Rob Manfred fight in the clubhouse. Well, listen to the spin that old Rob. So Rob was announcing that Wrigley Field is going to be the site of the 27 All-Star game. Kind of cool, right? I can't remember the last All-Star game at Wrigley Field. Was it 89? Something like that. It was a long time ago. Rob is in the dugout here meeting the media. Listen to the spin job he put on this about the fight.
I don't talk about those player meetings. Let me say this. I think more has been made out of this than needs to be made out of it. Bryce expressed his views at the end of the meeting. We shook hands and went our separate ways. Just not all that significant.
Shook hands, went our separate ways. Bryce expressed his views. That is his way of saying he came very close to killing me, and I'm fortunate that he didn't. He gave me a swirly. I called him daddy, and we moved on.
It is true that, I mean, according to the initial report, that is how it ended. That they did shake their hands, and they went on their way. And I mean, to Manfred's credit, the report was that Bryce was like, "Get the bleep out of here," and Manfred went, "No."
Yeah.
Like, what are you good?
Yeah,
I mean,
he didn't spin that. Now, there are people who are actually getting on Bryce and the big dogs in baseball who are against the salary cap saying, oh, my God, how dare you want competitive balance? How dare you want, other people to make more money? So you are having that side of it, and not just everyone just laughing at Rob Manfred. I do have some numbers on parity throughout the sports that I think are really interesting. Over the last 4 years, 4 different teams won the World Series, and 7 different teams played in it, while 23 out of 30 teams have made the playoffs.
In the last 4 years?
In the last 4 years.
Wow.
That is a sports dream.
That's parity.
That's parity.
Yeah, the luxury tax is doing a good job.
The NBA has seen a similar run. 4 champs, 7 teams playing in the finals, 25 teams in the playoffs. But the league has more playoff spots available, and that's not even counting the new play-in round. Meanwhile, the NFL has had 3 Super Bowl champs, 6 Super Bowl representatives, and 28 teams in the playoffs, which, again, larger than the baseball playoffs. But we have seen people complain that we're getting too much of the same thing in the NFL, whether it's the Eagles, whether it's the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think the NFL's parity has made it so there's a constant recycle of the bottom. And the analytics have made it so, hey, it's just basically the quarterback wins.
We also have gotten the Royals, the Rays, the Rockies, the Tigers, and the Guardians playing in the World Series the last 2 decades with some of the lowest payrolls in the league. So, if I'm Bryce, I'm holding this up and saying, that's what you wanted. That's what you've gotten.
Yeah, the luxury tax has done a really good job of keeping salaries down, which isn't like what you want. But it's also done a good job of limiting teams from just outspending. The Dodgers still could do whatever they want.
Yeah,
as long as they're deferring payments for ever.
They got to that to me. They got to stop. They got to stop the deferred payments. I don't think that's with way outside the spirit of what it should be.
I also have some updated odds from Vegas after all the trades were made. The Rangers. Well, I'll tell you the trading teams after World Series picks. So give me the favorite right now in Vegas today. Bet online to win it all.
Dodgers.
Still the Dodgers.
It is the Dodgers. Well done. Plus 280. Then
Phillies.
Good job, RJ Choppy. Plus 850. Then
Padres.
Nope. You're gonna have to go American League. Houston.
Nope.
Yankees.
Nope.
Toronto.
Nope.
Tigers.
Nope.
Is it AL?
I'm not going to tell you that. You've guessed half the sport.
Brewers.
Nope.
Mets.
3 teams.
Wow.
Top of the NL. 3 teams. That tells you how wide open the American League is, that Vegas isn't even trying to cover their backside. That's plus 950 for the Mets. Then the Tigers and Yankees and Blue Jays are tied at 10-1. The Cubs and the Astros and the Brewers are 12-1. Seattle, Padres. If you think the Texas Rangers, ladies and gentlemen, are winning the World Series, you can get them at 20-1. They were 28-1 before the trades. Bobby, Vegas saying they did a good job.
Could have been 10-1 if you would have actually addressed what you needed.
Seattle went from 18-1 to 14-1. Padres went from 22-1 to 16-1. So 20-1 for the Rangers to win it all, and the Red Sox 25-1.
Okay. It is Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. This youth, I'll save the youth thing. This player poll came out, MLB player poll. This was done over the All-Star game, and they took them a while to put it together, I guess. So they asked dream teammate, worst organization. This is
who's this from?
This is from Fox Sports. The player you most want to be teammates with. And it was a runaway. Aaron Judge at 47%. Shohei at 12%. And then a slew of guys at 6%. Kershaw, Schwarber, Trout, Bobby Witt Jr., Paul Skeens. All right, so that was that one. Are you for?
Interesting to me that it's like did it have to be a star? You know what I mean?
Lineup protection. I want to be teammates with that guy because we'll be good.
Oh.
And then you want to be teammates with Trout because if you're a backup, you'll get playing time.
Yeah, there you go.
I was just thinking it's someone they love.
Yeah, I mean, you could, I could see it. Are you for or against the automatic ball strike system?
Against. I guarantee it's against.
Bobby?
Against.
86% for.
Whoa.
Stunned.
Wow.
Didn't the Athletic do a player poll on this a couple months ago, and it was like aggressively against?
It was aggressively against.
Well, it's Fox. They fired all their regular people, so maybe.
NL All-Star pitcher. I don't want full ABS. I want to be able to go down and pitch at AAA and rehab and other things. I've gotten experience with it, so I'm used to it, but I don't want the full human element out of it. Others saying I'm for the challenge system. I just don't want to get rid of the umpires. So there's that. All right, next one. Most underrated player in the game. Jose Ramirez, 23%. And then a ton of guys at 7.5%. Soto, let's see, Joe Ryan.
It's all everybody listening to New York radio who voted Soto.
Severino, Fromber, Aaron Judge as the most underrated players.
Okay.
Ballpark with the best atmosphere. The winning stadium had 20%.
What
Fenway.
league?
American League. Fenway is
Detroit.
Fenway was third. They had 12%. Detroit not on here.
It's Houston. Not Houston?
No, they had 8%.
Baltimore.
No.
You got to win to have
People
an
love
atmosphere.
Camden. It's beautiful.
You get sprayed with a
great.
hose.
Camden's great. It's
Who
Yankee
is it?
Stadium.
Yankee.
I was surprised.
What
Philadelphia
a bunch
and
of simps these guys
Philadelphia and the Dodgers are second at 16%. Wrigley and Fenway, Petco, Houston, and then Mets and Blue Jays fields. Most surprising team this season, easy. That's the Tigers, the runaway. And then, of course, the Brewers are right there. Organization you'd least want to play for.
Pittsburgh.
This is a bunch of Yankee fans, so the Red Sox.
No, Pittsburgh's not on there. The Yankees are on there at 11%. The
Chicago.
White Sox, 44%. And then tied
Take that cheek link.
with 11%, the Marlins, the Phillies, the Guardians, almost said the, and the Yankees, and then any California team got 11%.
That is a Fox poll.
Huh?
That is a Fox poll.
That is a Fox poll, absolutely. There you go. There's your list.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers. Choppy will be in Arlington tomorrow for Game 2 of the Yankees and the Rangers. Game 1 is tonight.
By the way, Rangers, I didn't even see that. Rangers did get one vote on the team you would most like to play for, the organization you'd most like to play. The Red Sox won it all.
And wasn't Bochy on there for manager?
I didn't see the manager one. I didn't see anything on managers.
Okay. Crosstalk with a KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Back out to Oxnard for Jerry versus Micah. Nick Eatman has it covered. DallasCowboys.com next.
Products? I don't remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cool. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, we of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your but that's your I'm not saying this is your
Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to contracting attorneys in Dallas.
Nick Eatman joining us, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We're walking off the tennis courts. We're leaving the practice facility for the final time this year. And Nick Eatman is walking our way, doing his laps, getting in his exercise. And we show him the tweet from Diana Rossini. We show him the message. And then we get to the airport and all hell breaks loose. Micah Parsons requests the trade. Jerry spends 15 minutes with the media the next day answering all the questions, and here we are on the home of the Cowboys with Nick Eatman on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, man. I'm just so glad you told that story. I really am, because I was actually I was walking, but I was actually on the phone with my wife, and I had I gotta go, and I called her back, and I think she's listening right now. So I'm glad that she knows that I was that it was something like that, because she's like, I'm sure it was whatever. But at least it was something pretty big like that, and yeah. All hell broke loose on Friday, and then Saturday, Jerry comes back and responds, and you know what I mean? We're I don't know what time slot of soap opera that we're going to fit in here, but it's going to be one of them. I mean, this is kind of what happens, and it seems like it happens every year.
Nick, give us the biggest takeaways or biggest things you learned from Micah's statement.
I'm not finished reading it yet. Still working, taking breaks. I was just surprised that I never. I mean, these guys, use their own social platforms to get the message across. But in this way, it's still relatively new for me to take it to that level in a contract situation like this. We haven't seen that really before. What did I learn? I learned that he feels really hurt, but he's playing the game harder than anybody we've seen before play it, and so it was just like, wow, I don't know if you can go back from some of that. Some of the things he said and calling out Jerry in certain ways. It's I just keep thinking of the toothpaste. Can you put it back in the tube? That's what I don't know. But Jerry, on his response, I mean, he didn't really blink. That's, I think, what he's trying to say is that we've seen this before. I've seen this before, and it's not going to change. We're in good shape. So, I think I at least feel better about the situation after Jerry talked, because I was wondering on Friday if this really is the end. Can you come back from it? I don't think that they're phased at all by it.
Nick, you mentioned there that he's playing the game harder than anybody else that they've encountered in negotiation. How much of your what percentage of you says this is him playing the game versus no, he's really asking out of here?
I mean, I think he's I think it's the game. I think it's 80% of the game. I think he's seeing that what happened before. He this is a tactic that Myles Garrett used and all that. Now, Myles, I don't think he did not go to the level of naming names and going, just as detailed as it's been. But I think, there's obviously some hurt there. I mean, I say 80%. I think that's part of the game, but that doesn't mean that this isn't, WrestleMania. I mean, this isn't just fake. I mean, I think it's real.
I'm sorry, what? It's not fake. Scripted, maybe.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry to rattle the cage over there.
Big time rattle. Big time rattle.
Okay, sorry. Steel cage, I guess.
Steel cage. Kevin Hagen's going to call him from Germany.
All right. Yeah, of course. Hey, listen, nobody's a bigger wrestling fan growing up and all that, but scripted. Okay. And I don't think that's exactly what it is, but I do think it's a back and forth, and we've seen it done with other people, but I think that, Micah's just kind of taking it to another level. That's why I say he's playing the game harder than what we've seen.
Whose side are you on?
Okay. I'm on the fan side. I want it to get done. I've gone a little bit back and forth. I mean, I do see. I when Jerry was talking, I mean, I see some of that. Here's what I don't know. The reason why it's hard for anyone to pick sides is because we don't know any of the sides.
Yeah.
Like that's what's funny is like, which side are you on? You don't know all this pay Micah. And I'm like, well, what if we told you like, okay, for what he's asking, Jerry can get it done. Jerry can pay him. Now Matt Waletzko has to stay on the team and be your starter. Or who name anybody else out there, your right guard, your right tackle. I mean, you're going to be sacrificed because of what this guy's asking you to pay. Nobody ever knows that. No one ever cares.
Right.
And then all they'll do is blame, well, that's Jerry's fault, Steven's fault for not doing it last year or 2 years ago. Hell, it could have been $50 million at that point. You know what I mean? You just you don't know exactly. That's why it's hard to take sides. You don't know exactly what each side is asking for. But I still, part of me thinks, I've got my theory here, I think it'll be done in the next 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Yeah, that's my prediction.
So, okay, so there's, you don't think, what do you think the chance would be then that it would go beyond this year? So you think it's that's not even on the cards?
No, I mean, I don't think. I think as we get closer and closer to it, and I think this is without talking to Micah or anything like that, I just feel like they know he knows, his side knows they don't really have much leverage. The only way we're going to, he's not going to want to go too far into this. I think he's going to want to get a deal done, for his own sake. I think for both sides it makes sense to get something done in the next, I would say, couple of weeks. And so that's why I think he's throwing out kind of I don't know if it's a Hail Mary, but he's throwing out one last chance to say, try to gain some leverage back. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But I think in his mind, he wants to get a deal done pretty soon because he wants this season to start and not have to deal with it again.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on 105 through the Fan. Yeah, Micah he's not sending the harshest message that he'll miss games when he's not going to miss practice the day after a trade demand. He doesn't want to lose $50K. It makes it really hard to believe he's going to miss a game check.
Exactly. That's a very, very good point. And that's kind of why this is such a unique situation. I mean, because he's saying, you know what? I'm glad you said that because I should probably change my stance when I say he's playing the game harder than others. You could argue that he's not.
Yeah.
He's just more vocal about it.
Yeah.
And it's the most, you think you've seen it all until situations like this. And I've asked others about who has demanded a trade in the past, and I'm sure it's happened, and mostly behind closed doors. But I don't remember anything this public.
Nick and Nick Eatman joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, we've talked about teammates supporting him and changing their profile pictures and stuff like that. How much of that is just all right, this is a public solidarity, it's a vote of confidence on our teammate, versus there are guys in the locker room who are genuinely becoming offended by this situation?
Funny, because a lot of those guys that are doing it are the ones that got paid.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the three that I've seen the most. Osa, right? CD,
Lamb.
Diggs. Yeah,
and Lamb.
Funny. They all got a contract. And you feel a little bit more solid ground to do that. Maybe one K Thomas in there too, but it's like just go play. But that's what I see from that, and so I think that they feel that way, and they just pay the guy, get it done, pay him what what he's owed. But again, do they even know what's being asked for? You know, I just get the sense that Micah, it matters so much to them that that they don't want to be the highest paid non-quarterback for like 30 minutes or for 2 weeks or whatever. I think he's trying to put it out there. You know what I mean? If he doesn't just want to break the record, he wants to put it out there so far, Emmitt Smith style, that no one's going to get it, at least for a while. And that's just really not how things like this work. So, I don't think he's trying to go 41.1, and I think he wants a little bit more room than that.
Nick, my next big question for Jerry or Steven is, what is this doing to Brian Schottenheimer's culture?
Yeah. You still see the crowd surfing. I mean, you still see the things we're seeing on the field.
Yeah.
Behind closed doors, that's different. But you could argue it both ways. I mean, he's still here. I mean, he's still here. I don't think it's changed that much. I like the fact that he's at least listening to the calls. I mean, in some ways, sometimes he's off on the field, on the other side over there with Trayvon. But I would imagine he'll be right in the thick of it when the Rams come in here. So I think that he's having conversations, good conversations, with Schottenheimer, and he said, he's 5-6 times he didn't really want to talk about Micah, but he's still talking about Micah because that's what's happening. I don't think it's affecting that much. I really don't. The players are maybe focused on what they're trying to do, but I mean, they still get on social media. They're still going to support Micah Parsons, but I don't think that they're not buying into what Shotty is doing.
Practice today, Rams tomorrow.
Yep. Should be fun. Is getting closer to seeing like who's going to be out here, and who's going to play. And what I like about what happened right before preseason game is that you kind of get the sense is that this is the work that the starters are going to get, at least the main guys. And so it's kind of their preseason opener. It's their time. Yeah, they're not going to get hit or whatever, but it's the best thing we're going to see out of Dak, CD, Pickens, this offensive line, running game, whatever. It's the best we're going to really get to see for a while. Really, till you could argue until you see to the Eagles game, because they're going to go up against other competition, and the first teamers are going to do it.
Nick, thank you so much. We appreciate you, brother. We'll do it again on Wednesday.
Sounds great. See you guys.
The great Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece to recap their weekend. Fred's still in for Hagee. We'll crosstalk with them next.
test drive. Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let us crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece featuring Fred Davis in for Kevin Hagelin. Corey Majors, good morning. Have you gotten any Kevin updates?
Oh, no, I have not. I figured phones don't work in Germany. And he did say something about checking the international
WhatsApp?
fees and whatever. Oh, yeah, WhatsApp is a good idea. My buddy went to Mexico or Spain or something. I don't know. And he was like, hey, I'm going to put WhatsApp on my phone just so we can keep in touch. I can't remember which one.
I don't think they're the same. He goes Mexico or Spain.
I don't remember.
I think there's
They went to a food court somewhere.
A place where he was like, I'm not going to have much connection. So, but yeah, no, I haven't heard from Kevin at all. Not a single thing. So, wow. Good luck to him, man, out there in the world.
Man, that WhatsApp. Get that WhatsApp underground.
I saw a commercial this morning. That stuff's like encrypted. They can't read your messages, they say. Nobody can.
They say.
That's what they say.
Allegedly.
Fred, what's the most fun thing you did this weekend?
Spent the entire weekend with my son. Went and picked my son up. He's 17. You know, we're in that pivotal stage.
Where'd you pick him up from?
Kansas. So I drove up to get him, and that 6-hour drive back, a lot of just one-on-one father bond. Because he and I have been beefing for the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
And Choppy and I talked about this. You know, he's at that stage. You know, he's had this girlfriend. I don't agree with some of the things that have gone on, but, you know, I'm here in Dallas, so, you know, they're left to do whatever the hell it is they want to do. And I said something about it on the air yesterday. And the girlfriend's mother was listening.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely awesome.
I love it.
I said, hey, look, they never asked about me, so now they know. Now they know.
What did you say?
Well, I just kind of made a general reference to, I said, because somebody was talking smack on the text line about, oh, you're so verbose around your son. I said, look, I don't say anything on air that I haven't said to my son face to face. So, you know, my son knows how I feel about certain things, and apparently she was listening. So,
but what did you say?
I said in a very general, ambiguous term, I said, you know, I will mock my son's girlfriend. And that's all I said. But I don't mock her per se. It's the whole situation.
Yeah.
But
you've been beefing with him over, like, their relationship.
Just, I feel like
your guidance, a move that he should make.
Exactly. I feel like he's gotten a little soft.
Did you? No, he has no hands.
And it's her doing.
Is what you're saying.
What's that?
And it's her doing.
I feel like I don't think it's necessarily her doing, but I said you've let her become a succubus, and so, you know.
You said verbose and then this thing. What are those? What are we talking about?
I need you to lock in. Like, it's his senior year, and you know, I mean, I said, look, a summer ago, you were keeping me up to date on everything going on workout wise. I knew what was happening. This summer, it's like pulling teeth, and I said the only thing that's changed is you're spending a lot more time with your girlfriend. Not saying that's a bad thing, but
you are.
Well, I said, look, if you're going to do both, I mean, look, I said you can do both, but let's not, you know, you only get one senior year.
You know, Fred, I think that you would be the perfect one to judge on the RJ Choppy scale, the offensive scale.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if I'm the one, but go ahead.
I don't think you are, but I like your radio response.
Where are we going with this?
We're going to judge. Let's get him to weigh what you talked about in Worst of the Weekend.
Oh.
And see if what Corey and Fred think is worse.
All right, so
because Fred's saying that just made me start thinking about, you know.
Is this where you made the joke about her being?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Corey,
we were just, you know, we were sitting there talking, and we were in the kitchen, and she goes, "Man, we need to lose some weight."
This you and your wife, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, "Yeah, I know." I was like, just, you know, in a joking manner, just promise me when you get hot again, you're not going to leave me.
That's fair.
Turns out that was the wrong thing to say. It didn't come out.
But what's wrong with that?
It's because of what he said on Friday. He stacked it up.
Do you think it's smart to tell the person you're with right now, I don't think you're hot?
I didn't tell her that.
I mean, if you're saying it in jest.
Well, she could take it that way. That's how she did take it.
Yeah,
she did.
No, she did.
She definitely took it that way.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny. In my head, it was funny.
Very
and
funny.
Friday, you know, we were talking about how did we get on this conversation?
You waking up, like brushing your teeth or something?
No. It was the study from Japan.
Yeah.
Men in Japan find BO to be appealing, sexy. And I said, you know, every now and then you'll wake up in the morning and I'll roll over, and occasionally you get a morning whiff.
Yeah,
that's Sarah.
BO.
Yeah, it's admitting her basically.
Yeah.
And he's like, I like the smell of it.
Okay, it's fine. I'm fine because you know
Now, see, I think that's endearing.
At 10 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, it's 24 hours. It's a shower.
Yeah. How'd she take it, though? She took it
Not
as,
well.
you stink.
Not well.
You
She
smell
told me.
bad.
She said,
Which is what you said. You said, you stink, but I like it.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
I didn't say that.
You're ugly and fat, but I like it.
I didn't say that.
It's my
I
thing.
don't think I said that. I don't think I said that at all.
And look, not to go all Dr. Phil or anything like that, but how long y'all been together? Like, didn't she kind of know this was kind of comes with the territory with you?
We've been, it's like, three-something years.
That's a good point.
I mean, it's not like RJ woke up one day and decided to be this guy. Like,
how early do you lay it down in your relationship that I'm talking on the radio and I'm going to be talking about you on the radio? That's a very important, like, probably a top 3 thing. Do you want kids? Are your parents, crazy?
Yeah.
And I'm going to be talking about you on the radio. You're going to be a public figure.
That's been Kristen's big complaint. She's like, everybody else had was able to choose the expectation. She's like, we were married and then you started talking on the radio.
Well, I mean, talking on your 4-person podcast didn't count.
That's why she said it didn't count. She said she's like, that didn't count when you were just
looking for someone.
But did she know you wanted to get? But she knew you wanted to be on the radio, though. Correct?
No, I didn't at the time.
Oh well.
Then he saw
I worked in radio.
Our fame.
And then I was like, let me help these guys out. They need a hand.
What are the insults Zach throws at you about like a fanboy or something? Or he said he was Bobby was a fan of Dawson or something like that.
Oh yeah, where he's like, oh, who's your biggest fan? Up until he got with the Mean Girls in the Morning.
Yeah. So your significant other, how long have you guys been
Oh no, I
together?
don't have. I mean, no.
Weren't we talking about a girlfriend last week or two?
He just got some stuff in the hopper, but I mean,
Oh.
I mean, what are we talking about?
So
I didn't say
no,
anything about a girlfriend.
you don't. Oh, you did. Okay.
No, that wasn't
I thought
me.
you were just hanging out last week with someone.
No, I don't.
Maybe.
Your last relationship.
I mean, what are we?
Your last relationship. How long was
Fred's
it?
in more trouble than I am now.
Man, it's an ongoing deal.
Oh, it's on and off.
Yeah.
So you think
on and off?
So
yeah, that's the best way to put it. Yes.
Okay.
I'm an on and off type guy.
It's the
And
Mitch
the
Hedberg line. It's the I don't have a girlfriend. I just have a girl, or I know a girl who would be very upset if she heard me say that.
Okay. And the latest one of the on again, off again switch got turned up or down was how long ago?
I mean, I don't know. I was with somebody and then I left to come to Dallas and didn't even tell her. So
okay,
you didn't even tell her. You just said
You messy.
you sent like a return address.
no, she showed up at my house and I was moving out.
This is great. This is great. I love this.
Fantastic.
I mean, we've been all
I don't know if I like that one.
Okay, so you haven't had like a serious DFW girlfriend.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
My
no.
bad.
I've only been here a year.
Let me wingman for you.
Yeah, I've only been here a year.
Let me do
That's
it.
Bobby's.
I
idea.
still want
Works
to go
out
back to this
brilliantly.
Kansas girl.
It does
Or
work out
wherever it
brilliant.
was.
Opportunities galore. I can't hit for
Wherever
you
you moved
too.
from.
Oh, that's my son's mother, dude.
I can groove a
Yeah, that doesn't
fastball. I
count.
can't hit it.
I mean, that's my son's
No,
mother.
I'd be the
doesn't
one that
count.
just showed up at the house. She just shows up like.
Oh no, that was the one in Houston. Yeah, I mean we'd been off and on for a minute. So
Are you on any apps out here?
no,
Okay.
no, I don't project well on the internet.
How so?
Because first of all, they want you to give all this information, and I just don't believe it
For safety.
But you're on the radio. You talk. I'm sure you tell everything on the air. I mean, you clearly do.
I'll tease it.
Okay.
I tease it. I treat my dating profile like a segment.
Okay.
Okay, we get in, we get out, and I'll tease it.
That's his bio line on the dating profile. I'll tease it.
I'll tease it. I get in, I get out, and I tease it.
Right.
Corey, what's coming up?
That sounds really bad. I get in, I get out, and I tease it. Jesus. I don't think you intended it to sound like that, but it did.
Corey, tease your show.
We got more of that. We got more of Fred today. Fair or foul at 12:20 today. Also, the Rangers weekend, and then the have we recovered from Micah Friday? Based on everything I've heard this morning, I don't think so. I don't think everybody's recovered from it yet. I think we're still in this mode of like trying to figure out if it is scripted. If that meeting actually was, hey, look, I need to drag this out. Drag it out just like we do. But Micah, since you're head of content over at Bleacher Report, maybe we can help each other out with headlines.
What percentage do you put in that they choreographed this?
Together?
10%.
Yeah.
10%.
Zero.
Oh, zero.
Okay.
A small percentage, but
not like,
but
hey,
not
let's
0.
stir it up a little.
No, Jerry may have said, I'll stir this up a little, or Micah on his own may have said, I'll stir this up a little. I don't think there's any chance they got together on it.
Don't you guys think, though, this, and we said this yesterday, and CA agreed, I think this is just a Mulligetta Jerry Jones pissing match.
I think you've got 3 massive alpha personalities that all want their claim to this.
Yeah.
Is the they've not had a negotiation like this yet in terms of all the personalities involved.
Do both of you guys have interest in hearing the trade proposals? Would you trade them for the right deal that blew you away?
I think it'd be foolish not to listen.
There's not a single player on the planet that I'm not willing to listen to. Not every time. Just give me the offer. Doesn't mean I have to do it.
No, you can't high five him, Chop. You probably wouldn't listen for Mahomes.
Doesn't mean I have to do it.
I'd still listen to that too.
I'd still listen. It doesn't mean I have to do it.
Firsts.
I want to know what the value is.
Exactly.
I want to know what
you're
other
going to get
people
your
think.
franchise, but. Yeah. By the way, real quick, and I know you're the baseball guru here.
Thank you. What would you like to know?
Would you put DeGrom on the IL?
It's interesting.
He's going to need
2 bad starts in a row.
He's going to need to miss a couple.
Yeah, I don't know about IL, but I would definitely.
Well, just like a 10-day IL run.
Because you're just skipping a start. Yeah,
Exactly.
you're skipping a start. Yeah, sure.
I don't know if I'd put him on the IL. I would take him off the CY because Tarek Skubal is better. That's what I know.
Yeah, I mean, because it's clear something's off.
He doesn't look right last 2 games.
Something's off. I mean, his strikeout numbers are fine, but like something's not right. He's not giving up. He shouldn't be giving up 10 runs in 10 innings.
No,
and he's not a pitcher you typically see like pull
pitch
one.
this. I mean, when was the last time? When was the last time he's thrown this many innings?
2019.
Yeah.
2019.
I mean, that's a long time
And he's
ago.
37.
By the way, he's the fastest to 1,800 strikeouts ever. He didn't even have 100 wins yet. That's crazy. Could you imagine?
Who's hosting with Blake in place of you?
Got you down.
Okay.
The one, the only.
When did he get back from Brazil?
I think last Thursday or Friday, because he was with your boy on Saturday.
Who's my boy?
Jake.
Oh, Reetma. Okay. Is he not your boy?
No, he is your boy.
Well, I mean, I think it's.
I think you've claimed him, Sean.
Yeah.
You claimed him pretty quickly.
I got him on waivers.
Your guy. Yeah.
For nothing.
He's on the waiver wire. You said, "No,
For
it's
nothing. The KNC. Yeah, that's my laugh. I have the rights to that laugh. The KNC masterpiece next on the Fan.
No. Was it
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and it is another Fred week with us as Fred Davis joins us for this week and a couple more days next week as well. So if you didn't get enough Fred last week, you're going to get some more. And let us know if you liked that last week because it was a lot of fun. Alec Medford hanging in studio with us as well today. It looks like Carter Freeman made his way back from California. Even though Bobby gave him a 6 out of 10 on his efforts last week. I disagree. I thought that Carter Freeman got a 10 out of 15 or something. 15 out of... All right, guys, so it's going to start off Monday like that, and then we'll see how things roll from there. Yeah, the Rangers weekend didn't go as we needed it to. We needed a split at least. There were opportunities for the Rangers to get a split, for opportunity for them to go 3-1 over this weekend too.
There was.
But they were unable to do
Robert
that.
Garcia.
And man, this is starting to become 877-881-1053. What's ticking you off the most right now?
Did you know you had a spatula muscle?
No, I did not. What is it? Where is the spatula muscle?
It's a great question. Spatula, scapula, it's somewhere in the lat.
Okay, all right, somewhere in that back area.
And,
gotcha.
But you can reach it with a spatula, as I think that's where the confusion lies.
Okay, now that Fred has done this, Alec, one of the greatest investments I've made. All right, one of the best investments I've made in the last 3 years is the $8 back scratcher on Amazon. All right. By the way, got 2 back scratchers for the price of 1.
Okay.
This back scratcher sits on the bedstand at night. That way I never have to wake up my wife. Never have to say, hey, can you get that one spot that I can't? This thing, but and it feels like whatever metal this is made out of, once I touch the itch, I don't even have to scratch. Once I touch the itch, gone.
Interesting.
I feel like it's some sort of magic metal, but I call it the magic wand sometimes.
Okay.
In the bedroom.
Wow. Huh.
So
your wife doesn't call it that, does she?
No, she does not.
Okay.
Because she doesn't need her back scratch. She can reach all those spots. I'm a large man.
Yeah.
Some of those areas are just difficult to reach. So there you go. Jock Peterson's the thing that's frustrating
He can
me
use a back scratcher
the most right now. He's 126 batting average. I tweeted this over the weekend. Every time he's at the plate and I need something to happen, I need him to do something, he doesn't.
No.
And that's become the point where the questions being asked by everybody on Twitter, how long will Bochy keep him in the lineup? How long is he going to keep him at the 5-hole? How long? When do you just say that's enough? Somebody on Twitter said you can't bet on the come forever, and that's where it seems like we have to make something of this money that we've spent. So we got to use him somehow.
Yeah,
and the Rangers aren't getting any benefit out of it because when runners are on, he's out, or a double play, or a pop up, and it's just starting to become the frustrating thing for most Rangers fans.
It's a sunk cost issue at this point with him, and I think we talked about this last week, and unfortunately, we're going to have to beat this drum, and it reared its ugly head over the weekend. Jake Berger is still out. Now, he's over in he's in Round Rock. Looks like he's good. Hopefully going to be here sooner rather than later. We can talk to Bochy about that on Wednesday if we haven't heard anything, any update on that in the next 48 hours. But you need Jake Berger like Corey Majors needs a back scratcher.
Yes.
Okay? Like, that's what you need from Jake Berger right now, okay? Because, again, I said this last week, and I'll say it again, and I get it. It's CY. CY is great at finding pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
Leaves a little to be desired when it comes to getting hitters.
Yeah, and it's tough to find hitters.
Which
that's a reality,
and that's
right?
a tough.
That's a reality.
That's a tough job. I'm not taking anything away from them, but I am.
And they're expensive. Like that. Those are real things.
Yeah.
But you're right. There has been a lack of finding the one that just shows, man, what a great investment this was.
Why can't we find a Patrick? If I'll tell you what, if you could get your hitting equivalent of a Patrick Corbin or of a Tyler Mahle when he's not on the 60-day IL, this team would be in a totally different situation. I mean, think about it, and let's just take it just in a vacuum. Let's just look at this Mariners series, okay? Forget just the Mariners as a whole. The last 2 times, whether it was the 3-game set where you lost 2 of the games in extra innings here at Globe Life, which was a phenomenal 3-game series just from a baseball perspective. Sucked because you lost 2 out of 3. And then on this last series where you should have won on Friday if Robert Garcia doesn't spit the bit.
Yep.
Okay. You lucked out on Saturday, and again, you lost another Jacob deGrom start, and you could have easily have taken that series as well taken that game on Sunday. So it's just these little things that add up. But again, because you're getting absolutely zero pop from anybody not named Adolis, from anybody not named Corey Seager, and this is the situation you find yourself in.
Yeah, and Berger in Frisco. We're not exactly sure when he'll be, how long he's going to be in this rehab.
Okay, so he's in Frisco.
But he should be up. He should be pretty soon because, and we'll probably have this discussion tomorrow. Josh Young likely headed to the IL for a 10-day, maybe a little longer with this calf situation, and that's the conversation we need to have about Josh Young. Do we need to have a conversation about his future?
Is he prone to injury or injury prone?
It is yes, both of them. Just put them both together, and that's Josh. That's Josh Young. But that's where we're waiting on Berger. The pitching gave you a chance. It gave you a chance this weekend until obviously Garcia did have give up the booty late in that one.
Yeah.
And that's where there are a couple things because Coulomb didn't look great in his first outing. And I was like, all right, I'd like a little more from him.
He looked terrible, though. I mean, he got you out.
Some of the moments I was like, all right, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he got you out of the inning with no runs.
One of the things that Mike Maddox talks about so much, and I think everybody understands this, is pitching with conviction.
Yeah.
Trusting that everything. Now, I don't know that you can start with a new manager, a new coach, a new boss, and immediately trust that what he's giving you is going to, work. So maybe it's going to take a few games to go, okay, his pitching, what he's lining up for me should work, and I trust it, and the conviction's completely there. From the 469, can't let Evan Carter off the hook, too. Another injury guy right there.
He's backs are tricky, man, and that's one of those things where you just hate to see it.
At that young,
but
too.
You just wonder, is this something that's going to be a nagging, consistent problem? Because back stuff doesn't go away, unfortunately.
I think it's going to be a
hindrance to his
career-long
career.
history of problems.
Man, I think you're onto something there, and like I said, it's one of those things, and that's where, because you neglected to get a bat at the deadline, and look, we can get into the whole scenario of, well, we didn't have this. You
didn't get one.
You didn't get one, right? I mean, you gave up, 5 different dudes for Miles Kelly, Merlin Kelly, whatever the hell his name is, who, by the way, didn't look bad on Saturday. Oh, by the way, let's keep track of where the outs are at, Kelly. Okay, I mean, total brain fog, and this guy's been in the league for a minute, so you would think I'll give that. I'll err on the side of caution or give that benefit of the doubt to a rookie. If Kamar Rocker or Jack Leiter has that brain fart and throws a third when you got 2 outs on a comebacker, okay, it sucks, but I'll live with it. Kelly, you've been doing this too long, man. You're a journeyman. Like, this is why you got brought here. You're a mercenary. You're a pitcher for hire. You are in those situations. DeGrom yesterday, 2 outs, nobody on. Cal Rowley's been striking out, all for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah,
and then
at one point he had 6 straight strikeouts.
6 straight strikeouts. Okay,
that was
and
Rafael
you
Devers to start the
couldn't
season.
put him away, and then boom, very next play, boom, J.P. Crawford takes you deep, right? So it's little mental mistakes, and look, from a guy like a DeGrom, that's a mental mistake. Like, you can't put Cal Rowley on with 2 outs.
And that's another to add to that. 3 of their best hitters went 7 for 49 this weekend.
You did your job for the most part.
19 strikeouts. Like, you took out most of their best players.
Cal Raleigh was a non-factor this week.
And you still couldn't take advantage of that. Now, that's frustrating. However, you are 2 games out of a wild card spot behind Seattle.
And that's the
Boston and New York. You got New York this week.
And they're reeling.
It's there. Yeah, they're reeling. Houston didn't do anything to separate themselves even further. Actually, they lost 3 straight, so that's another. If you're hoping that maybe you can slip into the division win, that's a possibility still. So it's frustrating. It was a frustrating weekend, but there's still plenty of opportunity ahead of you, and that's a positive thing. Like, that's the positive line of it is it's available. You just got to figure out how to put the puzzle together to be able to take advantage of it.
I guess moving forward, the question I have about this baseball team is this, right? In Bochy, we trust, number one, right? I mean,
even though this person's saying y'all give him way too much credit.
Who, Bruce Bochy?
Yeah.
Look, why? I mean, he's making chicken salad out of chicken, what, right now? Okay, I mean, let's be real. I mean, give him too much credit. What would this team look? I'll take a step back and ask you this: what would this team be right now without Bruce Bochy at the helm? Okay, I mean, look, this guy is a master at managing. Between him and Mike Maddox, the job they're doing with managing this pitching staff, all right,
juggling this lineup on a daily basis.
Alberto Osuna's your DH, man. The guy's batting 187. That's your DH. Sam Haggerty's your DH, okay? Sam Haggerty's on G-Bag last week talking about Robert Greene and the 48 Laws of Power. That's your DH right now. And look, I love it, okay? I'm a talk show host, not a DH, okay? You're not paying me millions of dollars to hit dongs.
Go ahead and mark that one, please. I appreciate that.
But if you did, I'd be okay with it.
Dingers. But I guess one thing, DeGrom did hit 1,800 career strikeouts.
Man, that's the skinniest kid at Fat Camp. I don't care.
Weirdest thing, fastest pitcher.
I need a dub.
By 240 games, Randy Johnson, 243 was the fastest. It's wild, though, because he's 37.
Well, he's hurt every other year.
You can't get to 5,000. But, that is the kind of guy he is. But I'm with you, dude, on the idea that he might need to take a step.
Now you need to give old.
You need to take a break.
Old JD, give him a break
because he hasn't pitched this many innings in years.
6 years,
and on top of that,
these are high leverage innings he's pitching too.
Yeah, and watch. Yes, because every time he's up on the mound, there's 0 runs for him.
Choppy said this the other day. You can when they lost. What was it? What game did he lose last week? Was it the Angels? He lost. Yeah, when he got rocked against them.
Slipping on the mound, he was bad.
This team, for as on and off, hot and cold as this offense is, You cannot afford to lose Evo starts. You can't afford to lose Jacob DeGrom starts. And you've now lost 2 in a row.
And that's why they went and got Merrill Kelly so that they could
Merrill.
say, let's get some wins here.
That's it.
And it's nice to have him in there. And he had a couple of he said cramps, farts, whatever you want to call them. He had a couple of those moments. They were still able to get out and a win on that one, so that was nice. But
you had a couple brain cramps this weekend, didn't you?
He needs a couple of them. Yeah, absolutely. Over the weekend, I did imbibe a little bit with some tequila. All right, and maybe also some whiskey, and
so you mixed your brown liquors, huh?
No, it was one day one, the other day the other.
Yeah.
All right, so I just kind of I think I go with reposado on the tequila. That's the form there.
So when you drink the tequila, do you drink it straight or you mix it with anything?
Call margarita bombs.
Okay. What's
you make
that?
A little mini margarita.
Entail?
You just don't pour it into the glass with ice. You just pour it into a glass and then kind of stir it with your finger and drink it, and then you go do whatever else it is that you need to do, fold laundry or clean the lawnmower, but whatever you got to do.
I don't know that cleaning a lawnmower after a margarita bomb is a good idea.
And they're so easy to drink too.
Yeah,
like tequila, not easy to drink. Margarita bomb tastes sweet. You're like, oh, this is great, but you do got to combo up with some water. Make sure you add water into the mix, otherwise that's just a bad combination.
What was your margarita bomb to water ratio?
7-to-1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
7 margarita bombs.
I think the FDA says 4-to-1, but you're a big guy, so I get it.
One of the reasons.
Yeah.
Micah stressed me out this weekend.
He did.
Micah stressed me out a lot on Friday as we were finishing up this show. Alex waving at me with his phone. He's like, hey, check your phone. And I gave him the thumbs up. I got this. Don't worry about it. And then he was like, no, dumbass.
No.
Check your phone. And I went, okay. And I looked at my phone and all of a sudden we saw it.
Yeah. Those last 2 segments were crazy Friday.
It was fun. It was absolutely. This is one of the best parts of this job. Yeah, one of the best parts of this job is whenever stuff like that happens on the fly, because you don't know what's going to happen. Are we over it? Did we get past the immediacy of holy S? This really just happened. I feel like I did after.
Oh,
that.
absolutely. No, I think, and of course, Jerry gave his rambling 5-minute dissertation on the whole situation, and kind of coincides with what I said. Now we're negotiating.
Yeah,
and I wish his back would get better. I mean, Jerry will fire off a fastball from time to time.
Yes,
and he certainly did that on Saturday.
And that's the thing. That's the irritating thing. That's what Micah said he's tired of.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm tired of the crap where you're calling me out in public all the time and you're talking S about me every day, and I don't like that. It's not fun. It's not fun to be part of. I don't want to be here anymore because of it. And Jerry's like, awesome. Let me do it even more.
I've heard that 100 times
now
in
that
30
I've heard
years.
that, where'd that big stick go so I could start poking the bear even more with it? And that's what he did. And honestly, it irritates the crap out of me.
I'm here for it.
That and Jock Peterson are the 2 biggest factors for me this weekend, is that Jerry Jones thinks that everybody out there wants this train wreck. Everybody wants the headlines. No, we want Super Bowls.
Yeah.
This is a hindrance on your football team. This keeps a locker room from gelling. This keeps a head coach from actually having some command in a locker room. Absolutely it does.
Okay.
Because I think there are guys out there that have to pick a side. And they start picking a side, and then whenever he signs his contract, he's like, oh, crap, I was on your side this whole time.
Yeah.
And then there are other guys that he's like, hey, why weren't you backing me up? And then the whole room doesn't get that opportunity to really – it's a distraction for a first-year head coach that he doesn't need. And that first-year head coach even said this weekend, when you're sitting in this chair with this franchise, these are the things you have to deal with.
Yeah.
And no, you shouldn't have to. You should be above it all. Coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, let's talk with our friend Mickey Spagnola from Oxnard, California.
I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to turn our attention to Oxnard, California, where we got Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford. Your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, how you doing out there, man?
I'm lonely. You're not here.
I know. It's got to be. Well, but are you in the hotel room rather than out on the tennis courts right now?
Yeah, I am. I decided there was no reason to be there at 8:40 in the morning when nothing really is going to happen till 11.
Yeah, see, and so we give you a little bit of a little bit of compromise there, where you get to, you don't even have to roll out of bed to have this conversation if you don't want to. But
I did.
That's good,
and we're happy about that. All right, the big event over the weekend. We didn't even get a chance to talk about this, Mickey, because it wrapped up like at the very end of our show on Friday. Does anything come of this whole situation with Micah now saying he no longer wants to be here?
Yeah, stay my beating heart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think there's a book out there, The Art of Negotiations in the NFL. And if there's a stalemate and you don't hold all the cards, you ask for a trade, right? So, I mean, that's expected. It happens, and I don't think it moves the needle one bit. Now, it might move the needle with the fans out there, but from I think the Cowboys standpoint, obviously from Jerry Jones' standpoint, it's like, okay, oh well, we're not rushing into anything. The negotiations continue.
Did it seem like it affected anything at practice? Did it seem like the guys felt like they had to answer more questions about that than normal, or was it business as usual?
I don't know I mean, I'm sure there were questions. I don't know that distracts guys from doing their job, and there's a lot of guys out there. If you noticed, basically, I think from a reaction on whatever, Twitter, X, the guys that reacted were the guys that have money guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
The rest of the guys, they're out here trying to make a living, and they can't be bothered about what Micah wants or what Micah's not getting. And he was at practice. So for a guy that didn't want to be here anymore, and he was out there just as normal, mixing it up with the guys, I think everybody expected he wasn't going to show up because he said he didn't want to be here anymore. And by the way, do you think he wrote that?
Oh, he might have had a little ChatGPT or David Mulligetta assist.
I think he got a big assist on that, right? So yeah, it doesn't change anything. Let's put it that way. I've heard that before. We've all heard it before. I mean, it's happening in Washington right now, right? With McLaurin. So anytime it happened in Cincinnati with Hutchinson, anytime, you're kind of at a stalemate, well, okay, let's create this. I want to be traded. Well, okay, you want to be traded? Go find me a trade because I want 2 first-round picks next year. I don't want 1 and 1, right? I want 2, and I want a starter, and that's just the start of the trade negotiation. Plus, if you want to be traded, go find a contract that somebody else is going to give you, because there's a lot of threads to this thing that would have to get done before you get a trade like that.
Mickey Spagnola joining us here talking all things Dallas Cowboys. Now that we've gotten to this point, but at the same time, I mean, aren't we kind of exhausted with this? I mean, this is now 2 years in a row where you've got a guy who's undisputedly one of the best, not just on your team, but at his position in the NFL. And now you're running up against where it looks like this thing's not going to get resolved anytime soon. I'm going off of what CeeDee Lamb told this radio station just last week, where he said your body needs 2 weeks to get prepared for the rigors of an NFL season. So by that rationale, I don't know about you, but I'm not betting that this guy is going to be ready physically for week 1. So you're going to spend all this money, which Jerry kind of tipped his hat and said, when you're talking about roughly $200 million, okay, so now we've got kind of a ballpark, just using context clues here. Are we worried that, okay, so he may not be ready until week 2, then God forbid he gets hurt or soft tissue thing, and then you're out for 4 or 5 more weeks? I mean, there's levels to this, as the kids say. Like, why do we keep getting to this point with the Cowboys and their star players?
Well, here's what you don't know, right? What are they asking for?
Well, I mean, based off what he told us, they came at him a year ago and they tried to negotiate with him since March, and Jerry won't answer the phone. Again, that's their side.
No. What's Micah asking for?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we don't know yet. I mean,
well, exactly. That has a lot to do with it.
But at the same time, though, if they're not negotiating, though, right? I mean, they're claiming that they have not heard from Jerry since March. So, I mean, does it matter what he's asking for if the other side doesn't answer the phone?
Okay. So they're claiming, right? Look.
Well, Jerry didn't tip his hat and say he was doing anything since March either.
What did he say?
He said again and again, like 10 different times, and said he negotiated deals in March. That's all he said.
What you don't know is what I offered, and it's a lot more than you think. A lot more than you think. And it's not always the total package. It's how many years do you want to have this over, right? Because I'm sure they want it over 3 years. So at 29, at the height of his career, he's going to be a free agent. Right? And if you're going to pay somebody $40 million signing bonus, you want to prorate that over 5 years, not 4 years, not 3 years, right? Because that's what helps you on the salary cap. So we don't know how many years they want also.
Right.
So again, they made them an offer, right? And they thought they had an agreement. And as Jerry said, if we're going to adjust it, then I got to be a part of it, and they got to be a part of the adjustment. So
fair enough.
I just think we have to be careful with the rhetoric.
No, and I'm with you 110% on that. I agree.
And you're right. And you're right about he's going to need 2 weeks to get ready to play football. So again, if this isn't going to be like CeeDee Lamb or Dak signing and then playing within 5 days, or Michael Irvin, who ended his contract negotiation in 1992, signing on a Thursday and playing Monday Night Football as a wide receiver for the season opener. This is a guy that's got to go up against 320-pound defensive ends, and he needs to get ready to play football. And I'm sure their thinking is, we got to play 17 games. If he misses the opener, so what? There's still 16 games left, but we're not going to take the chance of him getting hurt by just throwing him out there. And do you not think Micah Parsons doesn't want to be out there for the NFL season opening game?
100%. Well, he definitely wants to be out there.
And they've got something to do with it, right?
Yeah.
So it's not just, okay, pay the guy. It's, we don't know what they want. And that may have a lot to, if I'm his agent, I'm asking for $50 million a year. I might end up with 45, and everybody thinks, well, you just offer them 40, 41 a year and deal's done. But we don't know that that's what they're asking for. And over how many years. And I think there's so much to this that I know we react to, but, you can ask for all the trade you want. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. And you have to find a trading partner, by the way, also.
As we are getting ready for the first game of the preseason, there are a few names that I want to start kind of getting familiar with other people out there. Can you tell me a little more about Shamar James? I feel like he kind of got lost a little bit in this whole in preseason, but from what we've seen, dude's actually been very good.
He has, and he's getting opportunity because Kenneth Murray hadn't been here for a full week.
Yeah.
It seems like he's back now, but he's got an opportunity to play more, and so has Damone Clark. So in his absence, those guys have been in there. Leofau has been in there, and he'll be in there when they go 3 linebackers, I'm pretty sure. I think that, he's gotten some reps, and he's showing the athleticism that I think they anticipated. But Ezeruku is the guy that's really flashed for me. This guy, his first step and his ability to turn the corner as a pass rusher is pretty darn impressive. Now, we got to see what happens, when the lights come on. Can he hold down the edge? Can he stop the run? Those are things you've got to look at for young guys. We'll get a better indication tomorrow when they practice against the Rams. And then on Saturday, we'll kind of get a real good look at what some of these young guys can do when they're actually playing football.
The other person who I feel like is getting some time, Kamon Hall. Can you his opportunity here is pretty significant with all the injuries at cornerback.
Yeah, because they need bodies, right? They need guys to get out there to be able to play, and Diggs might be out there. Out there, and they've got the guys wearing their jerseys and helmets doing the rehab, but that's no indication that he's close to being ready to play football. And one of the things you got to worry about is conditioning. You can do all the rehab you want, but he hadn't put pads on since when he got hurt during the season. So he hasn't carried the pads for, it seems like, forever. So, yeah, it's going to take him some time to work back into football shape. So they're going to need some guys to step up. I think Kyer Elam has, certainly got his hand in the air. And if Diggs is not ready to go, he's one of your starting outside corners. And then you got to see what happens in the slot. And, you can always move Deron Bland in there, but then you need another outside guy if Diggs is not ready to go. So, yeah, it's complicated at the cornerback position as we stand. And he's one of the younger guys that I think has flashed playing inside in the slot on the nickel. So, again, let's see what happens. Last year at this time, if you guys remember, with Kalen Carson, fifth-round draft choice, he was playing so well in training camp, he got the nickname Seatbelt because he was locking guys down. And then when the lights came on and he got a little banged up, he kind of faded away. So
more like car seat.
2 weeks in, we're 2 weeks in, so I think these next 2 weeks are going to be really important, not only the scrimmage, but being able to see him actually play in a preseason game.
What's his nickname now since he's gotten hurt so much? Training room? Anyway, we got Mickey Spagnola on the mic with us.
Training room, right?
There you go. Speaking of the secondary, considering we've talked a little bit about the cornerbacks, we've kind of overlooked the safeties a little bit for a group that was, mediocre at best last year. I think Malik dropped more interceptions than he made last year. How's Malik looking, Donovan Wilson, and kind of where are we at with that group? Yeah,
I think somebody forgot to tell Malik Hooker last week that we're not playing tackle football.
Okay.
He was putting people on the ground.
Good.
And I'm not talking in pass coverage. I'm talking against the run. So he's coming down. I think he's had a really, really good training camp. Same with Donovan Wilson. Unfortunately, Wanye Thomas got nicked up, and he hadn't practiced in a couple days. We'll see if he can get back in there. But from a safety position, I think they're just fine. They've got 3 or 4 guys that can play that spot. Marquise Bell is showing up in the situations they put him in. But Hooker and Wilson, they've been bringing the leather out there, and I think that's been pretty impressive, especially for Malik. I think, the further he gets away from that torn Achilles, I think the better player he becomes.
Hopefully so. Thank you very much, Mickey. We'll get back with you tomorrow, sir.
I'll be here. See you guys.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnola in Oxnard for Cowboys coverage. Coming up next, the Speedway Dream needs a little tweaking, and Evaldi just got an award. Next on the...
Remember that Uber Eats had groceries. No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters? Razor Babes. That my squad? Nutmeg Maidens? Pre-curb? No. Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
the Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time for some baseball nuggets. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. This is awesome. Nathan Eovaldi been selected American League Pitcher of the Month for July. This is the second time Eovaldi's won the monthly award, as he also claimed the honor in May of 23 with the Rangers. He's the third pitcher in club history to win the award twice. Based on some information I gave you last week about Eovaldi, you can guess that Kenny Rogers is one of the other two.
That's correct.
And old Charlie Huff, who we've had on the show before, and he's fantastic, by the way. He cracked jokes with us.
Years.
He was Mike Bassick's old pitching coach. Awesome there. Eovaldi won all 5 of his starts in July, 5-0 with a .59 ERA. 30 strikeouts against 8 walks last month. So congratulations to Eovaldi. He is, yeah, you're right. Now, I am one of those that thinks that Eovaldi has 3 runs in him a year, not baseball runs, but 3 runs. The beginning of the year, and then he takes a bit of a break for rest purposes.
Right.
Has a second run, then right before playoff time, gets another little break, and then goes and tears it up. I think, but yeah, when you get to a certain age, I think you need stuff like that.
What is he, 35, 36 years old?
Yeah, it's tough to make it through 162.
Hey, I'll tell you what, that's why we said I think it might be time to give our boy DeGrom a break.
I think that that's a well-deserved thing as well, for sure, because he's at that. You could see it if you watch the game over the weekend. I've never seen Jacob DeGrom almost throw to the dugout, and it happened twice on in one inning, and I was like, that's not him.
Dead arm, as they call it.
Yeah, and we don't want that. And dude, to see the home runs that he was giving up to, that challenge right there.
5 in 2 games.
Yeah. Today marks the 32nd anniversary of Nolan Ryan whooping the snot out of Robin Ventura.
Yeah.
Do you remember that as growing up? Like, was that in your wheelhouse?
I was when did that happen? 90, 91?
Yeah. Well, 32 years ago.
So let's see. That would have been what, 94?
Yeah.
92? Did you say that?
Shoot, yeah. 91-ish. Sounds good to me.
A lot going on in my brain right now, Corey Majors. A lot going on in my brain right now. I mean, it was on Sports Center.
Dude, it was, for me, it was... Nolan Ryan was... Here's my situation. As a kid, I was 7-ish whenever he got here.
Yeah.
And I remember going to the game and chanting, "We want Nolan. And my dad had to explain what a starting pitcher was and what a relief pitcher was, because I just didn't understand it. We were just all T-ball players at the time.
Fair.
And so he was like, it's not his night to start.
Yeah.
All right. But I watched this guy, and I was just like, he was an icon. He was an icon pitcher, obviously here, because the Rangers never had anything like it.
But see, here's my thing about, and you and I are the same age.
Mm-hmm.
See, I guess why it didn't stand out necessarily per se. I mean, obviously I grew up in Topeka, Kansas, so I was a Royals fan growing up. Shout out to my boy George Brett. But fights at the mound were fairly common in those days.
That is true.
So
you don't get that anymore.
You don't see that anymore, right? So I mean, it takes something really, really, arrogant, extravagant, whatever the hell you want to call it, for benches to clear and actually punches to get thrown.
Yes.
All right. I mean, let's call it what it is. Probably the last good brouhaha that I can think of would be Yankees Red Sox when Pedro, head palmed Don Zimmer into the ground.
Yeah, we thought we were going to get it with Bannister and the Astros years ago,
right?
And it turned into it was a pointing fingers match.
A lot of shoving.
A couple of years ago, we thought we were going to get it with the Astros again, with Marcus Semien stomping on home plate, and it was just more of a y'all wait and
just
see
a lot
kind
of bleep
thing.
Talking, but back in the again, not to be all back in the day,
we had guys running to first base and out of the baseline to elbow a pitcher
Fighting
in the face,
people, exactly,
because they were upset about something.
Like you saw dudes throwing, and that was kind of like that. The best part about the Nolan Ryan Robin Ventura thing is that was kind of a microcosm of what you did back in the 90s. Oh, you want to go fight? You want to go fight the pitcher? Okay, good luck.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? If the pitcher got his clock cleaned, it was what it was. And if the hitter got his clock cleaned, it was what it was. And guess what? You took on Nolan Ryan and, got noogied and then got your face beat in. So
I've always stood by the idea that Nolan does have autographed headshots of that.
Absolutely.
8 by 10, 10 by 8 by 11 in his in his trunk of his car. He just you want one? I got one for you.
Have you seen the talking Nolan Ryan wax figure at Shields?
Yes. Yeah, that's right around the corner. Up the street.
That's not weird, is it?
It's a little weird,
right?
That one is definitely a little bit weird.
Look, I love Nolan Ryan and Nolan Ryan beef.
But I think
the next
talking
guy.
wax figures are always weird.
They are, aren't they?
They freak me out. Last night. Okay.
Are you afraid they're going to come to life?
Doing this again, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Might reach over and just grab you.
I want to see one rap one day. I want somebody to reprogram Nolan Ryan where he starts spitting bars or something.
Or like a Tupac one. That would be
Maybe
nice.
Start singing. Who knows? Well, we've seen the hologram.
Well, yes, that was awesome too. I really liked it. Last night, Lucy and I are sitting around the house. She's like, I want to go to Disneyland. And I was like, let's go to the Disney streaming app and we can watch the park. And so we did that. And we went through the entire park of Disneyland, all the rides and all the wax figures they had. And I was just sitting there going, how do they not look better? How do they still kind of look clunky and all that stuff. And it's just.
Just wait. AI. It'll be here before you know it, folks.
Hopefully.
It'll be here before you know it.
Hopefully not, because then it's just going to be like, now we own you, humans.
Well,
over the weekend was we're that much closer to my dream.
Uh-oh.
The MLB Speedway Classic, which was the Reds and the Braves this week.
Oh, yeah.
91,032 fans bought tickets, and a lot of them were hundreds of feet from the action.
Okay.
Because they're like, hey, you can go sit way over there
instead
of right here. Now, my dream to this day is for a sporting event, like a baseball game or a football game, in the infield while
cars
the race
are
is going
I mean,
on.
I would think that
double it
OSHA
up.
would get involved, but
I want the risk of a wheel flying off a car through the middle of the outfield. I like, this is the things, if you really want some action, that's double the action for double the price. So that's my dream for one day. But they did this, and there were some moments where they ran out of concessions.
Yeah.
I heard Choppy this morning say cheeseless nachos. That's chips, guys. What did he mean? Did they have
cheeseless nachos?
Were they like, oh, well, we got chili and jalapenos? That's not nachos if there's not cheese on them. What's the best nacho?
That's a great point.
Is it the drizzly, the melty cheese, or is it actual cheese? What's the best nacho?
I mean, I think the Velveeta with Rotel is to me
like the queso.
Yeah,
with the
that's to me that's where it starts and ends.
I'm a fan of like the individual chip that is caked on with cheese and has the one jalapeno right there in the middle. You can also throw some chicken, some fajita chicken in there.
Now, are we talking about where you've taken shredded cheese and melted it
on top? Yeah, put it on underneath the salamander, let it all melt on top, and then those are nachos. These ballpark nachos are fine. Those are fine.
I get indigestion too bad, so I tend to stay away.
Interesting.
Yeah.
When did this start?
Oh, indigestion? Oh, dude, I've been popping Tums for a solid decade.
What? Have you seen a doctor about this?
I mean, what's there to see?
Hey, maybe I got a little acid reflux that I need to get worked out here.
That's what the Tums are for.
You know what they're going to say? They always say this.
Clean up your diet.
You need to add more water and fiber. That's what it is. It's always more water and fiber.
You're not wrong about the water. I definitely need to add more water to my diet, but as far as fiber is concerned, I eat a bowl of Raisin Bran almost every day.
Well, that's
so, and I'm regular.
Two, though, or is it just how was that? 2 scoops? Is for 2
I don't know.
scoops,
It's
like
great.
8 bowls. Of
it's great value.
Grape nuts or whatever.
Although, have you guys ever tried Colon Blow?
Yep. What? So instead of Colon Blow, though, I use something called it's whole husk psyllium.
There you go.
And it's basically the same thing, and that is for the additional fiber in your life. It's just basically what
Keeps
it
you
does.
regular.
It congeals and poofs up, so it makes everything okay for you. So
Are
good
we at
luck
the
out
stage
there.
yet in our lives, Corey? I mean, this doesn't involve Colin Firth, aka Alec Medford over there. Are you at Metamucil stage yet?
See from the 817 Nexium. There's some people talking. I am whenever I go out of town, I will get some Metamucil pills.
Okay.
Because I feel like when you travel, you have a more difficult time.
Right.
I don't know why, but I will take those. No,
no powder,
dude. That stuff.
You remember those? Remember staying at home from school and watching Price is Right, and there would always be a Metamucil commercial,
Yes.
always
and
orange
those old
too.
People look so happy.
Oh, they sure did.
They were like,
They sure
finally,
did. God, they were
and that's
great.
the thing too. My grandmother had that.
Of course she did.
She had it in the cabinet.
That and some Sanka.
It was expired, just like
Absolutely
everything.
it was.
Why do old people not look at expiration dates?
Because they can't
don't
see it.
Well, that is probably a reality. They just act like it does. It's not that big of a deal. Over the weekend, Julio Rodriguez hit his 100th home run. Gives him his historic fourth straight 2020 season.
Nice.
Julio Rodriguez is a good player. I think we kind of
we
set a standard for him.
We thought
that
this dude was going to be Ken Griffey Jr. and figure out he's not even Ken Griffey the fourth. So
yeah. But congratulations to him on this. And then the Brewers over the weekend, they got 56 hits and 38 runs against the Nationals, which is a franchise record for the Brewers. The Nationals are terrible. I just want to like
not good.
If you haven't had a chance to see the Nationals play, they are bad at baseball. And that helps whenever you're the Brewers getting that kind of runs and hit support. Also, the only team, do you know who the only team with a winning record all time against the Yankees is? All-time winning record.
I'm going to go with the Miami Marlins.
Miami Marlins. That is correct, sir. And they swept the Yankees over the weekend, giving them that all-time winning record. That's insane that the Yankees are just like, our dominance is established over everybody for so long. Good luck to you. And the Cowboys used to be like that. No longer anymore. Thanks a lot. Coming up next, what is the Cowboys' biggest weakness and the Cowboys' top 10 from camp? Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every...
Say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. Like that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I got Fred Davis hanging out with me for the rest of the weekend, a couple days next week as well, as Kevin is in Germany right now. He is... what time is it in Germany at the moment? Do we have?
I'm going to guess it's probably, because I know when Blake was over in Greece, I think it was like 9 or 10 hours ahead at least. So I guess it's probably, I would say probably 2000, 8 o'clock for those of you on the 12-hour clock.
We got to figure out a time to just call him up and just bug him, see what's going on over there as he's teaching children how to play baseball and about Jesus. The Cowboys, we did this with the Rangers. Yeah. We had some very big thoughts about what their biggest weakness was. They didn't address it in the offseason. They kind of addressed... Actually, I thought they did address it during the trade deadline. That was their bullpen. That was their biggest weakness heading into the season. I'm not quite sure what the Cowboys' biggest weakness is because I feel like there's a lot of holes. And I say this a lot. I feel like there are a lot of areas where the Cowboys need to be better.
Yeah.
I heard this morning, it was Dan Orlovsky said that if Micah is traded, then there is no chance for the Cowboys to compete for a Super Bowl. If Micah is traded, then the plan is to collect picks to invest in a future quarterback. That is the way that and he said right now is the best supporting cast that Dak Prescott's had since his rookie year.
Okay.
Now, I do believe that your offensive weapons are just as good. I think CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens might be better than what you had with Amari Cooper at that time.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure about the offensive line. The offensive line still has a lot of holes to fill to make me feel comfortable.
But I think the interior lines is probably as good as it's been.
Agreed. Both tackles, though.
See, I don't hate on Terrence Steele as much as everybody else does.
That's fine. He has not proven to be a dominant right tackle, except for 1 year when he and Zach Martin were very good with their combo blocks.
Yeah.
I think he's good. I think he's serviceable.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think, and we can argue about whether, the money wise, but hey, that's, for Jerry giveth, Jerry taketh away.
Mm-hmm.
I think that when I always do this because Nick, his brother, when Zach got swapped out for Brock Hoffman, how much did we hear about Terrence Steele?
Little
to none.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
I think there was just so much bad offensive line last year. We were like, this is
true. But I'll say this: for as much as he was, for as much of an issue as that right side of the offensive line was when Zach Martin was clearly not himself,
right.
And we all know that.
You could see it
when Brock Hoffman came in. I mean, again, I'm no PFF nerd, but he was an improvement in that right guard spot. And to your point about the combo blocking, I mean, Terrence Steele and him were a good, not great right side of the line. And I think we all agree Tyler Booker should be better than Brock Hoffman.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Terrence Steele's going to be okay. Like, I'm of the belief that I think of all the things that you have to worry about on this football team, left guard through right tackle, is not one of them.
Yeah, but the left tackle spot.
Now that's
dramatic.
That's huge.
Freak out problem. Yes, that is, as you just said, huge.
Yeah.
Without using the H.
Yeah.
I do appreciate
You're
that
welcome.
though.
You're welcome.
But yeah, no, the left tackle spot's a giant question mark, concern. Don't have a clue who's going to be the starting.
And that
left
was even
tackle,
with
honestly.
Tyler Guyton before the injury.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's why I asked Schottenheimer. I said, "Is this fair?"
Yeah.
During the entire offseason and heading into this preseason, I asked Shotty, I said, is it fair that I've put this much on Tyler Guyton being good?
Yeah.
Just good. All I really need is good. I don't
That's
need
all you need.
exceptional because the offensive line, if he's good, I think this offensive line can be better than good. And then I think the team can be successful. And Brian Schottenheimer said, absolutely, that is not putting too much on it.
No, because they feel the same way.
And all that too was like leading into like he was getting excited about all the work that Guyton had put in. He was excited about what the work he was going to do, the progress he was going to make.
Punching in the
and
rain.
The injury happened, and then here we are doing that. So where is the spot on this team that you look at and you go, just not good enough? Or you have a massive question mark?
I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I'm just going to go with the cornerbacks.
Cornerbacks still?
I mean, it's just, you've done nothing. Savon Revel. Am I pronouncing that right? I've had like 16 different people. I see Carter shaking his head back there. Is it Shavon?
Siobhan Revel? Siobhan Revel?
Savon. Like savant, but Savon?
Okay.
Yes.
And then Revel or Revol?
I've heard Ravel.
Ravel, okay.
Like
Kind
Darren.
of like Darren, okay. So Savon Ravel is out. I mean, his dad said on G-Bag last week, had a setback, all right? So he's probably going to go on the PUP list, so he won't be ready week 1. Trayvon Diggs, right? You know, whether he's falling down running, whether he's fighting with Jerry, whether he's tweeting, I don't know. The one thing we don't know about him is whether or not he's going to be available week 1.
True.
And what kind of shape he's going to be in, all right? So there's 2 guys that would normally be starters that you can't count on, all right, because of just injury and whatever else. So there's 2 guys that are out. Kalen Carson, a.k.a. Training Room, he's not going to be ready for a while, all right? So now we're down to Kyer Elam, Deron Bland, what's our boy Bell, Kavon Bell, all right, who what are Pride of North Texas stand up, Kavon Hall. I'm sorry, I was thinking of Marquise Bell.
Carson, yeah.
So this is the situation you're in, and again, I said this last week, and I kind of said it in jest, but something's got to ring true here. I love to see all the deep bombs that our boy Dak's throwing. Love to see it.
Yeah.
The part I don't like to see is the fact that you're doing this on Cowboy cornerbacks.
Yeah. And that's always
and that's a problem.
Training camp. That is the question of, and that's why going up against the Rams this week in practice.
Yeah.
They love the joint practice. You see some competition
Get
there.
a little bit.
Finally get game 1 of the preseason out of the way too.
Yeah.
Like this is a big week for the next step of all this thing. I still have interior defensive tackle area.
Yeah, because Mozzie, we might as well go ahead and stick a fork in him.
Solomon Thomas has taken the role. Like there's just so much there, and then now running back is starting to become another weird. Because Miles Sanders, his knee situation, I got some concerns with that.
I'm not worried about running
back. I didn't
back.
think that he was going to be like a massive part. We started talking about how good he actually looked, though.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, all right, I'm trying to figure out what they're going to do. I have questions of what they're going to do there. As more than I am worried. Just questions on, I'd like to have some things shored up before the season
Here's the deal. Jaden Blue, from all we've heard, has looked good. We haven't heard anything negative about Javonte Williams. Yeah, I mean, we haven't heard a peep about Javonte Williams. The last thing I heard about Javonte Williams, he fumbled the first carry of practice, and then he took it 80 yards to the house the second one.
Yeah, and I've said all offseason, if he can make one cut, if he can make one, last year he didn't make any cuts. He didn't. I don't know if it was the knee or the Sean Payton offense, but he was like, I'm going here and I'm done.
But they did say, all right, now, and going back to our guy Mickey Spagnola, who talked about Malik Hooker being another year removed from the Achilles injury. This is another year removed from Javonte Williams, who had a pretty ugly knee injury a couple years ago. All right,
and that's my hope.
And I'm with you on
Fingers
that, right?
crossed.
Look, we get it, all right? Look, medical technology has advanced exponentially in the last 10, 20 years, okay? You can bounce back from an ACL in 9 months versus, 12 to 18 in the past. there's still something to be said, and I think this gets totally lost in the grand scheme of things, is the mental aspect of when these guys are bouncing back from injury, right?
Trusting
The knee, trusting the Achilles, whatever part of the body you're dealing with, right? Especially when you're a running back, especially when you're a guy like that who makes his hay, makes his living with, well, like you said, being a one-cut guy, making jukes, what have you. So I think with Javonte Williams, I think with Jaden Blue, and we haven't heard a lot about Phil Maffa yet. The problem is he hasn't really gotten a lot of reps. He hasn't been overwhelming, but hasn't been underwhelming. He's just kind of like, the baby's porridge, just okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
He's whelming.
He's just whelming. He's just whelming.
He's there.
But here's the reality, man. And you can go pluck a running back from anywhere. I hate to say it, but that's the reality of it. And guess what? When cut down day comes, you can go pluck somebody from a practice squad. You can go get somebody. God forbid Deuce Vaughn makes the roster. All right, which I don't think he will.
His hamstrings really hurt him. More than just the pain of it all.
Yeah.
The reps, the lack of reps for him really has been brutal for him. That's been tough. But yeah, you're right. That mental hurdle to get over that, to get past that, to move on, very important.
Look, if you tell me that you're going into week one with and look, Jaden Blue may look otherworldly. Because again, we don't need him to be a workhorse 20 carry back. All right, you need a little thunder and light. If I told you right now, let's just go ahead and Fred's gonna make his proclamation right now. If I told you that the Cowboys running back situation was going to be a poor man's version of Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, would you take that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I would love,
and I think that's possible.
Let's see him get 10 to 12 touches a game. That's a lot.
And he can catch the ball out of the backfield.
In per 7 yards per touch.
Yeah.
I'm feeling very good.
Let me say this one more time before people start, blowing me up on the text like, you're Fred, you're an idiot. Maybe
that happens.
Maybe
that's going to happen.
Okay,
regardless.
That you're true about that.
Not just you, just all.
The YouTube chat is toxic. By the way, can we just go ahead and say that? My God, you guys, especially on the weekends,
they're not toxic.
Maybe on the weekends,
they just don't. They don't participate in what we're talking about.
Well,
they're
you're
in
right
their
about
own
that.
conversation.
Weekend YouTube chat is off the chain. Shout out to my boy Greg. Poor man's Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery with Javonte Williams and Jaden Blue.
So like my burn-ins, poor man's burn-ins.
That's it.
Not with brisket.
This ain't Hurtado version.
Yeah,
okay?
we're just doing it with chuck
But you're
roast.
hungry, you need a little something to eat. All right, dip a little barbecue sauce. We'll make it work.
The Cowboys' top 10 from early standouts from training camp so far. This is according to Joseph Hoyt of the Morning News.
Brandon Aubrey, number 10.
And be honest, dude.
But we haven't heard hide nor hair from Brandon Aubrey.
Can I tell you something?
He's not looking good.
First 3 kicks I saw, he missed.
Yikes.
And
just shanking them left and right.
And then he moved to like 65 yards and it was like easy. It was just like, what are you doing?
Do you think he was kicking left-footed?
It has to be 50 plus for him to feel like, we're good to go.
Now we're in
Maybe
my
he
range.
was kicking left-footed or he had his eyes closed.
Yeah.
But I'm sure
Came with both feet.
I'm sure everything's going to be fine.
Okay.
I'm certain. Without a doubt.
I don't want to see Brandon as much in 2025.
Guarantee Brandon Aubrey will be just fine. And I agree with you, too.
Right? And
I'd
I don't
rather
mean
see
that
him
in a
for
bad
1
way.
point.
I don't. Hey, every now and again, into half, give me a quick score, going into halftime, boom, kick a 65-yard field goal. We need to get Brandon a 66-yarder in 2025.
Absolutely. I'd like a 70-yarder. Cornerback Kyer Elam, that's the dude you've heard the most about.
That's the other guy, yes.
You've heard the most about Kyer Elam all this preseason or this training camp because, and like you said, it is against our own guys, but it's against CeeDee Lamb and Pickens.
Well, that on that end,
that's positive.
We can live with that.
Yes. So he's looked competitive. He looks confident.
He's carrying children around.
We got the Simba pose with him. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Another standout so far, Tyler Booker. When you got a rookie right guard that's playing the way that he's supposed to.
Plug and play, baby.
You feel very good about what you did in the offseason.
Yeah.
And, again, replacing Zach Martin's not easy. Replacing last year's version of Zach Martin is. Last year's version was not.
Shout out to Brock Hoffman.
And that's sad because of
you
what
kind of
we've
look like
seen
Brock
Zach
Hoffman. Has anybody told you that?
Fish used to tell me that I could just go run around Ventura and tell people I was Zach Martin and that I would probably get into clubs. And I was like, but then I still have to pay the bill. You know, and
Yeah,
he was like,
you
"No,
ain't
you
got
don't."
that. You ain't got that Zach Martin
And
cheddar.
that's the thing. If you've ordered all the drinks,
Now, if you're getting comped,
and they bring it over to hey, we're gonna comp some of this.
My card should be on file.
Yeah, give me just put it on Zach
Call
Martin.
my agent. He's got it.
But and so I was like, I could kind of see it just a little bit. That's all right. But Booker doing great work. This is also great to hear. Cooper Beebe was good last year.
Emaw.
He was, but you could see that it was a center that was learning the spot. But you didn't doubt the toughness. You just were wondering whenever his grown man strength was going to come into play.
Okay, let me ask you this, and I think this is something that totally got overlooked last year. You took two guys. You talk about the offensive line being better this year, and I agree wholeheartedly with you that it's going to be better this year. But look, real quick, you took two guys. Putting two rookies on an offensive line is already a tall order, number one.
Risky.
Oh, by the way, you took two rookies who you put them at their unnatural position.
That is true.
And two of the, dare I say, most pivotal positions on the offensive line. Here, let's take a guy that's never been a center and make him a center. Oh, by the way, he's a rookie. And then let's take another guy who's never been a left tackle and make him a left tackle. And oh, by the way, he only played 15 starts, whatever it was, at right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Jerry said multiple times last year we didn't want to hear it. You could hear Jerry.
And then he said at the end,
we knew what we were doing when we did this, that we were going to be learning on the fly.
Right.
He said multiple times throughout the year, we knew with it, we're paying the price here of watching two guys.
And then he kind of mea culpa at the end, was like, well, maybe we did a little too much there expecting that. And again, hey, kudos to him. All right. Yeah, it didn't help your running game and your passing game when it was all said and done, or your head coach, which let's call it what it is. Aren't we kind of better to have Shoddy? I mean, at least I am.
When 1 o'clock rolls around and we listen to the press conference, it's a lot more fun.
I mean, I don't know how many rap lyrics were about Mike McCarthy. Just saying.
A couple other names: Donovan Ezeraku, Malik Hooker, CeeDee Lamb, Hunter Lipke, Jonathan Mingo actually is having a very good.
You throw
camp.
Jake Ferguson in there?
Toya and Kavonte Turpin. We'll see Ferguson. I think whenever game 1 happens is when we'll realize that Jake.
You think
Ferguson's
he's going to play much?
No. Game 1.
Oh, game 1. Okay, I thought you meant preseason game 1.
But coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus, is this soft? You be the judge next on The Fan.
States has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Over the next month, you're going to have an opportunity to win Fan Phenom. Your favorite contest, Fan Phenom, is back. And on Thursday is your first chance. 7910 State Highway 78 in Saxe. That'll be your first opportunity to try out right in front of the big boss. You're going to get your chance to give your hot takes, show your sports knowledge, show some personality. I think, Fred, that's the thing that a lot of people don't get about the process is they're like, yeah, that too. They don't get about the processes that are like, I said all the right sports words.
Yeah.
You're like, that's fine, but were you relatable? Were you engaging? Were you somebody that people are like, I want to have a beer with that guy?
That's it, dude.
And ultimately, if you
I want to smoke a joint with this guy.
Yeah, if you're a good hang, that usually gets you a lot of places.
Just saying.
So go find out how to be a good hang with some friends.
Well, I want to kick it on Harry Hines with this guy.
And then do that on radio.
That's a fair question.
Right now, though.
That's a fair question.
It's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. You can answer today's question of the day there, as well as Twitch and YouTube. Plus, from the world of track, is this just soft or is it good for the sport? We're going to get to that here in just a little bit because I think it's a unique way to spice up the track scene and get people to watch. So we'll get to that here in a little bit. But gentlemen, busy weekend, very busy weekend. A lot of Micah Parsons conversation, a lot of people blowing up the phone asking what the heck is going on. And I'm like, dude, just tune in, 105.3 The Fan. Like, all you have to do is listen.
It's fantastic.
All we've been doing is covering this from head to toe, up and down. All 100 yards of the football field. We've been covering this thing. You don't have to text me and ask.
Alec, I'm glad you said that because when I got home, I was kind of exhausted. It was a fun week.
Friday?
But that last hour set it up. I love that exhaustion. But my wife said, what happened?
Not a Tolo. Your wife's not a Tolo, huh?
And I said, the whole Micah situation.
Yeah.
She loves this station.
Well, I'd hope so.
She has things to do. But
apparently she didn't have the Odyssey app.
And then I said, the whole Micah thing, and she goes, "What's going on with him?"
Wow.
she's not a huge sports fan.
You know what? And that's okay.
So I'm okay with that.
You know what? That's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's going on with him? And I just said, Micah who? Let's go to Mesa Maya and have some margaritas.
Yeah, I was like, the last thing I really want to do is talk about this. But yeah, I mentioned it. I talked about it on Twitter. I went to the Wings game later that night.
Yes.
And awesome seats, incredible view, and it was a great time. I was really impressed with it. But I took my friend Sam, and as soon as I get home, get changed and everything, I'm like, okay, I can finally kind of decompress and debrief a little bit, went to the gym, and then she texts me and she's like, so why does Micah want to trade? I'm like, I'll tell you at the game. I'll explain the whole lore at the game. I don't even want to think about it right now.
Did you get to see Sophie Cunningham?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to hear her screaming at the refs and stuff.
Oh.
That's my favorite thing about being courtside is you get to hear word for word what these players are getting in the refs' ear about.
Yeah. Did you almost get hit by a dildo?
No.
Did you see it? Did you see it fly on the court?
No, there was not a situation at this game.
I thought there was.
No,
I thought there was on Friday.
No, not at that one.
It was a different one.
It was a different game.
Sophie Cunningham was involved in.
Okay.
Yes. But
we'll get to that at 1:20 today during Wanker of the Weekend.
Okay.
Oh, very appropriate
What a
time.
segue.
And what was interesting was whenever I got to my seat, there was a little business card sitting there, and I was like, oh, is it like a QR code? You know, like you get a free whatever. No, it was the WNBA code of conduct that they are now putting on all of the seats. So I was like, oh, yeah, it's getting to a point.
Yeah, okay, hold on. And I have a reason for asking this. Did the first line say no throwing Ditos on the court? Because my nephew, he's in an adult now. He's an adult.
Yeah.
He's in an adult soccer league in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay.
They did a listing of the 3 things that had happened that week. Number 1, player cussed out referee. Number 2, referee cussed out player.
Okay.
Number 3, man chased referee with machete. And I was like, that should be number 1. Like, that should be the first thing on the list. So, yeah, don't bury the lead with those kinds of things.
Yeah, it was basically, it was the same like speech that Sean Heath gives before tip-off.
Gotcha.
It was basically just in written form. So it was like, my theory, I was telling Peyton, my theory is that they put that on the chairs before the game so they don't even have to warn you.
Yes.
If you do something, it's just, hey, you've already been warned, get out.
Yep.
You know, because I know at NBA games, they'll hand you the card if you are being a little too rowdy, and it's like, hey, that's your warning. I think they're like, we're skipping the warning. This is your warning. You've been warned before you did anything. So if you do anything, you're just gone. So that was my theory, but we had no incidents there.
Okay.
There was a lot of celebrities there too. I was really impressed.
Really?
Jordan Childs, the Olympic gymnast, was there.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant's daughter was there. A couple of the Mavericks players, Max Christie and B. Will, were there, sitting right across from me. And like in the fourth quarter, I texted Blake and I was like, a man just got wheeled up 4 seats next to me, and he's pretty hard to miss. Ronnie Coleman.
Wow.
Former Mr. Olympia.
Yeah.
He just gets wheeled up to the seat like 4 seats away from me.
What?
And he sits down and enjoys the rest of the game. I'm like, this is kind of crazy.
Didn't he just get over a bout with sepsis or something like that? I know he had an issue. I follow him on Instagram, and he had a little blood issue going on.
Yeah, he's had a few different medical issues here as of late, but he looked great.
Yeah.
And he was moving around pretty well, so it was really nice because
a large man.
Lightweight.
Yeah, it was like I grew up idolizing like him and Arnold. So I was like, that is so cool. Like the 10-year-old Alec was like, dude, one of your heroes.
Did you say anything to him?
Yeah, I got to say what's up on the way out. He had a massive bodyguard with him too. That was like, you got about 10 seconds. Like he had that look on his face, like you got about 10 seconds to leave, kind of thing. So
did you hit him with a yeah, buddy?
I had to.
You had to.
I had to.
It's a no-brainer.
It's like a rite of passage with him.
Absolutely.
But we're gonna get to the question of the day here, gentlemen, because I think it was Sunday. Every first Sunday in August, very specific, is National Friendship Day. National Friendship Day. There's no real cool holidays today. I was kind of upset. But it got me thinking about some of those people that were in the building and whatnot. Elvis Andrus was there as well with his whole family. He was down a couple sections away from me. Really cool to see him again. But it got me thinking about DFW athletes that you would love to be friends with. Past or present. What is a DFW sports figure that you're like, I would want to be friends with? I would want to go to the bar with. I'd want to hang out with. 877-881-1053.
I had mine in mind until you said that last part.
Whoa.
I was going to say Josh Hamilton.
Well, I would want to be friends with him, yeah.
I would want to be friends. We're not going to the bar. Maybe we'll go to an AA meeting, but we're definitely not going to the bar.
I mean, because you're at some point at the bar is going to have to be a moment where you go, get out of here. Where's the back door?
Yeah,
we got to get out of here.
We can't be here.
We got to get to the car as quickly as possible. I will go with Michael Young. I think Michael Young's an awesome dude. He's really funny. When we've had him on, he's very engaging.
Yeah.
I sat with him at a Rangers game against the Angels when we went out to Oxnard one year. We went to Anaheim and watched a game, and Michael Young was there, and he was like, oh, hey, what's going on? I introduced myself, and he was like, I know who you are, Corey. And I was like, dude, that's really made my day. But at the same time, I was like, I know who you are, Corey. And I was like, all right.
Were your kids around to see that?
No.
See,
it was the only person that was there was PR representative Joe.
So
Joe
we really
Trahan.
don't know if this actually happened.
Joe Trahan will back me up on this. He saw it.
Joe, if you're listening,
he can text it on that. But yeah, Michael Young's really cool. And I think he's just an easy guy to hang out, and I'd love to hear some baseball stories.
Oh, dude, that's the best.
Like just to be able, some of these guys, you like when Derek comes up here and spends time with us during shows and stuff. the stuff that behind the scenes that they get to talk about is amazing.
Want.
So yeah, he'd be one of them for sure.
Brad?
I said Josh Hamilton's mine.
That's still your answer.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
No, look,
Just making sure.
I am a Josh Hamilton guy, man, from A1 from day one. So, yeah, we just won't go to the bar.
From the 817, Mike Napoli. And I've, during Mike Napoli's reign here, during the 10-11 time,
yeah,
it would be good to hang out with Mike Napoli.
Okay. Yeah.
That would be a good, trust me, but based on I had some friends that had some sleepovers.
Hey now.
No, as in like they just ended up, they were out that night and they just wound up going, hey, party at Napoli's, you know? And so then, you know, Napoli's just ended up being a really good time.
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
Mike Napoli's a good hang.
As most sleepovers typically are. Just saying.
I have one that I don't think a lot of people would think of, just because I feel like since he's not a massive star player yet, they haven't gotten to know the person, but the person is incredible. Maris Taliafoul. He would be the person that I would want to hang out with because there's a specific reason that led to it. One, I think his emotion on the field and everything kind of shows the guy that he is, at least on the surface. But I remember I did Cowboys crosstalk last year, and as I was leaving, I think I had mentioned how much I liked his play style on the broadcast. Yeah. And Jazz with the video crew was like, hey, you're going to love this even more. It was a video of him singing for the team during like some of the like rookie festivities. You know, you got to go up and do the talent show or whatever. It was footage of him singing, and this guy can sing.
Oh, really?
He did Tennessee Whiskey, Chris Stapleton, and he absolutely killed it. And I was like, yep, I'm sold. I don't care what happens on the field anymore. I just love that he went up there with the confidence, and he's like, yeah, sure, I'll go sing. And he blew everybody away. He can sing, multi-talented guy, really good dude, great player for my money too. I hope that this second year step up is going to happen for him. But he's the kind of guy that I'm like, okay, because then if you do hang out and y'all go out one night, he's the kind of guy that if there's an open mic, he's going to be like, you know what, I'm going to entertain the whole building.
Okay.
You know, everybody else is kind of shy or whatever. No, I need a couple drinks to really, you know, loosen up. He's like, nope, straight to the microphone. Straight to the microphone.
You much of a karaoke guy, Fred?
More of a spoken word type guy.
All right, so you
really
explain. So hold on, you're out at karaoke night.
Yeah,
you're getting up there, and are you doing like poetry slam?
No, I mean, no. I'll do a song. I'm just going to do it in spoken word form.
Okay, all right.
But I haven't done. Hear this now.
Here's the funny part. I haven't done.
Boz Lerman's wear sunscreen.
I haven't done. So I've been sober 9 years. I haven't done karaoke since I quit drinking.
Makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'm due.
Either you're a great singer who just needs to go show people how great of a singer you are, and you don't drink. Or you were drunk. Like that's how karaoke works.
Yeah, I mean it was, you know, have microphone will travel back in the day, but you know, I might throw a little Billy Joel out there. I'm on a Billy Joel kick right now. Shout out Tim Collins. Watch the Billy Joel documentary. I'm on a Billy Joel kick as of right now. I'll throw a little Cat Stevens in there from time to time.
Cat and Cradles.
No, that popular misconception. That's actually Harry Chapin that did Cats in the Cradle.
Okay.
Cat Stevens, you may know him by his other name now, Yusuf Islam. No, not him either. No, you're thinking of like Wild World would be the song, or Peace Train, or First Cut is the Deepest,
all right,
which was also popularized by, and look at Carter getting all excited back there talking music.
Cat Stevens here.
Yeah, it's again, I like to throw people off. No, you don't think, you know, Cat Stevens is probably not my, you know, people thought would be my wheelhouse, but yes.
Wife would always, whenever I ran the bar in Uptown, wife would always come do Baby Got Back to close the night out.
Hey!
And she nailed it every time. She didn't, to the point she didn't even need the screen anymore. She was like, I got this. And then we had a dude show up one night, young kid, hops up and does This Is How We Do It, Montel Jordan.
Yeah.
Never seen the largest patio in DFW. Never seen it so lit. It was crazy scene.
Well, Jump Around is my go-to.
There you go. That's a good
like
one.
If we're trying to shut things down, I don't need, and again, I don't need the screen for Jump Around. So just putting that out there.
He's always on key. He is always on beat. He is Fred Davis. Look at that. From the 940, I like how specific this is. I'm into horses, so DeMarvion Overshone would be a fun friend to have.
That's
and that's a great point.
He's into horses too.
Yeah. From the 469, Bruce Bochy.
Yes.
I like this because I did say past or present. 817 said no question, Boban.
Boban would be awesome.
He would be.
Yeah.
He was such a ray of sunshine, man.
Yeah, and you get to ask him about all his acting adventures as well.
it's true.
Multiple movies.
And then real quick, guys, I did mention this. We had the USA Track and Field National Championships over the weekend. You guys know I'm a dork for track.
Good for you, man. I love that.
I love this stuff. And I think I love this. So Noah Lyles competed in the 200 meter and he won.
Okay.
He was going against his rival, Kenny Bednarik. And towards the end of the race, they are neck and neck. It's about to be photo finish, but Lyles pulls out just a little bit quicker, crosses the finish line, he takes home the gold. And right as they cross the line, Kenny shoves Noah.
Oh!
Full on shoves him. So Noah turns around and gets in his face like, all right, that's what we're going to do. But then Kenny grabs his hand and forces him to shake his hand and walks away.
Nice.
Which is incredibly soft. Incredibly soft. Keep that same energy that you had literally 3.5 seconds ago when you shoved me across the finish line. But that poses the question to me. Do we need a little bit of
Yes, you absolutely do.
a little bit of hatred in track and field to get
We need
people
some
to
more
watch?
track controversy.
Especially because people already hate Noah Lyles for how outspoken he is about sports in general. So people already want him to they want to see him involved in controversy. They want to see people shoving him. But he stood on business. He turned around and got in Kenny's face and said, "Hey, you know, like, I'll fight you right now." And Kenny's like, "Nope, nope, nope." And he just grabs his hand, shakes it, and walks away in anger. It's like, you got to keep that same energy. But I kind of like the little bit of tense rivalry going on here. A little bit of gamesmanship here. I kind of like it.
That definitely is something that you want to see. I mean, like Donovan Bailey and Michael Johnson, you enjoyed that back in the day. Like there were, there
until
were
Michael
things
Johnson pulled up lame
Hey,
halfway through the
hey,
race.
chill out. I'm a hero. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for some gridiron gravy, some active players that are destined for the Hall of Fame next on the Fame.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Been fun getting to know Fred even more as we've been rolling along here. We got a full week of it as well, so our audience can continue to get to know him and then carry that over to hang out with him and Blake at night as well. That's ultimately what we want out of this, Fred, is for all of our Tolos to go from here to there and from there to here and just keep sharing all that we like to share here on the Fan.
It can be a different group of folks.
Yes.
From 10 to 2 versus 7 to 11.
I guarantee you this, Fred. At nighttime, there may be some people that partake in some things that would be looked at and deemed as
the government's trying to ban it
questionable
here in the state of Texas again.
I got more on that, but I guarantee
on the ban,
nobody in that's listening to this show, right now, would ever even think about partaking. Because that's not what this audience does.
No.
877-881-1053.
Clean living, this audience.
Prove to Fred that not a single person out there is doing something like that during the daytime. All right,
As they take a big rip of the pen before they text in.
That is not. Actually, what I did learn, before we get into some gridiron gravy, what I did learn about that was...
Ripping the pen?
With the gummies and the pens and everything. It's less about the gummies and more about vapes in schools.
Yeah,
that's what I've learned from some people that are in the know on this as they're trying to make all that happen. 877-881-1053. Text in, let Fred know though. Dallas Wings guard Paige Becker's been named WNBA Rookie of the Month for the second consecutive month because there are really no other options. So right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip it and rip it. Y'all, you're lying.
Yeah.
Anybody that's texting in saying they're not doing that, I promise you're not. It is daytime. What are we doing right now, guys?
I'm sure you got a couple wake and bakers here.
Mike is not the only one sitting out. James Cook sat out Bill's practice Sunday and said, business. Oh, nothing. Business. As he rode his exercise bicycle. This is, again, as we go through Fred, you said this morning, aren't we kind of tired of this show that they do? And I think we're actually to a point now where we're kind of just numb to it. And we don't
100%.
We just go, okay, and we move on about our business because they're trying to get their business done. I have been very adamant, and anybody that wants to take the NFL team and owner sides, that's fine. I'm always very adamant, no matter what work you are doing, the owner of the business, your boss, is going to try to squeeze everything they can out of you.
Mm-hmm.
So when you get the chance to try to get things from them, you should do the same. I've always been on players' side with this whenever it comes to trying to figure that part of the process out. Hey, go get yours while you can because it's not going to last forever. And this is what we see constantly. It's not just Micah. It's not just CeeDee Lamb. It's across the NFL.
Absolutely.
And every franchise is having to deal with something like this too. 2 days after saying it's important to show up for team stretch, which I don't know if you've ever heard Mike say that. The fact that players don't show up to team stretch, Mike hates.
Yeah.
In baseball, because that's where you build camaraderie a little bit.
I think it's. That was one of the things that what was it? Our boy Kevin Pillar brought that up.
Exactly. But Tyreek Hill was like, "Hey, look, you need to be there for it." And then he did not show up to team stretch. And he said, I think it's very important because football's a team sport. Whenever guys are able to see me come out here and stretch with them, it just keeps the engine rolling.
Yeah.
And then he does not
being
show
the
up.
operative word there, when he shows up. I am fully convinced Tyreek Hill is doing everything in his power to ask out of Miami without asking out of Miami.
Yeah. No, I'm right there with you. And then I don't know exactly the reason other than the culture there was not
they're not
real.
winning.
That's got to be it. He was winning with Kansas City.
You had Pat Mahomes throwing to you, and you had a good thing, and then you decided to go play for Mike McDaniel, the most fraudulent head coach in the National Football League.
I think as far as a play caller, he's really good.
That's all he is. He's a good
very
offensive
good
coordinator.
play caller.
I'm tired of him.
I agree with you on the head coach part. I thought he was fun to listen to.
I don't think they listen to him.
But they don't. No. At press conference.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was a good quote.
Yeah,
on
no,
press
that, I mean, and
conferences.
you know what? I don't want my coach winning the press conference. Okay, I really, really don't.
Well, he's not my coach. That's why I was okay with it.
Well, and you're right
Fred,
about that.
I was perfectly fine watching this guy from afar talk about, funny things.
You know when I knew he was a fraud? When he did, this was not last year, but the year before, when Miami Dolphins were doing the in-season Hard Knocks, and he came down, and it was already kind of a raucous environment already in the meeting room, and he got on the behind the podium and started, doing his little intro, and I could tell within 10, 20 seconds, I was like, this dude, I can't say what I said, but I don't buy it. Like, I'm tired of Mr. Cool Guy.
He's trying to be swaggy with his friends on the team.
Bro, you're not that guy.
You're the coach.
You are not that guy. And you know what I love about Sean McVay? Because Sean McVay is swaggy-ish, whatever the hell we're calling it.
Naturally.
But you can tell that dude's about his business.
He's got command of the room.
Sean McVay is, I'm telling you right now, I've said this for the last 4 or 5 years. Sean McVay is like this era's offensive Bill Belichick. All right? Because that dude, there is nothing you're going to run by him football-wise that dude is not going to know. He's just a new edition of it. He's got a super hot wife that's age-appropriate. All right? And he's really, really good at football.
I want to keep that a little bit because here at 1240,
okay,
we have a discussion. Pete Carroll had a conversation about coaching styles.
Yeah.
And at 1240, I really love what Pete Carroll has to say. It's a long clip.
I'm a big Pete Carroll guy.
But I really he's like, look, this is my approach.
Mm-hmm.
Here are other coaches' approaches. And I think McVay falls somewhere in the middle because Belichick seems like you can't talk to that guy. Like, don't talk to me, stay away from me.
Unless you want to talk football.
Yeah, and even still, if you're a player, stay at an arm's distance. McVay seems like he loves everybody.
Yeah.
But he also commands
he'll chin check you,
respect.
too.
Yeah, he definitely commands. So we'll get to that in 1240. I really like the way you were going with that. These are some names, because the Hall of Fame induction happened over the weekend.
Yeah.
Here's some names of players. Are they already there?
Mm-hmm.
Are they destined for it? Zach Martin, obviously, destined for the Hall of Fame.
The only question about him is, will he be a first ballot?
Correct.
No right guard has ever been a first ballot Hall of Famer.
If he'd have won a Super Bowl or two, he probably would
be. Hands down, no brain.
The Cowboys have their efforts there. Mahomes.
Come on. What kind of question is that?
First ballot.
What?
Already?
What?
He's in the conversation now of, can he be greatest of all time?
Exactly.
That's the only thing that's Travis Kelce.
Oh, yeah. He's a Hall of Famer.
First ballot?
Oh, absolutely.
Witten's not.
He's got 3 Super Bowls.
Didn't take Gonzalez a minute to get in.
Yeah, but look, he had 8,000-yard seasons in a row, and he's got 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah, he's
and
dominant.
don't let him win it again this year.
Yeah,
don't let him win it again this year.
He'll just use that too. T.J. Watt.
He's a Hall of Famer, but he's not going to be first ballot.
It's always interesting to me whenever he's at 108 sacks in 121 games.
Yeah. Look, is he definitely one of the best pass rushers of his generation? Hands down.
Yeah.
Hands down.
They're just those championships, as we discussed, defensive ends and championships don't necessarily go hand in hand. It's not necessarily the thing.
No.
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, he's a Hall of Famer.
As Kevin's always said, he's lucky he won that Super Bowl early because other than that, he might be looked at as a choker.
Well, and he might be. Who knows? Ask Olivia Munn. But he's kind of like the Dan Marino of his era. Right? What? What?
She was a dream girl at one point, too.
I'll tell you what.
That thing just went right out the window.
You watched Apple TV's Friends and Neighbors?
I did.
Bro.
Yes, I did. I really enjoy that show almost as much as I did.
Olivia. Holler at your dude.
All right, coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, what is missing with Micah not around?
Olivia
and
Munn.
For the players, is this a power play or a polar plunge? Next on The Fan.
get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. What is missing with Micah not around? And if players did this, would they really win against owners? Now, we'll get into that in just a moment. I've been talking about the fan phenom that's going on at Jake's this Thursday. And there's, by the way, 4 chances this month. Every Thursday this month, the 7th, 14th, 21st, and 28th. All at different Jake's locations for Fan Phenom. Fred and I are going to be out this Friday at the one off of Marsh Lane. So we're going to be hanging out at Jake's there. So we want you to come on out and say hi to us there. And also, I am doing some fantasy. My fantasy football team is going to be at the Addison one this year.
Okay.
Jake said, "Hey man, we'd love to have you out." And so that's an option for you. If you're out there going, "Hey, what?" Because we used to go to Fox and Hound in Richardson,
right?
And they closed. And I was like, "All right, time for us to find a new location."
Did you guys shut them down or what?
And I mean, we would shut it down. Is what I'm saying. But no, we needed to find a new location. So I was like, "Man, what about Jake's?" And they said, "Absolutely." So that's an option out there if you're looking for a place. Fantasy football draft. You're a little late in the game. You need to get started right now. Get this thing rolling.
Yeah, you do.
And go to Jake's and have your fantasy football location. When Micah is not around practice, what is missing? Because I said this morning, I think this is a problem for team morale, team culture, and you questioned that, and that almost started a fist fight between us.
Yeah, no,
which was a very scary moment. Yeah, but it's okay.
Well, I was ready to crane kick you if worse came to worse,
and I knew that, and I didn't want to have a broken nose today. So
then I didn't want to sprain an ankle.
But the when he's not there, one of the things that I think we talk about iron sharpens iron.
Yes.
Nate Thomas isn't getting a rep against the best pass rusher, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL.
No.
And while I have seen many times Micah wreck practice, I've seen him just walk out there and say, nobody's getting any work done today because I'm going to make all the plays. I've seen it happen. And that's when you go, hold on, is Terrence Steele not that good? Or is Micah just that really that good?
Just that good?
But whenever you don't have those reps against a guy like this, you're going to be caught off guard whenever you go up against Philadelphia game 1.
Yeah.
You're going to be caught off guard whenever you go up against other teams because you haven't faced somebody like that. The other thing that I think that, him learning this defense that Eberflus is putting together, very important. He needs to be in there for those reps. He's watching them. He has mental reps, but he's not getting the physical reps that I think help with the instincts.
Absolutely. No, I'm with you 110% on that.
And so those are two things that I think is missing. The other thing, too, is with this whole process, now that he's saying, I no longer want to be here, the frustration with Jerry Jones, isn't it a little odd that a guy has been saying all offseason he wants to lead? I want to be a leader. I had a meeting with Jerry Jones to talk to him about leadership. Somehow that turned into contract talk. But all this is, I want to lead, I want to do this, I want to show the guys. And now he's saying, I won't want to be here. And for leadership purposes, now whether that's just placating to the audience or whatever, it still says words mean something. And if you're saying you want to be a leader, you lead.
Yeah.
You don't bail. And that's one of the other things that I'm not frustrated with him so much, but I don't like that one thing when it's him saying I want to lead and now he's not around.
But in a way he is leading. Right? In a way he is leading because to a man, and I don't care whether this is the NFL in 1980 or the NFL in 2025, every player understands the business side of it. Okay. Yes. And there's the Micah. Nobody on that football team has any question about Micah Parsons, the football player. All right. Maybe he's run support every now and again, but for the most part, no one's questioning the ability, and that when you put number 11 and you line him up wherever he goes, guess what? Shop's about to get wrecked in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
But at the same time, too, they also understand this is a business. You also understand that Jerry Jones is either the most shrewd negotiator in the NFL or the most tone-deaf negotiator in the NFL, or maybe the answer's somewhere in between. And, oh, by the way, you've got David Mulugeta, who is also of that same ilk. All right, so you've got a battle of ego. You've got a battle of wills going on. So I'm of the belief that nobody on that football team is taking what Mike is doing personally, because they understand from a player's perspective, from a money perspective, that Micah Parsons has to do this to get his money and to make a point. The question I have is, how long is this thing going to drag out? And is this going to leak into the season? Whether he gets a deal done and then we're looking at a Micah Parsons who is basically going to get into football shape for the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, and you just, fingers crossed, hope that this dude doesn't get hurt while he's doing that.
Last year, about 4 games into the season, Micah decided, I'm not going to go be a headhunter by myself. I'm going to play within the defense. And it took him 4 games before he realized, oh, Mike Zimmer just explained, you need to be in your place.
Yeah.
Like when you can freelance and do your own thing in a Dan Quinn defense because the pass rush is what it is,
right.
Like that's different. But then you have a defense that calls for everybody kind of has to do their thing. Otherwise, this thing doesn't work. I'm not sure if Eberflus has the same mentality about that. But don't you feel like Mike is going to get out there and be like, oh, hold on, what exactly? And why can't I go do that again? How much does it affect other people around me whenever I'm not in tune with what these guys are doing, when we're not moving as one? And that's another factor. Now, one of the benefits, guys like Marshawn Nealon, guys like Ezeraku, guys like Peyton Turner, these guys are getting extra reps. And I do wonder if the Joneses and they're like, no, this is a good thing for us. Those guys need those extra reps. Ezeraku needs them. He needs. I mean, you go from.
No, he does.
It's different when you're going from college,
but 11 needs them.
And then I agree. I absolutely agree.
Like you need. You saw how dilapidated this offense was for the start of this season last year with CeeDee Lamb not out there.
Yep.
And oh, by the way, I mean, and it wasn't like him and Dak were together for the first time. Like, these are guys that have been together for 4 or 5 years.
And they had practiced together through the offseason.
Yeah.
Like,
now, they had missed a couple times together over the summer, and it just felt like you kind of felt, all right, it just things got off to a clunky start.
It was clunky was a great word. And
defensively, again, this is one of those situations where I just feel like, and I go back to what you were saying earlier, and the more you think about it, like, yes, I would love to see them just be able to drop 11 in, and again, is he going to make plays? Sure he is, but at the same time, too, as that old saying goes, the other side gets paid too. Yes. All right, the other guys get paid too, and here's the thing: Philadelphia, from all intents and purposes, had a pretty drama-free camp.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're out there hitting each other full speed right now.
Absolutely. I mean, here's the other thing: we don't hear about anybody holding out. We don't. I mean, look, that defense is in year 2 now. Look, you've lost a few pieces there. But at the same time, okay, you got year 2 in the Vic Fangio system.
They're also not. They're not reliant on a player. They're like,
you got a whole.
We just keep reloading more good players all the time.
I saw a stat the other day. What do they got? Their average that roster average age is like 25.7, 26 years old or something like that. Whereas
a great window, man.
I mean, this window's insane. I mean, Howie Roseman is figuring out ways to do this thing on the fly. And whereas here with the Dallas Cowboys, we're now going into back-to-back years of, okay, on one side you had, Mike McCarthy, and that was a cluster going into it with everybody being on, basically dead man walking. This year, you flip that script. Shoddy's doing the best with what God gave him, but then, okay, let's go ahead and throw a little kink in that and have this major distraction with Micah Parsons on the side.
Yeah.
And now, do I think they're going to weather this storm? Yes, I do.
Yes.
But
are they going to be better for it? I don't think so.
Now, that said, the deal's going to get done. And this is the aggravating issue in all this. Okay, is that the deal is going to, you're not trading Micah Parsons, okay? Yes, can we have fun with it and look at the possibilities? But you're gonna sign him, all right? The question is, when are you gonna do it? And think about I'm not even worried about the wasted money. I could care less. It's not my money.
I agree.
I don't care. Okay, yeah, you could go sign a backup left tackle, fine, whatever, who cares? Why not get him into camp, get him ready, and make a legitimate run? Because you go from being a bottom 10 defense as it stands right now to now you are a middle-of-the-pack defense when you have a Micah Parsons. And, oh, by the way, you can have you can win a Super Bowl with a middle-of-the-pack defense.
Sure.
Bend don't break. Because the one thing about Matt Eberflus defenses, they turn the ball over.
Fred, if you're going to learn one thing about me, ask me a question about ranking.
Yeah.
Any position, anything about the Cowboys, I will always say middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack.
And usually I'm right. They're 15, 16, somewhere in that window is where the Cowboys live. That's where they are. And they until they do anything to change my mind about that, that's where they will be. And that's where they've been for with the last 5 years now, Alec. I feel like 5 years I've been saying middle of the pack. Anytime Kevin asks a question, all right, where do you think the Cowboys rank in this? Middle of the pack. And usually that's where it is.
But you could be a top 10 offense this year. You have the pieces to be a top 10 offense this year. I firmly believe that.
And I think your frustration also comes to the more you hear players that have left that were frustrated, and the more you hear other people around maybe calling out front office.
Yeah.
The same line is, the thing is not about football. It's not let's keep the thing about the thing. And this right here is proof. This is the biggest storyline out of this camp right now. And it's something that's completely off the field rather than something that's actually happening physically on the field.
Jerry's just got to stop.
And that's frustrating.
Jerry just needs to stop negotiating like this is, like we're in the back room of a saloon in 1995.
Like nobody's going to find out the things that he said, and he can just, look, I'm going to tell you this, and then Rock Nation's not going to come out and say, hey, he's absolutely BSing you on this.
Well, and
people actually know they can talk to the media too now.
And well, not just that, but it's like it's the little, because here's the thing that the Rock Nation stuff raised, because they didn't argue or push back on the numbers part of it. Okay, they just argued back about, well, Jerry said that we never called back, and yes, we did.
Yeah,
I don't care who called back. Did the deal get done? Yes or no? Okay, I don't care how the sausage is made. All right,
you just want to enjoy the flavor.
That's it. I know I set you up, and that was a hard thing because I thought about how I was going to bounce back from that too. Okay, I thought about how I was going to bounce back from that too.
Brad Townsend had a theory I saw on Twitter. I don't know if you saw this over the weekend. He said he doesn't think this thing goes any further than August 18th.
Good,
because
it can't.
August 19th is the premiere of America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys, and Jerry would not want any other distraction taking away from the release of his Netflix show.
I mean, I don't know if he's doing that tongue in cheek. I mean, it doesn't matter. Look, now he's got the top two stories. That's the way Jerry looks at it. Oh, I'm trending 1A, 1 and 1B. Let's go. How about him, Cowboy?
I'm the lead headlines on everything, and he said that to us before too. When they did their Josh Wine combination, he said, when you sit down at a table and you see a magazine about architecture, I want the Cowboys to be in there somewhere. Anytime you go somewhere, I want the Cowboys to be in your mind somewhere.
I'd like to see a Super Bowl book where there's a Super Bowl from the last 30 years.
Lots of them.
Give it just one. How about that?
This was something pitched out by Mike Florio, who understand Florio has a lot of detractors.
Textures are the
many
worst.
different ways. But he said this is old hat to sit out practice, have injuries, do the hold in. If players really want to stick it to the owners and the fan base, honestly, do it during the postseason. You have already made
Who said this?
This is Mike Florio. You've already made your money. You get very little money to play in the playoffs anyway. Playoff games are extra for not very much pay. And just tell them, I appreciate it, but now I have fulfilled my requirements,
That's the
my
most
contract.
ignoramus thing I think I've heard all day.
I will not play in the playoffs. That really sticks it to ownership. Do you agree that I don't know that players would do this.
Why would you do it?
I think players, they play because they want to be in the
I was going to say that. What I mean, look, I get Mike's doing this, next level Jedi mind trick. I'm a lawyer, so let's look at this from a different lens type perspective. That's the most ignoramus, idiotic thing I think I've heard, and that's saying something in sports media.
A reason being because
you play to win the game, okay? I mean, Herm Edwards told us this. Why on earth do you play to not want to play in the playoffs? Look, the college thing, that makes sense. All right. A college kid, of course, now that they're getting NIL money, might be a little bit different story. But if you are a professional athlete, all right, because the only thing you can hang your hat on afterwards is your legacy. All right. My boy Henry Thomas says all the time, it's great being a two-time All-Pro. It's great being a former Pro Bowler. But do you know what my value is when I go to and you guys are baseball card and card nerds. You know how much different the conversation is when you're a Super Bowl winning person versus All-Pro person? Night and day. Show up to a card event and, you're the guy that sat out the playoffs to make a stand? Oh, I want your sign, your signature. Yeah, on this trash bag here. Yeah, go ahead and sign this poop bag that I've got.
Yeah, what is it? Drew Pearson. Drew Pearson, most of his life was like, I want to be able to sign my checks, Hall of Famer.
That's it.
Whenever he got on the elevator with Kevin downstairs, he had a lot of people talking to him downstairs. When he got on the elevator door shut, and he goes, that's what happens when you make the Hall of Fame.
That's it. I mean, there's something to be said for that.
I do also wonder let's put this into play real quick. We get to a point where we're about to go into a playoff game, maybe even second playoff game. Micah Parsons says, guys, I appreciate it. I'm done. My contract didn't get changed last year. I'm out. All the blowback is on Micah, right? Nobody's going after Jerry for not getting the contract done. Now you're like, hold on, why did you do this? Why did you wait?
Yeah,
until,
if you've already
it's
committed
almost
17
diabolical
games.
to actually think of it that way.
No, you're like, what is? Well, the first thing I'm doing is they're launching an investigation because now you're thinking there might be some sort of gambling thing involved.
Oh, that's
really. I mean, that's my thought. Because it's unprecedented.
Yes, and that's why it would be kind of interesting to see. I mean, because
what are you, Malik Beasley? What are we doing here?
And listen, if you're a punt returner, no big deal.
No one cares.
But if you are a Chris Jones, a Micah Parsons, somebody that matters to the team,
it would be mind-boggling.
It would blow up the headlines.
I'll tell you what. No, you know what would happen?
Jerry might actually.
You'd get excommunicated out of the league. What was old boy from the 49ers, the linebacker, who they asked to go into the game and he said no.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I can't think of his name. We'll come up during the break. He didn't get signed during the offseason.
That's a good point right there.
Okay?
Teams don't want a player that does something
I'll tell you
like
what,
that.
sit out a playoff game fully healthy as a professional athlete and see if you ever play again.
No matter who you are.
Okay, you're going to Japan.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Fair or Foul with superstar Fred Davis.
Hey there, folks.
105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I got the fan. Can you imagine if we were the Fed?
Man.
What the state of this country would be if that was the case?
I got the spy glasses on, so. I got the spy glasses, Fred.
Who says I'm not?
I get to set the interest rates. Y'all are all screwed.
I'm just a Fed.
I do have Fred Davis
I'm
joining me.
Fed.
Well, hold on. Is your middle name Eugene? Because wouldn't that be Fed?
No, it's Fad.
Oh.
Middle name's Albert.
Is that where that's where Fatty comes from?
No,
is that what everybody keeps texting in Fatty?
No, Fatty is just a night show listener because it's Fan After Dark, and it was down to Fatty or Fanpire, which I didn't like. I didn't like Fanpire at all.
I loved it.
And I know Carter likes it. Alec Medford liked it. Blake liked it. I just didn't like it.
JT from Jack FM started calling our because he's a master peep is what he calls himself.
Okay,
and so he loves the show. And whenever we started, he was like, "Y'all should call them master peeps." And I was like, "If they're okay with it, y'all whatever y'all want to be called, you let me know." And we go with master peeps and Tolos here on this show. So that's where we rock. Right now, though, yes,
you do have to be careful. Calling people fatties, though.
That is true.
Because if they don't know, so I gave a shout out to my boy Dan, the transmission man's mother.
What up, Dan?
And
Dan, your mom?
I said, she's a fatty. And, she was like 85 or something crazy like that. I said, she's a fatty. Love to have her on the show. Love her supporting the show. And so we clipped it for him, and he texted me back, and he goes, my mom wanted to know, how'd you know she was a fatty?
Oh.
Now, he was being a smart ass too, but, who is this guy? And I said, well, it's what we call our listeners.
It happened to me once.
Really? You were called a fatty?
Yeah. Well, Fred actually called me one during the night show one time, and my friend from high school was driving around. They texted me, and they're like, why did Fred just call you fat? And I'm like, no, there's a story, so I had to break it down a little bit. Had to break it down. True story. It actually happened.
I love it.
And see, that kind of goes back to, this takes me back to when we were on the weekends and Colby Sapp was our producer.
Okay.
Kevin brought a story to the table in a segment we had called Pop Goes the Culture. And Kevin brought up that at Target, they had a gray dress, which was called Manatee Gray. Only if it was extra large plus.
Yeah.
So if it was extra large or double X, it was Manatee Gray. If it was other than that, it was like Heather Gray. And so then Colby yelled out, "Hey, fatty!"
Yeah,
and that became a calling card for a while. So now we know that two different fatties.
Is that Manatee Gray that you're wearing right now?
This is just human gray. That doesn't sound right either. Now it's time for Fair or Foul.
You damn right it is. All right, you guys know what that music means. It's time for a little Fair or Foul. I'm going to read a story. Maybe we'll tell a personal anecdote, whatever it may be, and then you, the Tolos, fatties, and whoever else might be tuning in for the first time will determine whether or not it is fair or foul. Are you guys science fiction nerds?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not, but I dabble.
I'll say I dabble. Yeah,
okay.
rather than being a nerd,
exactly.
I do dabble. I know science fiction.
I don't even really know it, but I like to pretend that I do. Astrophysicists, say that 10 times fast, have detected a massive object approximately 7 miles long that some scientists speculate could be of non-human origin. The object, described in recent observations by Harvard astronomers, is moving in a trajectory that may bring it closer to Earth. While the exact nature of the object remains unknown, some researchers believe it could be artificial based on its shape, motion, and energy signatures. Others caution that the claims are speculative and urge peer-reviewed investigation before drawing conclusion. This comes amid growing government transparency on unidentified aerial phenomena. The Pentagon and NASA continue to fund research into anomalous space objects as public interest in extraterrestrial intelligence surges. Fair or foul? A potentially hostile 7-mile-long alien spacecraft may be headed towards Earth?
Oh, see, you say spacecraft. This whole time I was thinking that this was like space rocket poo.
Well, they said it could be of non-human origin.
You know how when they flush the space rockets?
Are you going all Joe Dirt on me right now?
Yeah,
that's a space turd.
That's a real thing, though. Like, that's a real thing. It shoots out into space, and then
he ate burgers
hardens,
off that.
and they're like, this is actually poo.
Yeah.
And he was dipping. He had
his fries.
ketchup, and he was dipping his
Disgusting.
fries
Yeah,
in
he
it.
was. Yeah, he was.
At that point, does it
Awful.
still have the bacteria? After it's gone through the Earth's hemisphere
Space poo.
and landed on, desert? I don't know. So you're suggesting that this is a 7-mile
It's a potentially
long?
hostile 7-mile long alien spacecraft that may be headed towards Earth.
We're done.
I say fair.
I
say fair.
Yeah, I say fair as well. And we're done. Because we don't, first off,
I mean, we're not ready for all that.
we don't have a single ship that's 7 miles long. Not a battle. Like, what's the longest naval ship we have?
Aircraft carrier. I mean, maybe the Ronald Reagan. I don't know. And even then, at that, I mean, look, if a 7-mile non-alien spacecraft is coming,
And our airplanes still have to have a little hook on the back just to be able to stop on those. That's how tiny they are.
I mean, look,
still.
at that point, it's cancel Christmas time.
When you were in the Navy, because
Yeah.
my grandfather was a minesweeper back in the Korean War.
Okay. Thank you for his service.
Were you one of those that got to run out there and
No.
put the rope down?
I was I joined the Navy to see the world.
Nice.
And they said, "What do you want to do?" I said, "Well, give me a job that 17-year-old Fred didn't know any better. He's from Topeka, Kansas." I said, "Well, give me a job that will send me to the boat." He said, "Can you swim?" I said, "Yeah." "Good, you want to be a rescue swimmer? Let's go."
Nice.
Okay. Fred goes to the Navy, goes through boot camp in Great Lakes, Illinois, goes through SEER school, goes through SAR school, and when they hand out jobs and where you're going to go, 22 guys and gals went to the boat. One guy went to Meridian, Mississippi. Fred, you're going to Brunswick, Maine.
What? Well, what'd you do in Maine?
Drank a lot.
Okay. All right.
Got into some accidents, got a couple DUIs, and created a kid.
Yeah. Yeah, see,
and turned a lot of wrenches.
I saw my grandfather's
Lefty loosey, righty tighty
medals
safety wire
that he got, and I guess a ship in their harbor blew up.
Yeah,
and he jumped in and saved two fellow.
That's Purple Heart worthy right there.
Yeah, that's what he was.
That's it.
Yeah, so I was rest in peace. He's at at DBU out there, the memorial out there next to DBU.
Okay. Yeah,
that's where my grandfather rests currently.
No, I mean I've got lifelong friends from the Navy. Got a daughter out of the deal, and she's 22 now. No connection to Cooper Flagg.
Okay.
I know a lot of people have speculated that, but
we often think that.
I've had people ask me. He does share a birthday with my son. Coincidentally.
Nice. Good question here for the 817.
Yeah.
How do they know it's not hostile?
Look, again, I'm just telling you what the Harvard researchers and NASA people are saying, okay? I don't shoot the messenger, people, okay? I'm just telling you what Fred has read. And they're just saying it's potentially hostile.
Alec, you see some spaceship in the sky when you're sitting here on the 11th floor of the studio here at Fitzhugh. You look out there and you see a 7-mile spaceship stretched across DFW. What would be something you would see that would make you go, no, we're fine. That's not hostile.
Ooh.
Like, what would be if it was just like a line of Care Bears across the top?
I was
Would you
going
be
to
like,
say a Dallas Cowboys
with you and
bumper
Care
sticker.
Bears?
I love Care Bears, dude. I grew up on Care Bears. It
Did
was
you?
awesome. Yes, I loved it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I wanted to care. I'm a very nice carer of humans and people and other animals and plants.
What about He-Man?
He-Man loved He-Man too.
Okay, just making
dude,
sure.
that's one of my biggest
You just
regrets.
said no, I'd have been like,
one of my biggest regrets.
About
is
what?
That I gave my cousin all of my
dude,
He-Man
we could
toys.
go. Look, that's a whole nother conversation
Whole box
for another
full
show.
of He-Man toys.
Don't get me started.
Found out I got one that had one that was like $35,000.
Yeah.
Obviously, probably in box, not worn out from playing with it, but yeah.
Did you have Grayskull, the plastic?
Had
Damn, bro,
everything,
you were
dude.
rich growing up, huh?
I think.
Damn.
You know what?
Bueno money.
I wasn't.
Yeah,
no,
he did.
East Dallas. All right, get it right. When I was
Damn.
growing up, I was in East
Where'd you
Dallas,
grow up,
right
in
next to
Allen?
Eastfield College. All right.
You grew up with Jake, new guy Jake Ray,
I
didn't
was
you?
not rich, but my parents worked very hard to
Yeah.
provide.
Hey,
give them
you know
the credit
what?
on that. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for being awesome.
Shout out to the Majors
And
family.
I know that life wasn't easy.
No.
I know that. I did not come from money at all. But we did have great toys.
I know, I'm just messing.
Amazing toys.
I'm just
all the
messing.
best toys.
So to answer your initial question, Corey,
Tell you all that to tell you this.
if I looked up in the sky and saw a 7-mile ship just floating above DFW, I would something that would like be a green flag if it's just totally smooth. If there's like if I see things that look kind of interesting coming from it, either like flying away from it or things that look like they could be weapons sticking from the sides of it,
protruding out.
Yeah, then I'm gonna be scared. But if it's just like a giant smooth, like if it looks like a giant airplane, I'm gonna be like, okay, we're fine.
Yeah,
Be all right.
that's. I mean, again, and I feel like here in Texas, we see that. How many people are going to take some shots at it?
How many people are going to be on their phones and not even realize it?
Oh, a lot, especially downtown. But I feel like once you get out into the
I mean, dude, a 7-mile plane it's going to get dark outside.
Yeah.
Like it's covering up the sky.
How
for crying
many
out
of
loud.
y'all are pulling your guns out,
Your
and trying to
pistols and
shoot
just
it?
shooting it?
Kids are trying to throw footballs at it. Like they're going to be like, hold on, what's the attack for? And we're just trying to see if we can throw a football that high. You know, is usually what's going to happen.
Who would we trust to cover it with no bias? Because hysteria is going to be off the chain.
Yeah, 1080 KRLD. I think they would cover it the proper way.
It's a good call.
Austin York, I'll give him some credit.
Shout
for
out
that
to
one.
Austin York, dude.
Yeah, he's going to cover
our
that
guy.
with absolute discretion. Hold on, yeah, but no bias, all bias discretion.
That's
what
it.
we're working with there.
All right, good to know. All right, so fair. Are we all in agreement that it's fair that a 7-mile potentially hostile alien spacecraft could be headed towards the United States and the planet Earth?
Absolutely.
Do they know what city to go to hover over first? 'Cause was it Independence Day? They just they picked L.A., New York, Orlando. Like it was Orlando.
Who do we trust to shoot it down if Will Smith's not available?
Jeff Goldblum still is around.
He's still.
So
Well, Will Smith's still around.
Yeah, so
he'll slap him.
Yeah,
he'll
that
slap
is
the
true,
pilot
and welcome them to Earth.
Yeah.
That is for sure. We've seen that happen.
Get your
before.
planet out of my mouth. No, no.
Chris Rock's just fuming over there. He's just like, I can't believe he did it to them too. And nobody's mad about that. All right, guys. Pete Carroll, I think universally nice guy.
Beloved.
We kind of like Pete Carroll. I've always admired his ability to keep the group together, and this is Pete Carroll talking to a bunch of kids about coaching style.
I was wondering if you could compare and contrast sort of your philosophy and style of coaching with the other most successful coaches like Belichick we've talked about.
Yeah, that's really good.
Other sports like Popovich, Phil Jackson, etc.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned a whole array of guys, and they're all different. Okay, let's go to Belichick. Okay. Okay. Let's just start off with this one. That back in the day. You can picture what it's like when an army brings in a bunch of grunts for the first day and they show up on the scene, and all the civilian guys, and they get off the bus and they what do they do to them? What happens to those guys? The first thing, people start yelling at them, right? They start yelling at them, and they start berating them immediately, and they get their clothes off. They put them in all the same clothes. Do they cut their hair? Yes. Shave their hair, make them all look exactly the same, and just rip their ass until they just break them down, and the guys just say, okay, I give up. Whatever you want me to do. That's the extreme illustration of authoritarian, coercive way of teaching. And
Fred, when you went into the military, was that their approach in the Navy? Whereas they were like, we got to break you down before we.
Oh, absolutely.
And that
they could still yell at guys back then.
And how much of an effect did that? Like you now
I fell in line 100%.
You felt because that guy next to me is falling in line. So's that guy. And if he doesn't, I'm watching what's happening to him. I better fall in line. Otherwise, I got to do this crap too.
There was that, and just the fact that you knew going in, like, hey, this is what it's all about. Like, they're going to yell at you, they're going to scream at you, and everybody's kind of in their little, when you go to MEPS, and of course this was 26 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
When you're a 16, 17-year-old kid coming from the place where I was coming from, I just wanted some structure.
Okay.
I just wanted.
That's a
I
really
had to
good
get the hell
point.
out of Topeka, Kansas.
So you
right?
fell in line 'cause
So
you
I was
wanted
like,
that.
look, and look, I'm a firm believer. Kids, kids, athletes, whatever, they want discipline.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
You want organization. You want discipline, and so, and here's the thing, right? Not everybody responds to getting yelled at.
You're right.
Okay.
And
Tom
we'll
Osborne
get to
talked
more of
about that
in just a minute. Yeah.
I did. And I'll never forget. I remember this as long as I live. you're supposed to get a phone call. So they bring you, you're getting off the bus, you're getting screamed at. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. You haven't slept. You're nervous. Maybe the first time you've been away from home, but whatever. And I go to pick up a phone to call because they let you call for like a minute and tell your folks, hey, I made it. All right. I go to pick up the phone and this guy goes, recruit, get off the phone. Blue, done.
Wow.
And didn't call.
All right. So that is one method.
Yeah.
And he's kind of talking about certain coaches. Well, this is how they treat you. You are one of many. You are not an individual.
Right.
That is how they treat you.
And leading a group. It's the most famous, the most successful way in history. It's the one that people understand the best. You beat people down, make them scared, just do what I tell you, don't do anything else, don't take any chances, just do what I tell you to do, and then that leader can count on what you can do. Okay, that to me, that's the extreme authoritarian way of teaching. That ain't the way we teach. Okay? It's also not the way that special forces units are taught. They're taught, now they beat the hell out of those guys. We relate a lot to the process that those guys go through. They beat the hell out of those guys so they'll learn to persevere and they can hang through anything. There's nothing that they can't withstand. But they also teach them to think. They teach them to respond to the training that they encounter during the time they're there, so that when it comes time to function, they can't just do only what the guy tells them to do, but they can think for themselves, they can react on their feet, they can respond, and if they're really gifted, they can make great choices and great decisions to do things that one guy could never accomplish otherwise. In Special Forces, they do just 7 or 8, 9 guys. And they'll take on hundreds of guys, and they can whip their ass because they know how to function together and work together, and they outthink, they outsmart, they outreact. That's the end of the spectrum that we're trying to teach on and coach on. We're at the other end of it. We're trying to celebrate the individual with extraordinary commitment to practice. Practice is everything to us. We work our guys' ass off. They work hard, they work fast, they compete, they battle every day, but they're having a good time doing it because they know that we're supporting and celebrating who they are and empowering them to find their very best. That's the other end of the spectrum. Does that make sense? Popovich is in the middle somewhere, okay? And who's the other one you asked? Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson's kind of more. We're kind of over here. Me and Phil, kind of over here a little bit more, And then Bobby Knight's way the hell. He's on the other end. Those are the illustrations. And it's interesting that the authoritarian way doesn't trust people. They don't trust you because they're afraid that your own personal things are going to get in the way and you're going to respond out of the norm and they can't count on you. It's a great way because that's how you control big groups. We just don't think that way anymore.
I love to get this kind of behind the scenes.
Oh, I do too. That's a great poll.
And
when was this, by the way?
Taylor Lewan posted it just over the weekend.
Okay.
And he was talking it looked like a college classroom.
Okay.
And he's wearing black, so I'm assuming he's with the Raiders. So it sounds like it was very recent.
Okay.
Maybe the last couple weeks. But I enjoy hearing coaches elaborate on their philosophies.
Yeah.
Rather than just telling you, we're going to go out there and win a game tomorrow. I don't like that. That's not fun. I do enjoy hearing Schottenheimer talk about in about 15 minutes, the Schottenheimer press conference is going to go down.
Yeah.
I enjoy hearing him explain his philosophies on things.
Yeah.
But we saw Dak try to implement some things from some special forces groups the last couple of years.
Yeah.
He sat down with some special forces groups, wanted to know how they thought, wanted to know how they work. And that idea of it's these 7 guys, extremely talented. We pick the best of the best in most of these situations because we watch them rise up through the ranks. But on top of that, now we know that we've taught them the best ways to communicate with each other on the battlefield. And that's he's making that same comparison of they need to be able to think for themselves because if they can't, whenever a play happens, one of my favorite things I've heard Darren Woodson and George Teague say is occasionally Darren Woodson would go over to George Teague and say, I need you to have my back. I'm going to go make a play.
Yeah.
And now it was outside of the parameters of the defense, but he had thought the game through so well that he knew I can do this in this moment because I know better than everybody else.
Right.
And I really enjoy hearing that kind of philosophy. But again, not every philosophy is going to work everywhere.
No,
it does take a lot of attention to detail to get your own philosophy to battle through to other players.
Well, and having a great quarterback too.
Yes,
right? I mean, and I say that kind of tongue in cheek, but the reason why I say that is this, and 2 things real quick. One because look, in 2025, with self-help and social media and everything like that, I mean, and it seems like every, 20 years ago when you and I were growing up, well, 30 years ago when you and I were growing up, all right, we didn't know squat about Navy SEALs.
No.
Okay, we didn't know, unless you knew a SEAL or a Green Beret or a Delta Force guy.
The movie Navy SEALs is what I knew about Navy SEALs.
And that was literally Michael Biehn and Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so let's just take that. I mean, Charlie Sheen, for God's sakes, a Navy SEAL. I mean, are you kidding me right now? That said, I think the part that people miss, and I'm all for, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Dak and using the whole Navy SEAL thing, but here's where people miss the boat when it comes to using the whole special teams thing, or special forces deal, is that, yes, the coalescing after the fact is great. But the stuff that it took to get to that point, all right, is, yes, you've seen the Hell Weeks, you've seen the stuff like, the mental and the physical torture that you are put through to get to that point, whether you're a paratrooper in the Air Force, like I said, Delta Force, Green Beret, whatever it is, like that part I think gets left out because you don't know what forged that mental perseverance to get to that next step of, okay, now we're going to do what SEALs do or what Green Berets do. Okay, well, yeah, but what about the training that got you to be that guy in the first place, knowing that if I don't make this, if I get washed out, which, back in the day, I think only 15% of SEALs or less than that even made it. And I don't know what Green Beret, but I know those numbers are still. I mean, we're talking about a 7 to 8 to 10% group that even gets to that point.
That's true.
Okay? So, again, the mental fortitude you have to have before we even get to that point is off the charts. And that's one thing about professional sports that we love is that you would think, well, look at all the blood, sweat, and tears you've had to get through to just get to where you're at. So anyway, that's always been one of my things when I see that. It's like, I think people say, oh, well, look, the SEALs are doing it. Yeah, but there's a little more to it than just that. And
that's what even Pete Carroll was saying there is we beat them up. They have to go through these things.
Look, he said it best. You have to get broken down first. I'm sorry. It's the only way this stuff works. Now, can you fine tune it after the fact? 100%. Why do we love Kobe? Because Kobe was a psychopath. Mm-hmm. Okay? Look, Jordan is a psychopath. Tom Brady's a psychopath. I mean, that's just but, I go back to what, and saying this about Andy Reid. Everybody loves Andy Reid. Okay, Andy Reid has hits every year in practice. Even as we've gotten to a more, kinder, gentler NFL, guess what? They're hitting in practice. They're tackling in practice, all right? Guess what? When the game one starts of preseason, Mahomes and the starters are going to play a series. They'll probably play an entire half in the second game. Now, they won't play it all in the third game, but he still has that expectation. And again, why does it work now versus when he was in Philadelphia? Well, guess what?
Quarterback.
You've got a freak of a quarterback.
Got a completely different dude.
Okay? Why does Bill Belichick's system work in New England when it didn't work in Cleveland? All right? Why did Pete Carroll work in Seattle as opposed to not working in New England? Mm-hmm. His philosophies are still the same. Why did he work so well at USC? Okay? I mean, again, it's all look, Bill Parcells said it best. All right? You can have all the systems in the world, everything else like that. But if you aren't allowed to buy the groceries, aka the players,
right?
It does not matter.
You got being able to figure out will that fit into my
all
system.
That together is it goes and having guys buy in. Henry Thomas told me, look, one of the things about Bill Belichick, yes, was he a grunt? Was he a this and he a that? Absolutely. He said, but from a football perspective, that dude told you things about football that you didn't even know was possible. Like it was just things about football that made you look at it in a way that you thought, huh. Mm-hmm. He goes, he had me play. He goes, I'd been playing D tackle for 12 years, 2-time All-Pro. He put me in at fullback.
Yeah.
No coach had ever even thought of the idea of putting me at fullback.
One of my favorite parts from the Two Bills documentary is when they're going up against Buffalo.
Yeah.
And they were like, we don't have the team speed to keep up with this.
Yeah.
We need to find faster players at cornerback.
Right.
So because of that, they changed their defense. Put in a whole new different defense and with players that typically weren't their best players.
Right.
But he said, but they could keep up speed-wise. This is the thing we're missing. Very small, subtle thing, but Buffalo wasn't able to handle it. And therefore, they were able to get a Super Bowl out of it.
Well, look at the the way they handled the Super Bowl, the very first Super Bowl that the New England won, right? That spread in, what was that, 2002, 2001, 2002? That was a 14-point spread. A lot of people forget that, right? So what did, to your point, New England knew they couldn't keep up with the fastest show on turf, right? Because the Rams had gone in there and were beating the brakes off everybody. So they
at the line of scrimmage
beat, and I remember Ted Johnson, I did a show with him back in the day, and he said, Bill told us, we are going to blow them up. We are going to beat the crap out of Marshall Faulk.
Yep.
Okay, we want him bloodied and bruised before this game's over with.
You know how to keep Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt from running past you?
Beat the crap out of them.
At the line of scrimmage, you stick them as hard as you can immediately. And they're not running past you.
And look,
now it's changed their timing.
It changed everything in that game. And it was a ball. I mean, and again, but that's the when you are bought into a coach and you trust their style and what they're going to do, and again, when you win, and again, I don't care what your coaching style is, winning changes everything, right? Because when you're winning,
people believe
your coaching style is great.
Yep.
When you, I mean, look, does the triangle work without Michael and Kobe?
No.
Probably
actually can. It can.
I mean, have we seen it?
No.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, so we'll never know. I mean, that's the beauty of it. And people always like to say, well, Phil Jackson, we never saw him win without anybody else. Well, he didn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I mean, you don't see Alan Mullally getting called up by Kia or anybody else. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
And see, that's and I'm sure there are people listening right now that are saying, and that's what's keeping the Cowboys from being. What coach has been able to actually create his philosophy and have the real control?
Shotty's trying.
But like in the past,
yeah,
Jason Garrett kind of had it, but Jason Garrett didn't have. I go back.
I don't think he had it
in game. If something happened, Jason Garrett didn't know how to respond.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson had it. I know how to psychologically
100%
get every single one of you in line. I'm treating each one of you differently because y'all deserve that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're all treated the same differently. And that was the way Jimmy Johnson. That's the last time.
Yeah.
Since then, there has been an impediment, an impediment every step of the way, and that has been Jerry Jones being in the way of a coach trying to fulfill. If it's, hey, I need to discipline this.
Right.
Hey, you don't need to discipline that guy. He's our star.
Yeah.
Or, hey, I need this kind of, well, now I got a guy sitting out because I'm unwilling to do this for. Those things have been a problem for the Cowboys all along the way. I hope Schottenheimer's able to do it. I hope he's the one that's able to see because he worked up there with Pete Carroll.
He did.
He has from his own father. He has a good coaching philosophy in place.
And that's, I think, the part that we have not. I mean, I think we have, but there's something to be said for who his dad is and what this guy has seen and experienced over the course of his football life.
Let's get to Schottenheimer next here as the press conference on 105.3 The Fan.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We'll have some C-Block here in a minute, but also the Brian Schottenheimer press conference coming up from Oxnard, California. This is the week where they start to get ready for the first preseason game, which, by the way, Michael was never going to play in, so that, like, him not being around for that, not that big of a deal in my opinion. Most of these, it's going to be a lot of guys that are trying to make this team.
Joe Milton time, baby.
Joe Milton time, and Will Greer, like, that's going to be fun. I'll tell you this. I think that this preseason could be a lot more fun with Joe Milton than it was with Trey Lance last year. Because I've just watched the guy for a couple weeks, and I was like, that looks like it's going to be fun.
Well, Trey Lance just got to be aggravating because you kept waiting for him to get better.
Yes, yeah, or do something like that,
right?
That grew it. Yeah,
because physically he looks like he should be able to do a lot.
Yeah, but mentally he didn't have the reps. He didn't get enough time. Now then you saw him with the Chargers look really good, because he had that experience under his belt.
8 years of backing up quarterbacks, he should finally start to look halfway decent.
The Rangers get started this week with the New York Yankees. Now, here's the thing with the Rangers situation. They are currently 2 games out of a wild card spot. They're currently 4.5 games out of first place in their own division. Seattle's in front of them for the last wild card spot. Seattle's also in front of them in the division, but the Astros are currently at the top. But again, 4.5 games out of the division lead. 2 games out of a wild card spot. Guess which team is a half game into the wild card spot? That is the New York Yankees. So you get the Yankees here. This is a great opportunity for the Rangers to steal and flip their spot in the wild card. You win, you sweep the Yankees.
You need to take 2 out of 3.
Again, you're right. 2 out of 3 is a need. You sweep them. You did what the Marlins just did to them, and you are now pushing yourself into a very good category. The Marlins aren't that great of a team either, so that's a good thing too. And the Yankees lost 3 in a row, 4 of their last 10 that they've won there, so that's another factor. Let's go out to Oxnard, where Brian Schottenheimer's on the press conference.
Morning, sir.
Morning. Actually, afternoon.
It's afternoon, sorry.
11 o'clock. Not yet, okay.
Almost getting
Touche.
there. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Your thoughts on what would you like to see from your team in tomorrow's scrimmage?
Execution, physicality, kind of our identity. I want to see us, play smart, play physical, play with the effort that is expected, and then there's going to be mistakes, but I'd love to see some young guys really take some big steps up, and I'm excited to go against a different colored jersey, but some different scheme. It's fun to have to change gears and do that. So, but really just kind of see our identity come into vision.
The way you guys have been practicing and what we will see tomorrow will be.
Well, hopefully not much different. In terms of the effort, the energy. I expect that never changes. I mean, that's the expectation. Calvin, we don't want to change what we're doing. You put another jersey out there, you don't change the way you work, you don't change the way you run to the ball, you don't change the way you try to block and close on the ball and contain things on defense. So again, I don't expect it'll be much different. Hopefully the pace is one that's exciting.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Speaking of the plan, will you do more 7-on-7, 1-on-1 drills? I mean, because I know what you do is unique, maybe not the same, but what they do with their practice. Have y'all talked about that kind of plan?
We have. Yeah, Sean and I worked through it a couple days ago. Again, I'll jump on a call this afternoon just to finalize everything. You'll see a 7-on-7 period today here with us today, but tomorrow it's mostly team stuff. Try to get the 11-on-11 stuff going. Their offensive and defensive line, obviously, going against our offensive defensive line. Those are things that you want to see because of the matchups and things like that. But no 7-on-7, mostly team drills.
And I know you've talked to your team about fighting. Historically, or at least in a few times that they've had practice against the Rams, been a lot of fights. I don't know.
That's around the league. Yeah, that's around the league. I was in River Falls a long time ago when it was a melee. Yeah.
I don't know if you made a point to readdress that with your team and talk to Sean about that and how y'all going to handle that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't change. It doesn't change who we are. You can't throw punches. It's whether you're practicing against yourself, whether you're practicing against the Rams, whether you're practicing against the Ravens. In a game, you can't throw punches. And again, will it get chippy? Maybe. Two really physical teams going at it head-to-head, but don't go over the line. Play to the edge, but don't go over the edge. And that's the message that's constant no matter what we're doing and however we're competing.
All right, Todd Archer with ESPN. What will Micah do today? Will he be on the field, and how's he been in the meetings the last few days?
Been really good. I think you'll see a lot of the same things he's been doing. The meetings have been really good. Like I said, what you see from him is the coaching piece of it and all that he's doing, diving into the other guys. And I don't think you'll see much different. But, again, very engaged, ask good questions. And, I don't think that's going to change.
Maybe not a big deal, but he came out, he wasn't in his practice jersey.
Yeah, not a big deal. I mean, we want all of our guys to be the same. And, again, there's usually a reason if a guy's not in that. But, again, for the most part, we're a team. We're going to always act like a team. And, usually you'll see them all in gear.
With the Athletic, any update on Tyler Smith?
Yeah, he's doing fine. Kind of a maintenance thing, nothing that should prevent him from playing. But, yeah, he should be fine. Maybe a little bit limited today. I'll go figure that out when I get done here. But nothing that we're concerned about.
Is he looked at as just a tackle, or is there tackle guard there?
No, he's got tackle guard flex. I think, John, he can, he's more comfortable on the right, so we'll start him out over there on the right playing some tackle and maybe a little bit inside. But for him, it's a ramp-up period. He's no different than, when you bring these players in, you got to kind of ramp them up. They're not quite ready to go. Like Kenneth Murray missed a couple of days, so he comes back, and you don't immediately throw him back into practice. You start with individual. You start doing things like that, getting them moving, doing football moves and things like that. And so LC will get a few reps today, and it'll be good to see him get back out there and shake some of the rust off.
Nick Harris, Full Star Telegram. Obviously, these reps for Tyler Guyton would have been so valuable here in training camp. With him being out, how much value can he get in these mental reps and in meetings and still being here?
Has to, he has to. And it could be watching, it could be the film. Like I said, I think, we've got some good projects that he's working on right now in terms of watching his one-on-one pass sets and his one-on-one run blocks from the spring and from early in training camp. So, you have to make up for that, lack of getting the reps. But again, the coaches do a great job. They stay very involved, and they get a lot of questions. You actually get more questions when you're not performing in meetings than you do if you are, because you just want to keep them into it mentally. And it's very, very different when you're not getting the full speed reps that he's missing out on. But again, very comfortable with him, with what he's getting. And we've been talking to him a lot about just, attacking the rehab. And he's done a great job, and he's already moving a lot better.
You had mentioned three guys that y'all were cross-training on the offensive side, Turpin at running back, Lipke at tight end, and then Deuce at receiver. We've been able to see some of the Turpin and Lipke packages, but since Deuce has been in and out with the hamstring, is there still some things that y'all want to see on the field with Deuce that y'all have installed?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, his football instincts are off the chart. So intelligent, can play multiple positions. He's really, running back / slot. So like you look for those slot matchups and things like that, whether it's option routes or, change of direction routes where you're trying to use his quickness and explosiveness to, match up on a lesser player, whether it's a linebacker or a big boundary safety that, he should be able to have a step on. And of course, his quickness and suddenness is pretty special. But again, all those things they're installed, and when he gets back, we'll start, using those again. But he kind of knows his role and how he'll be used. And we've got a package going in today that we call where we put two halfbacks in the game. Those normally would be his reps. But again, when you don't get those opportunities, it goes to somebody else. So you'll see Jaden Blue do some of those things, and great opportunity for us to evaluate JB.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. It's first game week. I know the practice tomorrow makes things a little interesting, but what do you try to do throughout the week to get your guys ready? What's that game week process look like with you? Is it pretty standard? Do you try to add some wrinkles to it from what you've learned in the past?
Yeah, Tommy, that's a good question. I mean, we're not changing. Our focus right now is on us. We're going to go line up and play on Saturday, and I'll get more detail into that as we get going through the week. But, our focus right now is on all things Cowboys. And let's have a great practice today. Let's have a great scrimmage tomorrow. We're not doing, the typical, okay, hey, this is first, second down. We're not doing that. We're still in the install phase of what we're trying to get done and focus on, who we are and what our true identity is on offense, defense. We're learning our players. We're learning our scheme. What do we do well? What do we like? What do we not like? What do we need to adjust? And again, probably won't show a whole lot in the preseason, to be honest with you.
Beach day and families in town this weekend. How fun was that, and how much did you enjoy getting to be with your guys and their families and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it was amazing. Really was. Just a chance to step away and go and sit and stare at the Pacific Ocean and have some cocktails and eat and get to know the players' families a little bit better and let them get to know my family and the coaches and everybody. It was really fun. And the operations people, Brian Wansley, Cable, Jason McKay, all the ops guys, Laura Fryer, my assistant, they just did an amazing job, and the Zechariah Dunes did an amazing job. So if I had one person come up to me and thank me, I probably had 50. So it was fun because some of the players didn't want to leave. They were having a good time. They were playing cornhole. There were some serious cornhole tournaments going on. Banger's really good, by the way. You guys don't want to play him in a bar in cornhole. He's really, really good. But it was truly a chance for us to slow down and, lean into the ones we love and care about.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You and Matt Eberflus both talked about your plans for Micah Parsons in terms of moving around and how you can kind of get the most out of him on defense. When a trade request is made, how does that alter your game plan for game one already? Is your mind even going there yet?
No, we're still planning on moving Mike around and putting him in all the spots that we see him and using our fronts the way we want to see it. And no, we just, we go about our business every day. We live in the moment. We focus in the moment. And again, like I said, I talked to you guys the other day. I'm not going to get a lot into it, but, I expect Micah to be here.
Thomas, we haven't seen him a little bit. How's he doing? What's kind of the expectations for a return?
He's doing really well. He was actually having a great camp before, he got banged up a little bit, but he's doing really well. I think he's on track. Might be another week or so, but he's working hard. And again, he's found his voice in a good way in terms of his command of the defense and what he's trying to do. And when he's out there, you hear not just the calls, but the confidence in making the calls and actually trumping linebackers on some certain shifts and motions, which we challenge our guys with. And, again, he's another guy. He'll be getting a lot of reps in the classroom and gets asked a lot of questions and forced to speak in those settings.
Dave Lofberg, Dallas Cowboys Radio Network, 105.3 The Fan. Brian, this will be, to the best of my knowledge, this will be the first time as a play caller we've got to calling plays of a defensive head coach. Correct?
That is correct.
I know Pete Carroll at playoff games said, when I jumped into a couple of calls, I shouldn't have done that. You won't have to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's and look, everybody you work with is different. Like Pete was great, Jeff Fisher was great, Rex was, really all the guys I work with. There was a ton of meetings that go on behind the scenes, and you talk about the plan and all that stuff. But definitely freeing. You don't have to think or ask. If it's fourth down and you want to go for it, you go for it. And you listen to the people that help you with that information, Ryan Feeder and some of the people that do the game management. But it's definitely a feeling where you feel like you can control the rhythm maybe more than you do when you have to answer to somebody. And I haven't really thought much about it, but it's real. It's very true.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio 105.3 The Fan. You had an opportunity to examine a lot of your cornerback depth the last week or two. I'm interested in your thoughts, especially about Rochelle and Childress and Matthew.
Okay. Well, Christian's the newest one. But again, he was with Flus and understands that. Rochelle's actually made some plays. When we worked him out, we loved his size, Brad, and I love the veteran experience. So he's doing a nice job with some of the things we have. He's working mostly boundary corner because he's a big physical guy, and that's what you want in a boundary corner. And then the one that's probably being taxed the most and doing a good job with it is Ian, because he's playing some nickel and he's having to move back into safeties in some roles and things like that. But another guy where the football instincts jump off the film at you. And when you talk to him and you ask him about the things we're trying to do on defense, he's got the immediate answer. And again, what you look forward to from the preseason is watching these guys tackle. Right now when we're in pads, we're thudding off, but, big part of this defense is no house guests and you got to tackle. And so I think that's going to be the biggest thing that we're going to figure out when we go up Saturday against the Rams is, who are the guys that can get people on the ground and do the things we want in that regard. But all three of those guys are getting great opportunities and maximizing their reps.
Can they help themselves in terms of moving up the chart when you get ready to put the final 53 together?
Always. Always. We're always looking for competition, and if a guy plays well, then you'll see them move up. So let's say, most of our racks are like ones go first, then the twos go, then the ones go, then the twos and threes kind of go. So you'll see those guys maybe, if you notice them in the second group, which would be after the first ones, be the twos, you'll see guys move into those spots if there's things that we see that we like and that they're doing the right way and they're playing the game the right way. We're certainly going to reward them.
Edwarder, WFAA. Regarding Micah, what's lost in terms of the value I would assume he brings in terms of taking reps against your offensive linemen, your tackles, getting to block against one of the great rushers in the league, and just him coordinating with, stunts and so forth with new teammates?
Yeah, I think the first one that jumps off the film is probably that, challenging our young tackles. And, of course, you wanted to see Guyton and Micah last year, and then Tyler had the setback. And, going up against, T. Steele or going up against Nate Thomas, that speed and all that stuff, that's part of the competition that we talk about, and so that's the first thing. In terms of the scheme fit and us moving Micah around and all that stuff, we can get those things done in walkthroughs. We can get those things done in talk-through. We can emphasize those things. And, it's more selfishly for us from an offensive standpoint is not having that elite speed edge rusher coming off the corner. But Donovan's done a great job. Dante Fowler's having an incredible camp. So it's not like we're short of guys that have elite speed coming off the edge and bending corners.
Dan Greenspan, Associate Press. Brian, in the couple of weeks I've been out here, I've noticed the way you talk about competition. There's a lot of carryover, even down to some of the verbiage between you and Pete Carroll. Why does it seem like your time with Pete was really influential in that part of your footballing identity now?
Yeah, I just think, when I first got there and Pete gave me an opportunity to go there as the coordinator, there were so many things. So I've always carried around little notebooks, and I just make notes about things that I like and don't like. And, okay, when I get an opportunity to be a head coach, I'm going to do this. But I'd never been around anybody like Pete. Jeff was a fun-loving players coach. Rex was a wild man in a good way. Eric Mangini was very much like, Coach Belichick. My dad was certainly, a certain way. I chuckle about that one. But I just think, when I watched Pete and I was sitting in the meetings, and whether that was a staff meeting or a team meeting, there was just so many things that I was like, I do believe that. And from day one, Pete said to me, he goes, Shotty, he goes, I say this, and I mean it. He goes, you're a football savant. He goes, football just makes sense to you. And it really does. Football comes easy to me. I'm sure it's because I've grown up around the game, but it just comes easy to me. I say that humbly. That was Pete's words. He goes, but do you really know what you believe in? Like, he challenged me. I think it was the very first day he hired me. He said, do you really know what you believe in and what a practice should look like and what the identity of your defense should look like and, what's the practice going to look like? And I kind of paused and I was like, I can't answer that right now. I guess I don't know. And so I just love that he really invested in me. And, so I was hooked. And I was listening. I don't do everything that Pete does, but I was captured. I was captured by the way he coaches, his energy, the competition. I've always been a competitor. Whether I'm good at something or not, I'm gonna try to find a way to win. I don't always find a way to win, but I'm gonna try. And so I think he caught me at the right time.
Mike Leslie, WFA. The number 3 receiver position, how have you seen that competition play out? Is that mostly Mingo and Tolbert in your mind? I imagine Turpin's got a role in that too, but his role is different. Is that mostly Mingo and Tolbert?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to roll guys through in that spot. I mean, Turp obviously is different. We all know that. Mingo's having a great camp. I mean, Tolbert is, he doesn't get noticed sometimes, but he just goes out there and does a great job in every phase, in the run blocking, in the receiving element. He just does everything right. So those three guys, if you were putting a depth chart out there today, they'd probably be the guys getting the first crack at it. But again, I want to see, Ryan Flournoy. I want to see Jalen Brooks. I want to see those guys continue to compete. We got some young guys that we're excited about. And, but at the end of the day, if you were trying to finalize a roster, which we're not, we're a long way from doing that, those would probably be the first couple names that go into that spot. But we're gonna be multiple. We're gonna have running backs that play in receiver spots and tight ends that play in receiver spots and linemen that play in tight end spots, and that's all part of our DNA as an offense.
Tomorrow, I imagine you guys probably have settled on a lot of this, probably not tackling to the ground, things like that.
Correct.
Where would you evaluate, how close to full game speed do you expect tomorrow to look?
It'll be fast. I mean, it's going to be fast, and again, it's going to be because there's going to be some nuances, some blitzes we haven't seen, some route concepts the defense hasn't seen, and Sean and his staff, Chris Shula and LaFleur, those guys they're awesome. We've competed against them over the last couple of years, and they're a really good football team, and we think that we'll match their intensity. We think it's going to be no different for us in terms of how we practice. That's what we want. Like, quite honestly, I almost didn't have a joint practice just because of the fact that you're like, hey, if we practice the right way, then why do I need to go practice against anybody else? But then when you start talking about the scheme fit and stuff, Mike, it's like, well, I do need a little bit of scheme, flexibility and looking at 3-4 defenses and things like that. And but it was something that we took into account. We were like, what, worked really well last year, and Sean's easy to work with his staff. So, but I'll be disappointed if the tempo changes, quite honestly. I think, if anything, we should practice that way today.
Jeff Gold with Fox 4. When you think about your life routine outside of football time, when workday ends and before the next one begins, how much, if anything, has changed about that now as the head coach, and are you sleeping more or less for the same?
Good question. The phone rings a lot more probably than it did when I was a coordinator. There's things that come up at all hours of the day and the night and all that stuff. But, I'm a grinder. I work a lot of hours. I'm more of a night owl. I'm not a 4 a.m. guy. I know Sean is. Sean's a 3:15, 3:45 guy. He and I have laughed about that a little bit. I'm more of a 1 o'clock in the morning type guy. I mean, that's kind of me. I guess I was born at 4:15 in the morning, so I could think that maybe has something to do with it. But look, when I get a chance to get away, I try to turn it off and be around the people I care about, which is my wife and my kids and my family. But it hasn't changed me very much. I just sleep doesn't bother me, or lack thereof.
Brianna Aldridge, CBS News Texas. When you're looking at a guy like Trayshawn Holden, who's a young guy, but he seems to be getting a lot of eyes on him right now. He's making some splash plays. What have you seen from him? And when it's a guy running mostly with the twos, what are you looking for specifically when you bring another team in here?
You said that last part?
What are you looking for from a guy like him who's taking reps with the twos when another team comes in here?
Yeah, well, again, number one, we were really excited when we got Trayshawn as an undrafted free agent. We had some inside information into him because of Junior Adams being with him. The ability to make plays that you see out there, whether it's catching the in cut the other day, caught a deep cross yesterday. He's just showing up every day. And I think that's what you want to see. What you don't want to see is a guy has a great day, and then the next day and the next day, those next 2 days, he's quiet and he doesn't make any plays. He muffed a handoff. It was our fault as coaches because we didn't ball handle it, but he muffed a little sweep that we had around the corner, and he still went for about 25 yards. But the consistency, if you see a guy that's doing it day in and day out, then you are earning those opportunities. If a guy has one great practice and then the next day he disappears, or he's got 2 or 3 mental errors, then you're not earning the opportunity to get more reps with the twos. And he's a guy that has been pretty consistent. I mean, I can think of really 3 plays in the past 2 days alone that he's made that jump off the film. A touchdown in the move the ball period, and then the 2 plays I mentioned earlier, the deep cross and then the muffed sweep play that we had. But he also asks a lot of questions. He really is curious. And I love players that are curious. They want to know the whys. They want to know, okay, why did we do that? Why would we check that? Why are we alerting that? And it shows you that they're dialed into what we're trying to do and want to understand it on a much more comprehensive level.
Coach,
Just in Dallas Cowboys TV, when you have a running back room where everyone's stacking good days and also showing some versatility, whether it's in pass pro or in the receiving game as well, how hard is it? How hard is it for you in terms of evaluating that room?
Well, it's exciting, one, because you feel like, okay, we got a really competitive room. When you look at it, I've always said it, this is part of the process, but the real process starts, when we start playing games where they're trying to get tackled, and there's blitzers that are actually trying to get to the quarterback. Right now we're dealing with the quarterback halo. The quarterbacks have the red jerseys on, and so when the blitzers come, they engage, but they don't, try to run through them. So I'm really excited about the room. Again, the guy I probably haven't talked about enough that shows up every day now is Phil Maffa. Phil is a guy that, when he moves, it's very smooth, very fluid. His vision is excellent. And so he's a guy that I didn't really have much of a feel for in the spring because I didn't see him do much. And now over the past, whatever it's been, 2 weeks of camp, week and a half of camp, there's something like Trayshawn that we're asking him, talking about. He shows up every day with some really, really positive plays that get you excited.
That is the Brian Schottenheimer presser right there, live from Oxnard as we get prepared for Cowboys' first preseason game, which you'll hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's Wanker of the Weekend.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget that your first opportunity to compete in the Fan Phenom is going to be this Thursday at Jake's. It is 7910 State Highway 78 in Saxe. That's on Thursday. On Friday, we will be at the one off Marsh in Dallas. Fred and I will be out there. We're hoping everybody comes out, has a good time with us. Again, you have 4 opportunities. One's going to be in Grand Prairie, Fort Worth, one in Frisco as well. But this is your chance to show the boss, hey, man, I got the chops for this. I can do this. Show you got some potential.
I'm signing poop bags on Friday, too.
That's a new thing that just happened today, I believe.
Second segment, I think. Okay. Second or third segment.
So hopefully.
Signing poop bags. Without poop in them, though.
I feel like, okay.
No poop.
Okay, thank you. Because I don't think you can bring, I don't think Jake's going to be okay with you bringing those in.
Think puke bags.
Yeah.
But poop bag. And honestly, I was just riffing so much. I meant to say doggy bag.
Doggy bag for food. Like when you're leaving the restaurant.
Exactly.
All right. And, dude, no, I'm not going to talk about that right now.
Because we're
about
to go off the rails.
I know better.
Let's go. I'm like a double Dutch. I'm ready to go. As soon as you jump in, let's do it. I'm ready.
Right now it's time for Wanker of the Weekend, and we have no bed music for this, so don't worry. No intro music for this, so it's no big deal. But Wanker of the Weekend, the hip drop tackle. Did you see Salvin Ahmed carted off the field for the Colts on a tackle by his own teammate? That stinks.
Practice squad guy.
You're sitting there, an undrafted free agent just tackles you, and now you're like, oh man, you got a gruesome leg injury.
Yeah,
that's something that's not even allowed
and he was
in the
crossing
game.
The goal line. It was like there was no need to even tackle him.
Yeah, leave him alone at that point. We will call the hip drop tackle the wanker, not the teammate on that one, even though he should be as well.
Shane Steichen did say the teammate felt bad. In shambles, is what he said.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a word right there.
Yeah, when you're in shambles, you're not in a good way.
Wanker of the Weekend, and I'd say that
Jock Peterson.
Yes, definitely Jock Peterson. Sorry. Everybody out there knows right now. Everybody's in the same place right now.
He's in shambles.
With him. He's either popping up, missing pitches he should never swing at. Like, he doesn't. I said this early in the season. It looks like he doesn't even know where the baseball is.
No.
And that hasn't changed.
No, it hasn't.
That's the frustrating part, is that some of these, like Marcus Semien has come along.
Yes. Adolis.
Corey Seager finally found a groove. But Jock looks like I'm done playing baseball, and this is just me finishing my last years here.
I'm just here because I don't want to get fined.
I say this with I got to say it gently.
What?
Sophie Cunningham has asked people who attend WNBA games to stop throwing Ditos at them.
Yeah.
Because over the weekend, a second neon Dito has hit the WNBA court.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, how are they getting through security?
We asked that question yesterday.
Yeah? And would y'all get any good answers on this? Where do you hide them?
Trevor asked the same question.
Where do you hide them?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't been to any WNBA
like
games,
in a pocket?
So I can't speak.
Alec, when you went to the game on Friday night, was security, was it pretty tough, or do you think I can get a
kind of frisky
through?
No, it was pretty tough. I think part of it, though, is because they were at the bigger arena at the AAC, so it's the AAC staff.
Gotcha.
So it did feel like a Mavs game where a timeout, they have like 5 security guards across each side of the rectangle of the court. So it did feel very, secure, I guess is the word for it. Police presence and everything. It felt like an NBA game.
And to the 469's point, those aren't cheap. Those things aren't cheap. Not that I've been pricing them or anything, but I feel like they're not cheap.
He's just a good radio host. He did his research.
Probably in the same place Lieutenant Coolidge put his father's watch.
Yes, that's a good point. I remember that one. I remember that one. That's good.
He'd be damned.
Dude, Walken's the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's just absolutely the
Stole
best.
the show. Died of dysentery.
It is official. Bots have taken over. automated bots now make up more than half of global internet traffic.
That makes all the sense in the world.
75% of Twitter. Is
Damn, Elon.
Alec, you've said many times Twitter's not a real place.
That's right.
But
now
that you got 75% of Twitter is made up of bots. God. And that makes sense whenever you see, and I'm not specifically calling out any group here. You see this across the board.
Boy, you do.
When one group, they have the exact same message all the time. And you're like, whoa, hold on.
Yeah.
Did y'all send an email to each other and y'all are on the y'all are
same
on the group chat?
The whole nine.
But this is a picture that's slightly different and just every single word's the same. It's a little weird. Yeah, Twitter, actually they say Twitter specifically is up 75.85% of that. So that's almost 76%.
Come on,
of
Elon,
Twitter's
get it
bots.
together, bro. Get it together.
Also, wanker of the weekend, I'm going to throw out Nintendo. Evidently, because Americans are such sex mongers, they almost put a set of breasts on Pikachu whenever they were coming up with the character, because Americans it would be more appealing to Americans. So I'm glad they didn't. So I will take the wanker of the weekend set away from them.
Yeah.
But if Pikachu had a rack, I would probably not let the kids play. I'd be like, sorry guys, this game's not for us.
I don't even know what Pikachu is.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it.
was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, welcome back to DFW. How we feeling?
Terrific, Majors. How the heck are you guys?
Really good, really good. Been fun working with Fred so far. Looking forward to the rest of this week as well, and a couple days next week. You guys get to crosstalk with him every night. Did you know that he was this electric?
Yeah. Fred's his own special kind of vibe, and we enjoy it. Been on fire today.
Any minute he could get fired.
Did we know he was this electric?
You call it electric. You call it electric. We call it idiotic.
Okay, all right. It's an enjoyable experience across the board there.
Yeah.
Are you Are you happy to be back,
No,
or you
hell
wish you were
no.
still out
No.
there?
God, no. I love football practice.
Why Broadus is so angry today.
I am angry. I'm
pissed.
watching all these guys and gals talk football today, and I'm sitting here and I'm going to talk about the Rangers' inability to close out games and stuff this weekend. But hopefully we'll talk about some Cowboy things. But yeah, I love football practice. I really do.
That's kind of where I was going to start first. What was the more frustrating thing over the weekend for you guys? The whole drama that was going on off the field with the Cowboys, or what was going on the field with the Rangers?
It was the Cowboys. Yeah. I mean, it always is. And especially us being like everything that's going on with Micah. I mean, I think the Rangers stuff, Brian had put in the sweep talk. Like, I knew Brian was going to be very nervous about this series in Seattle. And certainly they could have taken 3 of 4. They didn't. They lose 3 of 4. And that's unfortunate. And the trade deadline stuff was fun. I don't know. We'll talk with CY today. Like, I wonder how close they were to getting a bat.
Thank you.
And it just
Please
didn't end
ask.
up happening. Like the Rhino Hearn, we started getting those reports during practice. We were out there, 3 live mics, so they in on that. Maybe it was just the asking price was too high and they weren't able to do it. But clearly, like, they made a strength to strength, which is great. But the offense is still lacking, and now you've got Josh Young hurt again. You got Evan Carter dealing with back spasms. Hopefully Berger can come back. He's been tearing it up with AA Frisco. I hope he's back soon. But now you've got this Jock Peterson situation, but it's still going to be about the Cowboys and Micah and Jerry, and we were out there for the media party, and we got some good information there. So I think the Cowboys stole the show, but this is a big week for the Rangers. There's no question. You come back home, you got a Yankees team that's reeling. This could be like an elimination series when you think about it. Like, the Rangers could need to sweep the Yankees. They are in a bad way right now, and you have a chance to kind of end them. In my opinion, I think that the Yankees making the postseason is a very serious question.
Yeah.
You need to come back home, and the fans need to bring it. I know we've seen some people around Rangers Nation trying to get this going, like, be loud. The postseason environment needs to start here tonight at Globe Life Park.
See, that's the thing that I think has been missing from this Rangers team all season, has been whenever you have somebody, they let them off the hook. Whenever you have a pitcher that's
Denny
having
Green style?
Yes, exactly. You have a pitcher that's actually, he's a good pitcher, like Green, or not Green, Gilbert. The other day, and you're like, okay, he's having a bad night. Do not let him off the hook. And they're just like, we're just going to continue to do our thing. And with the Yankees, they're reeling right now. You should punish them. You should send them back to New York and say, all right, it was nice to have you here. Don't ever come back thinking you're going to get wins here. And this Rangers team just hasn't had that killer instinct that I've been expecting out of them. I mean, it's not having Max Scherzer.
I hope they show it to us, because over the last week, with everything that's gone on with both the Cowboys and Rangers updates were the only thing that made me go, crap. The Tyler Guyton thing was almost that. Yeah. But within an hour, we were saved. Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the results of the last 7 games, and the way that you blow 2 saves and you're finding ways to lose, I'd hope that they would have merged, and continue the momentum that they established post All-Star break here, post deadline. But we haven't been treated to that yet. So I think this kind of plunges you back into Rangers anxiety. And right now, there's really nothing other than injuries that can happen to the Cowboys to make me feel like
Real quick, what's y'all's DeGrom concern level after these last 2 outings?
I think he just needs a rest.
I mean,
really
his
do.
July ERA was a 4.17, I think. So it's more than these last 2.
Yeah.
I think he needs a rest. But if that's your worst 4-week stretch of the season, you take it.
Right.
I expect him to be nails here in August, September.
Okay.
But maybe he needs a rest. I like that.
Yeah, maybe you skip a start. Maybe is there a way you can say, like, arm fatigue, and he's
that's
on
what
the
I was
10-day
saying.
IL or something.
I wonder if we do a 10-day IL.
Yeah. Because to me it was like these. You're right. This has kind of started to. You could kind of see the innings are mounting, and he hasn't pitched this much in a long time due to the injuries. So I think that this was kind of par for the course, and you've got guys like Jacob Latz that have subbed in and been really, really good. And now when you add a Merrill Kelly, like, do you want to extend? Like, I think they've done pretty well with bullpen days. Like, John Gray's a guy that can go in there and probably give you 4 innings if you need to, or maybe you can stretch him out and he goes longer. There's not really an excuse to not give DeGrom and push him back a start if that's what he needs, and I think he's showing that he probably does.
Yeah, I think before the season's over, 2 is he needs to miss 2 starts. Absolutely. This is kind of where I stand with that. We're having the conversation earlier this morning about the whole Micah situation. Do you think that's affecting the guys in that locker room at all, or do you think that it's business and it stays out of mind altogether?
Yeah, I I tried to get to the bottom of that this morning, and I didn't get the answer that I thought I was going to get. But
good or bad?
No, it's good. They're not, because I know there's questions about culture and all that stuff like that, and is it affecting? I think guys realize it is part of the business. I think if anything, what I was told, it kind of brings guys even closer together.
Okay,
that they kind of see like, okay, well, let's not act like that. Micah was the most liked guy, by the way.
Yeah, we've heard
teammates.
for a couple of years now.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, and now his teammates have tried to kind of stepped up. A couple of them have, but there are people in the organization, and there are people, the players. I mean, even Mike McCarthy, who was gone on his way. I think there were some comments from him about that as well. So yeah, it's we'll see. We'll see how it, but I think for the most part, though, Schottenheimer's doing what he needs to do.
Love it.
Love to hear that. What do you guys got coming up with the showgram today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. You're looking at CY at 420, the Cy Young Show.
Looking forward to that for sure, because I love the questions already. I'm excited about Rangers tonight. Let's get this thing rolling, guys. All right, we've been the KNC Masterpiece until tomorrow. You've been Masterpiece.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It is nice to be back in the saddle here inside North Texas. General at your service at ease. There's brought us the former Cowboy Scout Super Bowl champion, Lucius Alexander, in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You fixing for 4.5 flawless. Rangers Yankees coming up, pregame at 6:30. Wolchuk is here. Salute to you. Send Chief some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed. Taking a family day again, right? Doing the family thing?
Yeah, he'll be back Thursday.
Right on. Salute to Chief. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 1053thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. At least the Rangers didn't get swept by Seattle. That's all I asked for on Friday. Can we win one of these? Because you don't want to be coming in here down 4. You know, down 2 to the Mariners, fine. You know, it wasn't fun, but heck, they swept 2 series going into this last week. Now they've dropped 5 of 7, so it's time to get this thing turned around. And who better to do that against than the Yankees? With CY coming up at 4:20, there is a lot of meat on this baseball conversation, a bone. Couple of Cowboys updates for you real quick. Tyler Smith's going to be fine. His day off was more about maintenance, and he could do more today. I saw him running onto the field, so it looks like Tyler Smith going to be okay with that knee tendonitis. And Lyle Collins going to continue to be ramped up, spend some time at right tackle with some ability to move inside. Brian?
Yeah, this is these are some of the thoughts. I asked Will McClay about this. I'm like, hey, where are you planning on playing him? And he said that he goes, listen, he's got some position versatility, a little banged up along our offensive line, so he's got to be ready at a couple of different spots. But right tackle is clearly a place that he would be comfortable at. I think that he brings, watching that workout, and I was impressed. Usually these offensive linemen, you just kind of like watch the workouts and they're slow-footed, they're out of shape, they look stiff and tired and not good, and you're like, well, I don't want to sign this guy. But Lyle Collins was the complete opposite of that. So, if I was one of those pro personnel guys standing there saying, well, what do you think, Brian? I said, I'd sign this guy because he brings you toughness. He looks healthy. That's the number one thing. He doesn't look out of shape and fat, and he just looks like he's ready to play football. And at 32 years old, I'm glad they're giving him a chance. He's got a lot of power to him and a lot of toughness.
Quality depth there at right tackle behind Terrence Steele after the other tackle got hurt, right? He's a 4 to 6 weeks guy.
Yeah, they've struck. Well, that was
Rob Jones.
Rob Jones was a guard. He was a guard that got hurt. They got Adeniji back.
Okay.
Adeniji was that had suffered the concussion, so he's back practicing now. So they've got some, like they say, they've got a couple of different ways that they could play this. They didn't move Adeniji around. When matter of fact, he stayed at right tackle. I thought maybe since he'd been practicing so well for Steele that they were going to move him to left tackle with the Guyton injury, but no, they kept everybody in the same spot. So Blou's just going to be part of competing for that. I think it's a really good thing, and I said on my YouTube channel this morning that when you have a veteran player and you play in preseason games, and say he gets opportunities to play in the second half of preseason games, when you're trying to evaluate a quarterback and maybe your wide receiver and maybe some runners, it's always good to have a veteran offensive lineman in there that kind of knows, he's not going to mess things up. You're going to get, sometimes you get young linemen in there and you can't evaluate because the quarterback's running for his life, or there's no, they don't get the block they need in the running game. So it's important to have a couple of veteran guys, and this is kind of what I think Lyle Collins is going to do for you.
Right on. Micah Parsons is at practice. He came out in a hoodie. He has since put a jersey on over the hoodie. So fans continuing to voice their support and their desire for wanting to see Parsons get done. It was fun listening to Fred and Majors today, and I think a lot of people have the same feeling that this thing is going to get done and Mike is going to be a Cowboy for a long time, and I do believe that. I just think the gap between what they could give him and what he's asking for is too big, and the compromise, I think, might be perceived by Micah as a slap in the face. So I expect this to go into the season and maybe even in next year as well under the franchise tag. But who knows? These things can move very quickly, and it's never quite clear how the player is looking at it and how much relief he wants from it. The Cowboys have what they call a high tolerance for ambiguity. So they could drag this thing out and be perfectly fine, sleeping well at night. Some of the players just decide, man, if I could get this out of the way, get the guaranteed $150 million coming into me, and I can just forget about this for the next 4 years, that starts to look really, really attractive to some guys. And I guess we're about to find out, if Mike is willing to do that. Coach Schottenheimer said the staff is not altering any defensive packages or game plans with the Parsons trade request hanging in the air. Quote, I expect him to be here. All right. The Rangers are now 58-55. The Yankees are in tonight. They have a better record, but the Yankees have been struggling as well. It's going to be a 6:30 pregame. The Rangers just might be cursed in Seattle, though. I don't know what to do about this. I mean, it's clear it's in their heads after that weekend watching, right? Just the crazy things. It feels like they don't have any confidence in the biggest moments.
Yeah, and I mean the base running errors that they had yesterday was just Sam Haggerty, he doesn't slide in cleanly. Adolis Garcia, I don't know what he calls it, a brain cramp. Yeah. It's just like those are things that you're beating yourself making those type of mistakes, and certainly. Garcia didn't help the situation back-to-back nights. He's given up homers. So, they didn't play poorly outside of the first game. They certainly had an opportunity to win. I thought what Jack Leiter was able to do, we were watching on Friday night, outstanding, getting out of some serious jams and still being able to go out there and put them in a position to win. The guys that they traded for, like Merrill Kelly, gave up a run. Kaloum and Maton have not given up any runs in their outing so far. So, again, it goes back to offense and how much of a leash can you now allow Jock Peterson? He's played in, I think, 7 games since he's come back, and it hasn't been good. In your pinch running for him, and that's where Haggerty ends up having the error. So, they've won 1 game in Seattle in the last year. It certainly is not a place that they've had fun, but the series in Anaheim didn't go very well either.
No, that was, the fact that you go in there and Earlier, a couple weeks ago, you were in Anaheim as well, and that was a 4-gamer, and you would end up splitting on that, and you felt like that you needed to probably take 3, and then to allow them to win, 2 out of 3. That just doesn't. Overall, I thought it was just a poor road trip, for the Rangers. And there were opportunities, but that's this team has got to find a way to close out those games, and Garcia had been pretty good. He'd done a nice job, but those homers were just, that's just the worst time to do it. Luckily they didn't get snake bit on the second one, but man, the first one sure was a dagger.
Yeah, it was great. I got into the truck just in time for the Rangers to pull out the victory on Saturday evening as we got back from Oxnard. And then, yesterday it was there for the taking once again. So there's a good side, bad side to it. And in baseball, you can be a very good team and have things headed your way and still have a bad week like this. Case in point, the Yankees. They're 60-52, but they've lost 3 in a row. They are now a half game ahead of Seattle in the second wild card spot. The Rangers are opening play here tonight, 2 games behind the Mariners for that third spot. It's going to be a really fun and exciting final 2 months, but I don't think the Mariners are going to pull away from you, and I don't think the Rangers have enough to pull away from either of these teams. So you got 4 teams battling for 3 spots essentially, and hopefully you're not the odd man out. What a rug pull feeling though to have the optimism that we did last week at this same time.
Yeah.
To now, here it's just the roller coaster ride of a baseball season. I assume DeGrom's going to be fine. His ERA since July 1 hasn't been great. It's probably 4 1/4 now. Josh Young might be headed to the injured list again with that calf. There's nothing else you can say about him now except for he is an injury prone player. And now I think you look at that and say the future of Rangers third base is up in the air, and I never thought I'd be saying this a couple of years ago.
No, I think so. He was a part of your World Series winning team, and there was a lot of high hope for him. But your your availability is
your best ability?
Best ability, and he has not been available enough. And
I couldn't do a deal with him.
There's no way.
No.
There's no way. And his. To me, that's the unfortunate thing, that there was so much promise there, and I'm just looking at it right now. It's like, you get him for 20, 25 games, and then something happens.
Yeah, it seems like there's always,
and then he'll be
always something.
He'll be gone for another 2-3 weeks. The way that works.
And then the back with Evan Carter. Those are 2 young guys. They're supposed to be pillars of the organization.
Yeah.
And the back at 21 years old, I think that's always going to be a problem for Evan Carter as well.
Well, I thought we were going to get Terry McLaurin out of the division here over the weekend.
Me too. I was hoping for it.
Steelers were calling in. I guess it didn't work out one reason or another. One of the reports said McLaurin wants to be a number one wide receiver wherever he goes. Maybe he could be bought out of that. But whatever the case, I saw some other rumors that Dolphins, maybe a Tyreek Hill for McLaurin swap could get interesting. I don't think that'd be fun either. So, Washington's obviously a very interesting team. If they follow up on last year, this division is going to be an absolute nightmare. But for now, McLaurin's still holding out. And, every market around the NFL doing conversations and topics, how could we get Micah Parsons or Terry McLaurin or both? Okay, former Cowboys wide receiver coach, University of Tennessee head coach Derek Dooley announcing he's going to run for the U.S. Senate in Georgia. Here coming up in this next cycle. 57-year-old. He's backed by the governor. And he's turning to Dooley after deciding to not run for the seat himself as Brian Kemp. This, of course, the Cowboys wide receiver coach about 10 years or so ago. His son, didn't he play for Highland Park with Steven's son?
He did.
So he's part of that back-to-back state championship run. And since then, I kind of lost track of what Dooley's been up to, but he is turning towards politics, as many football coaches have in recent years.
Yeah,
Brian.
they sure have. And his popularity of his father, even after all these years of Vince Dooley, Vince is, he was a coach a long time ago, but the popularity of the name Dooley in the state of Georgia draws a huge advantage for him. So, he's going to step into the political ring and try and see if he could do the best for the great state of Georgia.
All righty. What else is going on in the world of sports? How about a trade? The Lynx and Wings have traded. Guard Dejanay Carrington is going to Minnesota. It's a bit of a downgrade. I guess it's summer right now, so it doesn't matter that much. Maybe you enjoy the northern temps there in the summer. But the Wings are getting forward Diamond Miller, guard Katie Samuelson, and the Lynx's 2027 round pick in exchange for Carrington. She was averaging 10 points, 5 boards for the Wings. Before joining the Wings, she was an all-defensive first-team selection in 2024. Diamond Miller's played a 2+ season with the Lynx, averaging 7 points per game. So it does not appear to me like they got the better of this trade, Brian.
No, this is very much and to me, I've kind of followed along on this one. They've had a lot of problems with her and the coach. There just doesn't seem to be a very connected group there when it comes to what she believes and what the front office, I should say the coaching staff, believes. And so maybe this is one of those things that, like, you have a player that's kind of disgruntled. The losing is not good. I know the Wings are projected again to have the first overall pick. It's just been a rough year for them. But it just seemed like there was a big disconnect between her and that coaching staff. And the front office probably felt best to kind of move on from that. Yeah, they probably didn't get the value that they thought they deserved for her. But to move on from a player that's not too happy is always probably a good thing to do.
I love getting the number one pick. It just makes the women's college tournament that much more fun.
Yeah.
Inter Miami captain Leo Messi suffered a minor muscle injury in his right leg Saturday night in the league's cup match against Necaxa at Chase Stadium in Fort Lauderdale. Timeline for his return is undetermined. He left in the 11th minute. They end up winning in penalty kicks after a late equalizer from Jordi Alba.
Yeah, and that's always interesting when you have a guy like that with his age and then having those injuries like leg injuries and things like that. You wonder maybe it'll take a little bit longer, but I'm sure everybody's gearing up, excited about him possibly being back with Argentina, in that World Cup that's going to be here this next summer.
That would be awesome if he could play again in the World Cup.
We thought it was like a beautiful moment. This is the last ride.
Yeah.
And here he is 4 years later. He still might have a shot to play.
I think he can still get it done at a high level. It's just his durability and his endurance, so maybe as a first half player or a second half sub.
Right. That's could you imagine Messi in a sub in the 65th minute?
Yeah.
Boom. That's going to jolt everybody on your team, and it's let's say it's 1-1.
Yeah.
Messi's going to end up getting that game winner.
No doubt. They'd have to be the most watched games ever if he does, in fact, play. The NCAA is not going to expand March Madness fields in 2026. The Spurs and De'Aaron Fox hit a big extension for $229. The Longhorns and Buckeyes topping your preseason coaches poll as they head for that Week 1 matchup. A lot of exciting stuff happening here in the world of sports.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get the G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side, and then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, we've got a poll vote. What did the people want? Top 10 most bought cookies on National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day are the best scenes in sports movie history. We'll find out. That's next in the nation.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan, and we have Wolchuk's Top 10 coming up in just a few minutes. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. We only get paid when you win. The Frankels, like go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has the champ.
What it do, huh? What's up? Can a player get in them gloves? G back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champion right about here. You caught it. You're so lucky. My name is Lucius Alexander. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up with it. At Lucky Lucius P. What you guys have been doing this weekend is fantastic. Folder is locked and loaded with some great content, so don't miss that 5:30 cut. All right, this is day 2 for this champion audio. It's a Gavin Dawson combo pack. Smoking on that Gavin Dawson right now. Hoo-wee. Let's see. He was all over the place but just saying some weird things. Right here he says he was trying to purchase some guys or something like that.
We can buy Kyrie.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm buying it.
But can I buy multiple depth guys or busty guys all arriving and fortifying you at the same time?
That last part is just so egregious, bro.
Man, I don't know what I was thinking. That was crazy.
It got really weird at the arriving and fortifying you. Well, come on, bro, chill out.
California must have rubbed off on me last week.
In so many ways. And here's another clip. I said it was a combo pack. What did you say here, buddy?
Tank was just a little bit more quiet and professional, or quiet and didn't want to, say his side of the story as much. Remember when Tyron Smith was hotter than a, whole nest of firecracker hornets back there, or whatever? Mark that.
Mark that.
Firecracker hornets.
Man, those sound scary, don't they? Firecracker hornets.
Sounds like they're coming from the tip of Africa and on their way here. Run. The firecracker hornets are coming to get us.
Gosh. Well, thank you, Lucius. You can tune in 5:30 to see if the champ, what is this, 3 looking for 4 maybe today, something like that. Can make it 5. The champ faces the challengers, 5:30 every night, the G-Bag of the Day champion.
I think it's 2 looking for 3.
2 looking for 3.
Yeah.
All righty. We got Wolchuk's Top 10. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's the Woolly Bully, Zach with an H.
All right, the people have spoken. We're going to do the top 10 best sports movie scenes of all time. Now, this is in honor of Happy Gilmore 2. Did you guys get around to seeing it ever?
So I had to start watching Happy Gilmore 1 again just to get a refresher. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Promise I didn't watch the movie over and over again like a lot of us did.
Yeah.
I've probably seen it maybe once. So I got to go back and watch that. And I'm in the middle of watching it right now, so I can watch the happy and love it,
So we'll my gosh.
The happy ending?
Yeah.
The list of cameos in Happy Gilmore 2. Yeah. It's ever-growing.
Somebody described it as, I was happy the whole time I was watching it. That's the way I would describe it for myself, because I got all the references. I understood that, it wasn't going to be as good because Adam Sandler's kind of lost his fastball.
Damn.
And I just took it for what it was.
Yeah, it was, yes. I mean, did I think
good entertainment.
It's about what I expected. If you liked the first one, it's certainly not as good, but it has some great moments. I think some of the cameos are awesome in it. It's got some good callbacks. There were things that after I watched it that I saw that I didn't pick up the first time. Like, it might be one of those, the more you go back and watch it, kind of like Step Brothers. The first time I saw Step Brothers, I was like, is this awesome? And the more I watched Step Brothers, yes, this is an awesome movie. Maybe Happy Gilmore 2 will have that same effect over time.
Maybe, I don't know. Like, there were several things that I would have loved to have editorial control on and change, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. Some of the storyline, I was like, what the hell are we doing here? But the 25 best sports movie scenes of all time, 877-881-1053. And without hesitation, I knew it. Our guy, Tim in Carthage, the 903, greatest scene in a sports movie, that last play in Friday Night Lights against Dallas Carter. Also gave a shout out to North Dallas 40. And he always, anytime we're talking sports movies, is like, well, Chuck, have you seen North Dallas 40
It's
yet?
a good one. He's not wrong about that.
I know. And the answer is no, I still haven't seen it. But eventually, one day, I will get around to watching that. You will be the first person that I tell, Tim. I promise you that.
I've been wondering this question for like 3 weeks, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Did they have air conditioning up in that building on Mockingbird? It looked like a sauna.
Yeah, man, that's a good question. Well, are you talking about the offices or where they practiced on Forest Lane?
Yeah, the gym or whatever. Yes, the Forest Lane gym.
Forest Lane.
Was that a tiny field house or something?
Yeah,
it looked like a sweat lodge.
Yeah, it was. It was not. I don't think it was. I think it was at. I'm saying this because I think there's somebody I know that'll ask. I got somebody I can ask that would know that. Just give me a minute and I'll get right back to you because I don't want to say yes and it wasn't. But I do have somebody I can make a call. Like Who's a Millionaire? I'd like to make a call.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'll make a call.
Because I know back then a lot of those buildings. I mean, even today there's buildings that aren't air conditioned.
Yeah.
You know, and it's part of the deal to maybe make you sweat a little bit more. It looks like Micah's trying to sweat a little bit more today at practice with this tracksuit he's got on.
Yeah, he's been rocking that hoodie out there. But wasn't it, Lucius, when we were out in Vegas, didn't Derek James tell us like they would work out and their gym was no AC?
Oh, yeah. Watch that, man. And it's a warehouse type of vibe. So it's like the heat is turning up in that thing. I started working out in like no AC lately just because of that.
Didn't you guys tell us that they were training when you were in Vegas? They were training in a metal place with a metal roof.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
yeah, that's that warehouse.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Derek James.
That's weed.
That's incredible interview.
Yeah, that was bad.
Man, Friday Night Lights.
Oh my God.
You're over there explaining like, brought it's a 2,100 square foot thing, and I'm like, hey, isn't that metal building you got?
Right, Lucius.
Hey, Lucius.
Kind of like a warehouse, right?
Right.
Is that warehouse that you were just talking about there? Yeah.
By the way, I don't mean to say this to Bobby Belt's behalf. The Jones family love AI Bryant.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Nice job, Belt.
Who doesn't?
They do. They're
Hell of a bit.
AI, I'm like, oh, the AI Bryant's pretty funny. Yeah, I'm like going, you guys listen to that?
Like Jay Gallagher's really hurting the stars here.
Yeah, okay.
I don't see an otter anywhere.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the otter is crazy.
I don't see any ice outside of the stadium. How do I know that I'm going to a rink right now? This is wild. There are so many scenes in Friday Night Lights, so I think my favorite one's probably Preacher during his speech at halftime, and he's just going off like they bleed just like we do. They sweat just like we do. And then they go out there and they gave Dallas Carter a game. Any given Sunday,
the fighting for inches.
Yep, you got to claw with your fingernails for that inch. That's a good one. Dennis Quaid outside the ballpark in Arlington and the rookie from the 972. Oh, the scene where the Sandlot, they're just going back. You play ball like a girl. Just dissing each other. I know the Sandlot's not one of your favorites, but I think that's iconic for a lot of us there, Dawson.
I thought it was misogynist. For that line right there.
That's rich coming from you.
I've been protesting for decades.
And there's some sexual assault in the darn thing, too. How about that?
Yeah.
And we all cheered it back then. Yeah, good for him, man.
Had a baby, Squints.
Way to go, bro.
I can't take it anymore. Other honorable mentions that we've got on here, the Little Giants. That's not a cheerleader. From Ed O'Neill.
Ice Tray.
Man, that's no cheerleader. That's my niece Becky. And she's pissed. She goes out there and just beats the crap out of those dudes in a cheerleader uniform. Mighty Ducks with the Flying V. Honorable mention. White Man Can't Jump. Woody hustles Wesley in that movie. I didn't see the remake of White Man Can't Jump. Did anybody else?
It was cool. Yeah, it was all right. It was actually cool. Oh my gosh, what's the little rapper's name?
Oh, Jack Harlow.
Yeah, he was all right.
He good?
He was actually all right in that thing.
Right.
Yeah,
maybe I'll end up.
It's pretty mid, but it's a little bit above mid.
Okay,
so
you like Happy Gilmore 2 was?
Yeah, it's like some street corn. Like, all right, I can get by with this, but it ain't hitting.
Right, like it's entertaining while I'm watching it. We got Rocky. I Must Break You with Ivan Drago. That was a great scene. If he dies, he dies.
I'm more of a you ain't so bad.
You ain't so bad.
Come get with a real man.
Cool Runnings, when they all, at the end, they pick up the luge and the slow clap breaks out. That is fantastic. Cool Runnings is such an underrated movie.
It's a bobsled, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's say the luge. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the bobsled. Remember the Titans? Left side, strong side. Left side. There's so many in Remember the Titans you could choose from. The Speech and Miracle. from Kurt Russell.
Yeah,
again.
that was a good one.
Yep. Tonight are the greatest hockey team in the world. Their time. It's over. It's done. The Sandlot, the great.
These are all
Gambino.
honorable mentions?
Yeah, these are all honorable mentions.
Yeah.
And then the Karate Kid, Wax On, Wax Off, number 11, just outside of the top 10.
You guys never saw the movie Brian's Song, did you?
A long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
When he gave the speech tonight about Brian Piccolo, did that.
I don't remember the speech.
Yeah, but Gail Sears gives a speech to us about Brian Piccolo.
I remember being very touching. I was
Yeah.
like, dang, they could make a movie back in the 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 972 at draft day. I mean, it is pretty amazing how he gets all his picks back and still gets Vontae Mack no matter what.
He's got that idiot down there in Jacksonville.
Of course. Well, that offer's not on the table. It was 60 seconds ago. We live in a different world now. Number 10 is the Sandlot, the beast chasing Benny when it jumps over the fence and just I mean, that is an iconic scene.
Is that when he pickled the beast?
He pickled the beast. Number 9.
Your ball was in my yard.
Why didn't you just knock on the door? The Natural, the homer off the lights. I mean, that is a gorgeous scene. Absolutely beautiful. Roy Hobbs' home run off the stadium lights, one of the most pristine that we'll ever see in a sports film. Field of Dreams, speaking of James Earl Jones. People will come, Ray. People will most definitely come. As the ghost of the Chicago Black Sox stands behind him. The Karate Kid, the final fight in that movie, comes in at number 7.
Get him a body bag, yeah.
Number 6 is the Bob Barker fight in Happy Gilmore, which is iconic. And they do have a good ode to Bob Barker in Happy Gilmore, too.
Incredible.
5.
Shooter McGavin steals the show.
Maybe the most overrated sports movie of all time, but this is an iconic scene. Rudy getting carried off in Rudy.
Yeah, most iconic Notre Dame guy ever. Which you can't name any other Notre Dame guys like that. Just like off the top of your head, you can't do it. Joe Montana with the Notre Dame, fam.
Yeah, he did. He sure did.
And it's still Rudy, bro.
Tim Brown, yeah. Man, Tateo's girlfriend.
Lene Kikua.
That's a pull. That is a pull right there, Lene.
Was that her name?
Yes.
Yeah, supposedly?
Well, her fake name.
She sound like that.
I'm alive, honey. I'm not dead. I didn't die in that car accident. I'm alive. 4, Major League, the Wild Thing entrance. I mean, that is freaking badass. Just that entire stadium standing up.
County Stadium in
singing
Milwaukee.
along. Yeah, that's epic.
What about Kenny Powers? You're effing out.
Yeah.
It's iconic.
Yeah. 3, A League of Their Own. There's no crying in baseball. That's an iconic scene with Tom Hanks.
How about Newt Rockney's speech? Is that coming up as number 1?
No.
Ronald Reagan's speech is Newt Rockney, not the number 1?
No, it wasn't. But do you know the speech?
Got to win
one for the Gipper.
There we go. You want to lay it down, B?
Yeah. We got to run. We got to tackle. Yeah.
Run.
We got to block. Yeah. That's what I always gave speeches like that in the 20s.
The Coach Carter speech. I mean, there's a lot of epic speeches in some of these movies. That We Are Marshall from 903. Like, that's a great movie. I can't think of
I never saw that one.
Oh, it's a tearjerker.
Yeah, that was.
We Are Marshall is a tearjerker.
Gotta run the veer.
936, Blue Chips, the Meltdown press conference.
Yeah, that was good. Nick Nolte there as the coach did a fine job.
He was good.
I thought Yo Adrian, we did it was so much better than I Will Break You. You know.
Oh, well, we'll get to.
Was Nick Nolte in another 48 hours? 48 hours? I was watching that. I think that was Nick. Hard R's, bro.
Yeah.
I was like, Nick, Eddie Murphy, what? What's going on, bro?
Yeah. He's an intense actor. He's an intense actor.
How much did they pay Eddie for that, dog?
Yeah.
We got Tobey Maguire. Who's coming with me from the 214? Facing the Giants from the 817. I don't know which scene, though, you're referring to.
Show me the money.
Specific scenes. Okay, number 2, Show Me the Money.
Show me the money.
Maguire.
They ruined that movie with the love story.
Too much love?
Yeah.
You got to try and make it for everybody, right? That's what they're trying to do.
You want to.
They're trying to create the box office hit. And it worked. I mean, it worked. I mean, Jerry Maguire is one of the most iconic films of that era, and Show Me the Money, without a doubt. Everybody knows that line, even if you haven't seen the movie.
Because the world's a bunch of suckers.
not one more yard.
You wasn't feeling Renee Zellweger?
No.
You wasn't feeling that?
Was it the face?
Like you sucking on lemons?
Like she's sucking lemons.
I mean, there was a lot to it that I didn't think was the best.
Not your thing?
Yeah.
The replacement singing "I Will Survive in Jail." That's an outstanding scene. Show Me the Money got texted. I'm trying to Any Given Sunday, Inch by Inch. We mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
The Friday Night Lights. I don't think the whipped cream scene was in Friday Night Lights 214. I think that's a different movie that you're thinking of. And shout out to Ali Larder. But number one is the Rocky 1 montage. Climbing the steps. And, I mean, that has been, he's got a statue in Philadelphia for that. Like, that is probably I'm with you on Yo Adrian, but that probably is the most iconic scene in the Rocky series.
Yeah, I mean, she was just so worried that he was going to die.
Oh, yeah.
And she didn't think he could do it or it wasn't worth it. She just wanted a simple life, and, he still wanted to realize his dreams, but she couldn't even be present, So I really felt the emotion in that one. Okay, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. The top stories at 3 coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll take a look at some more Ranger storylines and everything happening at Cowboys training camp coming up at 3:20 in the C-Note. Little best of the weekend for the Chief, though. Next, Wolchuk.
Yeah, let's do it. We have the MLB version of Firefest and a lot of beef. That's next.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 to 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys practice going on right now. We'll give you highlights of that and the top Cowboys headlines of the day coming up at 3 and 3:20 as we move into the C-Note. But right now it's time for the best of the weekend. Here's Wolchuk.
Man, we had a bunch of track and field stuff going down over the weekend. Lucius, I know you're loving, you're big into track. Did you watch yesterday with Noah
that
Lyles?
NBC app is beautiful. Yeah, man. We watched it. He stared my man down.
That's the shove.
Stared him down. Yes, good.
And
good
then
drama.
afterwards, they're like, Noah, hey, I expect a call. If we got a problem.
Yeah.
Which I get. I understand.
Good drama.
But I love it. I love the competition as Noah Lyles was able to fetch and catch Bednarik after he crossed the line. Bednarik wins the silver medal. He gave him a little bit of a shove. They're staring at each other. Noah Lyles looks back like, what the bleep, dude? And then afterwards, Noah Lyles said, if you had a problem, I expect a call. That's all I'm saying. Bednarik said, all right, we'll talk after this. So I'm sure they ended up having that conversation. But Bednarik won the 100 meters this weekend. Then Noah Lyles was able to catch him to win the 200 meters. And then both are going to face off at the World Championships in Tokyo next month. So that's adds to the drama and the intrigue of that. But, I mean, track and field this time of year and the swimming, always, I think, events that I'm definitely going to be plugged into. We had a Texas
This is great drama. I did not catch this.
Oh, did you watch it?
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, the push happens like get out of my way, and then like 10 seconds later, he's like, "Oh, my bad, I didn't mean to do that. Can we shake hands?"
Yeah. No, we'll smooth it over. Just in the moment, frustration, no big deal. I'm sorry, I apologize. But we had a Texas high schooler setting an 800-meter under 18 world record, qualifying for the World Championships. Cooper, and this is a tough last name, but he goes to Northwest, Eric's old high school in Fort Worth. Cooper Lutkenhouse, I believe is how he pronounces his last name, but that's going to be badass. We had a local kid setting the time of 1:42.27, just crushing the world record for the 800 meters. So congratulations to you, and shout out to the Northwest Texans as they are going to have a future Olympian representing our great country.
Wow.
Unreal. Unreal.
That's amazing, dude.
Just flying. Now, we
What
did
is that,
not,
2 times around?
Yeah.
Shit.
That's different. It's
a
different,
full-on sprint for 2 laps.
Yeah.
It's crazy. We were supposed to get Tyreek Hill versus Noah Lyles in a race this summer. That did not end up happening. But the trouble just keeps on brewing there in South Beach, man. So Tyreek Hill takes the podium, and he's not happy with their short yardage usage. Now, remember, we played a couple weeks ago to as they opened up camp, and he said, well, Tyreek needs to kind of repair some of the relationships. He gave him the peace sign and said, I want out of here.
He said, come back with your hat in hand. Yeah.
I don't think Tyreek's going to do that. I don't think that's the way that Tyreek operates. But Miami converted just over 36% of their third down attempts a year ago. By comparison, the league-leading Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 51.1%. So they were pretty awful on third down, and they were really bad on third and short. So what can they do better? Well, here was Tyreek Hill's response.
Take Devon out on third down. What? You want to? That's my honest opinion. If it's third and short, he's not a power back. I be telling him that in the locker room, but he a power back. I love Devon though, but if I'm being honest, like that's why you got Jalen Wright. That's why you got Ollie Gordon for those kind of situations.
Now, not wrong. You've got Devon Achane, who is 5'9", 191 pounds, and he's 15 for 34 in short yardage situations over the course of his career. Meanwhile, Jalen Wright, who I loved 2 years ago out of Tennessee, he's 5'10", 208. I wouldn't really specify him as a short yardage back either, but he's more equipped than Achane. And Ollie Gordon is a big boy. That dude I certainly would use as a short yardage back, but I don't think Mike McDaniel took too kindly to this suggestion. Actually, he kind of seemed like he felt this had already been fixed. Here was McDaniel at the podium.
I thought it was genius reporting by Tyreek, seeing how we had a short yardage period that very day that you guys were in attendance for, and his suggestion was, I guess, congruent with Coach Stutesville. That's exactly how we repped the backs in that short yardage period that very day. But We thought it was funny that he reported the news that wasn't news on that practice day in that short yardage period that you guys were all there too for.
That's weed. That's weed.
So, yeah, great. I mean, smart thinking on Tyreek's part, but the team had already made the adjustment, I suppose.
Yeah, already made the adjustment.
Coach said, go bleep yourself, Tyreek.
Yeah, it seems like there's something here. Like, as a GM, I think you should be trying to move on from one or both. It doesn't seem like...
Well, the GM's in a bad situation, too.
Yeah.
Chris is he's basically got 1 foot in the parking lot, too. So
I mean,
they're all trying to survive out there. That's
got dumpster fire written all over
Yeah,
it. People are trying to grab, any seat on the life raft as they jump off and maybe blaming others. But, Tyreek is giving me pretty good TO vibes here. Like, man, I'm just giving my honest opinion.
Man.
But you guys have a problem with honesty?
Yeah.
And it's not that big of a deal. It's actually kind of funny. Like, if they'd be winning, it'd be funny. Like, yeah, take Achane out. What are we doing? I tell him the same thing to his face in the locker room. But with the losing and with the history now building between Tyreek and McDaniel.
Exactly. Yeah, and you could just tell how done Mike McDaniel is. Like, dude, we literally repped exactly what you're saying in practice, and now you're trying to just basically throw. I mean, he wants to get out of there, so I see what Tyreek Hill is doing. But, that bold prediction, Mike McDaniel, first coach fired. I'm liking that one.
I really think teams, if you're a head coach and it's gone bad, instead of bringing a guy in to let the Titanic sink, they want to let that coach, like last year, Micah McCarthy, play this thing out. Then we'll get a fresh start with a new coach. But you don't want to bring in a new coach to this dumpster fire and let it blow up. You want to bring in a new coach when you draft the quarterback next year.
Couple of teases potentially. I'm not sure what you've got cooking up here, Lucius, for G-Bag of the Day, but the 817, what were the thoughts on Sean going off on that listener this morning? Is that possibly going to be?
That is definitely in the bag.
A nominee? Okay.
Yeah, thick bag today, bro.
Very thick.
Yeah, it's busting. It's busting.
Thick. Are we going to get into this Des Bryant, Nicki Minaj, Jerry Jay-Z beef?
I would love to if somebody could explain it to me. I don't know how she got so mad at him for,
What started off, it seemed kind of playful between the two sides. Like, do you want to play games?
Yeah, he kind of backed up a little bit. Dez was being smart. He didn't want to smoke with Nicki, and I don't blame him. She basically has a whole country behind her. There's 4 million followers. They're all barbs. They'll troll you for the rest of your life, even when you're talking about something that has nothing to do with her, as long as she says attack. He tried to play it off, but she didn't. She's not seeing that.
Yeah.
She's not seeing that.
I mean, it got real personal. I felt bad for Des last night.
Very personal.
Some of this stuff being drug out there, it's just not cool.
She used to do this thing called Queen Radio. She'll clean you out, bro. Queen Radio was amazing.
That's definitely.
She's a ranter for sure.
Yeah, I
Queen
think
from Queens.
Des bit off more than he could chew with this one, and I think that he is absolutely doing the right move. Like, I'm a fan.
Yeah, my bad, lady. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I am sorry.
Why'd she get mad at him?
Well, it was, he came out initially and wanted to unload the Jerry Jones laundry.
He wanted to defend himself because his name was mentioned in that little conversation that Jerry had.
I saw
He
that.
was like, hey, man, don't say my name unless you want me to start saying your name about some things.
I love that, too. I had my popcorn out.
And then Nicki Minaj replied and said, how about we play a game? Every time you do a Jerry Jones or NFL story, I'll do a story time of my own. And it seemed like it was going to be like, okay, fun. And then the next thing you know, it got real personal.
There's a lady that works for Rock Nation that Nicki is not a big fan of. And that person that works for Rock Nation is also, of course, affiliated with Jay-Z, and they've made business decisions together with Jerry Jones. In fact, they signed that contract together. He negotiated Jay's contract, so it's nasty. And she's like, if you're not going to sit up here and hate Rock Nation with me, then you are food.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Yeah. And she definitely let him have it. But oof.
And then he crawfished on it?
Well, at first he went right back at her. And said some very not nice things and brought up the husband.
The husband and got a little funny case in his life.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, bro.
And then after that, I think he started getting the backlash, as Lucius mentioned, from Nicki's fans. And he said, okay, I'm going to step aside on this one.
Yeah, they don't play, bro.
This is not worth it. And shout out to you, realizing in real time, this is not worth it. Brian, were you paying attention to the Speedway Classic over the weekend?
Just want to hit that right there after that Brian conversation.
Bristol Motor Speedway. We had the Major League Baseball game.
I saw. I did not watch the game, but I was watching like the highlights of them hitting home runs and the car going around the track.
Yeah, and it was Reds and it was Braves. Now,
rain out, though.
we had the rain out.
We didn't have hot dog buns. We had a lot of problems there.
A lot of issues.
How can we have problems at the Bristol Motor Speedway? We like 100,000 people there.
Didn't have enough food. We had food was completely gone in a hurry, and it was sad because Major League Baseball's out there. They're promoting like, oh my gosh, we're going to have great things. We got special egg rolls. We got city-specific hot dogs. We got street corn. Food looked delicious. Unfortunately, it ran out, and the fans were ticked. Major League Baseball, this game is unacceptable. It's awful logistics. There's no food except bunless hot dogs and cheeseless nachos, multiple shuttles to even get in the stadium, completely unprepared. Now, the one pushback...
There's no parking at this place, by the way.
It was bad.
Hey, from television, it looked amazing.
Yeah, no,
when it finally got to going, you're like, okay, this is cool. They hit home runs. There's a Corvette coming across.
It's a difficult place to get to because it's right on the Tennessee-Virginia border.
And it set a record for attendance, but I think here was the problem, and this was like, who's to blame in this? Well, you do, and you would for those that attend races, you're allowed to bring a cooler.
You're allowed to bring your own food in.
And Bristol Motor Speedway, I don't think accounted for. Major League Baseball does not allow this.
Yeah.
So and they should
used to be able to do this at the old Texas Rangers ballpark, though. By the way, I bring Earl Campbell's in there all the time.
I wish they still allow this.
And vodka.
Yeah. In the water bottles.
Yeah.
That's a great way to go see a ball game and save a ton of money. But you're not allowed to do that anymore. And I don't know if maybe the Speedway did not account for that, but you know how many tickets you've sold, and you should be able to get kind of a rough estimate of, I know how much food and beverage I need, but evidently they didn't. And I don't know if they were able to adjust for the fact that people do not bring their own food and beverages to this, but it ended up being a bleep show for fans.
I saw
in
hot
attendance.
dogs without buns. That's kind of
it was bad.
Yeah.
And you're basically just giving stale tortilla chips without nacho cheese. Like, what the hell are we doing? Really bad. Last thing here.
Put some sliced cheese on it and call it British.
Maybe it'll,
You see how they get down with nachos? They put it on their fries and just slice the cheese.
Yeah.
Like Kraft cheese on some French fries.
And
you should
tuna
see, like,
on their potatoes.
In Green Bay.
This is 9 pounds.
Yeah.
In Green Bay, we had this
bollocks.
this place called El Bandidos in Green Bay. It was a Hispanic restaurant, Mexican food restaurant there. And I honestly went to, it's packed. It was packed every single time. And I could have gone to Tom Thumb and got an El Chico frozen dinner that was better than what they served us in this place. But it was packed. The people was, we need to go to Los Bandidos. I'm like, listen, when we go back to Dallas for a game, I'll take you to eat some real Mexican food there. And they're like, oh, this is not good. I'm like, I'm just telling you, when we go to Dallas, I'll hook you.
And what
guys.
city were you in?
We were Green Bay.
Man, my grandfather in Fort Wayne swore by Banditos.
Yeah.
You know?
Los Bandidos was the name of it. And it was packed every single night. And I'm like, and I went over there one time and I'm like, you guys don't get it, man. You just don't get it.
No, not at all. I think we were still putting ketchup on Mexican food here until about 1990 or so. Yeah. It
Calling
was
it salsa.
It was rough trying to get some culture there coming out of the Midwest and Northwestern cuisine.
Steak places all day, though.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
I'm with you.
Okay, best of the weekend in the books. We'll come back and get you dialed here on the Texas Rangers. What's coming up for them, including a murderer's row of pitchers they're going to have to face. And we'll preview our discussion with CY coming up at 4:20. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, maybe it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Chad. Your name's Chad. Right, I just mean like this is your, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We do have Chris Young coming up in an hour and 20 minutes. We'll talk with the Rangers president of baseball operations and get his thoughts post trade deadline. They hit the skids here last week, getting just one win against the Angels and one win against the Mariners. So they're looking up a little bit, but it is a day that congratulations are in order for one Nathan Eovaldi winning AL Pitcher of the Month for July. I mean, it's insane. It might be. It's one of the greatest months in pitching history. It's not that he was just 5-0 with a .59 and 30 2/3. Allowed 2 earned runs for the entire month. Since 2000, it was just the 11th time a pitcher threw at least 25 innings over 5 or more starts with 5 wins at a sub .6. In each of the previous 10 occasions, the pitcher ended up winning his league's award. Most recently, it was Chris Sale, who did it in May of 2024 with Atlanta. Eovaldi's won the AL award in May of 23. At that time, he was 4-0 with a .96. Just incredible. He's one of these guys that's actively getting better as he's getting older. So, I mean, would you bet on that to continue these next 2 months? If it does and DeGrom can find it, you just need to get there. And I think they'll be the team that nobody wants to face in the 2025 playoffs. Sean McFarland has 5 things we learned about the Rangers this week, and one of them I wanted to draw your attention to is Hobie Milner. Should he be the guy to close? 2.13 ERA in high leverage situations, the 11th best among pitchers who faced 40 or more batters in those scenarios. 6 of the pitchers who've been better than Milner are considered full-time starters. I think we've seen enough from Garcia to be like, yeah, I guess if he's got to be your closer. But back-to-back games like that, I want to try something else. I don't know if Milner is the guy. The 2 players they acquired in trade, Mayton and Colum, I mean, these guys are outstanding. So I think you have candidates. If Garcia falters again this week, Wolchuk, do you think we'll see them make a change? Will they try other stuff? That's a good question for CY coming up at 4:20, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be the young guy who did get the save again in their win against the Mariners, Carvalho. I mean, that kid looked like he's got some good stuff, 24 years old. I mean, I'd play around with this. You do have, the hope is it's unknown when he comes back, but I wonder if Josh Spores is somebody that they're thinking could end up playing that role for them down the stretch.
I know he still is peaking at 92. He needs to get up to 96, and I don't know if that's going to happen. I guess coming back from the shoulder, it takes a while.
Yeah.
But, he's got time.
And they're slowly ramping him up. Yeah. But again, you don't know the timeline there, so I'd absolutely kind of play around with this thing and allow others to have that opportunity. Cole Winn from the 817, I think Cole Winn's done an excellent job in the minors, and he has looked decent in his outings with the Rangers. The big news, though, that we just saw as they put out their lineup for tonight, Josh Young is not going to be going on the IL. He is in the lineup, and he will be DHing. So that's great news. To get his bat back is huge. So he won't be playing third. That will be Josh Smith. But Josh Young avoiding the IL and will be DHing tonight.
That's massive. I think he's hitting like 320 or probably even more than that since his return from his extended stay in the minors. A trade deadline takeaway here, and the topic is, did the Rangers put too much confidence in the pitching staff? Only one time, bro, in the last 50 years has a team with an OPS of 676 or under through the first 113 games made the playoffs. One time in 50 years.
Wow.
Who was that team? The 2015 New York Mets, led by Jacob deGrom.
Well. Yeah. History might repeat itself, boys.
So if you got deGrom, you could pull this off. I think that would be clearly the obvious takeaway there. I don't know if I could have done that, and we'll have to talk with CY a little bit more about this here coming up at 4:20. Another really interesting thing to reflect on, though, they dealt 6 players at the deadline. Each were ranked among the club's top 30 prospects, according to either Baseball America or MLB's pipeline list. None were day one draft picks, and only one was selected before the 5th round. So they're saying this is a sign that the Rangers' developmental system is now clicking. You make 3 trades happen with a bunch of guys that weren't even your top prospects. So salute to CY and everybody involved over there and getting this thing turned around. I know at one point you go back to 8 to 4 years ago, and it had really bottomed out, and you thought, man, not only are we not good here, but we don't have a lot of guys, that would allow us to grow. Okay, then you get to Jock Peterson, boys. Get a load of this. He's one of the worst 8 hitters in history going back to 1901.
It's bad. It's really bad.
I mean, it is hilarious, other than the fact that he keeps coming up with an opportunity to tie or go ahead. There's only one guy who's been this bad in the last 50 years. So you're trying to balance just a couple of historical things, and this is a catcher, Alex Jackson. He hit 122 with the Rays last season, so apparently it's picking up. Jackson, for the record, though. Okay, so check this out. Jackson had a .4 WAR last season, according to Baseball Reference. Peterson is 2.5 times worse that's a negative .1 WAR this year for Jock Peterson, way worse than Alex Jackson. I don't know how you in good conscience continue to put him out there. You got Higashioka, you Dodge Young going on the shelf here. You can't play Jock Peterson.
No, I don't think you can. And Jock is not in the lineup. Not necessarily a surprise today, because I think you're playing against Max Fried, who is a lefty. So I think you got 2 lefties overall that you're going to be facing, and Jock's not going to be in the lineup against lefties. But it is like at this point, in Ezekiel Duran, and he had a couple of decent at bats against Seattle. I think he was part of the rally there to help win the game in extra innings on Saturday. But, I mean, I'd rather just play Ezekiel Duran at this point than Jock Peterson. He's unplayable. He's not a guy that's going to give you anything on defense. If he's not hitting for you, he does not have a spot on a major league roster. And it's really, really sad. I was hoping that Jock would turn it around. But and at this point, when you're in not only a wild card race, but you still got a chance to win this division. You can't be screwing around anymore.
No, and Duran's a guy who recently almost went a full calendar year between big league hits. So it's tough to have 2 guys sitting on your 40-man like that. And you pointed out the pitching. It is Max Fried tonight, lefty. Then it's Will Warren, a righty. Then lefty Carlos Rodon. Then you get ready for the Phillies in Wheeler, Sanchez, Luzardo, with 2 out of those 3 being lefties. So they're going to have to go out and earn it this week.
Yeah.
And I'll tip my cap to him for battling, staying confident, but it's definitely go time. Okay, Sans is going to come up at 4:40, by the way, after CY, so we'll have a very strong baseball 4 o'clock hour coming up here for you. Elsewhere in sports, Luka had a big weekend. He got his short max deal signed. It's going to free him up in 3 years' time to sign the super duper max if he's still in shape and heading in the right direction with the Lakers. But then Luka demonstrated he might have the worst musical taste in all of sports, as he and Laker execs, including Rob Pelinka, enjoyed a Backstreet Boys concert in Las Vegas hours after inking the deal that puts him in the purple and gold through 2030.
Bye.
And I'm not butt cracked on this. This is an AP Wire story. They were singing and jamming to "I Want It That Way." What the hell? I guess.
Tell me why.
It's a banger.
Maybe Luka's around that age. I mean, Backstreet Boys were big in 99, 2000. Yeah. Maybe this was the first band that he really liked when he was like 4 or 5 years old, bumping around Slovenia in the backseat of his mom's car. I don't know.
Everybody party. That was jams, bro.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I'll admit this. I saw them in Vegas as well.
Now okay. So here's the next thing I was going to say: is my money it's due to a female, right? You're like, I'm going to take you. Your favorite concert was the Backstreet Boys, and I'm going to take you here on a date.
No, this was all of us at DallasCowboys.com. Matter of fact, a guy that we worked with was his he was sister-in-law. It was his sister-in-law was married to one of the Backstreet Boys.
Nice.
So we all got tickets.
You got a personal tie-in.
It was Joy Fatone.
Yeah, it was.
Fat Ones?
Yeah, so it was. But wait, it was actually. There's like a bunch of ladies that were my age that were at this. I mean, it was a very large female audience.
See, and maybe
a great concert.
That would be a decent explanation. Like a friend is related to a band member. We're all going to go as like this big thing while we're in Vegas. It's
they
our
took
night
good
out.
care of us.
I mean, they're
seriously.
at the Sphere.
Yeah,
I bet it was probably an awesome concert.
No, we saw.
Okay, so you're in the Sphere.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to go see a concert at the Sphere.
It's not just a regular Backstreet Boys concert, but dang, there's a lot of stuff you could do in Vegas.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of things. Get like an overpriced beef Wellington at Gordon Ramsay's place. I'm still bitter about that whole thing.
I know. And NSYNC was bye. You can flip them all the time.
Oh yeah, this one right here. That makes it larger than life. What?
Man, you could not go anywhere without hearing this one when it was hot.
For sure.
Okay.
I would never go to a Backstreet Boys concert though. No. Maybe if I was free and I can get backstage.
Well, that's what happened to us.
Holla at Cougars or something. Like, come on, baby, let's get back to our old ways.
I will say this.
What do you
though.
think? One night?
I mean, there are angles where you could see yourself
They
at
have
one.
jumbo. They have like jumbo cups of beers, like those like big old cans of like Coronas.
Yeah.
I think I drank 6 of them. Just watching. But yeah, it's like it's predominantly like a female audience.
Yes.
And they're all my age.
Yes.
And
whole lot of denim shorts.
There was like the moms had their daughters with them, kind of a thing.
Oh.
So it was kind of a. But yeah, we went because we got to right by the stage. We were right there. So, pretty cool. That experience.
I guess I'm just thrown off that they're like
beer.
singing the songs. Like I don't know. You know, so I guess sometimes
the songs hit, bro. But I wouldn't be caught dead at one.
Thank
the
you.
songs hit.
Thank you.
I wouldn't be caught dead. Like, yo, let's go to a Backstreet Boy concert. I'm like, nah, fam, ain't gonna be able to make it. Sorry.
It's a scientific formula with the beats and the sweepers, and you know they know what they're doing there with that pop music.
Yep.
Okay, I told you last hour the coaches put Texas 1, Ohio State 2. You have Penn State, Georgia, and Notre Dame rounding out the top 5 in the coaches' AP poll that was released today. August 30th at the Shoe. Is one of these teams clearly better, and who is it? Who's going to still be number 1 on September 1st?
Probably Ohio State.
Ohio State's better than
you think so?
I think Ohio State.
Ooh.
The quarterback will be the difference in this thing. I think Texas does have the better of the quarterback. I think overall skill might be Ohio State.
I think they graduated a lot of it. I think Texas has the better defense between the two teams. Obviously, Jeremiah Smith is the best player, period, and Caleb Downs. Those two for Ohio State, like they might have the 2 guys that are highest in the draft, but I think overall team roster, I think Texas is going to be better than Ohio State this year personally, and I think the defense is going to be the reason why they get this win in Columbus. It's the first ever time we've had a 1 versus 2 in a season opener. Isn't that wild?
It's crazy.
It's going to be an awesome game.
That is awesome. You know, I think that goes to the credit of the playoffs. Like, you don't have to be scared preseason anymore. Let's line it up. Let's put on a show. Let's make, incredible ratings, from the get-go. We're going to make the networks happier. And whoever loses, guess what? You can still lose 1 or 2 more times and still be in the mix for the national championship if you can get this thing figured out as the season goes on. Coach Schottenheimer says Micah Parsons has been really good in the meetings, very engaged. And similar on the field from his from what he's expecting today. Micah doing his best to actively hold out against the team, but at the same time be active as much as possible. I saw him today walking around, talking with coaches during drills, chatting with Matt Eberflus as this thing continues. And I think it's going to be up to him for when he just decides, okay, I've done enough. Now it's time to get ready. If Micah doesn't practice until week 1, until like the Monday of would he play against the Eagles, and how good would you expect him to be?
I know, Brian, you've been on this, so you don't think that he would.
I don't think he plays.
I don't think there's any way he's not.
What's the drop dead date?
If to me, you need to get this thing done probably in the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
To make sure of that. But I think if this thing's with a Thursday game, if he signs say on a Monday, I don't think he plays. I just don't think they would chance. Jerry was talking about injury and all that stuff. If this guy's gone through, I purposely watched him work during drills and stuff like that while practice is going on. He ain't doing a whole hell of a lot. I mean, not to the point where you would say, okay, throw him out there and let him play. I think he's going to need some practice either in Oxnard for some days, and then also what practice you're going to have, here when they get back at the Star. But how much intensity practices are they going to have? The intense practices are in Oxnard. They're not here at the Star.
Do we know if he's like staying in shape and
I'm just saying. I'm watching the workouts.
I mean, if that's all he's doing, then there's no way he's staying in shape.
There's no.
I mean, how are you going to get off the line? How are you going to have your strength and muscle starts to atrophy? So I guess if he is by himself, finding a gym in the California area that he can go to and work on his explosiveness and everything, maybe he could stay ready, but there's been no signs that he is doing that. That'd be a good thing to ask him about at his next media opportunity. We got the C Note coming up next, Cowboys news of the evening, and we're back here on The Fan. If you're getting ready to head home from work or you're on your way to work, whatever you're doing this evening or afternoon, if you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, we would...
Visit Berkeys.com.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. We'll do it at this time all season long here on your home of the Cowboys. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. Segments also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, joint practice with the Rams tomorrow. Are you kidding me? Tomorrow could very well be the best indicator of how the first teams are looking that we are going to get between now and Thursday night against the Eagles. How much better is the Rams starting defense? How much success will the Cowboys offense have against the Rams? There's a lot of intrigue going into tomorrow. Is that what you're going to talk about and coming up in Krusty's Corner, Brian? Or
yeah, I'm going to actually, it's funny because there's some, I'm just looking through some clips and there were some observations of some different things that were going on and I was going to talk about just on the clips and stuff like that. But
there's some great clips from today.
Yeah, no, there's some stuff there's some kind of some hints of where they're playing some guys at some different spots and stuff like that.
Hell yeah.
Maybe we can dive into that a little bit.
What you call a tease.
Real fun, though.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be great to see the Cowboys O-line go up against this defensive front from the Rams. And this is the big bummer on not having Guyton, because I remember, Brian, you just being wowed by Jared Verse. We thought he was good, but Jared Verse looks even better, and those one-on-ones versus Guyton would have been awesome. But the big reason why the Rams are my pick to win the NFC as it stands right now is their defensive line. I think they're right there with Philly and some of the other fronts. They arguably could have the best defensive line in all of the NFC when you've got Braden Fisk and Jared Verse, but Byron Young's a star. Kobe Turner's a young star. Puna Ford, who just keeps getting it done everywhere he goes. So this is going to be a good challenge for the Cowboys' offensive front.
Another note from today, Overshown doing rehab work. Joseph Hoyt reporting, I saw him do zone dropbacks and breaks for the first time. He was on the umbilicals. And Hoyt said he may have done it before, but it was notable. This is the first time that's happened publicly. So maybe another step in Overshown's recovery. And is it still anybody's guess? Like sometime before Thanksgiving?
Yeah, this anybody's guess on that one, though. I mean, he's doing some things. He actually, of the guys that are working, of those injured guys, I would say he's ahead of where Diggs is and Ravel and guys like that.
Okay.
It's great news.
Yeah.
But he puts in the work.
Todd Archer has a great article up kind of setting the tone as we've really made it to game week, Saturday preseason.
Yeah.
And, tomorrow, the joint practice, there's going to be a lot of action and stuff to talk about here. But Todd's headline, why Cowboys-Rams scrimmage could be a key for Dak Prescott. He says, I wonder if Dak will play any preseason snaps. He missed 9 games last season, had the surgery, new play caller, tweaked offense. But is it worth the risk of injury? I would say watching practice, no. I think Dak's been sharp. I'm good. I don't want anything happening. I don't want him, getting his feet tanged up, falling backwards, and putting anything at risk. I'm satisfied with where Dak Prescott is, and from what I could tell, watch him in Oxnard, I think he's in position to have a great season.
I'd like to see these guys play a series, at least in preseason.
Yeah,
they don't, and I get the fear of it, but hell, these guys could get hurt walking out to practice. I mean, to me, it's Dak hasn't played with a lot of this offense in a meaningful game just to get the reps, even if it's for a series, if it's 3 plays. I would
Didn't
like to
Tony
see
get hurt the last time in a preseason game?
Tony did.
Seattle?
He did.
Tony did. And then he ended up getting Dak Prescott and going 13-3 and getting the number 1 seed in the NFC.
You already had Dak, didn't you?
Well, yeah, that's how you found out you had Dak.
Yeah.
That's because Kellen Moore got hurt, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think if you feel like you could get hurt walking to practice, then you shouldn't play preseason, because I just want to limit the opportunities or the chances that you get hurt. But, hey, there's some value to be harvested in there if you still, need to see Dak go out and operate this offense. But, I mean, they're making plays. He's on fire in the red zone. I think he's, the least of my concerns when it comes to a player perspective. Number 2, 3 years ago, the Cowboys found Pro Bowlers from the USFL in Brandon Aubrey and Kevontae Turpin. He says, I'm not ready to go that far with Perry and Winfrey, but I wonder if the Cowboys have hit on another player from the spring league after Winfrey was a star for the UFL's Birmingham Stallions.
Yeah.
He had quite. You still where you were last week on this guy? What do you think? Is this starting Winfrey?
This guy is legitimate. When you're looking at the three techniques and the way that they've played, they've gotten. I think Solomon Thomas has played really well, and this is a good competition. This isn't against the backups. This is working against BB and Smith and Booker and those guys. But I think that Solomon Thomas, I think Winfrey, I think they've played better than what we've seen from Oso Digizua. As far as some of the practice in the camps and stuff, when it comes to getting in the backfield, penetrating, tackles for loss, pressures, Winfrey's been really, really good.
Saw Mozzie Smith was in the tent today.
Yeah, he walked off. Yeah,
everything okay?
Well, this is one of those things to me, and this is a terrible thing to say, but tomorrow's a Rams scrimmage, right?
Mm-hmm.
We might have just walked out on this one.
Ooh.
We might have just walked out we don't want to be involved in this one tomorrow. You know?
Ooh,
he doesn't want to play in.
Have you seen that before?
If that's the case, then you need to.
I just feel
on.
His camp, and this is really super irresponsible for me to say, but he has not done anything that gives you that thought that he is engaged and locked in and ready to roll, and all the things that happened to him the last 2 years. It's the same way that he's been playing,
going through the motions.
It's just going through the motions. Whatever you want to say, he just doesn't. He's not a good player. He's just not a good player, and I wonder if this is one of those times where all of a sudden, you're like, listen, if I could just, I don't want to play against the Rams tomorrow. I just don't feel like doing this right now. And I like I said,
that's embarrassing.
Well, that's just me saying that. I mean, just you want to blame me for it. But he has not shown anything.
He hasn't played well.
He hasn't.
That's fact.
That's the problem. And you just wonder if he's just had enough. If he's just had enough of he's not played well. And then why do I want to go out there and embarrass myself? Why do I want the scrutiny of me and they're blocking me? And I think that there's crossroads players. He's probably taken the path of taking the right path as far as, I don't need to be here anymore.
Well, I mean, you're guaranteed the first 4 years, right? Unless it's otherwise stipulated in your contract.
Yeah.
So I maybe the incentive isn't there for him. Maybe he's having a hard time finding the motivation. But number 3 is, on the other side of that spectrum, a player that we thought maybe was on his way out was a candidate to be cut. Damone Clark, in the absence of Kenneth Murray Jr., has increased his stock significantly. He's been a reliable special teams player, and he's having his best camp for defense. Number 4, I wonder if Kaiir Elam becomes the next former high draft pick to find success with the Cowboys after being acquired in a trade with the Bills. Would you bet on that right now? Is this all Mr. Offseason, or is this his change of scenery made him a legit starter?
I'd bet on it. Yeah, I liked what I saw from Kaiir Elam. He looks like a player that is playing with confidence, and it sounded like that was his biggest issue in Buffalo. He never had the confidence. I believe in what we're seeing from Kaiir Elam because he's not just doing it against Cropper and Brooks and Flanoy. I mean, he's battling CD and George Pickens. I like what we've seen. The one that I'm not going to bet on is Damone Clark. And Eberflus, maybe that's a big help. We've seen Damone Clark have good training camps. He might just be one of those guys that is an Oxnard player.
I thought he was a crossroads guy, and I think he's on the right path myself. Now, I don't think you're wrong, but he looks like a different player with this staff. He looks like that he is playing with better awareness and playing downhill, and they're not fooling him on stuff, and he's not late reading stuff. He's getting a lot of work, and maybe it's because of with the situation with Murray, and then being Murray came back to practice the other day, but I just feel like he's at a different point right now. We'll see what happens. He's going to get a lot of work in these preseason. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts, in the preseason game, against the Rams on Saturday. If he goes out there and flops around and doesn't look like he has the instincts and all that, I'll buy what you're saying. I just think he looks like a different player right now.
I'm hopeful. I just remember 2 years ago, we were thinking Damone Clark could be a Pro Bowler, and he stunk.
Not.
So I have that hesitancy with him. Is it just a training camp thing?
Yeah.
Well, we've seen in live rounds, like he doesn't have a nose for the ball. He's not diagnosing quickly, not reacting
That's
quickly,
the things we've
overrunning
seen
stuff.
from him before.
Yeah.
And to me, this is like the practices of just watching him play.
different.
He's reading things, and I think it might be Eberflus coaching him up. But if he goes out there in these next 2 games and it's the same old guy, I will clearly apologize to everybody out there. I just feel like that he looks different as a player from what I've seen in the past. Whereas Mozzie looks somewhat like the same player we've seen in the past.
For sure.
There was a run for Eberflus from his time with the Cowboys through the Colts where every linebacker he worked with was just turning to gold at right and left. Stephen A. Smith reacting to our George Pickens interview this morning on ESPN.
Understand the camaraderie more than I did in Pittsburgh. You see what I mean? Like, even what you guys do, like the Cowboys is, like I said, they're known for the Super Bowl. Right. You see what I mean? Like, that's what they're known for. If they weren't known for that, then no one would care about the Cowboys.
Stephen A., I'll start with you on this one. Are the Cowboys still synonymous with the Super Bowl?
First of all, let's not insult the American public by acting like there's any legitimacy to that question, okay? There is none, okay? Of course you're not synonymous with Super Bowls when you haven't even been to a conference championship game in 30 years. Let's get that out the way. Let me pause for a second and look in the camera at George Pickens, who I like, who can ball. I'm sorry that the Steelers, he's gone from the Steelers, and he's now been contaminated by that fan base. Here's the deal. George Pickens, do you have any idea when you talk about Super Bowl and the Cowboys, you do understand that the Steelers are a more successful franchise. Did you know that? Did you know that? Do you understand what the hell you're saying? I mean, my God, you talk about a brother that needs to pick up a book. I mean, I'm sorry, I got to call him out on that.
Okay, so I don't think that's what George Pickens was saying, that the Cowboys are more synonymous than the Steelers. But I guess Stephen A. is a Steelers fan, so he likes the Steelers and the Knicks.
He doesn't
the
know
Eagles.
what fan he is. He's a giant Steelers, Aaron Rodgers fan. I don't know what the hell he is.
It's hard to tell what is shtick and what is not, but I think somehow, miraculously, the Cowboys have still managed to be synonymous with the Super Bowl, even though they haven't had success for 30 years. And I don't know if any other team would be able to pull that off, but that's a testament to Jerry Jones, I do believe. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've just some observations from looking at some clips. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, another Nelly ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. How did the Rangers do against the Yanks in Game 1? And Tommy Yarish from Oxnard, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. It's a Total Tuesday on The Fan.
You've made it through COVID, and now you're dealing with rising prices and a stalling economy. The last thing you need is the IRS freezing your bank account or garnishing your paycheck. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath. Even if you are not currently receiving notices from the IRS, they might still levy your paycheck, seize your bank accounts, or file a tax lien. And unfortunately, many people fall deeper into trouble.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't know your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
That first one?
Not that maybe? No. Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound like it.
What's it sometimes called?
This Thursday evening. Let's see what you got, Tolos. It's Fan Phenom 2025.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the kink, Brian.
Thank you very much, Gerald, and thank you very much to Reliant as well for being a part of this one, as always. Speaking of air conditioning, I got back that facility over off Forest Lane.
It did?
It did have air conditioning.
Okay.
It did have air conditioning. So, yeah. I was
the window units.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, Lucius. Though,
hey, them window units blow cold.
Back in the,
that room be froze.
I'm thinking about getting one. Actually,
like in the 1960s, if you ever went to a house that had the window unit things working, the room was always just ice
64,
cold, ice cold, and that thing, and the sound, you could sleep to the sound.
Yes.
The constant just,
it's like the white noise.
The hum of the thing was.
It's 102 degrees outside, and Grandma's got a blanket on as she watches the TV.
That is the truth. But yeah, they had air conditioning at that old facility. All right, like everybody out there, I mean, I'll say this. Sometimes you got to be careful with these clips. So what I like to do is I like to watch where guys are lining up or who's covering who. And then maybe they'll say, oh, CeeDee Lamb touchdown from Prescott. but then you watch who's in coverage, maybe on the other side, or you watch like if, that would have been a sack and that kind of thing. So these clips could provide a little bit, and thanks to the guys and gals out at camp that are providing these things. John Machota is the king of these things. Tommy Yarsh is becoming a star too in this thing, the way he's done it. But what I've noticed them, Zach, did you happen to see that? And I know we interviewed Deron Bland the other day. Did you happen to see that Deron Bland was playing some slot?
Yeah, he was inside, matched up with Turpin. Yeah, I'm selfish. I want to see Deron Bland playing the slot because I think that is such an important position, and it takes a special player that has the right play temperament and mentality, because you've got to be willing to be physical and you need to be scrappy. That's why Jordan Lewis was so good. Orlando Skandrick fit that.
Yeah.
And I think Deron Bland has that same type of mentality to fit that slot corner.
Yeah, he didn't. Put it this way: I don't think he wanted to play. I just don't think
he prefers to play the outside.
He prefers to play on the outside. So I don't think he is very, very interested in doing that. But I think if they ask him to do that, I think they're just trying to get an idea again. I think they're trying to see, okay, well, because Keeman Hall has been that guy, right? He's been
green.
Yeah, he's been the guy.
It's a question mark.
Yeah, it is a question mark, but we'll see. We'll see how that. But I did notice that Deron Bland was playing inside. All right. I've also noticed too that they're trying to put their rushers on the same side. I saw Sam Williams on the same side with Ezeraku, and it was Sam Williams was playing as the end, really. Well, actually, more of a tackle, like a wide technique tackle, defensive tackle, and he was inside of Ezeraku, and they're rushing the passer that way.
So when we were doing 3 Live Mics, that was something I was noticing quite a bit last week. And it was always Sam Williams who would be inside next to Nealand or Ezeraku or whoever. Sometimes it was Peyton Turner. But it is that's fun that Eberflus is kind of playing around with that.
Yeah, he is kind of just he's seeing if he could put I guess it's like what if you put as receivers is what with Pickens and Lamb being on the same side. You know, how you going to block, how you going to I could see a deal when you get Micah back and if Ezeraku continues to develop like we think he is, putting those two guys on the same side and making, if you try and slide the protection that way, maybe you get somebody home, on the other side for sure.
That idea.
Dawson, you said you saw that. Did you see Donovan Ezeraku get around Nate Thomas pretty quick?
Oh, man, and it was cool because he was attacking his inside shoulder, inside foot, and then he just teleports to the outside.
Yeah.
So the tackle's thinking, okay, you're going in, and it was just way too quick, and he dipped and ripped, and next thing you know, he's chasing Dak. I think the play actually was a Dak escape out the strong side.
To the right side there, but Donovan Ezeraku, I keep saying this, and I will continue to believe he was one of the 3 best pass rushers I saw in the draft last year.
Yeah.
And I think that he is equipped to handle this assignment. I think he's a guy that no matter, it could be against the Cowboys, it could be against the Rams, we'll see. I think this guy is going to be a legitimate pass rusher for you this year.
I was wondering if this could be like the second version of Tank actually being better than Clowney.
Right.
All the attention on Carter. Here comes Ezeraku in the second round.
Exactly. I think you're completely
That'd be fun.
Onto something right there. I'll tell you what though, there was a really nice cut on I watched the run play. So we're starting to see down blocks, the stuff on the edge a little bit more. We've been seeing some of the running game inside, but we're now starting to see some pulling going on here, and this was a really, really good job. Hoffman though playing guard with a reach block on our guy JT, that big bodied Toya inside, and I'll tell you what, man, Hoffman got onto him quick, and you're not going to be able to fight him one-on-one because of his size. But he got enough, he kind of half-manned him. He kind of got to the corner of him and then was able to turn, and a really great read by Williams to see where the block was going to develop. Usually if you put your rear in the hole with a, with a back,
Yeah.
They don't. You got to give backs two ways to cut.
Mm-hmm.
If you all of a sudden they're thinking, okay, I've got the only cut I've got is this one,
right?
Because you're pinning a guy to the inside. So really good job. Hoppen had to listen. I can't play this guy toe to toe. He turned on him. He pinned him inside, and then you saw Williams come from behind that, and it was a really good block with Adeniji. Like he kicked his guy wide.
Mm-hmm.
He was kicked Ezeraku wide on the play, and now there was a gap up inside there. So really good job by him of the guys making that happen. Okay, Shotty was talking about the guys that needing to stack days, or they were talking about receivers and stuff like that. I kind of feel like he was talking about Jalen Tolbert on this one. How you can have and I even said this in a tweet this morning, and then he said it in the press conference himself. He said, you go dark, or you have quiet days. I think he was talking about Tolbert here, but it looks like in these clips that Tolbert had him a day. Like he made an adjusting catch along the sidelines.
Saw that, yeah.
And then he had another catch in the back of the end zone. So is this one of those things, once again, Wolchuk, where it's Tolbert, he's had a couple of quiet days, now he's going to have a big day, and then he'll have a couple more quiet days, or does he stack days on top of? And Shotty's talking about him being the third receiver right now. I think he's just being nice myself.
I think he's being nice. I think he's also been nice shouting out Mozzie. But this became a big topic of conversation on Cowboys Twitter over the weekend because our buddy Foots, who does an excellent job on YouTube.
Foots the king.
He was ranking, behind CD and George Pickens, who he thinks have been the top 5 receivers at camp. And I quote tweeted and gave my rankings. I think it's been Turpin, Mingo. Then I had Holden. And then I had Tolbert at 5. And I think people are running with the idea that Tolbert is in trouble and on the bubble. I believe he should be. The Cowboys don't.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any chance Jalen Tolbert's on the bubble and he gets cut. And I think Holden's going to be the darling that's like, oh my gosh, is he too good? Can you get him on the practice squad? And we have the fear of he can't, but evidently, we usually kind of overvalue that a little bit.
Right.
I think he probably will end up being a practice squad guy, but I think Holden's had a hell of a camp.
Man, he had 2 more today. I mean, and it does not matter if he's guarded. He has the ability to go snatch it or reach up for it. He's got incredibly sure hands. It's interesting. I would have a hard time going away from the production that Tolbert has showed me in actual NFL games and putting stuff that guys had done in a practice situation ahead of what he did last year.
Yeah, I was, to me, I just, the word I always use with Tolbert is consistency. Where's the consistency here? And if the days where he's quiet, I'm like, okay, but you're right, Dawson. There have been days where you've seen him make plays. You've seen him catch the ball. You've seen him. He started off camp, I thought, pretty good, and then had those quiet days. But I kind of feel like that maybe that Brian Schottenheimer was talking about him. You mentioned Holden.
Mm-hmm.
How many receivers do you think they keep anyway? And does Holden have a chance? Do they keep 5, or is he the 6th guy?
I think they should keep 6 because of the special teams value here. I think Holden's done enough. We haven't even gotten to preseason, so that's going to work itself out. But you're talking about guys like Jalen Brooks and Robert Flanoy that they also like. They're all competing for one spot. Kelly from Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Like somebody just texted Holden's not going to make it to the practice squad. The entire league just had a chance to draft Holden.
Yeah.
They didn't. He was an undrafted rookie free agent. Now, he does have a sponsor in Junior Adams, who is his wide receivers coach. Does Junior Adams have the sway to say, that's my number 6 wide receiver? I think he's stacking up good days. I've seen consistency from him, and if he carries into the preseason, I'd advocate to have Holden on the roster. I just think he screams of a guy that they do end up having on the practice squad.
To help me out here, just for roster building purposes, does Turpin count as a wide receiver?
I think he would. Yeah, I think he would.
Okay, so I think Mingo, Tolbert, Turpin. So you got 1 between Brooks, Flournoy, and Holden. I'd go with Holden.
I think that the one thing is, I don't think Brooks has been bad.
I think Brooks is a good special teamer. I think Flournoy can also be, and both of them actually are pretty good blockers.
Yeah. So I would that one might be like we always say this. So this is going to be a tough cut and all that. These guys will take care of themselves If they play, they'll find a way on the team. If they won't, they just won't. But I kind of feel like that though they might be forced to carry 5 wide receivers just because of some other injury spots and stuff like that. Where they're
that numbers game,
that numbers game always plays. And I saw a nice little blitz pickup too by Williams. I think Williams could be your third down back. I think that's where he's best suited. They bring Keemon Hall like on that slot blitz, and he slides across the pocket and does a nice job picking it up. So that's really good recognition. I think the other backs, when you're talking about Blue and Sanders and those guys, I think they're faster. I think they're quicker. I think you hand them the ball, they make things happen. Williams, to me, use him on this blitz pickup stuff. Use him on throwing him the football when you have to. But I think he's going to be the third down back. That would be my guess right now.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We got 2 down, 2.5 to go. Rangers, Yankees pregame at 6:30. Massive series here and against the Phillies later on this week. Chuck, what is next?
All right, let's do some football sounds and news of the day. We got an update on the Cowboys joint scrimmage tomorrow. How in the world does Texas plan to guard Jeremiah Smith? And Mary Kay Cabot had some jokes. That's next in the nation. But let's chat some Trajan wealth, shall we? That's TRA.
A&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great time. Chris Young's coming up in 20 minutes. We'll be talking with the Rangers president of baseball operations here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Yankees in town tonight, buddy. 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch. Big old series. So we got CY here coming up with you shortly. Here's Wolchuk with some NFL.
All right, we got joint practice tomorrow. My gosh, this is going to be incredible. Cowboys, Rams, they're getting it going. Gosh, I get excited for this. Hell, Brian, we got our first pre and post this Saturday. It's back.
How about
Football's back. This is amazing. I'm pumped.
Yeah.
Now, Matthew Stafford not going to be part of the joint practice for the Rams and Cowboys. Yeah, that's a bummer. So we know that Sean McVay has already ruled him out, said he's not going to be practicing. He's dealing with the bad back. So we're going to get Jimmy Garoppolo. He's going to likely see the majority of the reps against the Cowboys starting defense tomorrow. I'm upset about it, but hey, maybe this will end up.
Matthew kind of carved us up a little bit last year when I was watching.
He did, but that's, I want to see, best on best, especially with this secondary, and you got a lot of guys that are trying to prove themselves, like Elam, like, is this legitimate? Troy Pride Jr. has had some good moments, but is he going to be able to actually make that happen on game day? Andrew Booth, to me, is a guy that is a bad football player, but he's even had some okay moments out there on the practice field.
Yeah, he gave up a fade to Mingo. Did you see that one?
He did.
Yeah,
he did. And that's a mismatch for him because Mingo's huge and he's tiny. So you should be looking like that. That's one where I'm keying on Mingo here. Go up there and you should be getting Andrew Booth. McQuamu has the Cheeto deal going on right now.
He is very Cheeto right now. He's very close to making a play and then not making a play.
Like Izzy McQuamu in position and everyone's going up and making catches on him.
I was sad to see Christian Matthew, who they've signed. He'd made a couple of plays at camp, and then he was walking off the field today.
Did we get any update on what's going on?
I need to ask about it.
Because you're right. I mean, his first couple of practices, I was like, wow, this Christian Matthew guy, they just signed off the street.
Guy gets right off the couch and is like knocking the ball away and stuff, and then next thing you know, he's walking with Jim Maurer to the tank.
Playing well, but we're not going to get to see Stafford, so it'll be Garoppolo throwing to Devontae Adams. We know how bad that relationship was.
Team-wide, it's not a big day to evaluate. You don't have Micah, right? So if the Cowboys get scored on tomorrow, that's fine. I'm just hoping that Elam can go up against somebody new and look good. I'm hoping Ezeraku can, ghost the tackle a couple of times. I'm hoping the linebackers show that they're flowing well to the ball off of this Eberflus front. So there's a lot of things to evaluate. I don't care if it's Garoppolo or Stafford. I just need to see guys winning individual battles.
Yeah, we'll see who ends up going out there at wide receiver. You got Puka, of course, Devontae Adams, Tutu Atwell. I mean, Jordan Whittington, that's a good route runner that we got to see at Texas, and he stepped up, had himself a nice end of the season last year for the Rams. So it's going to be fun. I can't wait. Now, a move that kind of went underreported was Paris Campbell being placed on season-ending IR for the Cowboys.
He busted up his knee, didn't he?
He did. And they ended up also waiving Matt Waletzko. So you've got
we waived him injured. So
Paris Campbell waived injured. And I mean, let's be honest. Waletzko wasn't making the football team anyway.
No, but see, they waive you injured because what they'll do is they waive you injured and you come back, say you clear waivers, then they put you back on injured reserve, and then they negotiate you off. They give you a couple of game checks, and then you move on. So he won't be with us anymore.
So it kind of works out for the player.
Yeah, it works out for the player because he's a veteran guy. They'll negotiate like a couple of checks, and then they'll push him to the side.
Well, they needed to open a room to officially sign Lyle Collins, who just talked with reporters, and then they brought in another
Watched
tackle.
him a little bit at right tackle on those clips.
Yeah, he looked solid.
He was okay. I thought there was one time there was like a quick pressure, but it wasn't him. I was like, oh, thank God.
Is that LC? Yeah. I mean, first practice in a year.
Yeah,
he's. I wonder how much playing time he's going to get Saturday. I hope a lot.
Well, they said they're going to ramp him up, so that means he'll probably get some work tomorrow, and then we'll see how he holds up.
Can I just ask, why is he here? Is it just veteran depth, and we'll see if something? Is it because he's friends with Dak?
I think he legitimately. I think at 32 years old, that they're going to see if he still has it. When I
has he never played left tackle?
No, he's played left tackle, but right now he's playing right. Will said he's going to play both.
Okay.
Will says he's going to play guard.
It's just right tackle to start.
Yeah, right tackle just to start. That's where they that's where, it might be a little bit of a situation too. Steele has been getting work. Maybe Steele's ankle, they're just trying to protect himself a little bit.
They need a guy that can provide that veteran leadership.
Diddy was good over there when Steele was out.
And he can be a veteran leader. Like, he's gotten everything. He says he's lighter than he's been since high school.
Yeah,
he
looks to be in good shape.
He matches the culture now. He works. I would just be in a hurry to see if he could play left tackle. I don't want to waste any reps at right because the opportunity is, what if Guyton does take 6 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's much more likely that you will need him at left tackle than any of the other spots, maybe all of them put together.
Maybe they'll get there. Maybe that's where
It could be.
Maybe they'll get there. Yep.
Commanders said that they have no intentions of trading Terry McLaurin. They're working towards a deal per Dan Graziano. We'll see how that thing develops.
What'd they say? A deal's coming?
They're working towards one. And, hey, their general manager said we're going to do anything. Adam Peters, we're willing to do whatever it takes. I think that probably does get done, just like I think the Micah deal gets done. But, gosh, I would have loved Terry McLaurin to get traded. You guys pay any attention to the Hall of Fame speeches over the weekend?
I cannot.
I thought you'd maybe watch Sterling Sharp's.
I love Sterling Sharp. I really do. He was such a joy to work with. But I just, in general, I can't watch award shows like that when they have to give speeches. And those speeches are so long. They've tried to call them back, but they can't.
They'll start to play the music, and they're like,
they're like,
I'm not done yet.
And they keep talking about, it
I'm
goes
gonna do that Michael Jordan thing. Shout out to the dude that wouldn't let me in the gym. Look at me now.
Yeah,
See your face.
Yeah. I just can't.
My high school basketball coach, these nuts are for you. Freaking idiot.
These nuts.
I think the thing is like when it's not your player, there's references to stuff you don't know usually, and then when it is your player, you've heard 98% of these stories before.
Yeah.
So it's a tough thread. Like, it was on when we were at the airport restaurant getting ready, and that's literally all I saw of it.
I went back and saw a couple of highlights from it, but it was Mary Kay Cabot who might have had the best joke of the weekend. And she
present somebody?
No, she was accepting the Bill Nunn Memorial Award.
She was the writer award.
Yes, and so she got
Bill
to
Nunn was
speak
a
at
scout.
the Pro Football Hall of Fame Gold Jacket dinner on Friday night, and she had a nice zinger for Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick was the first Browns coach I ever covered. You see, if you start out with Bill Belichick, no one can rattle you after that. If Bill didn't like something I wrote, he'd call and yell at me. If you asked a dumb question, he'd call you out. Eventually, I had to learn to stand up to him. During one of those yelling matches, I told him, if you don't have the footballs to say that to the guys, then don't say it to me. Bam.
Got him.
That's not the best part.
Buddy. How about that, mister?
But now, I totally understand why Bill gave me such a hard time. I was 28 at the time, and he just couldn't relate to a woman that old.
Yes.
Well done, Mary Kay.
Wow, what a roast, bro.
Fantastic.
I can't believe she did that.
Yeah. The football's on her, man. She just crushed it.
She clearly has balls.
That was good. That was good. Now, the Colts, they have listed Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones as co-starters to begin the preseason, but I just saw an update from one of the Colts beat writers that it's neither of those two that have been the best quarterback in camp. It's Riley Leonard.
I did not like Riley Leonard.
He can't throw the football.
I did not
but
like
the
him.
quote was
they won a lot of games with him, though.
Dang near perfect. When Riley Leonard, who, could be so wrong. You never know with quarterback evaluation. But this is just how bad the Colts could be this year. Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones, both not good. Riley Leonard is the guy they're hyping up behind the scenes. Just a really bad situation there in Indy. It's also bad. We played one cut from Mike McDaniel earlier in Miami. This was his press conference earlier today. It's a really good morning for Mike.
You should stand corrected. Good morning. False. Great morning. Let's go.
Why great? What makes this one great?
Because we're another day closer to death.
Holy hell.
Yeah, I mean that's some good life perspective. Like I'm going to wake up and try to intentionally speak this into existence that it's a good day. I kind of see what he's got cooking there, and that's at the core of the good morning, great morning guy. Like if you're a great morning guy, you're trying to set the tone and be intentional with your stuff, and I get it. But dude, he's starting to sound like depressed and melancholy.
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
He knows he's done.
I'm on this crappy team. The players don't like me. The media fans don't like me. Whatever. How about this? Ha ha. Yeah.
Another day
See
closer to death.
Yeah.
Wow. Bad news for Texas. Longhorn fans, I apologize for this update. Andre Kojo has suffered what is feared. Now, this is feared to be, Ian Rappaport, a torn ACL in practice today. Kojo was competing with Brandon Baker to be the starting right tackle for the Horns this year. Third-year sophomore from Mansfield Timberview, so local product. I don't think he was going to win the job. I think this would have been Baker's gig, but that's still a big-time offensive lineman lost. Now, week 1, first ever 1 versus 2 matchup as Texas comes in as the coaches' polls number 1 overall team against the number 2 ranked Ohio State Buckeyes. And we go to the Cow Turd Show. Steve Sarkisian was on with the Cow Turd himself, and how the hell are you going to go ahead and defend Jeremiah Smith at wide receiver?
You know, it's interesting. I had a chance to coach Julio Jones for 2 years in Atlanta. Reminds me a lot of him. So big and physical, but yet fast. I mean, cover ground, so strong at the point of attack when the ball's in the air. You see the just the ability to make contested catches. And I do think at the end of the day, that's where your attention needs to be. But hey, they got really good coaches. He's going to be moving around. He's not going to be lining up in one position all the time. Ideally, you've got multiple people with eyes on him and guarding him. But you still have to play great team defense, and you got to have the ability to stop the run, and you got to cover the 2 other wideouts they have, who are 2 really good players too. So I do think a multitude of things that you can do well, but you better know where number 4 is at all times.
I can't wait to see what they do. Now, last year it was Jahdae Barron who did shut down Jeremiah Smith in that Cotton Bowl. He had 1 catch for 3 yards. Jeremiah Smith has remembered that. He said, quote, "I'm definitely hyped about this one, especially with how things went last year. Things people have been saying about me about that game I had. I'm definitely hungry for this one for sure." The question is the quarterback there. I'm not sure, that could be the weakness for Ohio State. Still undetermined who's going to start. But that's going to be a hell of a matchup for Texas. How in the world are they able to defend Jeremiah Smith, whom they had a lot of success against last year, because you still have Carnell Tate coming back. That's another stud out there, but I can't wait for this matchup.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Terrific stuff. And yeah, not knowing who their quarterback is historically, not that much of an issue for Ohio State. They'll get it figured out, and they could probably win a lot of games, whoever they pick. We got CY coming up next. Rangers GM joins us. We'll talk about what they added, where it goes from here, and what is the latest on Josh Young, who it appears has dodged an IL stint. CY's coming up next year as they host the Yankees tonight, 6:30 pregame on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time for the Chris Young Show here on The Fan. Pregame, 6:30 tonight. Yankees are in town, and the CY Show is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing wonderful, thank you. Excited about this series and this week of Rangers baseball. And Nathan Eovaldi, Pitcher of the Month, making history. Just what he did is so unprecedented. I guess some guys can get better with age. Is that what we're seeing here, CY?
Well, I think it is. I think really what we're seeing with Nate is the physical talent combined with the mental side, and just a pitcher really who's at his absolute best. It's just so fun watching him pitch and to see the way he's evolved, and maybe not doing it the way that he did earlier in his career in terms of the velocity, but really just the pitchability and reading hitters and being able to mix and match and do different things. It's just fun to watch. I love watching him every fifth day.
Yeah, with age in mind, he and DeGrom in the final couple of months. And I do want to just get your thoughts on the ERA for Jake post July 1. I guess it's over 4, and if that's your worst 4-week stretch, you're golden. But how do you look at that and less success than the previous 3 months, and coming down the stretch here? Are you going to change their pattern of routines or schedule in any way?
Well, I think we've been really good about monitoring their workload, not just the days they pitch, but really in between starts, making sure they get extra days rest, using the All-Star break to our advantage and pushing Jacob back further in the week, and doing little things here and there to make sure that they get as much rest as possible. And I think that I don't want to, make too much of Jacob's last 2 outings that have kind of inflated his numbers. He's been so good so year. He sets such a high standard. But pitchers are allowed to have starts where they're not their best, and I think we saw that the last couple times. Is it a fatigue issue, or is it just one of those things that over the course of the season, you're going to hit a stretch where you don't pitch your best, and all of a sudden you come out of it. And, my expectation for Jacob is that he's going to bounce back and get right back to where he's been. He feels great. He says that he's recovering well, and that it's just really a pitch execution issue. And so if he gets back to executing pitches, my thoughts are that he's going to finish strong here. But obviously, everything's under a microscope, given the health there, and we want to make sure that we continue to monitor his health and do everything we can to set him up for success. And if he does need extra rest, then we'll find a way to do that. But right now, he's still checking all the boxes in terms of the things that we're identifying and looking for to make sure he's at his best. And, it just happened to be that he had a couple bad starts there, but again, we're going to be very vigilant and protect those guys as much as possible while balancing what we need to do to push to win this thing.
CY, your club's obviously right in the thick of it in terms of the playoff hunt, and I think the biggest question that I've seen from fans is really just how long of a leash can you still have for Jock Peterson as this thing is so competitive down the stretch and wins and losses are really at a premium?
Yeah, it's a fair question, and I get it. Trust me, it's something we discuss internally in terms of how are we going to be able to get the best out of Jock. And in fairness to Jock, he got off to a really tough start at the beginning of the season, and then he was coming out of it. I think he had a 2-week stretch right before he was hurt where he was starting to perform and was about 20% above league average offensively, and then he got hurt. And he was out for a long period of time, almost 2 months, and then we've kind of accelerated his rehab to get him back in the lineup, knowing how good he is when he's healthy. That said, he's still not in midseason form. He doesn't have his timing. His at-bats aren't where we expect them to be and where we need them to be, and so it's a very delicate balance of really trying to give Jock the runway he needs to find his timing and get going, but also doing what's best for the team in terms of performance. And I've said before, it's a performance-based game, and there will come a time where we probably have to pivot a little bit and reduce playing time if the performance doesn't start here soon. So, Boch and I have had these conversations. We'll continue to have it. But we do believe in Jock. We know how good he is. We need him to be the good version of himself for us to compete. But that version needs to come soon here. So we're working through it. We're, trying to be supportive, but also recognizing the frustration that the fans and everybody feels. We all want him to perform, and we know how hard it is for him when he's not performing as well. So we're trying to find the right answers here, and trust me, we're on it as much as we can be.
Let's see why this. You once again you get some bad injury news about. Well, it's not bad, but as far as a terminal thing or anything like that. But with Josh Young and another setback with him, can you kind of walk us through just the struggles that he's had, and then of staying healthy, and then how the organization deals with that?
Yeah, well, it's something I think that we have been able to deal with just by building out the depth a little bit. Obviously, JJ's an important piece, and we need him. Recently here, this calf issue has lingered a little bit longer than we had hoped. We're at a point where we probably need to make a decision on whether he goes on the IL or whether he's made enough progress that we feel confident he's close to returning to play. I think most importantly, we want to make sure that we nip this in the bud and that it doesn't happen again. It doesn't get worse, because with these injuries, if you don't give them enough time, it can get worse, and he's an important piece to our team, so we don't want to lose him for an extended period. That said, if he's close to being ready, we'd like to keep him alive and get him back out there as soon as possible. But, I think with Josh, this is something we've seen, that there are going to be some times over the course of the season where he gets a little dinged up, and we're going to have to give him a rest. But my hope is that this one is not too serious and he's close to being back out there. The report I've received so far today is that it is better than yesterday and he's closer to returning to play. But we do need to make a decision in terms of how long we can keep him alive and not need that extra spot on the bench.
How'd you guys look at Robert Garcia and the situation Friday and Saturday? Is that just something that happens to good closers? Is it a fluid situation in any way?
Yeah, there's no closer in baseball that's been perfect this year, so that's the first thing to say. There's high expectations, and it's anytime a closer blows a game, it's under a microscope, because you lose the game in that moment. But there are plenty of games that are blown in the fifth, sixth, seventh innings where the pitcher doesn't get the job done. Just unfortunately, as the closer, it's the last thing everyone remembers. So. Robert's had a great season. He's really been wonderful. He's been a great addition to our bullpen, and just tough timing on those two games in Seattle. We did come back and win one of them, which was great. The guys picked him up, and the night before was just a really tough way. It was so quick the way it went, with base hit, then homer about 2 pitches later. So it just all happened so fast, and it was tough, obviously, in a big series. But Robert's going to be a key piece to our success down the stretch here. It's just been a lot of fun watching him compete and get better as the season's gone. And, I think we're close to getting Chris Martin back here, hopefully in the next, week to 2 weeks. And when we get Chris back, we're going to have just one more option in terms of how we close out games. It may not be a designated closer, so to speak, more of a closer by committee, and putting these guys in the best position with the best matchups. But I am very confident that Robert Garcia can get the final 3 outs on any given day.
Well, you were able to add bullpen depth at the deadline, Merrill Kelly as well to the rotation there. I mean, Thursday was wild for us just watching on social media. I can't imagine what it was like for you. What were your thoughts on the deadline? Were there any other potential deals maybe for a bat that you were close to but just didn't make happen?
Yeah, it was a wild day, really a wild, 72, 96 hours leading into the deadline. And for a while there, things just weren't coming to fruition and involved on a number of fronts in a number of different ways. But, our jobs are to make this team as good as possible and look for ways to try to improve. And, the trade deadline is kind of the last period at which the front office can make some changes to the roster. There's small things that we can do the rest of the season, but this is the group we have. And so it was very important that we did our best to upgrade this team. And we feel like we did that. We attacked our pitching. We felt like the best way for us to continue to compete and to win this division was going to be to improve our pitching and really fortify the rotation and improve the bullpen. We struck out on the back end of the closing market, but that's okay. We feel very good in the group we have. Our bullpen's been tremendous this year. And by getting 2 veteran arms in Phil Maton and Danny Coulombe, we feel like we've really lengthened our pen and shortened games, so to speak. And I think we saw that this weekend with the way the pen pitched. It was really, really impressive. Those guys have done such a great job. And as I mentioned, we're going to get Chris Martin back in that mix at some point too. So, the hope is we get Josh Spores later in the summer here. Tyler Malley is doing well on his rehab or in throwing progression. So, we feel like we're going to get stronger from a pitching standpoint, and that strengthening our kind of biggest strength was going to be the best way to kind of keep our team involved in this race. And I'm excited to watch these guys pitch. They did a great job this weekend in Seattle. We kind of had the one tough game Thursday night with Kamar, but other than that, the games were super close, and our pitching staff did a great job, and we just unfortunately came up a little bit short.
You don't feel snake bit up there, do you? Like, how daunting would a playoff series against the Mariners be right now? I better have home field, right?
It's a weird thing, but I just am not going to subscribe to it. I just really believe that if you play your best baseball, you can win anywhere. And I had the experience in my career of pitching in tough road environments, and you go in there and you make good pitches, and you compete. You can win on any in any city, in any stadium, any environment. And so I'm just not going to give it the credit that maybe, I just can't subscribe to that we're snake bitten up there. I think that if we play better baseball, we'll win, and that's what we need to do. And so I'm not going to go up and I'm not going to let these guys go there if we have to go there in the playoffs and think that we can't win there. I just, to me, that's just not the mindset we need. I believe in our guys, and I believe that if we play our best baseball, we can beat anybody anywhere.
How close is Jake Berger to getting back, and what's kind of the timeline we're looking at here for Evan Carter with the back?
Yeah, Evan, he's on the 10-day IL. We'll see how the next few days go and how he responds to some treatment. He's got some back spasms there, something that we've dealt with in the past, and the hope is that we can get him some rest and that he'll be ready close to that 10-day mark, but it's going to be determined on how he responds these next few days. Jake's out on rehab right now, and he's played a couple games at Double-A. We're going to wait till Jake swings the bat to activate him. We got to make sure that he's not only from a health standpoint ready, but also he's ready to contribute, from an offensive standpoint. And I think that's one of the things we've learned with Jock, too, is that we maybe accelerated his rehab slightly and that he didn't get the number of at-bats he needed. And so when he came back, he's still having to knock the rust off, and we don't want to do the same to Jake. So we're not going to make that mistake again, and we're going to make sure when he comes back, he's performing and ready to jump right in.
We took the air Thursday at 2:00 and nothing had happened yet, and I was starting to wonder, but then I had faith in you. I was like, I can't doubt my guy. You're the man, CY. Hell of a job.
No, I'll tell you this. It's a fun time of year. It's stressful. It's fun. But, sitting there and striking out on some things and coming up empty-handed, none of us were happy with the idea that we were going to tell our fans that we weren't able to do much over the deadline. And then as things started to really pick up and materialize Thursday and really in a short period of time, there was a big adrenaline rush, and we felt like, okay, this is what we've been waiting on. But, you just work on so many different avenues and deals that, often don't materialize, that it's to sit there empty-handed for a period of time was frustrating. But in the end, we felt like we were able to make this team better, and our hope is that now this comes together. If we can hit the way we hit and continue pitching the way we want to and have this season, I really believe this team can make a good push here, and our best baseball can be at the right time.
How do you feel about the Yankees now? Do you hate them like the rest of us, or?
Look, they're just the next opponent, and we've got to go win. We've got to go play good baseball, and I just don't want to put too much into any one series. I just want to day in, day out, stay steady, stay level, go play our best baseball. And if we do that, I think the results will take care of themselves.
Hey, CY, I'm going to be real honest with you. I didn't think that ownership would allow you to do what you were going to do. And if you could kind of talk through that, and I know you have support from them and stuff, but I know I was thinking, man, this guy can go make some moves. I was just worried that ownership wasn't going to allow you to make the moves that you felt like you needed to make.
No, thank you for saying it. I think ownership has been wonderful in terms of giving us the resources that we need to put a competitive team out on the field. And when the time was necessary, when we needed to do a little bit more, they stepped up and provided us even more resources. And so I can't I just can't say enough about our ownership group and Ray Davis and his partners in terms of giving us the support we need. And, we want to be responsible. We realize that we're not in a market that, we can spend where the Dodgers or Mets or some of these other teams are. But that said, we are a big market, and we've got an opportunity here with some of these players in the prime of their career, and that if we can do a little bit more to make this team better and increase our playoff chances, we should do that because it's what our fans deserve. And Ray has been unbelievable in supporting us in that manner, and very grateful for his confidence and willingness to do so.
CY, how can we help you, though? Can we butts in the seats? Is that kind of something that always makes ownership maybe look a little different? Buy more merch? How do we help? I mean, is that?
I love our fans, and we've got tremendous fans, and really it's our job to give our fans a reason to come out. It's our job to put a winning product out on the field and get our fans excited. And for me, if we do that, our fans will show up and support us in a tremendous fashion, just like they always have. And so, I look in the mirror and say, we've got to do our job. We got to go win. And if we win, our fans will be there. So I appreciate the question. Really the biggest thing I could ask for when our fans come to the game is to be rowdy, get into the game, be rowdy. The players feel the energy when, sometimes the game's decided in the fifth inning. It doesn't have to be the ninth inning. And so, when the fifth inning rolls around and we've got runners on base and it's a big moment in the game that may decide the game, get into it. Let them hear you and let those players know you're behind them, because they feel that. They love that energy, and it doesn't have to be just late in the game. So just, come out, be rowdy, be supportive. Our players will rally around that. And but we have the best fans. I love our fans, and it's our job to make them proud and to give them a reason to come out, and that's our goal, to continue to do that.
Rangers Yanks 7:00 tonight here on the Fan. CY, give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. Good talking to you.
Salute. There he goes, the Rangers president of baseball operations here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. And we're back with Jared Sandler here in the Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Rangers are in the wild card hunt, and the Fan is where to get that baseball fix. President of Baseball Operations Chris Young, Mondays at 4:20 with G-Bag. A different Rangers player every Tuesday afternoon, and then a doubleheader Wednesday with Brett Boone at 9:20 with Sean and RJ, followed by manager Bruce Bochy later that afternoon at 12:20 with the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, every pitch of Rangers baseball. Unmatched coverage of your local 9 is right here on the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's great to be back in Texas as Jared Sandler joins us now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Preview this Rangers-Yankees series. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock. What do you think about CY saying we're not snake bit up there? He refuses to buy into it. Is that it? I don't know. I think you saw this weekend and the weird things that kept popping up, whether it's a base running error or, a guy who's clutch blowing save 2 nights in a row. I think sometimes it can be in your head and just makes you a little bit uneasy and you're thinking too much in big moments.
I mean, I'm not surprised he said that, right? Like when you're in a sports organization, like you got to just pretend this is not real. We're capable of going and winning there. But yeah, I think from our perspective, it's like weird things happen and you've won 1 game in a year there. There's got to be a little something to it. It's a tough park to play in. You don't always hit great. The pitching's been a little bit hit or miss. In Seattle now, the moves that they made, man, they might be in the driver's seat to win this division.
They just might be, as Jared Sandler joins you now here on The Fan. And Jared, how the heck are you?
I'm great, guys. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. Had any of the players said anything about their bad luck in Seattle? Or is this just a media thing?
No, I mean, I think some of them know. We had a sacrificial bucket on Saturday out on the field for pregame, and we had some players donate. It worked, yeah. We had some players donate to it. They're aware. I don't think they I don't think they think of it the way that we do. Oh my gosh, they just like anytime something goes wrong, it's like, well, but in Seattle, like this is going to happen. I don't think they think of it like that. I think they just think of it, gosh, why can't we beat these guys? And obviously both are appropriate and fair because it does seem like wacky things happen in Seattle. I mean, heck, Merrill Kelly did 2 things in his 6th inning that we might never see him do again, that he's maybe never done before. And then, Jacob deGrom pitches yesterday, and, the Rangers lose a game in which he starts against the guy named Logan Evans, who, I don't know, 8 times out of 10, the Rangers probably win that game. So, but this isn't like losing in Oakland when the Rangers were really good and the Oakland A's were not. The Mariners are a really, really good team. And, in theory, when you are a really good team, you play a 4-game series at home, you expect to win 3 of 4. Now, if you're a really good team and you're the road team, you expect to win 2 out of 4. And the Rangers thought they were in a position to do that and obviously weren't able to get that done.
How much money ended up in the bucket, and what do they do with it?
Well, yeah, I wish there was money that was donated to the bucket. It wasn't money. We had seeds and various items that were put in the bucket, and they were sacrificed to the gods. And it brought the Rangers a win on Saturday, thanks to the baseball gods and some timely hitting late in the game.
Might have to think about doing that every BP in Seattle?
I mean, maybe we did leave. One of the donations was a Beetlejuice figurine, and we left the figurine. The gods rejected the figurine out of the idea that maybe leaving it there will provide continued bad luck for the Mariners at home. So obviously the Rangers aren't there the rest of the way, but there is a Beetlejuice figurine that was left on the premises that will hopefully strike down some bad luck for the Mariners as they finish up the season.
This could spawn a rally Beetlejuice for us. How good is this?
Let's go.
I mean, I'm in.
Okay, I'll get my sign making materials out for this homestand. What is the state of this Yankees team? Is it turning into a frustrating year for them as well?
Yeah, it is. I told Hicksy this on air yesterday. I don't like when a team begins a series coming off a series in which they just got swept because, you figure they're going to turn it around. You don't want it to be at your expense. But, the Yankees are without Aaron Judge today. There's a chance he comes back tomorrow. They're a very fundamentally unsound team. Now, they hit a lot of home runs. They score a lot of runs in general. But they throw the ball around all over the place. Their defense was really kind of an issue last year. It was brought to light by the Dodgers, but hasn't really gotten a whole lot better. Their lineup has been really struggling lately, but they're going to start Max Fried, who's a Cy Young contender, and then on Wednesday they're going to start Carlos Rodon, who's probably not a Cy Young contender, but a rung and a half below that. And both those guys are lefties, and the Rangers have struggled against lefties. They've been better lately, but they have struggled against lefties. And then Will Warren will start tomorrow. So the Yankees also beefed up their bullpen on paper. They've got one of the best bullpens in baseball, but all 3 of the guys they acquired, whatted the bed in their first outing, and that was one of the losses to the Marlins. So they didn't pitch well, and we've seen this before. Guys go to the Yankees, they pitch with the pressure of being a New York Yankee, and it's different results. But on paper, it's still a really good bullpen and a lineup that can slug the ball.
With Josh Young DHing tonight, are we clear? Did we dodge a bullet here of him possibly going on the IL?
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, if they thought they needed the IL, they would have done it today because they'd be burning days in which they couldn't retroactively place him. I think they already maybe would have lost a day, but there'd be no sense in keeping him on the active roster if he couldn't play today. So I think it's a good sign. I think the word yesterday was, we need to keep seeing progress and we won't IL him. And here's the reality. Again, with 4 lefties scheduled to start against the Rangers this week, I mentioned the 2 for the Yankees. The Rangers are also slated to face Christopher Sanchez, who just pitched an absolute 8-inning gem against the Tigers last night on Sunday Night Baseball, and then Jesus Luzardo. They need Josh Young. They need a guy in the lineup who can hit right or hit lefties, and Josh can be that guy, along with Sam Haggerty, who kind of specializes against lefties. So I think, if he was showing any ability to play, they wanted him in there, and I know Josh wants to be in there. So hopefully bullet dodge for sure.
How close are they to calling it with Jock Peterson, you think? Could it happen any day?
So, what's that?
Could it happen any day?
Yeah, so going back to the 4 of their 6 games this week will be lefty starters, so Jock won't start those 4 games. They'll only start 2 games this week. If they were all righties this week, I would say, hey, he's got this week, and I think they might be forced into a decision if things don't turn. I think because there's 4 lefty starters, he very well could play in all 6 games, pinch hitting. If the Rangers have meaningful opportunities against bullpen arms in those games. But I think, by the end of not this week, but next week, if things haven't started to turn, and it might not even be that long, they're going to have to do something just because they absolutely need to, start getting production from that spot. Now, the counter is, well, even when Jock was hurt, the Rangers weren't getting much out of their DH spot. So it's not like he's keeping someone who was on a tear from playing, but at the end of the day, he's got to produce, and he knows that. He took live batting practice today along with Jake Berger, which, it's usually something you mostly see from guys trying to come back from the IL. He knows it. He's trying to put in the work as best as he can, but, he's got to start hitting, and I think because they're facing 4 lefties this week, that he won't get a ton of starts, a ton of at-bats, but next week, I don't know, what they're going to face next week. I haven't looked that far ahead, starting with Arizona and then Toronto. I would say that he's got that next week at the latest. Otherwise, the Rangers are going to start making some changes, I'm sure.
Well, welcome back to Texas. Have some fun tonight, buddy, with the Yankees in town, 6:30 pregame, and we will chat with you tomorrow.
All right, fellas, take care.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans on social. And it's time now for an edition of Football's Finest. Woolchuck, what's in store?
Would you do any of these trade proposals for Micah Parsons? And where does Dak get taken in a quarterback mock draft? That's next.
P&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Rangers baseball is now 90 minutes away. A massive series with the Yankees. Max Fried, the starting pitcher for New York tonight, so they're going to have to earn it. Sandler just joined us. 4 of this week's 6 starting pitchers the Rangers will face are lefties. So, man, you would not draw it up this way. But we believe in this baseball team, don't we? Here's Wolchuk with some NFL news of the day.
We sure do. And, man, this is going to be an awesome series. I'm excited for it. We'll have Around the Bases coming up an hour from now. But if you're headed out to the Globe, bring the noise. We need a playoff-esque atmosphere, okay? That's what we need. We also do have Cowboys preseason football this Saturday. Let's get it going. 3 o'clock, we got the pregame show on your home of Dallas Cowboys football. Postgame rock until 11 p.m. It is back. It is here, but the big topic of conversation in Cowboys land ever since we left on Friday, it's Micah Parsons. Now, I don't believe the Cowboys are trading Micah. Jerry Jones said so. The sources from the Cowboys have said we
don't lose any sleep over it.
Don't lose any sleep. Don't. I don't believe they will either. But I think we could still have some fun with just picking him around.
Oh, yeah, I think you have a definite
proposal.
I think you got a legitimate debate with me because I think he's playing this year at 24, and I think next year he'll be tagged. Yeah. And this thing is going to drag out for a long time.
Well, and I had Atolo reach out to me over the weekend and actually cranked some numbers. Shout out to Tolo David, former high school football coach in the area.
What's up, Dave?
He went and searched every single sack that Mike has had, at least over the last 2 years.
We're about to get he doesn't sack against good teams.
Yeah, and look, sacks are not the end-all, be-all. Like, I will put this precursor out there before this in defense of Micah. Like, I told him this. I said, well, I'd love to get the pressures on this, right? Because pressures, I think, also, how are you affecting the quarterback? How are you affecting a play? Are you forcing, like, Geno Smith to dirt the ball to win a game against Seattle? But the sack numbers, if you look at over the last 2 years, you've got a player that's had 14 of his 26 sacks in 10 games against Carolina, New York, and Washington. And you can add another 2.5 sacks against the Jets. So you've got Giants, Commanders, Panthers, and Jets. Not good football teams.
He crushed the Commanders last year.
And the Commanders were good last year.
Yeah, at 4.5 against them.
He did. He was really good. But, yeah, I mean, like, I know Eric was arguing about the Osa deal. Well, he's putting up numbers against bad teams. People have argued that with Dak, too. Well, I think for those that want to push back, and I've seen a lot of texts from people like, yes, I would be willing to trade Micah. There are people that believe, and I guess these sack numbers would somewhat support that Micah does feast on poor opponents, and we've seen his numbers the pressures are there late in the season, but the sack numbers certainly start to wane towards the end of the year for a guy that wants to be paid the most of any non-quarterback in the history of the NFL. And I think from David Mulligetta's perspective, it's not even just we're trying to beat what TJ Watt got. It's we're trying to make sure that we are the highest paid non-quarterback for the foreseeable future. So they're trying to move that goalpost to, I'd say, $45 million a year at minimum. Hell, he might be asking for $50. That's the thing. We don't know the number. Like Jerry floated out there $200 million guaranteed in his press conference over the weekend, but we don't know the numbers that they've talked about. So David Mulligetta is a guy that's trying to break records, trying to set the standard, and he does it the best out of anybody in the business. So this is very much so you've got the ego of Jerry, who likes the deal to be done on his terms when he wants to do it, and then also David Mulligetta, who's the best in the business right now. Well, that's okay, but if we're doing this thing, it's going to be record-setting, and it's not just going to be $500,000 more than TJ Watt. It's going to be a good percentage more than what TJ Watt got.
Yeah, when he does come up for free agency, if he can get there healthy, yes, he would deserve more than that. But I think what we're seeing with Watt and Garrett is the number is actually 40-41 if you get to this deal at 29 or 30 years old. I think at 26, maybe what you deserve fair market value is closer to 45, considering how many years you have left in your prime still. So it'll be interesting to see if Micah can get there. But I mean, just number one, sacks aren't the best best way of judging because the better teams are going to be better at avoiding sacks. It is a quarterback stat. So, and Mike Lombardi used to tell me all the time, sacks create punts, but pressures create turnovers. So, I think in order to really understand this, you would have to look at his pressure against good teams. And then you got to study the Watts and the Garretts and the Hendricksons and everybody else, because I bet they get more sacks against bad teams too.
Sure. And I think that's fair. In 817, start the Micah slander tour from 105.3. No, that's not what we're doing here. I prefaced everything that I just said in terms of I'd advocate I need to see the pressures as well. And I don't believe Mike is going anywhere. I think Mike is getting his money, and he's going to be a Dallas Cowboy. And he's earned it. I mean, I think Micah is one of the 3 to 5 best defensive players in all of the National Football League. I absolutely think he's deserving of that contract. But as of right now, who knows? I mean, they might end up saying we're willing to go into the year, and then we got the franchise tag for you for 2 more years. I don't know how long this will go, but it does create an interesting topic of, well, what would teams even offer to get Micah?
Oh, yes, and it's fun to do that. I know The Athletic looked into that and had like 3 mock proposals over the weekend. But, yeah, did you see Bill Barnwell pointing out on Twitter that over the last 4 years, EPA-wise, the Cowboys have been number 1, and with Micah on the field, they're second to last?
With him on the field?
With him off.
Okay.
With him off the field, the Cowboys become the second worst defense. Now, that's over a 4-year period and against a lot of weak scheduling opponents. And I don't think anybody would say the Cowboys have had the best defense over the last 4 years. No. But that massive gap from 1 to 31, even if it's from 8 to 28, it is incredible how Micah Parsons makes you a credible defense by himself. So I understand the frustration. Wow, that was a weird noise. I understand the frustration of some of the fans that say, Micah doesn't want to be here, get rid of him. I'm sick of him not producing against the best teams or not playing great run defense. That's fine, but you are volunteering basically to punt on any chance you have of winning a Super Bowl over the next 3 years. If you don't have Micah Parsons, it's over.
Sure. All right, so here's some of the offers that John Machota put out there. Jets, they call, say, hey, what do you guys think? We'll give you Breece Hall. We'll give you Jermaine Johnson, former first-round pick out of Florida State, who just had a great year, and Aaron White-Cotton. Pretty good with him. We'll give you a second-rounder next year, a second-rounder in 27, and a third-rounder in 28.
I don't want Jermaine Johnson, but I would love to have Breece Hall, who's still only 24 years old. He played 33 games the last 2 seasons and is one of the most complete backs in the NFL. So I would love to get my, a Breece Hall on the team, get your running back for the future. But I need you to take away Johnson and make one of those 2s a 1. And then I think we might have something.
Okay. I didn't know that you weren't a big Jermaine Johnson.
Well, he's coming off an Achilles.
Okay.
We have edge.
All right.
Yeah.
We're good. We're good on the edge. That's what you're going with there. We're good on the edge. Now, Breece Hall, they're going to have to pay as well. That is factored in here. But I'm with you. Like a trade proposal that doesn't involve a first-round pick, I'm not answering the phone.
Who do you think's dealing here, Nico?
Come on. Here's the Bears. The Bears. They're going to give you a 1 next year. Hell, they'll give you a 1 in 27, too. So that's 2 first-rounders plus a 3 in 27 for Micah. But the Cowboys do have to kick in a 4 and a 7.
Yeah, I'd love that. I mean, by the looks of Caleb Williams on Twitter right now, it's a 6-win team.
Those could be pretty high picks.
I want those first-round picks.
I'd like those first-round picks. Last one would be Green Bay. They're giving you 2 1s next year and the year after. Plus,
that would be so unlike Green Bay to do that.
Romeo Dubs for Micah. It would be very unlike Green Bay. Green Bay doesn't get into these deals.
They don't do those things.
But 2 1s, I mean, I think you've got, if we're talking any kind of trade proposal, and honestly, the Ringer had one that does involve within your own division that kind of perked me up and thought, okay, what if you did it inside the division? And that'd probably make Micah the happiest because he can reunite with Dan Quinn. You get 2 1s from the Eagles, or from the Commanders, 26 and 27. They're also going to give you Deron Payne, and they're going to give you back Dorrance Armstrong for Micah.
What are the picks?
2 1s.
2 1s.
Payne Armstrong and 2 1s.
2 1s.
That's going to be likely, if you give them Micah Parsons with that quarterback, you're likely looking at picks in the 20s.
Probably.
20s.
Yeah. You're going to be picking late.
Yeah, I'm picking late.
But you're fixing a huge weakness with Payne. And you've got yourself a serviceable end in Armstrong.
Paying to play the 1, right?
I would assume, yeah.
I don't know, man, because to me...
Because the fear is you're making a division rival better.
So basically what you're getting Payne. Okay, just look at it this way. You're getting Payne, you're getting Armstrong, which are pretty deep at edge, and you're getting 2-2s basically, right? You're picking second-round guys.
Who knows what happens?
Injury happens.
Injury happens. I'm just assuming that the Commanders are going to be
fair assumption.
A 10 or 11 win team with that quarterback. That's what I'm assuming. So I don't know. I don't think I would do that.
No, that one's not that appealing to me because of how good Washington looks.
All right, last one I'll throw out there: the Raiders. Raiders give you 2-1s.
Now you got my interest.
Raiders give you 2-1s. They also give you a third in 27. So next year you'll have 2-1s. The following year you'll have 2-1s and 2-3s. And they're also going to kick in a 6th, but that's, whatever.
There's a chance that could be a top 12 pick.
Yeah,
we'll
and that's for Micah.
We'll see with Pete Carroll coaching that team, but that's a team that could be. A team was 4-13 last year.
I love that. I mean, very tough division.
Yeah,
intriguing.
They got 6 of the hardest division games you'll ever see.
I'd try and play some hardballs. Is there any way I can get Genty thrown in there? You guys want to toss Genty in?
I mean, Parsons for Genty and a 1 and 2 2s and a 3. I think I could get talked into that.
Maybe we can make this happen.
The tough part about a Hall in New York or a Payne in Washington is you're trading for a guy that's getting $20+ million, or is soon to get 20.
Sure. Yeah, you're picking up a contract. But I guess, you're not paying Micah whatever the hell he's asking for. But you're right. Okay, we did a mock draft here on CBS Sports. And this was kind of an interesting exercise. They ranked each team based on least likely to win the Super Bowl. And it's just an all-quarterback mock draft. So the team that's least likely to win the Super Bowl has the worst odds is the Saints right now. So they take Mahomes number 1. Browns take Josh Allen at 2. Jets take Lamar Jackson. Giants then get Joe Burrow, and the Titans take Jaden Daniels. That was the top 5 off the board. Panthers go with the C.J. Stroud. Raiders take Stafford. Dolphins get Herbert. Colts get Jalen Hurts, and the Patriots get Caleb Williams. In a very unexciting situation, the Cowboys have the 14th pick in this. They have the 14th, worst odds to win the Super Bowl. Right in front of them goes Jordan Love to the Jags, Jared Goff to the Falcons, and Brock Purdy to the Seahawks. So what do the Cowboys do? They take Dak.
Take Dak.
They don't take Drake May. They don't take Baker. They don't take Cam Ward. They don't take Lawrence, Murray, Darnold. Would you do that if you were in a quarterback mock draft for the Cowboys?
How would you not take Cam Ward right now?
Number 1 overall pick.
Do they come with their salaries?
Rookie contract. Yeah.
How would you not take Baker Mayfield? I think there's at least 2 or 3
that you'd consider taking.
Better options.
I'm with you.
So I think Dak is set up to have a really good year, but if he stays healthy, and then on the other side of 30 with those injuries in his rear view, I don't think he's got a contract after this one where it's like reasonably likely that he's still good.
Yeah, it's just like, damn it, I wanted to enjoy this and maybe think okay, the Cowboys would go somewhere else. They didn't. They're the only team that drafted their own quarterback in this exercise. Come on, guys.
Well, they do tend to overvalue their own.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. How about a stat of the day for you? Antonio Gates went into the Pro Football Hall of Fame this weekend. Only player to be inducted into the Hall of Fame that never played a single snap of college football. He was a college basketball
player, yeah.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
He never played a snap of college football and is in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I mean, basketball is just a lot more fun to play unless you're the quarterback or wide receiver.
Well, and he was damn good at Kent State. I think they went to the Elite 8 with him.
Mm-hmm.
He was really, really good. Looking ahead to the 2026 class, I think Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald, those would be locks. Mm-hmm. And Adam Schefter put together a long list of guys that are going to be first-time nominees. Witten's on there. I don't think Witten's a first ballot guy. I think he gets in. I don't think he's going to be first ballot.
Witten's a lock to get in eventually.
Yeah. Frank Gore?
No.
Phillip Rivers?
No.
Dez was on here?
Unfortunately, no.
Sean Lee was listed?
No.
Can't do it.
The one that I would argue is a yes, and I think others would argue and say no, is Julian Edelman.
It's hard. What now? How do his yards and his touchdowns stack up? Is he there?
The regular season numbers would tell you Julian
He's
Edelman,
a playoff killer.
not a Hall of Famer. It's the playoffs.
The playoff killer.
And to me, when we're talking, it's the same thing as Eli Manning.
Yeah.
Can I write the history of the NFL without this player in the Hall of Fame? And to me, with Manning, as much as I can't stand him, and I think Romo was better, hell, I think Phillip Rivers was better. The bottom line is the dude had some big moments in the playoffs, and he beat what was just named the best team in the last quarter century in the Patriots in the Super Bowl that were going to be undefeated. He's got crazy plays with the David Tyree and then the Mario Manningham in 2 Super Bowls. Julian Edelman, same thing. His playoff numbers are insane. He's got one of the best Super Bowl catches you'll ever see in 2016 against the Falcons, where he somehow is able to just get underneath the football with those red gloves. Like, to me, Edelman and Eli, regular season, it says no, they're not Hall of Famers. But because of the playoffs and the Super Bowl numbers, I think both are.
That's where that word fame becomes very operative. Like this was the story of the year, or he was Tom Brady's go-to guy for, the hottest that their dynasty burnt right there in that 3 to 5 year period. Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Mm-hmm. A look at the NFL news of the day. We're going to hit the Expressway. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 5:30, and then LA Live. But stick around. We'll get you all the top headlines that have been breaking throughout your broadcast afternoon coming up next here on The Fan. Do you feel like...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now to hit the Expressway. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up here in about 5 minutes. Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Okay, what do we have? Okay, number one, the Spurs and De'Aaron Fox reached a $229 million max extension, so San Antonio is going to be tough, and we'll see just how tough here before too long. You have LeBron. He did congratulate Luka Doncic on the new contract, and everybody's following this soap opera, but apparently shortly after the signing, he reached out and did a video chat with him and congratulated him on the big contract and everything. A little bit awkward, as you know, people are wondering how this is going to go. But over the last month or so, we've been monitoring it since the start of free agency, and there's been no signs that the Lakers and LeBron are going to expedite their eventual parting of ways, probably after this season. But I think everything so far is shaping up to be LeBron's final season. It'd be really interesting if it starts and the coaching staff has decided to go more to Luka ball and LeBron isn't producing or having a good final season. Maybe at that point he could decide to move, but I think that story for now is dead. Okay, guy who threw sex toy on the basketball court during the WNBA game has been found. College Park, Georgia. They arrested Delbert Carver after he allegedly threw that green fake schwanz onto the court. He faces counts of disorderly conduct, public indecency, indecent exposure, and criminal trespass. Wow, so hurling one of those things is just as bad as pulling your own out, apparently. Yeah. According to law enforcement records, he was booked. He was released over the weekend as well, and his next court date is coming up. But the WNBA said on Saturday there had been an arrest made in the case, and the safety and well-being of everyone in the arena is a top priority. Cunningham, the Fever model-looking chick, she posted, "Please stop throwing these on the court. Somebody is going to get hurt." So it's a little bit, disrespectful. I don't know if anybody was going to get hurt, but definitely not the look that they. And that's
trip on like a banana peel. You know what I mean?
Anything could happen.
Yeah, it could roll.
Anything could
roll
happen.
Your ankle on that damn thing.
It's for player safety. And
how did they get them in there?
That's a good question.
Wouldn't it pass a metal detector? Couldn't you
just batteries or something at some point? Like there's some metal pieces in there.
I don't know if this was a metal one. I'm not.
He boofed it in.
Yeah, that would be something. But I imagine this is the end of this story because that's 4 different charges. He had to spend a couple nights in jail.
Yeah. I don't know. I saw like the referee kick it to the
just kicking it over,
kick it to the sidelines, and it wasn't like the male official. It was the lady official. Just like kind of went over and kicked it into.
Probably trying to kick it towards her gym bag.
Gym bag.
I'll circle back for that.
I knew you were doing that.
I can't help it. This story is just it's borderline too much for us. But I feel like we've gotten through it once again. Son from Tottenham is going to join LAFC. It's an MLS record move. I think he's 33 years old. Okay, how do you guys feel about the Cowboys running back situation? James Cook continues to sit out here. He's missing another practice there for the Bills. He continues to seek a contract extension. He's in the final year of his rookie deal. This, I guess, is the third holdout along with Micah and Terry McLaurin that is of the most interest. I think I've seen signs from all of them that I'd want to see more of. I wish if James Cook would be available after the first couple of regular season games and you don't have a runner that you can depend on to be an every down back. Would Cook be of interest for you guys if he became available?
I don't know about that, right? Cook? Wolchuk? I mean,
I like him.
I don't know.
You don't?
I don't know if I want to pay that money, though.
Yeah, to me, like, I'm kind of ready to rock with, my hope is Blue and Maffa can kind of be your tag team for the future here.
I think Sanders, I was wrong about Sanders, I think, just from what I
mean, is he going to be available for you?
I think so.
I mean, he might be banged up, dude, throughout the year. That's what I worry about.
If he's
Miles.
banged up, dude, then I'll be right. But from what I saw,
yeah,
that guy's got some vision and ability.
I mean, Javonte Williams had a good-looking rep today.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Cook a lot. But, yes, the question is, do you then want to pay him? I mean, he wants $15 million a year.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get anywhere close to that.
It is so tough to evaluate a running back that has Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson playing with them. Mm-hmm. How much attention the defense is getting. With the Cowboys running back situation, Jaden Blue is getting so much coverage. People are noticing that he's getting the majority of the first team work now. If they're heading in that direction, I like it. He had a huge run today that several reporters captured, and just his ability to get skinny and move through traffic and be shifty and have the vision. I'm more sold on Jaden Blue than I was at the beginning of training camp. Brock Hoffman and Sam Williams had a fight today. Hoffman threw at him, but I didn't see Hoffman kicked out. Is Shoddy going soft on him? I don't know if there's been fall through. There's been a number of skirmishes.
I think if you throw a punch,
yeah,
I think the punch is the key. If you punch a guy, then you get kicked. Then you get kicked out.
I think Hoffman might have had a wayward push that looked like a punch, but maybe it wasn't technically a punch. Maybe it was a mush. I'm not sure. But I was looking for Shoddy to ring him up and get him running gassers again after a profanity laced tirade, but didn't quite get that one today. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Lucius, G-Bag of the day.
Punches on a helmet is just crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Punches on helmets, man.
You got to go open-handed.
You got to go open-handed. You got to hit that ear hole.
Yeah.
Foul. Hit that ear or grab that face mask.
Yeah.
Face mask is always great.
Maybe get underneath if you can get a neck shot in there.
Oh, wow. You trying to hurt this guy. My God. Damn, Dawson's going to get attempted murder.
Maybe I'll save that for game days.
Yeah. All right, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is Lucius Alexander. If you see anything floating out there that we should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander, LUCLOUS on Facebook. All right, you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Day 2 right here for this combo pack, a Gavin Dawson combo pack. That's what we're smoking on.
That's weed. That's weed.
My man was just talking all types of crazy stuff. Listen to this.
We can buy Kyrie Elam.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm buying it.
But can I buy multiple depth guys or busty guys all arriving and fortifying you at the same time?
I don't know how much a busty guy goes for these days.
Oh, they'll definitely be throwing Bilbos at that game. That's the mascot out there.
Hank was just a little bit more quiet and professional, or quiet and didn't want to, say his side of the story as much. Remember when Tyron Smith was hotter than a whole nest of fire-cracking hornets back there? Mark that.
Fire-cracking hornets, baby. That's what I love right there.
I guess at least you'd hear them coming.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like it. Fire-cracking hornets.
More the merrier.
A nest of them. Boy was over there making some noise. You hear what I'm saying?
Nest.
That's what he's
I
trying
like what you're saying earlier, Lucius, about them coming over the mountains, South America.
Yeah. Oh, my God, here it comes.
That's all we heard about every summer was like the killer bees.
The killer damn bees coming to get you.
Coming from South America. And I'm like, how the hell are they going to get here,
All right, let's go to Mike Bassick, the Texas Rangers TV broadcast. He made a barehanded catch from the booth. You guys seen that?
Oh, yeah. Very proud of himself. Yep, that's me. No surprise here. It was nothing.
And it's and it's fouled back at us, Mike. Oh, what a play! What a play! Michael! Yes! That was amazing. What a one-handed grab. Oh, I am so proud of you right now.
I'm proud of myself.
He's just getting started there, too. At first training camp in Oxnard for Mike, he's like, I think I have better hands than any of the Cowboys wide receivers.
Oh, my God.
Can we load up the jugs machine? I'll show you guys how this is done. Very confident.
Very confident.
And he's still around baseball all the time because his kids are playing. His dad's coaching. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mike's about to turn in a number of gloveless web gyms up there.
He was so proud of himself in the video.
Yeah, I seen him.
He's like grinning ear to ear. Like, look at me.
Yeah.
Still got it.
He was loving all the adulation. Okay, let's go to the morning show. The RJ and Choppy show. Sean on the mic right here. Oh, I'll just play it.
Live on Sean and RJ.
Yo, what's up, guys? First time calling, man. It feels good to finally talk to you guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Thanks for listening.
So here's my thing. You guys got to stop letting Steven off the hook, man. I mean, Steven and Jerry. You guys are going to need to realize all this could have been avoided. If you would have signed Dak 2 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation. CeeDee Lamb a year before, we wouldn't be in this situation. You guys got to stop letting Jerry off the hook.
Do you listen? Do you listen to this radio station or show ever?
Yes.
Okay, well, you sound like it. You sound ignorant.
Oh.
Because we do it, dude. Are you kidding me? Every single. Did you hear G-Bag last week? Did you hear Gavin Dawson last week? Did you hear us with Jerry last year? Turn him down. Turn him down. I can't stand these tweets. And don't say you listen when you don't. You just expose yourself. I dealt with one listener over the weekend who kept saying, I wish you'd do this. Did you hear Clarence Hill tell Jerry Jones you're being disingenuous to his face? Come on now. Like, just admit you don't. I'd rather you admit you don't listen than lie. It's BS. Stop. It's ignorant. What?
I was just saying, he said he was talking about the listeners who just called in.
What?
I said he was talking about the listeners who just called in.
I thought he was talking to us.
No, he said he was talking to the toe.
Ernesto, are you talking about us or the listeners?
Oh, my
Want to get away?
Listeners, dude. I'm
All
not
right.
like you guys.
Put him down.
Way to go.
Oh, no.
That's Jerry cutting Todd off. No, Todd, you're not going to answer your question.
Ernesto,
You stop talking.
I accept my nomination for G-Bag of the day, week, month, and I apologize.
That is incredible.
That's some Mike Francesa stuff right there.
That
bro.
is.
Bro, if you call me ignorant, you better be right about something.
Yeah.
You cannot be wrong and call me ignorant, bro.
He's trying to get in there like, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the total, and Sean just keeps going.
There are a number of listeners or Cowboys fans out there badgering media that they're not going after the Joneses hard, and I would say over the last couple of weeks, it's at an all-time high.
Yeah, there'll be people that just, they hear what they want to hear. There's no pleasing them. So I understand. Sean was probably ready to pop off on someone over that.
You think so?
I saw it over the weekend, too. But, yeah, this poor guy got it when he didn't deserve it.
Hashtag.
I hate when somebody hears something wrong and you try to correct them and they say, it happened to me on the fan text. Well, let's just agree to disagree. Like, no, let's not. You're wrong, bro. Hold this L, B.
You take your L.
What are you talking about? Let's agree to disagree.
I see you want to be real argumentative over there about that. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do, because you're wrong and you're trying to gaslight me. Okay, so yes, there's an argument coming to your front porch right now.
How about that? I'm a man. I'm 40, bro. Came after me. Came after me. Last one right here. Yesterday was a church day. Pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. This youth pastor right here makes my skin crawl. My skin crawl. Excuse me. It's real cringy. He's trying to use like slang. Oh, yeah.
Listen up, fam, because enough with the brain rot. There's no more L's. We're only taking holy W's today. We are standing on business and blessings. God did not make you to be an NPC. You're the main character, dripped out in his love. For real, for real. Today, we're here to catch big vibes, big faith, and leaving that brain rot at the door. So why don't you turn to your neighbor and say, you're looking low-key blessed this morning.
Jeez.
All right, squad, let's lock in, get that holy riz up, because it's our praise era, and worship like we just got the ultimate victory royale. Let's go!
Wow.
And I finally get my solo. Let everything that has breath praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
I like that last part, but that intro.
Wow.
We could throw that whole intro away, bro.
That's rough, man.
Well, I guess we know where Chiefs been. Is that a youth pastor?
Yeah, youth pastor right there.
Yeah.
That sounded just like Kelvin Gemstone.
Oh, yes! That's what I was thinking. I was like, man, what is this? Something is hitting, but I can't figure. Yeah,
It's like
that's what
right
it is.
out of a Righteous Gemstones episode.
Yeah. Nah, that's beautiful. All right, that's it, bro.
It is time to vote. Is it our two-time champion looking for 3 right here? The Dawson combo talking about guys fortifying you and firecracking Hornets.
Yeah.
What a weird week. Okay, Mike Bassick on the Rangers call made a one-handed snag, barehanded. Pretty impressive. RJ and Choppy show. Stop leaving Stephen Jones and
Think
Jerry
he went
off the
home and
hook.
told his wife? Told all the kids?
Yes.
Look at this. He
Did you
probably
see
sent
it?
the video. Yeah.
Brought the ball back.
I got it.
Put it on the
clipped
center
it.
table.
Yeah.
Open the door. Just put the ball on the table.
Somebody make this into a GIF.
Guess where I got this at?
The famous Mike Bassick.
Yes, I listened in the post game. I guess that was on the way home from the airport, and he still had the ball.
I bet he did, bro.
I bet he did.
The post game round table, flipping the ball around.
Oh, yeah.
He's about to sign a whole bunch of balls. I'm that guy.
The RJ and Choppy show, Sean a little triggered, or is it the cringe preacher? And that's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, I could definitely see myself voting for myself and Sean. That was classic. And I
like the presidents, like, you know, when they go in there in the booth to vote, clearly they're voting for themselves, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way Kamala walked in there and be like, and one for Trump. There's no way, bro.
But this one is a little embarrassing. You know,
that's great.
The firecracking Hornets isn't maybe an all-timer, but I'm actually going to make it interesting and vote for Baskey here. Lucius, how about you?
Shondeleza. Shonovan from the morning show.
Bully?
Man, I think I got to go with Sean, but it is hard not to vote for you. You're very deserving on this one, too.
Well, thank you. It's 2-1, Brian.
Sean.
By a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. He called his shot.
He did.
It's Sean Sharif of the Sean and RJ Show, weekday 6 to 10 here on 105.3 The Fan. Proper round trippers coming up at 6. We're back into the Rangers as they get set to host the Yankees tonight, a must-win series here in the Pimp Cup. Is Lucius with LA Live.
Being ignorant.
Do you listen?
Do you listen, you idiot? All right, this is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke.
Hold up, Watts.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Jerry John, big bro. Pay Michael, man. Bro stressing, bro talking about he want to be traded now, man. thought we had a deal, man. Yeah, we got, dog. Don't you give him what? Don't you trade him, Jerry? Big Jerry, big fam. Listen to me.
Big fam.
Paying, man. I can't go through no more paying, man. I can't see Micah playing for nobody else but that star. That star means something, man. Everybody want to play, be a Cowboy. He talking about leaving? Paying, Jerry. Just dub, man. If anybody got your back, Jerry, it's me.
It's your boy. I got you, man.
Got you, man.
Yeah, I don't know why the Cowboys be playing around like that with their big stars. We all know that they're going to give them what they want at the end of the day. That's the narrative. That is the narrative. Stop playing with these people, man. Yeah, you should have never told that man that stuff that came out that day. Because you are responsible for what we're seeing right about now. I 100% believe that.
Burn it hot, just like they like it.
I believe it. Yeah, you're right. This is LA Live for Monday, August 4th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in Tolos. Welcome in first time, last time, and long time listeners of the station. And shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group, PPT, for naming today Monday, Friday. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Boy, there was a whole lot of random beefs on the internet this weekend. Whole lot of random beefs all over the internet. One had a threat of physical violence.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, physical violence.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. This is LA Live, 105.3 The Fan, Monday, Friday. Eagles super fan, podcaster, and songwriter, Gilly the Kid. You guys familiar with Gilly the Kid?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does anybody know the name of his podcast? Does anybody?
Bleep Talk with Gilly the Kid.
That's a good shot. I like that one. $1 million worth of game.
Okay.
On Barstool. Okay. All right. It was his birthday this weekend, apparently. And he was celebrating. And Gilly and Cam Newton have been going back and forth. I was going to get into that one of these Fridays. I just didn't have the time. Basically, Cam Newton said Jalen Hurts is not a top 5 QB. It's more about the talent around him. Whole lot of people jumped out and lost their minds and came at Cam for his opinion right there. I trust Cam Newton's opinion because he is a quarterback.
Yes.
Yeah, he went full petty Cam, man.
Cam responded on his show. He called himself Petty Cam, and he went after a few people. I got the clip right here of him going after Gilly.
Another person that will unlock Petty Cam is Gilly the Kid. Gilly, you posted me on your social story. And Peggy, I got a question to ask. Can you name me one Gilly the Kid album? Can you quote any of his music? But we know Gilly the Kid not as a rap artist or a hip hop artist. We know him as a podcaster. We're in the same spaces. So your unpopular pick or your popular pick or the content that you create, Gilly, is the same thing that I do as content creators. So step aside, sir.
Step aside.
I got to remember that.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah, Cam's been really in his bag lately, 100%. So that's been going on, all right? I tell you all of this. By the way, Gilly had a song, Major Figures. Major Figures, I believe. Yeah, that's us. Yeah, that's us. And he claims that he wrote Lil Wayne out of the wobbly, drop it like it's hot era. Like he helped Lil Wayne get some pen to his life.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what he says.
Be quite a resume piece.
That's what he says. Now, Lil Wayne calls him Gilly the Squid, so I don't know.
He does look a little bit.
I don't know.
He looks like Squidward.
That's what he said. Call him Gilly the Squid. All right, so anyway, this weekend, while celebrating his birthday and holding the Eagles Super Bowl trophy.
Yes.
Who brought the trophy to Gilly the Kid's party? That's cool. Yeah, he's holding the Eagles Super Bowl trophy, and Gilly went on this rant.
Kev ain't never had one of these. Now I ain't going back and forth with you. Thank you, Jalen. Appreciate you, Jalen. Love you, Nick. Love you, Nick. Appreciate you, Jalen. Cam Newton never had one of these.
Ooh. Holding up that Super Bowl trophy. Just, another trolling video of Cam Newton. It just would have been another video on the internet of him trolling Cam if it wasn't for Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, Johnny got involved.
Johnny got involved.
Johnny stepped right in there.
Oh, my God, Johnny.
Those Heisman Trophy winners look after each other.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I know Kim was on Johnny's podcast recently.
They look after each other, man, those Heisman dudes.
Johnny jumped out, man. I mean, he really popped out. Yeah, he sees Gilly the Kid's video, and he quote tweeted it. He even added him, thank God. He added Gilly the Kid, so I got to give respect to Johnny for that. He said, yo, at Gilly the Kid, you may be the biggest effing loser on the planet. Whoa! Talking like you've effing done anything on the football field. If I see you, just know I'm going to slap the F out of you. Trust.
Now, this is a fight I'd like to see.
Johnny Football is talking about slapping people in the face. When men slap men, people die after that. I don't think you understand.
World Wars.
Wars have over slaps.
Over slaps.
Okay. And it's amazing to see a slap so good that the other guy passes out from the slap. He gets knocked out from a slap. Oh my God.
Hit it perfect.
Trust. He's going to slap somebody.
So Johnny got that mad at Gilly just over
Johnny got that mad. He's willing to slap Gilly in the face when I see you. Real beef. It's physical violence when I see you.
Yeah. I wouldn't want Johnny that bad at me, you know? I mean, at times he has looked like he might be bordering on homeless, but then he bounces back at like 210 pounds.
Yeah.
Like, dude, if he slapped you, that would hurt.
Yeah. You ever seen that show Lords of Dogtowns or that movie Dog?
Yeah.
He looks like one of them cats.
He does, dude.
He does. That's crazy. All of that went down Saturday night. Okay? Sunday morning, I wake up to a video of Gilly the Kid with powder all over his face.
Yeah, that's what I picked it up.
Yeah. With powder all over his face, responding to Johnny Manziel's threats of physical violence.
Pretty funny.
Listen.
Johnny, what the would make you get up and just say, you gonna slap me? Out of all the on planet Earth, Johnny, you gonna slap me? Had to be this right here, Johnny. Because it ain't 1917 no more, Johnny. This is 2025. Fight back, Johnny. The make you think you just gonna slap? What you just gonna do? You just gonna walk off about your business, Johnny, and just ain't nothing gonna happen, Johnny. No, we gonna have to put on a bet nap, Johnny, to over and under for how many days you gonna lay in the hospital. And I'm taking 13 and a half days. I'm taking the over, Johnny.
Taking the over. Okay, do you think I haven't seen Gilly the Kid like standing up next to somebody who I could get a gauge of size on? Would this be a fair fight? Gilly's 40. Johnny's like
40.
what, 30?
Yeah, how tall is Johnny? Like 6'1" or something like that?
Maybe.
6 foot, yeah.
Gilly's athletic, but he's real skinny. I don't know, man. I just want to see Johnny smack him.
People just go crazy nowadays, though. Right?
Smack that dude, bro. See what, dog? I mean, because you could have said anything. Hey, I'm going to confront you when I see you or any other. No, I'm going to smack you.
Okay, here we go. 5'9", 165. That's got to be engagement farming. Or you're really good at fighting. You're really good at fighting.
You a Johnny?
Gilly.
Oh.
Because Johnny beat Alabama by himself, bro.
Come on, bro.
This is one of the best dual threat quarterbacks college has ever seen. If you think you can whip his ass at any time between now and he's age 75, you got another thing coming.
I just can't let you get